Promise Me by Harlan Coben.
Chapter 1. The missing girl. There had been unceasing news reports, always flashing to that achingly ordinary school portrait of the vanished teen. You know the one, with the rainbow swirl background, the girl's hair too straight, her smile too self-conscious, and a quick cut to the worried parents on the front lawn, microphones surrounding them. Mom silently tearful, Dad reading a statement with quivering lip. That girl, that missing girl, had just walked past Edna Schuyler. Edna froze. Stanley, her husband, took 2 more steps before realizing that his wife was no longer at his side. He turned around. Edna? They stood near the corner of 21st Street and 8th Avenue in New York City. Street traffic was light this Saturday morning. Foot traffic was heavy. The missing girl had been headed uptown. Stanley gave a world-weary sigh. What now? Shh. She needed to think. That high school portrait of the girl, the one with the rainbow swirl background. Edna closed her eyes. She needed to conjure the image up in her head, compare and contrast. In the photograph, the missing girl had long, mousy brown hair. The woman who just walked by, woman, not girl, because the one who just walked by seemed older, but maybe the picture was old too, was a redhead with a shorter, wavy cut. The girl in the photograph did not wear glasses. The one who was heading north up 8th Avenue had a fashionable pair with dark, rectangular frames. Her clothes and makeup were both more, for lack of a better word, adult. Studying faces was more than a hobby with Edna. She was 63 years old, one of the few female physicians in her age group who specialized in the field of genetics. Faces were her life. Part of her brain was always working, even when far away from her office. She couldn't help it. Dr. Edna Schuyler studied faces. Her friends and family were used to the probing stare, but strangers and new acquaintances found it disconcerting. So that was what Edna had been doing, strolling down the street, ignoring as she often did the sights and sounds, lost in her own personal bliss of studying the faces of passers-by, noting cheek structure and mandibular depth, inner eye distance and ear height, jaw contours and orbital spacing. And that was why, despite the new hair color and style, despite the fashionable glasses and adult makeup and clothing, Edna had recognized the missing girl. She was walking with a man. What? Edna hadn't realized that she'd spoken out loud. The girl! Stanley frowned. What are you talking about, Edna? That picture, that achingly ordinary school portrait. You've seen it a million times. You see it in the yearbook and the emotions start to churn. In one fell swoop, you see her past, you see her future. You feel the joy of youth. You feel the pain of growing up. You can see her potential there. You feel the pang of nostalgia. You see her years rush by. College maybe. Marriage. Kids. All that. But when that same photograph is flashed in your evening news, it skewers your heart with terror. You look at that face, at the tentative smile, at the droopy hair and slumped shoulders, and your mind goes to dark places it shouldn't. How long had Katie, that was the name, Katie, how long had she been missing? Edna tried to remember. A month probably, maybe 6 weeks. The story had only played locally and not for all that long. There were those who believed that she was a runaway. Katie Rochester turned 18 a few days before the disappearance. That made her an adult and thus lowered the priority a great deal. There was supposed trouble at home, especially with a strict, albeit quivering-lipped father. Maybe Edna had been mistaken. Maybe it wasn't her. One way to find out. Hurry, Edna said to Stanley. What? Where are we going? There was no time to reply. The girl was probably a block ahead by now. Stanley would follow. Stanley Rickenback, an OBGYN, was her second husband. Her first had been a whirlwind. A larger-than-life figure, too handsome and too passionate and, oh yeah, an absolute ass. That probably wasn't fair, but so what? The idea of marrying a doctor, this was 40 years ago, had been a fun novelty for husband one. The reality, however, had not sat as well with him. He had figured that Edna would outgrow the doc phase once they had children. Edna didn't. Just the opposite, in fact. The truth was, a truth that had not escaped her children, Edna loved doctoring more than motherhood. She rushed ahead. The sidewalks were crowded. She moved into the street, staying close to the curb, and sped up. Stanley tried to follow. Edna? Just stay with me. He caught up. What are we doing? Edna's eyes searched for the red hair. There, up ahead on the left. She needed to get a closer look. Edna broke into a full-fledged sprint now, a strange sight in most places, a nicely dressed woman in her mid-60s sprinting down the street. But this was Manhattan. It barely registered a second glance. She circled in front of the woman, trying not to be too obvious, ducking behind taller people. And when she was in the right place, Edna spun around. The possible Katie was walking toward her. Their eyes met for the briefest of moments, and Edna knew. It was her. Katie Rochester was with a dark-haired man, probably in his early 30s. They were holding hands. She did not seem too distressed. She seemed, in fact, up until the point where their eyes met anyway, pretty content. Of course, that might not mean anything. Elizabeth Smart, that young girl who'd been kidnapped out in Utah, had been out in the open with her kidnapper and never tried to signal for help. Maybe something similar was playing here. Edna wasn't buying it. The red-headed possible Katie whispered something to the dark-haired man. They picked up their pace. Edna saw them veer right and down the subway stairs. The sign read A, C, E, and 1 trains. Stanley caught up to her. He was about to say something, but he saw the look on her face and kept still. "Come on," she said. They hurried around the front and started down the stairs. The missing woman and the dark-haired man were already through the turnstile. Edna started toward it. "Damn it!" "What?" "I don't have a Metro card." "I do," Stanley said. "Let me have it, hurry." Stanley plucked the card from his wallet and handed it to her. She scanned it, moved through the turnstile, handed it back to him. She didn't wait. They'd gone down the stairs to the right. She started that way. She heard the roar of an incoming train and hurried her step. The brakes were squeaking to a halt. The subway doors slid open. Edna's heart beat wildly in her chest. She looked left and right, searching for the red hair. Nothing. Where was that girl? "Edna?" It was Stanley. He had caught up to her. Edna said nothing. She stood on the platform, but there was no sign of Katie Rochester. And even if there was, what then? What should Edna do here? Does she hop on the train and follow them? To where? And then what? Find the apartment or house and then call the police? Someone tapped her shoulder. Edna turned. It was the missing girl. For a long time after this, Edna would wonder what she saw in the girl's expression. Was there a pleading look? A desperation? A calmness? Joy even? Resolution? All of them? They just stood and stared at each other for a moment. The bustling crowd, the indecipherable static on the speaker, the swoosh of the train. It all disappeared, leaving just the two of them. "Please," the missing girl said, her voice a whisper. "You can't tell anybody you saw me." The girl stepped onto the train then. Edna felt a chill. The doors slid closed. Edna wanted to do something, do anything, but she couldn't move. Her gaze remained locked on the girl's. "Please," the girl mouthed through the glass. And then the train disappeared into the dark. Chapter 2. There were 2 teenage girls in Myron's basement. That was how it began. Later, when Myron looked back on all the loss and heartbreak, this first series of what-ifs would rise up and haunt him anew. What if he hadn't needed ice? What if he'd opened his basement door a minute earlier or a minute later? What if the 2 teenage girls, what were they doing alone in his basement in the first place, had spoken in whispers so that he hadn't overheard them? What if he had just minded his own business? From the top of the stairs, Myron heard the girls giggling. He stopped. For a moment, he considered closing the door and leaving them alone. His small soiree was low on ice, not out of it. He could come back. But before he could turn away, one of the girls' voices wafted smoke-like up the stairwell. "So you went with Randy?" The other. "Oh my God, we were like so wasted." "From beer?" "Beer and shots, yeah." "How did you get home?" "Randy drove." At the top of the stairs, Myron stiffened. "But you said, shh." Then, "Hello, is someone there?" Caught. Myron took the stairs in a trot, whistling as he went. Mr. Casual. The 2 girls were sitting in what used to be Myron's bedroom. The basement had been finished in 1975 and looked it. Myron's father, who was currently lollygagging with Mom in some condo near Boca Raton, had been big on 2-sided tape. The adhesive wood paneling, a look that aged about as well as the Betamax, had started to give. In some spots, the concrete walls were now visible and noticeably flaking. The floor tiles, fastened down with something akin to Elmer's glue, were buckling. They crunched beetle-like when you stepped on them. The two girls, one Myron had known her whole life, the other he had just met today, looked up at him with wide eyes. For a moment no one spoke. He gave them a little wave. "Hey, girls." Myron Bolitar prided himself on big opening lines. The girls were both high school seniors, both pretty in that coltish way. The one sitting on the corner of his old bed, the one he had met for the first time an hour ago, was named Erin. Myron started dating Erin's mother, a widow and freelance magazine writer named Allie Wilder, 2 months ago. This party, here at the house Myron had grown up in and now owned, was something of a coming-out party for Myron and Allie as a couple. The other girl, Amy Beale, mimicked his wave and tone. "Hey, Myron." More silence. He first saw Amy Beale the day after she was born at St. Barnabas Hospital. Amy and her parents, Claire and Eric, lived 2 blocks away. Myron had known Claire since their years together at Heritage Middle School, less than half a mile from where they now gathered. Myron turned toward Amy. For a moment he fell back more than 25 years. Amy looked so much like her mother, had the same crooked, devil-may-care grin. It was like looking through a time portal. "I was just getting some ice," Myron said. He pointed toward the freezer with his thumb to illustrate the point. "Cool," Amy said. "Very cool," Myron said. "Ice cold, in fact." Myron chuckled, alone. With the stupid grin still on his face, Myron looked over at Erin. She turned away. That had been her basic reaction today, polite and aloof. "Can I ask you something?" Amy said. "Shoot." She spread her hands. "Was this really your room growing up?" Indeed it was. The two girls exchanged a glance. Amy giggled. Erin did likewise. "What?" Myron said. "This room. I mean, could it possibly be lamer?" Erin finally spoke. "It's like too retro to be retro." "What do you call this thing?" Amy asked, pointing below her. "A beanbag chair," Myron said. The two girls giggled some more. "And how come this lamp has a black light bulb?" "It makes the posters glow." More laughs. "Hey, I was in high school," Myron said, as if that explained everything. "Did you ever bring a girl down here?" Amy asked. Myron put his hand to his heart. "A true gentleman never kisses and tells." Then, "Yes." "How many?" "How many what?" "How many girls did you bring down here?" "Oh, approximately," Myron looked up, drew in the air with his index finger, carry the 3, "I'd say somewhere between 800,000 and 900,000. That caused rip-roaring laughter. "Actually," Amy said, "Mom says you used to be real cute." Myron arched an eyebrow. "Used to be?" Both girls high-fived and fell about the place. Myron shook his head and grumbled something about respecting their elders. When they quieted down, Amy said, "Can I ask you something else?" "Shoot." "I mean seriously." "Go ahead." "Those pictures of you upstairs, on the stairwell." Myron nodded. He had a pretty good idea where this was going. "You were on the cover of Sports Illustrated." "That I was." "Mom and Dad say you were like the greatest basketball player in the country." "Mom and Dad," Myron said, "exaggerate." Both girls stared at him. 5 seconds passed. Then another 5. "Do I have something stuck in my teeth?" Myron asked. "Weren't you, like, drafted by the Lakers?" "The Celtics," he corrected. "Sorry, the Celtics." Amy kept him pinned with her eyes. "And you hurt your knee, right?" "Right." "Your career was over, just like that?" "Pretty much, yes." "So, like," Amy shrugged. "How did that feel?" "Hurting my knee?" "Being a superstar like that, and then bam, never being able to play again." Both girls waited for his answer. Myron tried to come up with something profound. "It sucked big time," he said. They both liked that. Amy shook her head. "It must have been the worst." Myron looked toward Erin. Erin had her eyes down. The room went quiet. He waited. She eventually looked up. She looked scared and small and young. He wanted to take her in his arms, but man, would that ever be the wrong move. "No," Myron said softly, still holding Erin's gaze. "Not even close to the worst." A voice at the top of the stairs shouted down, "Myron?" "I'm coming." He almost left then. The next big what if. But the words he'd overheard at the top of the stairs, "Randy drove," kept rattling in his head. "Beer and shots." He couldn't let that go, could he? "I want to tell you a story," Myron began. And then he stopped. What he wanted to do was tell them about an incident from his high school days. There had been a party at Barry Brenner's house. That was what he wanted to tell them. He'd been a senior in high school, like them. There had been a lot of drinking. His team, the Livingston Lancers, had just won the state basketball tournament, led by All-American Myron Bolitar's 43 points. Everyone was drunk. He remembered Debbie Frankel, A brilliant girl, a live wire, that spark plug who was always animated, always raising her hand to contradict the teacher, always arguing and taking the other side, and you loved her for it. At midnight, Debbie came over and said goodbye to him. Her glasses were low on her nose. That was what he remembered most, the way her glasses had slipped down. Myron could see that Debbie was wasted. So were the other two girls who would pile into that car. You can guess how the story ends. They took the hill on South Orange Avenue too fast. Debbie died in a crash. The smashed-up car was put on display in front of the high school for 6 years. Myron wondered where it was now, what they'd eventually done to that wreck. What? Amy said. But Myron didn't tell them about Debbie Frankel. Aaron and Amy had undoubtedly heard other versions of the same story. It wouldn't work. He knew that. So he tried something else. I need you to promise me something, Myron said. Aaron and Amy looked at him. He pulled his wallet from his pocket and plucked out 2 business cards. He opened the top drawer and found a pen that still worked. Here are all my numbers. Home, business, mobile, my place in New York City. Myron scribbled on the cards and passed one to each of them. They took the cards without saying a word. Please listen to me, okay? If you're ever in a bind, if you're ever out drinking, or your friends are drinking, or you're high or stoned, or I don't care what, promise me. Promise me you'll call me. I'll come get you wherever you are. I won't ask any questions. I won't tell your parents. That's my promise to you. I'll take you wherever you want to go. I don't care how late. I don't care how far away you are. I don't care how wasted. 24/7. Call me and I'll pick you up. The girls said nothing. Myron took a step closer. He tried to keep the pleading out of his voice. Just please. Please don't ever drive with someone who's been drinking. They just stared at him. Promise me, he said. And a moment later, the final what if, they did. Chapter 3. 2 hours later, Amy's family, the Beals, were the first to leave. Myron walked them to the door. Claire leaned close to his ear. I heard the girls were down in your old room. Yep. She gave him a wicked grin. Did you tell them? God, no. Claire shook her head. You're such a prude. He and Claire had been good friends in high school. He loved her free spirit. She acted like, for lack of a more appropriate term, a guy. When they'd go to parties, she'd try to pick someone up, usually with more success because, hey, she was an attractive girl. She liked muscleheads. She'd go with them once, maybe twice, and then move on. Claire was a lawyer now. She and Myron had messed around once, down in that very basement, on a holiday break senior year. Myron had been much more uptight about it. The next day, there had been no awkwardness for Claire. No discomfort, no silent treatment, no maybe we should discuss what happened, no encore either. In law school, Claire had met her husband, Eric with a K. That was how he always introduced himself. Eric was thin and tightly wound. He rarely smiled. He almost never laughed. His tie was always wonderfully windsored. Eric with a K was not the man Myron had figured Claire would end up with, but they seemed to work. Something about opposites attract, he guessed. Eric gave him a firm handshake, made sure there was eye contact. Will I see you on Sunday? He used to play and pick up basketball games on Sunday mornings, but Myron had stopped going months ago. I won't be there this week, no. Eric nodded, as though Myron had said something profound, and started out the door. Amy smothered a laugh and waved. Nice talking to you, Myron. Same here, Amy. Myron tried to give her a look that said, remember the promise. He didn't know if it worked, but Amy did give him a small nod before heading down the path. Claire kissed his cheek and whispered in his ear again. You look happy. I am, he said. Claire beamed. Allie's great, isn't she? She is. Am I the greatest matchmaker ever? Like something out of a bad road production of Fiddler, he said. I'm not rushing things, but I am the greatest, aren't I? It's okay, I can take it. I'm the best ever. We're still talking about matchmaking, right? Fresh. I know I'm the best at the other. Myron said, She punched his arm and left. He watched her walk away, shook his head, smiled. In a sense, you are always 17 years old and waiting for your life to begin. 10 minutes later, Allie Wilder, Myron's new lady love, called for her children. Myron walked them all to the car. Jack, the 9-year-old boy, proudly wore a Celtics uniform with Myron's old number on it. It was the next step in hip-hop fashion. First had been the retro uniforms of your favorite greats. Now, at a website called BigTimeLosers.com, or something like that, they sold uniforms for players who became has-beens or never-weres, players who went bust. Like Myron. Jack, being only 9 years old, didn't get the irony. When they reached the car, Jack gave Myron a big hug. Unsure how to play this, Myron hugged back but kept it brief. Erin stayed back. She gave him a half nod and slipped into the back seat. Jack followed his big sister. Allie and Myron stood and smiled at each other like a pair of newly dating doofs. "This is fun," Allie said. Myron was still smiling. Allie looked up at him with these wonderful green-brown eyes. She had red blonde hair, and there were still remnants of childhood freckles. Her face was wide, and her smile just held him. "What?" she said. "You look beautiful." "Man, you are smooth." "I don't want to brag, but yes, I am." Allie looked back at the house. Wynne, real name Windsor Horn Lockwood III, stood with arms folded, leaning against the doorframe. "Your friend Wynne," she said. "He seems nice." "He's not." "I know. I just figured him being your best friend and all, I'd say that." "Wynne is complicated." "He's good looking." "He knows." "Not my type, though. Too pretty. Too rich preppy boy." "And you prefer macho he-men," Myron said. "I understand." She snickered. "Why does he keep looking at me like that?" "My guess? He's probably checking out your ass." "Good to know somebody is." Myron cleared his throat, glanced away. "So you want to have dinner together tomorrow?" "That would be nice." "I'll pick you up at 7. Allie put her hand on his chest. Myron felt something electric in the touch. She stood on tiptoes, Myron was 6'4", and kissed his cheek. "I'll cook for you." "Really?" "We'll stay in." "Great, so it'll be, like a family-type thing? Get to know the kids more?" "The kids will be spending the night at my sister's." "Oh," Myron said. Allie gave him a hard look and slipped into the driver's seat. "Oh," Myron said again. She arched an eyebrow. "And you didn't want to brag about being smooth." Then she drove off. Myron watched the car disappear, the dorky smile still on his face. He turned and walked back to the house. Wynne had not moved. There had been many changes in Myron's life. His parents moving down south, Esperanza's new baby, the fate of his business, even Big Cindy. But Wynne remained a constant. Some of the ash blonde hair around the temples had grayed a bit, but Wynne was still the uber wasp. The patrician lockjaw, the perfect nose, the hair parted by the gods. He stank, deservedly so, of privilege and white shoes and golfer's tan. 6.8, Wynne said, rounded up to a 7. "Excuse me?" Wynne raised his hand, palm down, tilted it back and forth. "You're Miss Wilder. If I'm being generous, I give her a 7. "Gee, that means a lot, coming from you and all." They moved back into the house and sat in the den. Wynne crossed his legs in that perfect creased way of his. His expression was permanently set on haughty. He looked pampered and spoiled and soft. In the face, anyway. But the body told another story. He was all knotted, coiled muscle, not so much wiry as, if you will, barbed wiry. Wynne steepled his fingers. Steepling looked right on Wynne. "May I ask a question?" "No." "Why are you with her?" "You're kidding, right?" "No. I want to know what precisely you see in Miss Allie Wilder." Myron shook his head. "I knew I shouldn't have invited you." "Ah, but you did, so let me elaborate." "Please don't." "During our years at Duke, well, there was a delectable Emily Downing. Then, of course, your soulmate for the next 10+ years, the luscious Jessica Culver. There was a brief fling with Brenda Slaughter, and alas, most recently, the passion of Therese Collins. Is there a point?" "There is." Wynne opened the steeple, closed it again. "What do all these women, your past loves, have in common?" "You tell me," Myron said. "In a word, bodaciousness." "That's a word?" "Smoking hot honeys," Wynne continued with a snooty accent. "Each and every one of them. On a scale of 1 to 10, I would rate Emily a 9. That would be the lowest. Jessica would be a so hot she singes your eyeballs 11. Therese Collins and Brenda Slaughter, both near 10s. And in your expert opinion, a 7 is being generous," Wynne finished for him. Myron just shook his head. "So pray tell," Wynne said, "what is the big attraction?" "Are you for real?" "I am indeed." "Well, here's a newsflash, Wynne. First off, while it's not really important, I disagree with your awarded score." "Oh? So how would you rate Miss Wilder?" "I'm not getting into that with you. But for one thing, Allie's the kind of looks that grow on you. At first you think she's attractive enough, and then as you get to know her, bah!" "Bah?" "Self-rationalization." "Well, here's another newsflash for you. It's not all about looks." "Bah!" Again with the bah? Wynne re-steepled his fingers. "Let's play a game. I'm going to say a word. You tell me the first thing that pops in your head." Myron closed his eyes. I don't know why I discuss matters of the heart with you. It's like talking about Mozart with a deaf man. Oh, yes, that's very funny. Here comes the first word. Actually, it's 2 words. Just tell me what pops in your head. Allie Wilder. Warmth, Myron said. Liar. Okay, I think we've discussed this enough. Myron? What? When was the last time you tried to save someone? The usual faces flashed strobe-like through Myron's head. He tried to block them out. Myron? Don't start, Myron said softly. I've learned my lesson. Have you? He thought now about Allie, about that wonderful smile and the openness of her face. He thought about Amy and Aaron in his old bedroom down the basement, about the promise he had forced them to make. Allie doesn't need rescuing, Myron. You think that's what this is about? When I say her name, what's the first thing that comes to mind? Warmth, Myron said again. But this time, even he knew he was lying. 6 years. That was how long it had been since Myron had played superhero. In 6 years, he hadn't thrown a punch. He hadn't held, much less fired a gun. He hadn't threatened or been threatened. He hadn't cracked wise with steroid-inflated pituitary glands. He hadn't called Wynn, still the scariest man he knew, to back him up or get him out of trouble. In the past 6 years, none of his clients had been murdered, a real positive in his business. None had been shot or arrested, well, except for that prostitution beef out in Las Vegas, but Myron still claimed that was entrapment. None of his clients or friends or loved ones had gone missing. He had learned his lesson. Don't stick your nose in where it doesn't belong. You're not Batman, and Wynn is not a psychotic version of Robin. Yes, Myron had saved some innocents during his quasi-heroic days, including the life of his own son. Jeremy, his boy, was 19 now. Myron couldn't believe that either, and was serving in the military in some undisclosed spot in the Middle East. But Myron had caused damage too. Look what had happened to Dwayne, and Christian, and Greg, and Linda, and Jack. But mostly, Myron could not stop thinking about Brenda. He still visited her grave too frequently. Maybe she would have died anyway, he didn't know. Maybe it wasn't his fault. The victories have a tendency to wash off you. The destruction, the dead, stay by your side, tap you on the shoulder, slow your step, haunt your sleep. Either way, Myron had buried his hero complex. For the past 6 years, his life had been quiet, normal, average, boring even. Myron rinsed off the dishes. He semi-lived in Livingston, New Jersey, in the same town, nay, the same house, where he was raised. His parents, the beloved Ellen and Alan Bolitar, performed Aliyah, returning to their people's homeland, South Florida, 5 years ago. Myron bought the house as both an investment, a good one in fact, and so that his folks would have a place to return to when they migrated back during the warmer months. Myron spent about a third of his time living in this house in the burbs, and 2/3 rooming with Wynn at the famed Dakota apartment building on Central Park West in New York City. He thought about tomorrow night and his date with Allie. Wynn was an idiot, no question about that, but as usual, his questions had scored a hit, if not a bullseye. Forget that look stuff. That was utter nonsense. And forget the hero complex stuff, too. That wasn't what this was about. But something was holding him back, and yes, it had to do with Allie's tragedy. Try as he might, he couldn't shake it. As for the hero stuff, making Amy and Aaron promise to call him, that was different. It doesn't matter who you are. The teenage years are hard. High school is a war zone. Myron had been a popular kid. He was a parade All-American basketball player, one of the top recruits in the country, and, to trot out a favorite cliche, a true scholar athlete. If anyone should have had it easy in high school, it would be someone like Myron Bolitar. But he hadn't. In the end, no one gets out of those years unscathed. You just need to survive adolescence. That's all. Just get through it. Maybe that was what he should have said to the girls. Chapter 4. Next morning, Myron headed into work. His office was on the 12th floor of the Lockhorn Building, as in Wynn's name, on Park Avenue and 52nd Street in Midtown Manhattan. When the elevator opened, Myron was greeted with a big sign, a new addition to the place, that read MB Reps in some funky font. Esperanza had come up with a new logo. The M stood for Myron, the B for Bolitar, The reps came from the fact that they were in the business of representation. Myron had come up with the name by himself. He would often pause after telling people that and wait for the applause to die down. Originally, when they just worked in the sports field, the firm was called MB Sports Reps instead of MB Reps. Over the past 5 years, the company had diversified, representing actors, authors, and celebrities of various stripes. Ergo, the clever shortening of the name. Getting rid of the excess, cutting away the fat. Yep, that was MB Reps right down to the name. Myron heard the baby cry. Esperanza must be in already. He poked his head in her office. Esperanza was breastfeeding. He immediately looked down. I'll come back later. Stop being an ass, Esperanza said. You'd think you'd never seen a breast before. Well, it's been a while. And certainly not one this spectacular, she added. Sit. At first, MB Sports Reps had just been Myron, the super agent, and Esperanza, the receptionist/secretary/Girl Friday. You may remember Esperanza during her years as a sexy, lithe, professional wrestler named Little Pocahontas. Every Sunday morning on Channel 11 here in the New York area, Esperanza would take to the ring, donning a feathered headband and drool-inducing bikini of pseudo-suede. Along with her partner, Big Chief Mama, known in real life as Big Cindy, they held the Intercontinental Tag Team Championship belt for Flow, the fabulous ladies of wrestling. The wrestling organization had originally wanted to call itself the Beautiful Ladies of Wrestling, but the network had trouble with the ensuing acronym. Esperanza's current title at MB Reps was Senior Vice President, but she pretty much ran the sports division now. Sorry I missed your coming out party, Esperanza said. It wasn't a coming out party. Whatever. Hector had a cold. Is he better now? He's fine. So what's going on here? Michael DiCepolo. We need to get his contract done. The Giants still dragging their feet? Yes. Then he'll be a free agent, Myron said. I think it's probably a good move, what with the way he's been playing. Except DiCepolo is a loyal guy. He'd rather sign. Esperanza pulled Hector away from her nipple and put him on the other breast. Myron tried not to look away too suddenly. He never quite knew how to play it when a woman breastfed in front of him. He wanted to be mature about it, but what exactly did that mean? You don't stare, but you don't divert your eyes either? How do you mind the area between those two? I have some news, Esperanza said. Oh? Tom and I are getting married. Myron said nothing. He felt a funny twinge. Well? Congrats. That's it? I'm surprised that's all, but really, I think that's great. When's the big day? 3 weeks from Saturday. But let me ask you something. Now that I'm marrying the father of my baby, am I still a fallen woman? I don't think so. Damn, I like being a fallen woman. Well, you still have the baby out of wedlock. Good point. I could run with that. Myron looked at her. What's wrong? You, married. He shook his head. I never was big on commitment, was I? You changed partners like a Cineplex changes movies. Esperanza smiled. True. I don't even remember you staying with the same gender for more than, a month? The wonders of bisexuality, Esperanza said. But it's different with Tom. How so? I love him. He said nothing. You don't think I can do it, she said. Stay true to one person. I never said that. Do you know what bisexual means? Of course, Myron said. I dated a lot of bisexual women. I'd mention sex, the girl would say, bye. Esperanza just looked at him. Okay, old joke, he said. It's just... Myron sort of shrugged. I like women, and I like men. But if I make a commitment, it's to a person, not a gender. Make sense? Sure. Good. Now tell me what's wrong with you and this Ally Wilder. Nothing's wrong. Wynn said you two haven't even done the deed yet. Wynn said that? Yes. When? This morning. Wynn just came in here and said that? Well, first he made a comment about my increased cup size since giving birth. Then, yes, he told me that you've been dating this woman for almost 2 months and haven't done the nasty yet. What makes him think that? Body language. He said that? Wynn is good when it comes to body language. Myron shook his head. So is he right? I'm having dinner at Allie's house tonight. The kids are staying with her sister. She made this plan? Yes. And you haven't... With Hector still feeding, Esperanza still managed to gesture the point. We haven't. Man. I'm waiting for a signal. Like what, a burning bush? She invited you to her house and told you the kids would be away for the night? I know. That's the international signal for jump my bones. He said nothing. Myron? Yes? She's a widow, not a cripple. She's probably terrified. That's why I'm taking it slow. That's sweet and noble, but stupid, and it's not helping. So you're suggesting a major bone jump, yes. Chapter 5. Myron arrived at Alley's at 7 p.m. The Wilders lived in Castleton, a town about 15 minutes north of Livingston. Myron had gone through a strange ritual before leaving his house. Cologne or no cologne? That one was easy, no cologne. Tighty whities or boxers? He chose something between the two, that hybrid that were either tight boxers or long tighties. Boxer briefs, the package said, and he chose them in gray. He wore a Banana Republic tan pullover with a black t-shirt underneath. The jeans were from the Gap. Slip-on loafers from the Todd's Outlet store adorned his size 14 feet. He couldn't be more American casual if he tried. Allie opened the door. The lights behind her were low. She wore a black dress with a scooped front. Her hair was pinned back. Myron liked that. Most men, they liked it when the hair came down. Myron had always been a fan of keeping it off the face. He stared at her for another moment and then said, "Whoa. I thought you said you were smooth." "I'm holding back." "But why?" "If I go all out in the smooth department," Myron said, "women all over the tri-state area begin to disrobe. I need to harness the power." "Lucky for me, then. Come on in." He had never made it past her foyer before. Allie walked to the kitchen. His stomach knotted. There were family photographs on the wall. Myron did a quick scan. He spotted Kevin's face. He was in at least 4 different photographs. Myron didn't want to stare, but his gaze got caught on an image of Erin. She was fishing with her dad. Her smile was heartbreaking. Myron tried to picture the girl in his basement smiling like that, but it wouldn't hold. He looked back at Allie. Something crossed her face. Myron sniffed the air. "What are you cooking?" "I'm making chicken Kiev." "Smells great." "You mind if we talk first?" "Sure." They headed into the den. Myron tried to keep his head about him. He looked around for more pictures. There was a framed wedding photo. Allie's hair was too big, he thought, but maybe that was the look then. He thought that she was prettier now. That happens with some women. There was also a photograph of 5 men in matching black tuxedos with bow ties. The groomsmen, Myron figured. Allie followed his gaze. She walked over and picked up the group shot. "This one is Kevin's brother," she said, pointing to the man second on the right. Myron nodded. The other men worked at Carson Wilkie with Kevin. They were his best friends. Myron said, "Were they—" "All dead," she said. "All married. All had children." The elephant in the room. It was as if all hands and fingers were suddenly pointing at it. "You don't have to do this," Myron said. "Yeah, Myron, I do." They sat down. "When Claire first set us up," she began, "I told her that you'd have to raise the subject of 9/11. Did she tell you that?" "Yes." "But you didn't." He opened his mouth, closed it, tried again. "How was I supposed to do that exactly? Hi, how are you? I hear you're a 9/11 widow. Do you want Italian or maybe Chinese?" Allie nodded. "Fair enough." There was a grandfather clock in the corner, a huge, ornate thing. It chose then to start chiming. Myron wondered where Allie had gotten it, where she'd gotten everything in this house. How much of Kevin was watching them now? In this house. In his house. Kevin and I started dating when we were juniors in high school. We decided to take time off during our freshman year of college. I was going to NYU. He would be off at Wharton. It would be the mature thing to do. But when we came home for Thanksgiving and we saw each other, she shrugged. "I've never been with another man. Ever. There, I said it. I don't know if we did it right or wrong. Isn't that weird? I think we sort of learned together." Myron sat there. She was no more than a foot away from him. He wasn't sure of the right move here. The story of his life. He put his hand close to hers. She picked it up and held it. "I don't know when I first realized I was ready to start dating. It took me longer than most of the widows. We talk about it, of course, the widows, I mean. We talk a lot. But one day I just said to myself, okay, now maybe it's time. I told Claire, and when she suggested you, do you know what I thought?" Myron shook his head. "He's out of my league, but maybe this will be fun. I thought, this is going to sound stupid, and please remember I really didn't know you at all, that you'd be a good transition." "Transition?" "You know what I mean. You were a pro athlete. You probably had a lot of women. I thought maybe, well, it'd be a fun fling, a physical thing. And then afterwards, maybe I'd find someone nice. Does that make sense?" I think so, Myron said. You just wanted me for my body. Pretty much, yeah. I feel so cheap, he said. Or is it thrilled? Well, let's go with thrilled. That made her smile. Please don't take offense. No offense taken, then, hussy. She laughed. The sound was melodic. So what happened to your plan, he asked. You weren't what I expected. That a good thing or bad? I don't know. You used to date Jessica Culver. I read that in the People magazine. I did. Was it serious? Yes. She's a great writer. Myron nodded. She's also stunning. You're stunning. Not like that. He was going to argue, but he knew that it would sound too patronizing. When you asked me out, I figured that you were looking for something, different. Different how, he asked. Being a 9/11 widow, she said. The truth is, and I hate to admit this, but it gives me something of a warped celebrity. He did know. He thought about what Wynne had said, about that first thing that pops in your head when you hear her name. So I figured, again, not knowing you, just knowing that you were this good-looking pro athlete who dates women who look like supermodels, I figured that I might be an interesting notch on the belt. Because you were a 9/11 widow? Yes. That's pretty sick. Not really. How's that? It's like I said, there's a weird sort of celebrity attached. People who wouldn't give me the time of day suddenly wanted to meet me. It still happens. About a month ago, I started playing in this new tennis league at the racket club. One of the women, this rich snob who wouldn't let me cut through a yard when we first moved to town, comes up to me and she's making the poo-poo face. The poo-poo face. That's what I call it, the poo-poo face. It looks like this. Allie demonstrated. She pursed her lips, frowned, and batted her eyes. You look like Donald Trump being sprayed with mace. That's the poo-poo face. I get it all the time since Kevin died. I don't blame anyone, it's natural. But this woman with the poo-poo face comes up to me, and she takes both of my hands in hers, and looks me in the eyes, and has this whole earnest thing going on so that I want to scream, and she says, Are you Allie Wilder? Oh, I so wanted to contact you. How are you doing? You get the point. I do. She looked at him. What? You've turned into the dating version of the poo-poo face. I'm not sure I follow. You keep telling me I'm beautiful. You are. You met me 3 times when I was married. Myron said nothing. Did you think I was beautiful then? I try not to think that way about married women. Do you even remember meeting me? Not really, no. And if I looked like Jessica Culver, even if I were married, you'd have remembered. She waited. What do you want me to say here, Allie? Nothing. But it's time to stop treating me like the poo-poo face. It doesn't matter why you first started dating me. It matters why you're here now. Can I do that? Do what? Can I tell you why I'm here now? Allie swallowed, and for the first time she looked unsure of herself. She made a go-ahead gesture with her hand. He dove in. I'm here because I really like you. Because I may be confused about a lot of things, and maybe you're making a good point about the poo-poo face, but the fact is, I'm here right now because I can't stop thinking about you. I think about you all the time, and when I do, I have this goofy smile on my face. It looks like this. Now it was his turn to demonstrate. So that's why I'm here, okay? That, Allie said, trying to hold back a smile, is a really good answer. He was about to crack wise, but he held back. With maturity comes restraint. Myron? Yes? I want you to kiss me. I want you to hold me. I want you to take me upstairs and make love to me. I want you to do it with no expectations because I don't have any. I could dump you tomorrow and you could dump me. It doesn't matter. But I'm not fragile. I'm not going to describe the hell of the past 5 years, but I'm stronger than you'll ever know. If this relationship continues after tonight, you're the one who'll have to be strong, not me. This is a no-obligation offer. I know how valiant and noble you want to be, but I don't want that. All I want tonight is you. Allie leaned toward him and kissed him on the lips, first gently, then with more hunger. Myron felt a surge go through him. She kissed him again, and Myron felt lost. An hour later, or maybe it was only 20 minutes, Myron collapsed and rolled onto his back. Well, Allie said. Wow. Tell me more. Let me catch my breath. Allie laughed, snuggled closer. My limbs, he said. I can't feel my limbs. Not a thing? A little tingle, maybe. Not so little. And you're pretty good yourself. As Woody Allen once said, I practice a lot when I'm alone. She put her head in his chest. His racing heart started to slow. He stared at the ceiling. Myron? Yes? He'll never leave my life. He'll never leave Aaron and Jack either. I know. Most men can't handle that. I don't know if I can either. She looked at him and smiled. What? You're being honest, she said. I like that. No more poo-poo face? Oh, I wiped that off 20 minutes ago. He pursed his lips, frowned, and batted his eyes. But wait, it's back. She put her head back on his chest. Myron? Yes? He'll never leave my life, she said. But he's not here now. Right now, I think it's just the two of us. Chapter 6. On the third floor of St. Barnabas Medical Center, Essex County investigator Lauren Muse rapped on a door that read, Edna Schuyler, M.D., geneticist. A woman's voice said, Come in. Lauren turned the knob and entered. Schuyler stood. She was taller than Lauren, but most people were. Schuyler crossed the room, hand extended. They both offered up firm handshakes and plenty of eye contact. Edna Schuyler nodded in his sisterhood way to her. Lauren had seen it before. They were both in professions still dominated by men. That gave them a bond. Won't you please have a seat? They both sat. Edna Schuyler's desk was immaculate. There were manila folders, but they were stacked without any papers peeking out. The office was standard issue, dominated by a picture window that offered up a wonderful view of a parking lot. Dr. Schuyler stared intently at Lauren Muse. Lauren didn't like it. She waited a moment. Schuyler kept staring. Lauren said, Problem? Edna Schuyler smiled. Sorry, bad habit. What's that? I look at faces. Uh-huh. It's not important. Well, maybe it is. That's how I got into this predicament. Lauren wanted to get to it. You tell my boss that you have information on Katie Rochester? How is Ed? He's good. She smiled warmly. He's a nice man. Yeah, Lauren said, a prince. I've known him a long time. He told me. That's why I called Ed. We had a long talk about the case. Right, Lauren said, and that's why he sent me here. Edna Schuyler looked off, out the window. Lauren tried to guess her age, mid-60s probably, but she wore it well. Dr. Schuyler was a handsome woman, short gray hair, high cheekbones, knew how to sport a beige suit without coming across as too butch or overly feminine. Dr. Schuyler? Could you tell me something about the case? Excuse me? Katie Rochester. Is she officially listed as missing? I'm not sure how that's relevant. Edna Schuyler's eyes moved slowly back to Lauren Muse. Do you think she met up with foul play? I can't really discuss that. Or do you think she ran away? When I talked to Ed, he seemed pretty sure she was a runaway. She took money out of an ATM in Midtown, he said. Her father's rather unsavory. Prosecutor Steinberg told you all that? He did. So why are you asking me? I know his take, she said. I want yours. Lauren was about to protest some more, but Edna Schuyler was again staring with too much intensity. She scanned Schuyler's desk for family photographs. There were none. She wondered what to make of that and decided nothing. Schuyler was waiting. She's 18 years old, Lauren tried, treading carefully. I know that. That makes her an adult. I know that too. And what about the father? Do you think he abused her? Lauren wondered how to play this. The truth was she didn't like the father, hadn't from the get-go. RICO, the organized crime unit, said that Dominic Rochester was mobbed up. Maybe that was part of it. But there was something to reading a person's grief. On the one hand, everyone reacts differently. It was true that you really couldn't tell guilt based on someone's reaction. Some killers cried tears that put Pacino to shame. Others were beyond robotic. Same with the innocent. It was like this. You're with a group of people. A grenade is thrown in the middle of the crowd. You never know who's going to dive on it and who's going to dive for cover. That said, Katie Rochester's father, there was something off about his grief. It was too fluid. It was like he was trying on different personas, seeing which one would look best for the public. And the mother, she had the whole shattered eye thing going on, but had that come from devastation or resignation? It was hard to tell. We have no evidence of that, Lauren said, in the most non-committal tone she could muster. Edna Schuyler did not react. These questions, Lauren went on, they're a bit bizarre. That's because I'm still not sure what to do. About? If a crime has been committed, I want to help, but I saw her. Lauren Muse waited a beat, hoping she'd say more. She didn't. You saw Katie Rochester? Yes. When? It'll be 3 weeks on Saturday. And you're just telling us now? Edna Schuyler was looking out at the parking lot again. The sun was setting, the rays slicing in through the Venetian blinds. She looked older in that light. Dr. Schuyler? She asked me not to say anything. Her gaze was still on the lot. Katie did? Still looking off, Edna Schuyler nodded. You talked to her? For a second, maybe. What did she say? That I couldn't tell anybody that I saw her. And that was it. A moment later, she was gone. Gone? On a subway. The words came easier now. Edna Schuyler told Lauren the whole story. How she'd been studying faces while walking in New York, how she spotted the girl despite the appearance change, how she followed her down into the subway, how she'd vanished into the dark. Lauren wrote it all down. The fact was, this figured into what she believed from the beginning. The kid was a runaway. As Ed Steinberg had already told Schuyler, there had been an ATM withdrawal at a Citibank in Midtown near the time she vanished. Lauren had seen the bank video. The face had been covered by a hood, but it was probably the Rochester girl. The father had clearly been on the over-strict side. That was how it always was with the runaways. The two liberal parents, their kids often got hooked on drugs. The two conservative, their kids were the runaways with the sex issues. Might be a stereotype to break it down like that, but Lauren had seen very few cases that broke those rules. She asked a few more follow-up questions. There was nothing they could really do now. The girl was 18. There was no reason, from this description, to suspect foul play. On TV, the feds get involved and put a team on it. That doesn't happen in real life. But Lauren felt a niggling at the base of her brain. Some would call it intuition. She hated that. Hunches, that didn't really work either. She wondered what Ed Steinberg, her boss, would want to do. Nothing, probably. Their office was busy working with the U.S. attorney on two cases, one involving a possible terrorist and the other a Newark politician on the take. With their resources so limited, should they pursue what appeared to be an obvious runaway? It was a tough call. Why now? Lauren asked. What? 3 weeks, you didn't say anything. What made you change your mind? Do you have children, Investigator Muse? No. I do. Lauren again looked at the desk, at the credenza, at the wall. No family pictures, no sign of children or grandchildren. Schuyler smiled as if she understood what Muse was doing. I was a lousy mother. I'm not sure I understand. I was, shall we say, laissez-faire. When in doubt, I'd let it go. Lauren waited. That, Edna Schuyler said, was a huge mistake. I'm still not sure I understand. Neither do I, but this time... Her voice faded away. She swallowed, looked down at her hands before turning her gaze to Lauren. Just because everything looks okay, maybe it's not. Maybe Katie Rochester needs help. Maybe this time, I should do more than just let it go. The promise in the basement came back to haunt Myron at exactly 2:17 a.m. 3 weeks had passed. Myron was still dating Allie. It was the day of Esperanza's wedding. Allie came as his date. Myron gave away the bride. Tom, real name Thomas James Bidwell III, was Wynn's cousin. The wedding was small. Strangely enough, the groom's family, charter members of the Daughters of the American Revolution, was not thrilled with Tom's marriage to a Bronx-born Latina named Esperanza Diaz. Go figure. Funny, Esperanza said. What's that? I'd always thought I'd marry for money, not love. She checked herself in the mirror. But here I am, marrying for love and getting money. Irony is not dead. Good thing. You going to Miami to see Rex? Rex Thornton was an aging movie star they were repping. I'm flying down tomorrow afternoon. Esperanza turned away from the mirror, spread her arms, and gave him a dazzling smile. Well? She was a vision. Myron said, wow. You think? I think. Come on then, let's get me hitched. Let's. One thing first. Esperanza pulled him aside. I want you to be happy for me. I am. I'm not leaving you. I know. Esperanza looked into his face. We're still best friends, she said. You understand that? You, me, Wynn, Big Cindy, nothing has changed. Sure it has, Myron said. Everything has changed. I love you, you know, and I love you. She smiled again. Esperanza was always so damn beautiful. She had that whole peasant blouse fantasy thing going on. But today, in that dress, the word luminous was simply too weak. She had been so wild, such a free spirit, had insisted that she would never settle down with one person like this. But here she was, with a baby, getting married. Even Esperanza had grown up. "You're right," she said. "But things change, Myron, and you've always hated change. Oh, don't start with that. Look at you. You live with your parents until your mid-30s. You own your childhood home. You still spend most of your time with your college roommate who, let's face it, can change." He put up his hand. "I get the point. Funny, though." "What?" "I always thought you'd be the first to get married," she said. "Me too." "When? Well, like I said, let's not even go there. But you always fell in love so easily, especially with that bitch Jessica." "Don't call her that." "Whatever. Anyway, you were the one who bought the American dream. Get married, have 2.6 kids, invites friends to barbecues in the backyard, the whole thing. And you never did." Esperanza smiled. "Weren't you the one who taught me men tracht und Gott lacht?" "Man, I love it when you shiksas speak Yiddish." Esperanza put her hand through the crux of his arm. "That can be a good thing, you know." "I know." She took a deep breath. "Shall we?" "You nervous?" Esperanza looked at him. "Not even a little." "Then onward." Myron walked her down the aisle. He thought it would be a flattering formality, standing in for her late father. But when Myron gave Esperanza's hand to Tom, when Tom smiled and shook his hand, Myron started to well up. He stepped back and sat down in the front row. The wedding was not so much an eclectic mix as a wonderful collision. Wynn was Tom's best man, while Big Cindy was Esperanza's maid of honor. Big Cindy, her former tag team wrestling partner, was 6'6" and comfortably north of 300 pounds. Her fists looked like canned hams. She had not been sure what to wear, a classic peach maid of honor dress or a black leather corset. Her compromise, peach leather with a fringed hem, sleeveless so as to display arms with the relative dimensions and consistency of marble columns on a Georgian mansion. Big Cindy's hair was done up in a mauve mohawk, and pinned on the top was a little bride and groom cake decoration. When trying on the dress, Big Cindy had spread her hands and twirled for Myron. Ocean tides altered course, and solar systems shifted. "What do you think?" she asked. "Mauve with peach? It's very hip, Mr. Bolitar." She always called him Mr. Big Cindy liked formality. Tom and Esperanza exchanged vows in a quaint church. White poppies lined the pews. Tom's side of the aisle was dressed in black and white, a sea of penguins. Esperanza's side had so many colors Crayola sent the scout. It looked like the Halloween parade in Greenwich Village. The organ played beautiful hymns. The choirs sang like angels. The setting could not have been more serene. For the reception, however, Esperanza and Tom wanted a change of pace. They rented out an S&M nightclub near 11th Avenue called Leather and Lust. Big Cindy worked as a bouncer, and sometimes, very late at night, she took to the stage for an act that boggled the imagination. Myron Alley parked in a lot off the West Side Highway. They passed a 24-hour porn shop called King David's Slut Palace. The windows were soaped up. There's a big sign on the door that read, "Now under new management." Phew! Myron pointed to the sign. "It's about time, don't you think?" Allie nodded. The place had been so mismanaged before. When they ducked inside Leather and Lust, Allie walked around as though she were at the Louvre, squinting at the photos on the wall, checking out the devices, the costumes, the bondage material. She shook her head. "I am hopelessly naive." "Not hopelessly," Myron said. Allie pointed at something black and long that resembled human intestines. "What's that?" she asked. "Dang if I know." "Are you, into—" "Oh, no." "Too bad," Allie said. Then, "Kidding, so very much kidding." The romance was progressing, but the reality of dating someone with young kids had set in. They hadn't spent another full night together since that first. Myron had only offered up brief hellos to Aaron and Jack since that party. They weren't sure how fast or slow they should go in their own relationship, but Allie was pretty adamant that they should go slow where it concerned the kids. Allie had to leave early. Jack had a school project that she had promised to help him with. Myron walked her out, deciding to stay in the city for the night. "How long will you be in Miami?" Allie asked. "Just a night or two." "Would it make you retch violently if I say I'll miss you?" "Not violently, no." She kissed him gently. Myron watched her drive off, his heart soaring, and then he headed back to the party. Since he planned on sleeping in anyway, Myron started drinking. He was not what one would call a great drinker. He held his liquor about as well as a 14-year-old girl. But tonight, at this wonderful, albeit bizarre celebration, he felt in the mood to imbibe. So did Wynne, though it took far more to get him buzzed. Cognac was mother's milk to Wynne. He rarely showed the effects, at least on the outside. Tonight it didn't matter. Wynne's stretch limo was already waiting. It would take them back uptown. Wynne's apartment in the Dakota was worth about $1 billion and had a decor that reminded one of Versailles. When they arrived, Wynne carefully poured himself an obscenely priced vintage port, Quinta do Noval Nacional, 1963. The bottle had been decanted several hours ago because, as Wynne explained, you must give vintage port time to breathe before consumption. Myron normally drank a chocolate yoo-hoo, but his stomach was not in the mood. Plus, the chocolate wouldn't have time to breathe. Wynne snapped on the TV and they watched Antiques Roadshow. A snooty woman with a lazy drawl had brought in a hideous bronze bust. She started telling the appraiser a story about how Dean Martin in 1950 offered her father $10,000 for this wretched hunk of metal. But her daddy, she said with an insistent finger point and matching smirk, was too wily for that. He knew that it must be worth a fortune. The appraiser nodded patiently, waited for the woman to finish, and then he lowered the boom. It's worth about $20. Myron and Wynne shared a quiet high five. Enjoying other people's misery, Wynne said. We are pitiful, Myron said. It's not us. No? It's this show, Wynne said. It illuminates so much that is wrong with our society. How so? People aren't satisfied just to have their trinket be worth a fortune. No, it is better, far better, if they bought it on the cheap from some unsuspecting rube. No one considers the feelings of the unsuspecting yard salesman who was cheated, who lost out. Good point. Ah, but there's more. Myron smiled, sat back, waited. Forget greed for the moment, Wynne went on. What really upsets us is that everybody, but everybody, lies on Antiques Roadshow. Myron nodded. You mean when the appraiser asks, do you have any idea what it's worth? Precisely. He asks that same question every time. I know. And Mr. and Mrs. Gee Whiz act like the question caught them totally off guard, as if they'd never seen the show before. It's annoying, Myron agreed. And then they say something like, gasp, oh gasp, I never thought of that. I have no idea what it might be worth. Wynne frowned. I mean, please. You dragged your 2-ton granite armoire to some impersonal convention center and waited in line for 12 hours, but you never, ever, not in your wildest dreams, wondered what it might be worth? A lie, Myron agreed, feeling the buzz. It's up there with, your call is very important to us. And that, Wynne said, is why we love when a woman like that gets slammed. The lies, the greed, the same reason why we love the boob on Wheel of Fortune who knows the solution but always goes for the extra spin and hits bankrupt. It's like life, Myron pronounced, feeling the booze. Do tell. But then the door's intercom buzzed. Myron felt his stomach drop. He checked his watch. It was 1:30 in the morning. Myron just looked over at Wynne. Wynne looked back, his face a placid pool. Wynne was still handsome, too handsome, but the years, the abuse, the late nights of either violence or, as with tonight, sex, were starting to show just a little. Myron closed his eyes. Is that yes? He sighed, rose. I wish you'd told me. Why? They'd been down that road before. There's no answer to that one. She's from a new place on the Upper West Side, Wynne said. Yeah, how convenient. Without another word, Myron headed down the corridor toward his bedroom. Wynne answered the door. As much as it depressed him, Myron took a peek. The girl was young and pretty. She said, hi, with a forced lilt in her voice. Wynne did not reply. He beckoned her to follow him. She did, teetering on 2 high heels. They vanished down the corridor. As Esperanza had noted, some things refuse to change, no matter how much you'd like them to. Myron closed the door and collapsed onto the bed. His head swam from drink. The ceiling spun. He let it. He wondered if he was going to get sick. He didn't think so. He pushed thoughts to the girl out of his head. She left him easier than the girls used to, a change in him that was definitely not for the better. He didn't hear any noises. The room Wynne used, not his bedroom, of course, was soundproof, and eventually Myron closed his eyes. The call came in on his cell phone. Myron had it set on vibrate ring. It rattled against his night table. He woke from his half-sleep and reached for it. He rolled over and his head screamed. That was when he saw the bedside digital clock. 2:17 a.m. He did not check the caller ID before he put the phone to his ear. "Hello?" he croaked. He heard the sob first. "Hello?" he said again. "Myron? It's Amy." "Amy." Myron sat up. "What's wrong? Where are you?" "You said I could call." There was another sob. "Any time, right?" "Right. Where are you, Amy?" I need help." "Okay, no problem. Just tell me where you are." "Oh, God." "Amy, you won't tell, right?" He hesitated. He flashed to Claire, Amy's mother. He remembered Claire at this age and felt a funny pang. "You promised. You promised you wouldn't tell my parents." "I know. Where are you?" "Promise you won't tell." "I promise, Amy. Just tell me where you are."
This is disc number 2.
He hesitated. He flashed to Claire, Amy's mother. He remembered Claire at this age and felt a funny pang. "You promised. You promised you wouldn't tell my parents." "I know. Where are you?" "Promise you won't tell." "I promise, Amy. Just tell me where you are." Chapter 7. Myron threw on a pair of sweats. His brain was a little hazy. There was still some of the drink in him. The irony did not escape him. He had told Amy to call him because he didn't want her to get in a car with somebody who drank, and here he was, slightly tipsy. He tried to step back and judge his sobriety. He figured that he was okay to drive, but isn't that what every drinker thinks? He debated asking Wynne, but Wynne was otherwise preoccupied. Wynne had also drunk even more, despite the sober facade. Still, he shouldn't just rush out, should he? Good question. The fine wooden floors in the corridor had recently been redone. Myron decided quickly to test his sobriety. He walked along one plank as though it were a straight line, as though a cop had pulled him over. He passed, but again, Myron was, all modesty aside, pretty damn coordinated. He could probably pass that test whilst wasted. Still, what choice did he have here? Even if he found someone else to drive at this hour, how would Amy react to him showing up with a stranger? He, Myron, had been the one to make a promise to call him if such a situation were to arise. He had been the one who jammed his card with all the phone numbers into her hand. He had been the one, as Amy had just pointed out, who swore complete confidentiality. He had to go himself. His car was in a 24-hour lot on 70th Street. The gate was closed. Myron rang the bell. The attendant grudgingly pressed the button, and the gate ascended. Myron was not a big car guy, and thus he still drove a Ford Taurus, which he dubbed the Chick Magnet. A car got him from point A to point B, period. More important to him than horsepower and V6 was having radio controls on the steering wheel so he could constantly flip stations. He pressed Amy's number on the cell phone. She answered in a small voice. "Hello?" "I'm on my way." Amy did not reply. "Why don't you stay on the line," he said, "just so I know you're okay. My battery's almost dead. I want to save the power." "I should be there in 10-15 minutes tops," Myron said. "From Livingston?" "I was staying in the city." "Oh, that's good. See you soon." She disconnected the call. Myron checked the car clock. 2:30 a.m. Amy's parents must be worried sick. He hoped that she'd already called Claire and Eric. He was tempted to place the call himself, but no, that wasn't part of how this worked. When she got in the car, he'd encourage her to do it. Amy's location, he'd been surprised to hear, was Midtown Manhattan. She told him that she'd wait on 5th Avenue by 54th. That was pretty much Rockefeller Center. What was strange about that, about an 18-year-old girl in the Big Apple imbibing in that area, was that Midtown was dead at night. During the weekday, this place hustled with enterprise. On weekend days, you had the tourist trade. But on Saturday night, there were few people on the street. New York might be the city that never sleeps, but as he hit 5th Avenue in the upper 50s, Midtown was taking a serious nap. He got caught at a traffic light on 5th Avenue at 52nd Street. The door handle jangled, and then Amy opened the door and slipped into the back. "Thank you," she said. "You okay?" From behind him, a small voice said, "I'm fine." "I'm not a chauffeur, Amy. Sit up front." She hesitated, but she did as he asked. When she closed the passenger door, Myron turned to face her. Amy stared straight out the front window. Like most teens, she spotted on too much makeup. The young don't need makeup, especially that much. Her eyes were red and raccoon-like. She was dressed in something teenage tight. like a thin wrapping of gauze, the kind of thing that, even if you had to figure, you couldn't carry past the age of maybe 23. She looked so much like her mother had at that age. The light's green, Amy said. He started driving. What happened? Some people were drinking too much. I didn't want to drive with them. Where? Where what? Again, Myron knew that Midtown was not a young people hotspot. Most hung out in the bars on the Upper East Side or maybe down in the Village. Where were you drinking? Is that important? I'd like to know. Amy finally turned toward him. Her eyes were wet. You promised. He kept driving. You promised you wouldn't ask any questions, remember? I just want to make sure you're all right. I am. Myron made a right, cutting across town. I'll take you home then. No. He waited. I'm staying with a friend. Where? She lives in Ridgewood. He glanced at her, brought his eyes back to the road. In Bergen County? Yes. I'd rather take you home. My parents know I'm staying at Stacy's. Maybe you should call them. And say what? That you're okay. Myron, they think I'm out with my friends. Calling them would only make them worry. She had a point, but Myron didn't like it. His gas light went off. He'd need to fill up. He headed up the West Side Highway and over the George Washington Bridge. He stopped at the first gas station on Route 4. New Jersey was one of only 2 states that did not allow you to pump your own gas. The attendant, wearing a turban and engrossed in a Nicholas Sparks novel, was not thrilled to see him. $10 worth, Myron told him. He left them alone. Amy started sniffling. You don't look drunk, Myron began. I didn't say I was. It was the guy who was driving. But you do look, he continued, like you've been crying. She did that teen thing that might have been a shrug. Your friend Stacy, where is she now? At her house? She didn't go into the city with you? Amy shook her head and turned away. Amy? Her voice was soft. I thought I could trust you. You can. She shook her head again. Then she reached for the door and pulled the handle. She started to get out. Myron reached for her. He grabbed her left wrist a little harder than he meant to. Hey, she said. Amy. She tried to pull away. Myron kept a grip on the wrist. You're going to call my parents. I just need to know you're okay. She pulled at his fingers, trying to get free. Myron felt her nails on his knuckles. Let go of me! He did. She jumped out of the car. Myron started after her, but he was still wearing his seatbelt. The shoulder harness snapped him back. He unbuckled and got out. Amy was stumbling up the highway with her arms crossed defiantly. He jogged up to her. Please get back in the car. No. I'll drive you, okay? Just leave me alone. She stormed off. Cars whizzed by. Some honked at her. Myron followed. Where are you going? I made a mistake. I should have never called you. Amy, just get back in the car. It's not safe out here. You're going to tell my parents. I won't. I promise. She slowed down and then stopped. More cars zoomed by on Route 4. The gas station attendant looked at them and spread his arms in a what-gives gesture. Myron held up a finger, indicating that they needed a minute. I'm sorry, Myron said. I'm just concerned for your welfare. But you're right. I made a promise. I'll keep it. Amy still had her arms crossed. She squinted at him, again as only a teenager can. Swear? I swear, he said. No more questions? None. She trudged back to the car. Myron followed. He handed the attendant his credit card, and then they drove off. Amy told him to take Route 17 north. There's so many malls, so many shopping centers, that it almost seemed as though it were one continuous strip. Myron remembered how his father, whenever they would drive past Livingston Mall, would shake his head and point and moan, Look at all the cars. If the economy is so bad, why are there so many cars? The lot's full. Look at them all. Myron's mother and father were currently ensconced in a gated community outside of Boca Raton. Dad had finally sold the warehouse in Newark and now spent his days marveling at what most people have been doing for years. Myron, have you been to a Staples? My God, they have every kind of pen and paper there. And the price clubs. Don't even get me started. I bought 18 screwdrivers for less than $10. We go. We buy so much stuff. I always tell the man at the checkout counter, I say, oh, he laughs at this, Myron. I always say, I just saved so much money, I'm going bankrupt. Myron cast a glance at Amy. He remembered his own teenage years, the war that is adolescence, and thought about how many times he'd deceived his own parents. He'd been a good kid. He'd never got in trouble, got good grades, was lofted high because of his basketball skills. But he'd hidden stuff from his parents. All kids do. Maybe he was healthy. The kids who were watched all the time, who were under constant parental surveillance, those were the ones who eventually freaked out. You need an outlet. You have to leave kids room to rebel. If not, the pressure just builds until... "Take that exit over there," Amy said. "Linwood Avenue West." He did as she asked. Myron did not really know this area. New Jersey is a series of hamlets. You only knew yours well. He was an Essex County boy. This was Bergen. He felt out of his element. When they stopped at a traffic light, he sighed and leaned back and used the move to take a good, hard look at Amy. She looked young and scared and helpless. Myron thought about that last one for a moment. Helpless. She turned and met his eyes, and there was a challenge there. Was helpless a fair assessment? Stupid as it might be to think about it, how much of a role was sexism playing here? Play the chauvinism card for a moment. If Amy was a guy, a big high school football jock, for example, would he be this worried? The truth was, he was indeed treating her differently because she was a girl. Was it right? Or was he getting mired in some politically correct nonsense? Take the next right, then a left at the end of the road. He did. Soon they were deep in the tangle of houses. Ridgewood was an old, albeit large village. Tree-lined streets, Victorians, curvy roads, hills and valleys. Jersey geography. The suburbs were puzzle pieces, interconnected, parts jammed into other parts, few smooth boundaries or right angles. She led him up a steep road, down another, a left, then a right, then another right. Myron obeyed on autopilot, his thoughts elsewhere. His mind tried to conjure up the right words to say. Amy had been crying earlier tonight, he was sure of that. She looked somewhat traumatized, but at her age, isn't everything a trauma? She probably had a fight with her boyfriend. The basement mentioned Randy. Maybe old Randy dumped her. Guys did that in high school. They got off on breaking hearts. Made them a big man. He cleared his throat and aimed for casual. "Are you still dating that Randy?" Her reply, "Next left." He took it. "The house is over there on the right." "At the end of the cul-de-sac?" "Yes." Myron pulled up to it. The house was hunkered down, totally dark. There were no streetlights. Myron blinked a few times. He was still tired, still more foggy-brained than he should be from the earlier festivities. He flashed to Esperanza for a moment, to how lovely she looked, and, selfish as it sounded, he wondered again how this marriage would change things. "It doesn't look like anybody's home," he said. "Stacy's probably asleep." Amy pulled the key out. "Her bedroom is by the back door. I always just let myself in." Myron shifted into park and turned off the ignition. "I'll walk with you." "No." "How will I know you got in okay?" "I'll wave." Another car pulled down the street behind them. The headlights hit Myron via the rearview mirror. He shaded his eyes. Odd, he thought. 2 cars on this road at this time of night? Amy snagged his attention. "Myron?" He looked at her. "You can't tell my parents about this. They'll freak, okay?" "I won't tell. Things..." She stopped, looked out the window toward the house. "Things aren't so great with them right now." "With your parents?" She nodded. "You know that's normal, right?" She nodded again. He knew that he had to tread gently here. "Can you tell me more?" "Just... This will only strain things more. If you tell, I mean. Just don't, okay?" "Okay." "Keep your promise." And with that, Amy was out the door. She jogged toward the gate leading to the back. She disappeared behind the house. Myron waited. She came back out to the gate. She smiled now and waved that everything was just fine. But there was something there. Something in the wave. Something that didn't quite add up. Myron was about to get out of the car, but Amy stopped him with a shake of her head. Then she slipped back into the yard, the night swallowing her whole. Chapter 8. In the days that followed, when Myron looked back at that moment, at the way Amy smiled and waved and vanished into the dark, he would wonder what he'd felt. Had there been a premonition? An uneasy feeling? A twinge at the base of his subconscious? Something warning him? Something that he just couldn't shake? He didn't think so, but it was hard to remember. He waited another 10 minutes on that cul-de-sac. Nothing happened. So Myron came up with a plan. It took a while to find his way out. Amy had led him into this suburban thicket, but maybe Myron should have dropped breadcrumbs on the way. He worked rat-in-a-maze style for 20 minutes until he stumbled upon Paramus Road, which led eventually to a main artery, the Garden State Parkway. But now, Myron had no plans to return to the apartment in New York. It was Saturday night, well, Sunday morning now, and if he went to the house in Livingston instead, He could play basketball the next morning before heading to the airport for his flight to Miami. And, Myron knew, Eric, Amy's father, played every Sunday without fail. That was Myron's immediate, if not pathetic, plan. So early in the morning, too early frankly, Myron rose and put on his shorts and t-shirt, dusted off the old knee brace, and drove over to the gym at Heritage Middle School. Before he headed inside, Myron tried Amy's cell phone. It went immediately into her voicemail, her tone so sunny and again teenage, complete with a, like, leave your message. He was about to put the phone down when it buzzed in his hand. He checked the caller ID. Nothing. Hello? You're a bastard. The voice was muffled and low. It sounded like a young man, but it was hard to know. Do you hear me, Myron? A bastard. You'll pay for what you did. The call disconnected. Myron hit *69 and waited to hear the number. A mechanical voice gave it to him. Local area code, yes, but otherwise the number was wholly unfamiliar. He stopped the car and jotted it down. He'd check it out later. When Myron ducked into his school, it took a second to adjust to the artificial light, but as soon as he did, the familiar ghosts popped up. The gym had the stale smell of every other middle school gym. Someone dribbled a ball. A few guys laughed. The sounds were all the same, all tainted by that hollow echo. Myron hadn't played months because he didn't like these sort of white-collar pickup games. Basketball, the game itself, still meant so much to him. He loved it. He loved the feel of the ball in his fingertips, the way they would find the grooves on the jump shot, the arch as the ball headed for the rim, the backspin on it, the positioning for the rebound, the perfect bounce pass. He loved the split-second decision-making, pass, drive, shoot, the sudden openings that lasted tenths of a second, the way the world slowed down so that he could split the seam. He loved all that. What he did not love was the middle-aged machismo. The gym was filling up with masters of the universe, the wannabe alpha males who, despite the big house and fat wallet and penis-compensating sports car, still needed to beat someone at something. Myron had been competitive in his youth, too competitive perhaps. He had been a nut job for winning. This was, he had learned, not always a wonderful quality, though it often separated the very good from the greats, the near pros from the pros, this desire, no need, to better another man. But he had outgrown it. Some of these guys, a minority for certain but enough, had not. When they saw Myron, the former NBA player, no matter for how short a time, they saw their chance to prove what real men they were. Even now, even when most of them were north of 40, and when the skills are slower, but the heart still hungers for glory, it can get physical and downright ugly. Myron scanned the gym and found his reason for being here. Eric warmed up at the far basket. Myron jogged over and called out to him. Eric, hey, how's it going? Eric turned and smiled at him. Good morning, Myron. Nice to see you show up. I'm usually not much of a morning guy, Myron said. Eric tossed him the ball. Myron took a shot. It clanged off the rim. Late night? Eric asked. Very. You've looked better. Gee, thanks, Myron said. Then, so how are things? Fine, you? Good. Someone shouted out and the 10 guys jogged toward center court. That was how it was. If you wanted to play in the first group, you have to be one of the first 10 to arrive. David Renev, a brilliant numbers guy and the CFO of some Fortune 500 company, always made up the teams. He had a knack for balancing the talent and forming competitive matchups. No one questioned his decisions. They were final and binding. So Renev divided up the sides. Myron was matched up against a young guy who stood 6'7". This was a good thing. The theory of men having Napoleon complexes may be debatable in the real world, but not in pickup games. Little guys wanted to harm big guys. Show them up in an arena usually dominated by size. But sadly, today the exception proved the rule. The 6'7" kid was all elbows and anger. He was athletic and strong, but had little basketball talent. Myron did his best to keep his distance. The truth was, despite his knee and age, Myron could score at will. For a while, that was what he did. It just came so naturally. It was hard to go easy. But eventually he pulled back. He needed to lose. More men had come in. It was win or stay on. He wanted to get off the court so he could talk to Eric. So after they won the first 3 games, Myron threw one. His teammates were not pleased when Myron dribbled off his own foot, thus losing the game. Now they'd have to sit out. They bemoaned the moment, but relished the fact that they'd had such a great streak going. Like it mattered. Eric had a water bottle, of course. His shorts matched his shirt. His sneakers were neatly laced. His socks came up to the exact same spot on both ankles, both having the same size roll. Myron used the water fountain and sat next to him. So how's Claire, Myron tried. Fine. She does a Pilates yoga mix now. Oh? Claire had always been into some exercise craze or another. She'd gone through the Jane Fonda leggings, the Taibo kicks, the Solaflex. That's where she is now, Eric said. Taking class? Yes. During the week, she takes one at 6:30 in the morning. Yikes, that's early. We're early risers. Oh? Myron saw an opening and took it. And Amy? What about Amy? Did she get up early too? Eric frowned. Hardly. So you're here, Myron said, and Claire's working out. Where's Amy? She slept at a friend's last night. Oh? Teenagers, he said, as if that explained everything. Maybe it did. Trouble? You have no idea. Oh? Again with the O. Eric said nothing. What kind? Myron asked. Kind? Myron wanted to say oh again, but he feared going to the well once too often. Trouble? What kind of trouble? I'm not sure I understand. Is she sullen? Myron said, again trying to sound nonchalant. Does she not listen? Does she stay up late, blow off school, spend too much time on the internet? What? All of the above, Eric said, but now his words came out even slower, even more measured. Why do you ask? Back up, Myron thought. I'm just making conversation. Eric frowned. Making conversation usually consists of bemoaning the local teams. It's nothing, Myron said. It's just... Just what? The party at my house. What about it? I don't know, seeing Amy like that. I just started thinking about how tough those teenage years are. Eric's eyes narrowed. On the court, someone called a foul and someone was protesting the call. I didn't touch you, a guy with a mustache and elbow pads shouted. Then the name-calling began. Something else you never outgrow in a basketball court. Eric's eyes were still on the court. Did Amy say anything to you? He asked. Like what? Like anything. I remember you were in the basement with her and Aaron Wilder. Right? What did you guys talk about? Nothing. They were just goofing on me about how dated the room was. Now he looked at Myron. Myron wanted to look away, but he held on. Amy can be, Eric said, rebellious. Oh, like her mother. Claire? He blinked. Rebellious? Oh, man, he should learn to shut his mouth. In what way? Myron went for the politician response. Oh, it depends on what you mean by rebellious, I guess. But Eric didn't let it slide. What did you mean by it? Nothing. It's a good thing. Claire had edge. Edge? Shut up, Myron. You know what I mean, edge. Good edge. When you first saw Claire, that very first second, what attracted you to her? Many things, he said, but edge was not one of them. I had known a lot of girls, Myron. There are those you want to marry, and those you just want, well, you know. Myron nodded. Claire was the one you wanted to marry. That was the first thing I thought when I saw her. And yes, I know how it sounds, but you were her friend. You know what I mean. Myron tried to look noncommittal. I loved her so much. Loved, Myron thought, keeping quiet this time. He'd said loved, not love. As if reading his mind, Eric added, I still do. Maybe more than ever. Myron waited for the but. Eric smiled. You heard the good news, I assume? About? Amy! In fact, we owe you a great big thank you. Why is that? She got accepted to Duke. Hey, that's great. We just heard 2 days ago. Congratulations. Your recommendation letter, he said. I think it pushed her over the line. Myron said, nah, though there was probably more truth in that statement than Eric knew. Myron had not only written that letter, but he also had called one of his old teammates who now worked in admissions. No, really, Eric went on. There's so much competition to get into the top schools. Your recommendation carried a lot of weight, I'm sure. So thank you. She's a good kid. It was my pleasure. The game ended. Eric rose. Ready? I think I'm done for today, Myron said. Hurting, eh? A little. We're getting older, Myron. I know. There are more aches and pains now. Myron nodded. Seems to me you have a choice when things hurt, Eric said. You can sit out, or you can try to play through the pain. Eric jogged away, leaving Myron to wonder if he'd still been talking about basketball. Chapter 9. Back in the car, Myron's cell phone rang again. He checked the caller ID. Again, nothing. Hello? You're a bastard, Myron. Yeah, I got that the first time. Do you have any new material, or are we going to follow up that original line about me paying for what I've done? Click. Myron shrugged it off. Back in the days when he used to play superhero, he had been a rather well-connected fellow. It was time to see if that still held. He checked his cell phone's directory. The number for Gail Baruti, his old contact from the telephone company, was still there. People think it's unrealistic how private eyes and TV can get phone records with the snap. The truth is, it was beyond easy. Every decent private eye has a source in the phone company. Think about how many people work for Ma Bell. Think how many of them wouldn't mind making an extra buck or two. The going rate had been $500 per billing statement, but Myron imagined the price had gone up in the past 6 years. Baruti wasn't in. She was probably off for the weekend, but he left a message. "This is a voice from your past," Myron began. He asked Baruti to get back to him with the trace on the phone number. He tried Amy's cell phone again. It went into her voicemail. When he got home, he headed to the computer and Googled the number. Nothing came up. He took a quick shower and then checked his email. Jeremy, his sort of son, had written him an email from overseas. "Hey, Myron. We're only allowed to say that we're in the Persian Gulf area. I'm doing well. Mom sounds crazy. Give her a call if you can. She still doesn't understand. Dad doesn't either, but at least he pretends he does. Thanks for the package. We love getting stuff. I gotta go. I'll write more later, but I might be out of touch for a while. Call Mom, okay? Jeremy." Myron read it again, and then again, but the words didn't change. The email, like most of Jeremy's, said nothing. He didn't like that out-of-touch part. He thought about parenting, how he had missed so much of it, all of it really, and how this kid, his son, fit into his life now. It was working, he thought, at least for Jeremy. But it was hard. The kid was the biggest what could have been. The biggest, if only I'd known. And most of the time, it just plain hurt. Still staring at the message, Myron heard his cell phone. He cursed under his breath, but this time the caller ID told him it was the divine Miss Allie Wilder. Myron smiled as he answered it. "Stallion Services," he said. "Sheesh, suppose it was one of my kids on the phone." "I pretend to be a horse seller," he said. "A horse seller?" "Whatever they call people who sell horses." "What time is your flight?" 4 o'clock. You busy?" "Why?" "The kids will be out of the house for the next hour." "Whoa," he said. "My thoughts exactly." "Are you suggesting a little righteous nookie?" "I am." Then, "Righteous?" "It'll take me some time to get there." "Uh-huh." "And it'll have to be a quickie." "Isn't that your specialty?" she said. Now that hurt. "Only kidding, stallion." He brayed. "That's horse speak for I'm on my way." "Righteous," she said. But when he knocked on her door, Aaron answered it. "Hey, Myron." "Hey," he said, trying not to sound disappointed. He glanced behind her. Allie shrugged sorry at him. Myron stepped inside. Aaron ran upstairs. Allie came closer. "She got in late and didn't feel like going to drama club." "Oh, sorry about that." "No problem." "We could stand in a corner and neck," she said. "Can I cop a feel?" "You better." He smiled. "What?" she said. "I was just thinking." "Thinking what?" "Something Esperanza said to me yesterday," Myron said. "Men tracht und Gott lacht." "Is that German?" "Yiddish." "What does it mean?" "Man plans, God laughs." She repeated it. "I like that." "Me too," he said. He hugged her then. Over her shoulder he saw Erin at the top of the stairs. She was not smiling. Myron's eyes met hers, and again he thought about Amy, about how the night had swallowed her whole, and about the promise he had sworn to keep. Chapter 10. Myron had time before his flight. He grabbed a coffee at the Starbucks in the center of town. The barista who took his order had the trademark sullen attitude. As he handed Myron a drink, lifting it to the counter as though it were the weight of the world, the door behind them opened with a bang. The barista rolled his eyes as they entered. There were 6 of them today, trudging in as though through deep snow, heads down, a variety of shakes. They sniffled and touched their faces. The 4 men were unshaven. The 2 women smelled like cat piss. They were mental patients, for real. They spent most nights at Essex Pines, a psychiatric facility in the neighboring town. Their leader, wherever they walked, he stayed in front, was named Larry Kidwell. This group spent most days wandering through town. Livingstonites referred to them as the town crazies. Myron uncharitably thought of them as a bizarre rock group. Lithium Larry and the Medicated Five. Today they seemed less lethargic than usual, so it must be pretty close to medication time back at the Pines. Larry was extra jittery. He approached Myron and waved. "Hey, Myron," he said too loudly. "What's happening, Larry?" 1,487 planets on Creation Day, Myron. 1,487, and I haven't seen a penny. You know what I'm saying? Myron nodded. "I hear you." Larry Kidwell shuffled forward. Long, stringy hair peeked out of his Indiana Jones hat. There were scars in his face. He wore blue jeans hung low, displaying enough plumber crack to park a bike. Myron started heading for the door. "Take it easy, Larry." "You too, Myron." He reached out to shake Myron's hand. The others in the group suddenly froze, all eyes, wide eyes, glistening from Med's eyes, on Myron. Myron reached out his hand and clasped Larry's. Larry held on hard and pulled Myron closer. His breath, no surprise, stank. "The next planet," Larry whispered. "It might be yours. Yours alone." That's great to know, thanks." "No!" Still a whisper, but it was harsh now. "The planet! It's Slither Moon! It's out to get you know what I'm saying?" "I think so." "Don't ignore this." He let go of Myron, his eyes wide. Myron took a step back. He could see the man's agitation. "It's okay, Larry." "Heed my warning, man. He stroked the moon slither, you understand? He hates you so bad, he stroked the moon slither." The others in the group were total strangers, but Myron knew Larry's tragic backstory. Larry Kidwell had been 2 years ahead of Myron in school. He'd been immensely popular. He was an incredible guitarist, good with the girls, even dated Beth Finkelstein, the hometown hottie, during his senior year. Larry ended up being salutatorian of his class at Livingston High. He went to Yale University, his father's alma mater, and from all accounts had a great first semester. Then it all came apart. What was surprising, what made it all the more horrific, was how it happened. There had been no terrifying event in Larry's life. There had been no family tragedy. There had been no drugs or alcohol or girl gone wrong. The doctor's diagnosis? A chemical imbalance. Who knows how you get cancer? It was the same thing with Larry. He simply had a mental disease. It started as mild OCD, then became more severe, and then, try as they might, no one could stop his slide. By his sophomore year, Larry was setting up rat traps so he could eat them. He became delusional. He dropped out of Yale. Then there were suicide attempts, and major hallucinations, and problems of all sorts. Larry broke into someone's house because the Clysets from planet 326 were trying to lay a nest there. The family was home at the time. Larry Kidwell had been in and out of psych institutes ever since. Supposedly, there are moments when Larry is entirely lucid, and it is so painful for him, realizing what he's become, that he rips at his own face, ergo the scars, and cries out in such agony that they immediately sedate him. "Okay," Myron said. "Thanks for the warning." Myron headed out the door, shook it off. He hit Chang's dry cleaning next door. Maxine Chang was behind the counter. She looked, as always, exhausted and overworked. There were 2 women about Myron's age at the counter. They were talking about their kids in colleges. That was all anybody talked about right now. Every April, Livingston became a snow globe of college acceptances. The stakes, if you were listening to the parents, could not have been higher. These weeks, those thicker thin envelopes that arrive in their mailboxes decided how happy and successful their offspring would be for the rest of their lives. "Ted is waitlisted at Penn, but he made Lehigh," one said. "Do you believe Chip Thompson got into Penn?" "His father." "What? Oh, wait, he's an alum, right?" "He gave them $250,000. I should have known. Chip had terrible boards. I heard they hired a pro to write his essays. I should have done that for Cole." Like that. On and on. Myron nodded at Maxine. Maxine Chang usually had a big smile for him. Not today. She shouted, "Roger!" Roger Chang came out of the back. "Hey, Myron." "What's up, Roger?" You wanted the shirt's box this time, right?" "Right." "I'll be right back." "Maxine," one of the women said. "Did Roger hear from schools yet?" Maxine barely looked up. "He made Rutgers," she said. "Waitlisted at others." "Wow, congratulations." "Thank you," but she didn't seem thrilled. "Maxine, won't he be the first in your family to go to college?" the other woman said. Her tone could only have sounded more patronizing if she'd been petting a dog. "How wonderful for you." Maxine wrote up the ticket. "Where is he waitlisted?" Princeton and Duke. Hearing his alma mater made Myron think again about Amy. He flashed back to Larry and his spooky planet talk. Myron wasn't one for bad omens or any of that, but he didn't feel like poking the face in the eye either. He debated trying Amy's phone again, but what would be the point? He thought back over last night, replayed it in his head, wondered how he could have done it differently. Roger, Myron had forgotten the kid was already a high school senior, came back and handed in the box of shirts. Myron took them, told Roger to put them on his account, headed out the door. He still had time before his flight. So he drove to Brenda's grave. The cemetery still overlooked the schoolyard. That was what he could still not get over. The sun shone hard as it always seemed to when he visited, mocking his gloom. He stood alone. There were no other visitors. A nearby backhoe dug a hole. Myron remained still. He lifted his head and let the sun shine on his face. He could still feel that, the sun on his face. Brenda, of course, could not. Would never again. A simple thought, but there you go. Brenda Slaughter had only been 26 when she died. Had she survived, she'd have turned 34 in 2 weeks. He wondered where she'd be if Myron had kept his promise. He wondered if she'd be with him. When she died, Brenda was in the middle of a residency in pediatric medicine. She was 6'4", stunning, African-American, a model. She was about to play pro basketball to face an image that would launch the new women's league. There had been threats made, so Myron had been hired by the league owner to protect her. Nice job, All-Star. He stood and stared down and clenched his fists. He never talked to her when he came here. He didn't sit and try to meditate or any of that. He didn't conjure up the good or her laugh or her beauty or her extraordinary presence. Cars whizzed by. The schoolyard was silent. No kids were out playing. Myron did not move. He did not come here because he still mourned her death. He came because he didn't. He barely remembered Brenda's face anymore. The one kiss they shared. When he conjured it up, he knew it was more imagination than memory. That was the problem. Brenda Slaughter was slipping away from him. Soon it would be as though she never existed. So Myron didn't come here for comfort or to pay his respects. He came because he still needed to hurt, needed the wounds to stay fresh. He still wanted to be outraged because moving on, feeling at peace with what happened to her, was too obscene. Life goes on. That was a good thing, right? The outrage flickers and slowly leaks away. The scars heal. But when you let that happen, your soul goes dead a little too. So Myron stood there and clenched his fists until they shook. He thought about the sunny day they buried her and the horrible way he had avenged her. He summoned up the outrage. It came at him like a force. His knees buckled. He tottered, but he stayed upright. He had messed up with Brenda. He had wanted to protect her. He had pushed too hard, and in doing so, he had gotten her killed. Myron looked down at the grave. The sun was still warm on him, but he felt the shiver travel down his back. He wondered why he chose today of all days to visit. And then he thought about Amy, about pushing too hard, about wanting to protect, and with one more shiver, he thought, no, he feared, that maybe, somehow, he had let it all happen again. Chapter 11. Claire Peel stood by the kitchen sink and stared at the stranger she called the husband. Eric was eating his sandwich carefully, his tie tucked into his shirt. There was a newspaper perfectly folded into one quarter. He chewed slowly. He wore cufflinks. His shirt was starched. He liked starch. He liked everything ironed. In his closet, his suits were hung 4 inches apart from one another. He didn't measure to achieve this. It just happened. His shoes, always freshly polished, were lined up like something in a military procession. Who was this man? The youngest daughters, Jane and Lizzie, were both woofing down PB&J on white bread. They chatted through their sticky mouths. They made noise. Their milk sloshed into small spills. Eric kept reading. Jane asked if they could be excused. Claire said yes. They both darted toward the door. Stop, Claire said. They did. Plates in the sink. They sighed and did the eye roll. Though they were only 9 and 10, they had learned from the best their older sister. They trudged back as though through the deep snow of the Adirondacks, lifted plates that must have seemed like boulders, and somehow scaled the mountain toward the sink. "Thank you," Claire said. They took off. The room was quiet now. Eric chewed quietly. "Is there any more coffee?" he asked. She poured some. He crossed his legs, careful not to crease his trousers. They had been married for 19 years, but the passion had slipped out the window in under 2. They were treading water now, had been treading for so long that it no longer seemed that difficult. All this cliché in the book was about how fast time went by, but it was true. It didn't seem like the passion had been gone that long. Sometimes, like right now, she could look at him and remember a time when just seeing him would take her breath away. Still not glancing up, Eric asked, "Have you heard from Amy?" "No." He straightened his arm to pull back the sleeve, checked his watch, arched an eyebrow. 2 in the afternoon. She's probably just waking up. We might want to call. He didn't move. "By we," Claire said, "do you mean me?" "I'll do it if you want." She reached for the phone and dialed her daughter's cell phone. They'd gotten Amy her own phone last year. Amy had brought them an advertisement showing them that they could add a 3rd line for $10 a month. Eric was unmoved. But, Amy whined, all her friends, everyone had one. An argument that always led Eric to remark, "We are not everyone, Amy." But Amy was ready for that. She quickly changed tracks and plucked on the parental protection heartstrings. "If I had my own phone, I could always stay in touch. You could find me 24/7. And if it was ever an emergency..." That had closed the sale. Mothers understood this basic truism. Sex and peer pressure may sell, but nothing sells like fear. The call went into voicemail. Amy's enthusiastic voice, she had taped the message almost immediately after getting the phone, told Claire to, leave a message. The sound of her daughter's voice, familiar as it was, made her ache, though she wasn't sure for what exactly. When the beep came, Claire said, "Hey, honey, it's Mom. Just give me a call, okay?" She hung up. Eric still read his paper. She didn't answer? "Gee, what gave it away? Was it the part where I asked her to give me a call?" He frowned at the sarcasm. Her phone probably went dead. Probably. "She always forgets to charge it," he said with a shake of his head. "Whose house was she sleeping over?" "Steffi's, right?" "Stacy." "Right, whatever. Maybe we should call Stacy." "Why?" "I want her home. She has that project due on Thursday." "It's Sunday. She just got into college." "So you think she should slough off now?" Claire handed him the portable. "You call." "Fine." She gave him the number. He pressed the digits and put the phone to his ear. In the background, Claire heard her younger daughter's giggle. Then one shouted, "I do not!" When the phone was picked up, Eric cleared his throat. "Good afternoon. This is Eric Beale. I'm Amy Beale's father. I was wondering if she was there right now." His face didn't change. His voice didn't change. But Claire saw his grip on the phone tighten, and she felt something deep in her chest give way. Chapter 12. Myron had 2 semi-contradictory thoughts about Miami. 1, the weather was so beautiful he should move down here. 2, sun. There was too much sun down here. Everything was too bright. Even in the airport, Myron found himself squinting. This was not a problem for Myron's parents, the beloved Ellen and Al Bolitar, who wore those oversized sunglasses that looked suspiciously like welder's goggles, though without the style. They both waited for him at the airport. Myron told him not to, that he would get a taxi, but Dad had insisted. "Don't I always pick you up from the airport? Remember when you came back from Chicago after that big snowstorm?" "That was 18 years ago, Dad." "So? You think I forgot how to go?" "And that was Newark Airport." 18 minutes, Myron." Myron's eyes closed. "I remember." "Exactly 18 minutes." "I remember, Dad. That's how long it took me to get from the house to Terminal A at Newark Airport. I used to time it, remember?" "I do, yes." So here they were, both of them, at the airport with dark suntans and fresh liver spots. When Myron came down the escalator, Mom ran over and wrapped her arms around her boy as if this were a POW homecoming in 1974. Dad stayed in the background with that satisfied smile. Myron hugged her back. Mom felt smaller. That was how it was down here. Your parents withered and got smaller and darker, like giant shrunken heads. Mom said, "Let's get your luggage." "I have it here." "That's it? Just that one bag?" "I'm only down for a night." "Still." Myron watched her face, checked her hands. When he saw the shake was more pronounced, he felt the thud in his chest. "What?" she said. "Nothing." Mom shook her head. You've always been the worst liar. Remember that time I walked in on you and Tina Ventura and you said nothing was going on? You think I didn't know? Junior year of high school. Ask Mom and Dad what they did yesterday, they won't remember. Ask them about anything from his youth, and it's like they studied replays at night. He held up his hands in mock surrender. Got me. Don't be such a smart guy, and that reminds me. They reached Dad. Myron kissed him on the cheek. He always did. You never outgrow that. The skin felt loose. The smell of Old Spice was still there, but it was fainter than usual. There was something else there, some other smell, and Myron thought it was the smell of the old. They started for the car. Guess who I ran into, Mom said. Who? Dottie Derrick. Remember her? No. Sure you do. She had that thing, that what do you call in her yard? Oh, right, her, with that thing. He had no idea what she was talking about, but this was easier. So anyway, I saw Dottie the other day and we started talking. She and Bob moved down here 4 years ago. They have a place in Fort Lauderdale, but Myron, it's really run down. I mean, it hasn't been kept up at all. Al, what's the name of Dottie's place? Sunshine Vista, something like that, right? Who cares, Dad said. Thanks, Mr. Helpful. Anyway, that's where Dottie lives. And this place is awful. So run down. Al, isn't Dottie's place run down? The point, Al, Dad said. Get to the point. I'm getting there. Where was I? Dottie something, Myron said. Derrick. You remember her, right? Very well, Myron said. Right, good. Anyway, Dottie still has cousins up north. The Levines, do you remember them? No reason you should. Forget it. Anyway, one of the cousins lives in Castleton. You know Castleton, right? You used to play them in high school. I know Castleton. Don't get snappy. Dad spread his arms to the sky. The point, Al. Get to the point. Right, sorry, you're right. When you're right, you're right. So to make a long story short, no, Al, you've never made a long story short, Dad said. Oh, you've made plenty of short stories long, but never, ever have you made a long story short. Can I talk here, Al? Like anyone could stop you. Like a large gun or big army tank. Like even that could stop you. Myron couldn't help but smile. Ladies and gents, meet Ellen and Alan Bolitar, or, as Mom liked to say, we're El Al. You know, like the Israeli airline. So anyway, I was talking to Dottie about this and that. You know, the usual. The Ruskins moved out of town. Gertie Schwartz had gallstones. Antoinette Vitale, such a pretty thing. She married some millionaire from Montclair. That kind of thing. And then Dottie told me this, by the way, not you. Dottie said you're dating someone. Myron closed his eyes. Is it true? He said nothing. Dottie said you were dating a widow with 6 children. 2 children, Myron said. Mom stopped and smiled. What? Gotcha. Huh? If I said 2 children, you might have just denied it. Mom pointed an aha finger up in the air. But I knew if I said 6, you'd react. So I caught you. Myron looked at his father. His father shrugged. She's been watching a lot of Matlock lately. Children, Myron? You're dating a woman with children? Mom, I'm going to say this as nicely as I can. Butt out. Listen to me, Mr. Funny Guy. When children are involved, you can't just go on your merry way. You need to think about the repercussions on them. Do you understand what I'm telling you? Do you understand the meaning of butt out? Fine, do what you want. Now she did the mock surrender. Like mother, like son. What do I care? They continued walking. Myron in the middle, Dad on his right, Mom on his left. That was how they always walked. The pace was slower now. That didn't bother him much. He was more than willing to slow down so they could keep up. They drove to the condo and parked in a designated spot. Mom purposely took the long path, past the swimming pool, so she could introduce Myron to a dizzy array of condo owners. Mom kept saying, "You remember meeting my son," and Myron faked remembering them back. Some of the women, many in the upper 70s, were too well built. As Dustin Hoffman had been advised in The Graduate, plastics. Just a different kind. Myron had nothing against cosmetic surgery, but past a certain age, discriminatory or not, it creeped him out. The condo was also too bright. You'd think as you got older you'd want less light, but no. His parents actually kept on the welder sunglasses for the first 5 minutes. Mom asked if he was hungry. He was smart enough to answer yes. She had already ordered a sloppy Joe platter. Mom's cooking would be deemed inhumane at Guantanamo Bay, from a place called Tony's, which was just like the old Epicessons at home. They ate. They talked. Mom kept trying to wipe the small bits of cabbage that got stuck in the corners of Dad's mouth, but her hands shook too badly. Myron met his father's eye. Mom's Parkinson's was getting worse, but they wouldn't talk to Myron about it. They were getting old. Dad had a pacemaker. Mom had Parkinson's. But their first duty was still to shield their son from all that. When do you have to leave for your meeting? Mom asked. Myron checked his watch. Now. They said goodbyes, did the hug and kiss thing again. When he pulled away, he felt as if he were abandoning them, as if they were going to hold off the enemy on their own while he drove to safety. Having aging parents sucked, but as Esperanza, who lost both parents young, often pointed out, it was better than the alternative. Once in the elevator, Myron checked his cell phone again. Amy had still not called him back. He tried her number again and was not surprised when it went to voicemail. Enough, he thought. He would just call her house, see what's what. Amy's voice came to him. You promised. He dialed Eric and Claire's home number. Claire answered. Hello? Hey, it's Myron. Hi. What's happening? Not much, Claire said. I saw Eric this morning. Man, was it really the same day? And he told me about Amy getting accepted to Duke, so I wanted to offer up my congratulations. Yeah, thanks. Is she there? No, not right now. Can I call her later? Yeah, sure. Myron changed gears. Everything okay? You sound a little distracted. He was about to say more, but again Amy's words, you promised you wouldn't tell my parents, floated down to him. Fine, I guess, Claire said. Look, I gotta go. Thanks for writing the recommendation letter. No big deal. Very big deal. The kids ranked 4 and 7 in her class both applied and didn't get in. You were the difference. I doubt it. Amy's a great candidate. Maybe, but thanks anyway. There was a grumbling noise in the background. Sounded like Eric. In his mind, there was Amy's voice again. Things aren't so great with them right now. Myron was trying to think of something else to say, a follow-up question maybe, when Claire hung up the phone. Lauren Muse had landed a fresh homicide case. Double homicide, actually. 2 men shot outside a nightclub in East Orange. Rumor was that the killings were a hit carried out by John the Ghost Acelta, a notorious hitman that had actually been born and raised in the area. Acelta had been quiet for the past few years. If he was back, they were about to be very busy. Lauren was reviewing the ballistic report when her private line rang. She picked up and said, Muse. Guess who? She smiled. Lance Banner, you old dog. Is that you? It is. Banner was a police officer in Livingston, New Jersey, the suburb where they'd both grown up. To what do I owe the pleasure? You still investigating Katie Rochester's disappearance? Not really, she said. Why not? For one thing, there's no evidence of violence. For another, Katie Rochester is over 18. Just barely. In the eyes of the law, 18 might as well be 80. So officially, we don't even have an investigation going on. And unofficially? I met with a doctor named Edna Schuyler. She recounted Edna's story, using almost the same words she used when she told her boss, County Prosecutor Ed Steinberg. Steinberg had sat there for a long while, before predictably concluding, we don't have the resources to go after such a maybe. When she finished, Banner asked, how did you get the case in the first place? Like I said, there was no case really. She's of age, no signs of violence, you know the drill. So no one was assigned. Jurisdiction is questionable anyway. But the father, Dominic, he made a lot of noise with the press, you probably saw it. And he knew someone who knows someone, and that led to Steinberg. And that led to you. Right. The key word being led, as in past tense. Lance Banner asked, do you have 10 minutes to spare? Did you read the double homicide in East Orange? I did. I'm the lead. As in the present tense of led. You got it. I figured that, Banner said. It's why I'm only asking for 10 minutes. Important, she asked. Let's just say, he stopped thinking of the word, very odd. And involves Katie Rochester's disappearance? 10 minutes max, Lauren, that's all I'm asking. Heck, I'll take 5. She checked her watch. When? I'm in the lobby of your building right now, he said. Can you get us a room? For 5 minutes? Sheesh, your wife wasn't kidding about your bedroom stamina. Dream on, Muse. Hear that ding? I'm stepping into the elevator. Get the room ready. Livingston Police Detective Lance Banner had a crew cut. He was big with features and a build that made you think of right angles. Lauren had known him since elementary school, and she still couldn't get that image out of her head, of what he looked like back then. That's how it is with kids you grow up with. You always see them as second graders. Lauren watched him hesitate when he entered, unsure how to greet her, a kiss in the cheek or a more professional handshake. She took the lead and pulled him toward her and kissed his cheek. They were in an interrogation room, and they both headed for the interrogator's seat. Banner pulled up, raised both hands, sat across from her. Maybe you should Mirandize me, he said. I'll wait until I have enough for an arrest. So, what have you got on Katie Rochester? No time for chit-chat, eh? She just looked at him. Okay, let's get to it then. Do you know a woman named Claire Beale? No. She lives in Livingston, Banner said. She would have been Claire Garman when we were kids. Still no. She was older than us anyway, 4 or 5 years probably. He shrugged. I was just checking. Uh-huh, Lauren said. Do me a favor, Lance. Pretend I'm your wife and skip the foreplay. Fine, here it is. She called me this morning, Claire Beale. Her daughter went out last night and hasn't come home. How old is she? She just turned 18. Any sign of foul play? He made a face suggesting an inner debate. Then, not yet. So normally we wait a little. Like you said on the phone, over 18, no signs of violence. Like with Katie Rochester. Right. But I know the parents a little. Claire was in school with my older brother. They live in the neighborhood. They're concerned, of course. But on the face of it, well, you figure the kid is just messing around. She got accepted to college the other day. May Duke. Her first choice. She goes out partying with her friends. You know what I'm saying. I do. But I figure, what's the harm in doing a little checking, right? So I do the easiest thing, just to satisfy the parents that their girl, her name is Amy, by the way, that Amy is okay. So what did you do? I ran her credit card number, see if Amy made any charges or used an ATM. And, sure enough, she took out $1,000, the max, and an ATM machine at 2 in the morning. You get the video from the bank? I did. Lauren knew that this was done in seconds now. You don't have an old-fashioned tape anymore. The videos are digital and could be emailed and downloaded almost instantaneously. It was Amy, he said. No question about it. She didn't try to hide her face or anything. So you figure it's a runaway, right? Right. A slam dunk, he went on. She took the money and was doing a little partying, whatever, blowing off steam at the end of her senior year. Banner looked off. Come on, Lance, what's the problem? Katie Rochester. Because Katie did the same thing? Used an ATM before disappearing? He tilted his head back and forth in a maybe yes, maybe no gesture. His eyes were still far away. It's not just that she did the same thing as Katie, he said. It's that she did the exact same thing. I'm not following. The ATM machine Amy Beale used was located in Manhattan. More specifically, he slowed his words now, at a Citibank on 52nd Street and 6th Avenue. Lauren felt the chill begin at the base of her skull and travel south. Banner said, That's the same one Katie Rochester used, right? She nodded, and then she'd said something truly stupid. Could be a coincidence. Could be, he agreed. You got anything else? We're just starting, but we pulled the logs in her cell phone. And? She made a phone call right after she took out the money. To whom? Lance Banner leaned back and crossed his legs. Do you remember a guy a few years ahead of us? Big basketball star named Myron Bolitar? Chapter 13. Down in Miami, Myron dined with Rex Storton, a new client, at some super huge restaurant Rex had picked out because a lot of people walked by. The restaurant was one of those chains like Bennigan's or TGI Fridays or something equally universal and awful. Storton was an aging actor. A one-time superstar who was looking for the indie role that would launch him out of Miami's Lonnie Anderson Dinner Theater and back into the upper echelon of La La Land. Rex was resplendent in a pink polo with the collar turned up, white pants that a man his age just shouldn't involve himself with, and a shiny gray toupee that looked good when you weren't sitting directly across the table from it. For years, Myron had represented professional athletes only. When one of his basketball players wanted to cross over and do movies, Myron started meeting actors. A new branch of the business took root, and now he handled the Hollywood clients almost exclusively, leaving the sports management stuff to Esperanza. It was strange. As an athlete himself, one would think that Myron would relate more to those in a similar profession. He didn't. He liked the actors more. Most athletes are singled out right away, at fairly young ages, and elevated to godlike status from the get-go. Athletes are in the lead clique at school. They get invited to all the parties. They nab all the hot girls. Adults fawn. Teachers let them slide. Actors are different. Many of them have started out at the opposite end of the spectrum. Athletics rule in most towns. Actors were often the kids who couldn't make the team and were looking for another activity. They were often too small. Ever meet an actor in real life and notice that they were tiny or uncoordinated? So they back into acting. Later, when stardom hits them, they're not used to the treatment. They're surprised by it. to somewhat more appreciative. In many cases, no, not all, it makes them more humble than their athletic counterparts. There are other factors, of course. They say that actors take to the stage to fill a void of emptiness only applause can fill. Even if true, it made thespians somewhat more anxious to please. While athletes were used to people doing their bidding and came to believe that it was their due in life, actors came to that from a position of insecurity. Athletes need to win. They need to beat you. Actors need only your applause and thus your approval. It made them easier to work with. Again, this was a complete generalization. Myron was an athlete after all, and did not consider himself difficult. But like most generalizations, there was something to it. He told Rex about the indie role as, to quote the pitch, a geriatric, cross-dressing car thief, but with a heart. Rex nodded. His eyes continuously scanned the room, as if they were at a cocktail party and he was waiting for someone more important to come in. Rex always kept one eye toward the entrance. This is how it was with actors. Myron repped one guy who was world-renowned for detesting the press. He had battled with photographers. He had sued tabloids. He had demanded his privacy. Yet whenever Myron ate dinner with him, the actor always chose a seat in the center of the room, facing the door, and whenever someone would enter, he'd look up, just for a second, just to make sure he was recognized. His eyes still moving, Rex said, Yeah, I get it. Do I have to wear a dress? For some scenes, yes. I've done that before. Myron arched an eyebrow. Professionally, don't be a wise ass. And it was tastefully done. The dress must be something tasteful. So what, nothing with a plunging neckline? Funny, Myron, you're a scream. Speaking of which, do I have to do a screen test? You do. Christ's sakes, I made 80 films. I know, Rex. He can't look at one of them? Myron shrugged. That's what he said. You like the script? I do, Rex. How old is this director? 22. Jesus! I was already a has-been by the time he was born. They'll pay for a flight to L.A. First class? Coach, but I think I can get you a business upgrade. Who am I kidding? I'd sit in the wing and only my girdle if the role was right. That's the spirit. A mother and daughter came over and asked Rex for his autograph. He smiled grandly and puffed out his chest. He looked at the obvious mother and said, Are you two sisters? She giggled as she left. Another happy customer, Myron said. I aim to please. A buxom blonde came by for an autograph. Rex kissed her a little too hard. After she sashayed away, Rex held up a piece of paper. Look! What is it? Her phone number. Terrific. What can I say, Myron? I love women. Myron looked up and to his right. What? I'm just wondering, Myron said, how your prenup will hold up. Very funny. They had some chicken from a deep fryer. Maybe it was beef or shrimp. Once in a deep fryer, it all tasted the same. Myron could feel Rex's eyes on him. What? Myron said. It's sort of tough to admit this, Rex said, but I'm only alive when I'm in the spotlight. I've had 3 wives and 4 kids. I love them all. I enjoyed my time with them, but the only time I feel really myself is when I'm in the spotlight. Myron said nothing. Does that sound pathetic to you? Myron shrugged. You know what else? What? In their heart of hearts, I think most people are like that. They crave fame. They want people to recognize them and stop them on the streets. People say it's a new thing, what with the reality TV crap. But I think it's always been that way. Myron studied his pitiful food. You agree? I don't know, Rex. For me, the spotlight is dimmed a touch, you know what I'm saying? It's faded bit by bit. I was lucky. But I've met some one-hit wonders. Man, they're never happy. Not ever again. But me, with the slow fade, I can get used to it. And even now, people still recognize me. It's why I eat out every night. Yeah, that's awful to say, but it's true. And even now, when I'm in my 70s, I still dream about clawing my way back to that brightest of spotlights. You know what I'm saying? I do, Myron said. It's why I love you. Why's that? You're honest about it. Most actors tell me it's just about the work. He made a scoffing noise. What a load of crap. But it's not their fault, Myron. Fame is a drug, the most potent. You're hooked, but you don't want to admit it. Rex gave him the twinkly smile that used to melt the girls' hearts. And what about you, Myron? What about me? Like I said, there's this spotlight, right? For me, it faded slowly. But for you, top college basketball player in the country, on your way to a big pro career. Myron waited. And then, flick! Rex snapped his fingers. Lights out! When you're only what? 21? 22? 22, Myron said. So how did you cope? And I love you too, sweetum, so tell me the truth. Myron crossed his legs. He felt his face flush. Are you enjoying the new show? What, the dinner theater gig? Yes. It's dog crap. It's worse than stripping on Route 17 in Lodi, New Jersey. And you know this from personal experience? Stop trying to change the subject. How did you cope? Myron sighed. Most would say I coped amazingly well. Rex lifted his palm to the sky and curled his fingers as if to say, come on, come on. What exactly do you want to know? Rex thought about it. What did you do first? After the injury? Yes. Rehab. Lots of rehab. And once you realized that your basketball days were over? I went back to law school. Where? Harvard. Very impressive. So you went to law school, then what? You know what, Rex. I got my JD, opened up a sports agency, grew into a full-service agency that now represents actors and writers too. He shrugged. Myron. What? I asked for the truth. Myron picked up his fork, took a bite, chewed slowly. The lights didn't just go out, Rex. Had a full-fledged power outage. A lifetime blackout. I know that. So I needed to push past it. And that's it. Rex shook his head and smiled. What? Next time, Rex said. He picked up his fork. You'll tell me next time.
This is the end of disc number 2. Please insert disc number 3. This is disc number 3.
So I needed to push past it. And that's it. Rex shook his head and smiled. What? Next time, Rex said. He picked up his fork. You'll tell me next time. You're a pain in the ass. But you love me, remember? By the time they finished dinner and drinks, it was late. Drinking for a second night in a row. Myron Bolitar, lush of the stars. He made sure that Rex was safely back in his residence before heading to his parents' condo. He had a key. He slipped it in quietly so as not to awaken Mom and Dad. He knew that it would do no good. The TV was on. His father sat in the living room. When Myron entered, Dad faked like he was just waking up. He wasn't. Dad always stayed awake until Myron came home. Didn't matter what time Myron returned. Didn't matter that Myron was now in his 4th decade. Myron came up behind his father's chair. Dad turned around and gave him the smile, the one he saved only for Myron, the one that told Myron that he was the single greatest creation in this man's eyes, and how could you beat that? Have fun? Rex is a pretty cool guy, Myron said. I used to like his movies. His father nodded a few times too many. Sit for a second. What's up? Just sit, okay? He did. Myron folded his hands and put them in his lap, like he was 8. Is this about Mom? No. Her Parkinson's is getting worse. That's how it is with Parkinson's, Myron. It gets worse. Is there anything I can do? No. I think I should say something at least. Don't, it's better. What would you say that your mother doesn't already know? Now it was Myron's turn to nod a few times too many. So what do you want to talk about? Nothing. I mean, your mother wants us to have a heart-to-heart. What about? Today's New York Times. Excuse me? There was something in it. Your mother thinks she'll be upset and that we should talk. But I don't think I'm going to do that. I think what I'm going to do instead is hand you the newspaper and let you read it for yourself and leave you alone for a while. If you want to talk, you come and get me, okay? If not, I'll give you your space. Myron frowned. Something in the New York Times? Sunday Style section. Dad stood and pointed with his chin toward the pile of Sunday papers. Page 16. Good night, Myron. Good night, Dad. His father moved down the hall. No need to tiptoe. Mom could sleep through a Judas Priest concert. Dad was the night watchman. Mom the sleepy princess. Myron stood. He picked up the Sunday Style section, turned to page 16, saw the photo, and felt the stiletto pierce his heart. The New York Times Sunday Styles was upscale gossip. The most well-read pages were for wedding announcements. And there, on page 16, in the top left-hand corner, was a photograph of a man with Ken doll good looks and teeth that were too perfect to be capped. He had a Republican senator's cleft chin, and his name was Stone Norman. The article said Stone ran and operated the BMV Investment Group, a highly successful financial enterprise specializing in major institutional trades. Snore. The engagement announcement said that Stone Norman and his wife-to-be would be married next Saturday at Tavern on the Green in Manhattan. A reverend would preside over the ceremony. Then the newlyweds would begin their lives together in Scarsdale, New York. More snore. Stone snore. But none of that was what had pierced his heart. No, it did that. What really hurt and made the knees buckle was the woman old Stone was marrying, the one smiling with him in that photograph, a smile Myron still knew far too well. For a moment, Myron just stared. He reached out and brushed the bride-to-be's face with his finger. Her biography stated that she was a best-selling writer who'd been nominated for both the PEN-Faulkner and National Book Award. Her name was Jessica Culver, and though it didn't say so in the article, for more than a decade, she had been the love of Myron Bolitar's life. He just sat and stared. Jessica, the woman he'd been sure was his soulmate, was getting married to someone else. He had not seen her since they broke up 7 years ago. Life had gone on for him. It had, of course, gone on for her. Why should he be surprised? He put down the paper, then picked it up again. A lifetime ago, Myron had asked Jessica to marry him. She had said no. They stayed together on and off for the next decade, but in the end, Myron wanted to get married, and Jessica didn't. She pretty much scoffed at the bourgeois idea of it all. The suburbs, the picket fence, the children, the barbecues, the Little League games, the life Myron's parents had led. Except now Jessica was marrying Big Stone Norman and moving to the uber suburb of Scarsdale, New York. Myron carefully folded the paper and put it on the coffee table. He stood with a sigh and headed down the corridor. He flicked off the lights as he went. He passed his parents' bedroom. The reading lamp was still on. His father faked a cough to let Myron know he was there. "I'm fine," he said out loud. His father did not respond, and Myron was grateful. The man was like a master on a tightrope, managing the nearly impossible feat of showing he cared without butting in or interfering. Jessica Culver, the love of his life, the woman he'd always believed was his destined soulmate, was getting married. Myron wanted to sleep on that one, but sleep would not come. Chapter 14. Time to talk to Amy Beale's parents. It was 6 a.m. County Investigator Lauren Muse sat on her floor cross-legged. She wore shorts, and the quasi-shag carpeting made her legs itch. Police files and reports were spread out everywhere. In the center was a timetable she made up. A harsh snoring came from the other room. Lauren had lived alone in the same crappy apartment for more than a decade now. They called them garden apartments, though the only thing that seemed to grow was a monotonous red brick. They were sturdy structures with the personality of a prison cell. Way stations for people on the way up or on the way down, or, for a very few, stuck in a sort of personal life purgatory. The snoring did not come from a boyfriend. Lauren had one, a total loser named Pete, but her mother, the multi-married, once desirable, now flabby, Carmen, Valos, Muse, Brewster, whatever, was between men and thus living with her. Her snoring had the phlegm of a lifelong smoker, mixed with a few too many years of cheap wine and tacky song. Cracker crumbs dominated the counter. An open jar of peanut butter, the knife sticking out like Excalibur, stood in the middle like a watchtower. Lauren studied the phone logs, the credit card charges, the E-ZPass reports. They painted an interesting picture. Okay, Lauren thought, let's map this out. 1:56 a.m. Amy Beale uses the 52nd Street Citibank ATM machine, the same one used by Katie Rochester 3 months ago. Weird. 2:16 a.m. Amy Beale places a call to the Livingston residence of Myron Bolitar. The call lasts only seconds. 2:17 a.m. Amy places a call to a mobile phone registered to Myron Bolitar. The call lasts 3 minutes. Lauren nodded to herself. It seemed logical that Amy Beale had first tried Bolitar's home, and when he didn't answer, that would explain the brevity of the first call, she called his mobile. Back to it. 2:21 a.m. Myron Bolitar calls Amy Beale. This call lasts 1 minute. From what they've been able to dig up, Bolitar often stayed in New York City at the Dakota apartment of a friend named Windsor Horn Lockwood III. Lockwood was known to police. Despite a ritzy mainline upbringing, he was a suspect in several assaults and, yes, even a couple of homicides. The man had the craziest reputation Lauren had ever seen, but again, that did not seem relevant to the case at hand. The point here was, Bolitar was probably staying at Lockwood's apartment in Manhattan. He kept his car in a nearby lot. According to the night attendant, Bolitar had taken the car at sometime around 2:30 a.m. They had no proof yet, but Lauren was fairly sure Bolitar had gone to Midtown and picked up Amy Beale. They were working on getting surveillance videos from the nearby businesses. Maybe Bolitar's car would be on one, but for now, it seemed like a fairly likely conclusion. More from the timeline. 3:11 a.m. There was a credit card charge on Bolitar's Visa account from an Exxon gas station on Route 4 in Fort Lee, New Jersey, right off the George Washington Bridge. 3:55 a.m. The Easy Pass on Bolitar's car showed him heading south on the Garden State Parkway, crossing the Bergen County tolls. 4:08 a.m. The Easy Pass hit the Essex County tolls, showing that Bolitar was still traveling south. That was it on the tolls. He could have gotten off at exit 145, which would lead him to his residence in Livingston. Lauren drew the route out. It made no sense. You wouldn't go up over to George Washington Bridge and then down the Parkway. And even if you did, it wouldn't take 40 minutes to get to the Bergen toll. It would take at most that time of night 20 minutes. So where had Bolitar gone? She went back to her timeline. There's a gap of more than 3 hours, but at 7:18 a.m., Myron Bolitar placed a call to Amy Beale's cell phone. No answer. He tries twice more that morning. No answer. Yesterday, he called the Beale's home number. That was the only call that lasted more than a few seconds. Lauren wondered if he talked to the parents. She picked up her phone and dialed Lance Banner. "What's up?" he asked. "Did you tell Amy's parents about Bolitar?" "Not yet." "I think," Lauren said, "that now might be the time." Myron had a new morning routine. The first thing he did was grab the newspaper and check for war casualties. He looked at the names. All of them. He made sure that Jeremy Downing wasn't listed. Then he went back and took the time to read every name again slowly. He read the rank and hometown and age. That was all they put. But Myron imagined that every dead kid listed was another Jeremy, was like that terrific 19-year-old kid who lives down your street, because, simple as it sounded, they were. For just a few minutes, Myron imagined what that death meant, that this young, hopeful, dream-filled life was gone forever. What the parents must be thinking. He hoped that our leaders did something similar, but he doubted it. Myron's cell phone rang. He checked the caller ID. It read, "Sweet Cheeks." That was Wynn's unlisted number. Myron clicked it on and said hello. Without preamble, Wynn said, "Your flight arrives at 1 p.m. "You work for the airlines now?" "Work for the airlines," Wynn repeated. "Good one." "So what's up?" "Work for the airlines," Wynn said again. "Wait, just let me savor that line for a moment. Work for the airlines. Hilarious!" "You done?" "Hold on, let me get a pen so I can write that one down. Work for the airlines, Wynn. You done now?" "Let me try again. Your flight arrives at 1 p.m. I will meet you at the airport. I have 2 tickets to the Knicks game. We will sit courtside, probably next to Paris Hilton or Kevin Bacon. Personally, I'm pulling for Kevin." "You don't like the Knicks," Myron said. "True. In fact, you don't like going to basketball games. So why?" Myron saw it. "Damn." Silence. "Since when do you read the styles section, Wynn?" 1 o'clock. Newark Airport. See you then. Click. Myron hung up the phone and couldn't help but smile. That Wynn. What a guy. He headed into the kitchen. His father was up and making breakfast. He said nothing about Jessica's upcoming nuptials, Mom, however, jumped from her chair, rushed over to him, gave him a look that suggested a terminal illness, asked if he was all right. He assured her that he was fine. I haven't seen Jessica in 7 years, he said. It's no big deal. His parents both nodded in a way that suggested they were humoring him. A few hours later, he took off for the airport. He had tossed and turned, but in the end, he really was all right with it. 7 years. They had been over for 7 years. And while Jessica had been the one with the upper hand throughout most of their time together, Myron had been the one who'd finally put an end to it. Jessica was the past. He took out his cell phone and called Allie, the present. I'm at Miami Airport, he said. How was your trip? Hearing Allie's voice filled him with warmth. It was good. But nothing. I want to see you. How about around 2? The kids will be out, I promise. What have you got in mind, he asked. The technical term would be, hold on, let me check my thesaurus. A nooner. Allie Wilder, you little vixen. That I am. I can't make it at 2. Winners take me to see the Knicks. How about immediately following the game, she asked. Man, I hate it when you play hard to get. I'll take that as a yes. Very much so. You okay? She asked. I'm fine. You sound a little funny. I'm trying to sound very funny. Then don't try so hard. There was an awkward moment. He wanted to tell her that he loved her, but it was too soon. Or maybe, with what he learned about Jessica, the timing was wrong. You don't want to say something like that for the first time for the wrong reason. So instead he said, They're boarding my flight. See you soon, handsome. Wait, if I get there in the evening, will it still be a nooner? Wouldn't it be an eveninger? That would take too long to say. I don't want to waste any time. And on that note, stay safe, handsome. Eric Beale sat alone on the couch while his wife Claire chose a chair. Lauren noticed that. One would think that a couple in a situation like this would sit next to each other, draw comfort from one another. The body language here suggested that both wanted to be as far away from the other as possible. It could mean a rift in the relationship, or it could mean that this experience was so raw that even tenderness, especially tenderness, would sting like hell. Claire Beale had served them tea. Lauren really hadn't wanted any, but she learned that most people relaxed if you allowed them to be in control of something, of anything, if you allowed them to do something mundane or domestic. So she had accepted. Lance Banner, who remained standing behind her, had declined. Lance was letting her take the lead. He knew them. That might help for some questioning, but she'd get the ball rolling. Lauren took a sip of the tea. She let the silence work them a little. Let them be the first to speak. Some might view it as cruel. It wasn't, if it helped find Amy. If Amy was found okay, it would be quickly forgotten. If she wasn't, the discomfort from silence would be nothing compared to what they would then endure. Here, Eric Beale said. We've made a list of her close friends and their phone numbers. We've already called all of them. And her boyfriend, Randy Wolf. We spoke to him, too. Lauren took her time looking over the names. Have there been any developments? Eric asked. Eric Beale was, Lauren thought, the poster boy for uptight. The mother, Claire, well, you could see the missing kid etched into her face. She hadn't slept. She was a mess. But Eric, with his starched dress shirt and tie and recently shaved face, somehow looked more harried. He was trying so hard to keep it together that you just knew that there would be no slow fray here. When it came apart, it would be ugly and maybe permanent. Lauren handed the paper to Lance Banner. She turned and sat upright. She kept her eyes on Eric's face as she dropped the bomb. Do either of you know a man named Myron Bolitar? Eric frowned. Lauren moved her gaze toward the mother. Claire Beale looked as if Lauren had asked if she could lick their toilet. He's a family friend, Claire Beale said. I've known him since junior high. Did he know your daughter? Of course, but what sort of relationship do they have? Relationship? Yes, her daughter Myron Bolitar. What sort of relationship did they have? For the first time since they'd entered the house, Claire slowly turned and looked to her husband for guidance. Eric, too, turned toward his wife. They both wore the faces of someone who'd been smacked in the gut by a 2x4. Eric finally spoke. What are you suggesting? I'm not suggesting anything, Mr. Beale. I'm asking you a question. How well did your daughter know Myron Bolitar? Claire. Myron's a family friend. Eric. He wrote Amy a recommendation letter for her college application. Claire nodded with vigor. Right, like that. Like what? They didn't respond. Lauren kept her voice even. Did they ever see each other? See each other? Yes. Or talk on the phone, or maybe email. Then Lauren added, without you two present. Lauren wouldn't have thought it possible, but Eric Beale's spine got even straighter. What the hell are you saying? Okay, Lauren thought. They didn't know. This was no act. It was time to shift gears, check their honesty. When was the last time either of you spoke to Mr. Bolitar? Yesterday, Claire said. What time? I'm not sure. Early afternoon, I think. Did you call him or did he call you? He called here, Claire said. Lauren glanced at Lance Banner. Score one for the mom. That matched up with the phone records. What did he want? To congratulate us. What about? Amy got accepted to Duke. Anything else? He asked if he could speak to her. To Amy. Yes, he wanted to congratulate her. What did you say? That she wasn't home, and then I thanked him for writing the recommendation. What did he say? He said he'd call her back. Anything else? No. Lauren let that sit. Claire Beale said, You can't think Myron has anything to do with this. Lauren just stared at her, letting the silence soak in, giving her a chance to keep talking. She didn't disappoint. You have to know him, Claire went on. He's a good man. I trust him with my life. Lauren nodded and then looked at Eric. And you, Mr. Beale? His eyes were out of focus. Claire said, Eric? I saw Myron yesterday, he said. Lauren sat up. Where? At the middle school gym. His voice was a dull ache. There's pickup basketball there on Sundays. What time would this have been? 7:30, maybe 8. In the morning? Yes. Lauren glanced back at Lance. He nodded slowly. He'd caught it too. Bolitar couldn't have gotten home much before 5, 6 in the morning. A few hours later, he goes off to play basketball with the missing girl's father? Do you play with Mr. Bolitar every Sunday? No. I mean, he used to play a bit, but he hasn't been there in months. Did you talk to him? Eric's nod was slow. Wait a second, Claire said. I want to know why you're asking us so many questions about Myron. What does he have to do with any of this? Lauren ignored her, keeping her gaze on Eric Beale. What did you two talk about? Amy, I guess. What did he say? He tried to be subtle about it. Eric explained that Myron Bolitar approached him and that they started talking about exercising and waking up early, and then he segues into asking about Amy, about where she was, about how troublesome teenagers could often be. His tone was strange. How so? He wanted to know how she was trouble. I remember he asked if Amy was sullen, if she spent too much time on the internet, things like that. I remember thinking it was a little odd. How did he look? Like hell. Tired? Unshaven? Both. Okay, that's enough, Claire Beale said. We have the right to know why you're asking all these questions. Lauren looked up at her. You're a lawyer, aren't you, Mrs. Beale? I am. So help me out here. Where in the law does it say I have to tell you anything? Claire opened her mouth, closed it. Unduly harsh, Lauren thought, but playing good cop, bad cop. It's not just for the perps. Witnesses, too. She didn't like it, but it was damn effective. Lauren looked back at Lance. Lance picked up his cue. He coughed into his fist. We have some information linking Amy and Myron Bolitar. Claire's eyes narrowed. What sort of information? The night before last, at 2 a.m., Amy called him, first at home, then in his cell phone. We know Mr. Bolitar then picked up his car from a garage in the city. Lance continued to explain the timeline. Claire's face drained of color. Eric's hands tightened into fists. When Lance finished, and they were still too dazed to ask follow-up questions, Lauren leaned forward. Is there any way that there may have been more between Myron and Amy than family friends? Absolutely not, Claire said. Eric closed his eyes. Claire. What? She snapped. You can't possibly believe that Myron would get involved. She called him right before. He shrugged. Why would Amy call him? Why wouldn't he say something about that when I saw him at the gym? I don't know, but the idea. She stopped, snapped her fingers. Wait, Myron's dating a friend of mine, as a matter of fact. Allie Wilder. An adult woman, thank you very much. A lovely widow with 2 kids of her own. The idea that Myron could possibly... Eric squeezed his eyes shut. Lauren said, Mr. Beale? His voice was soft. Amy hasn't been herself lately. How so? Eric's eyes were still shut. We both dismissed it as normal teenage stuff. But the last few months, she's been secretive. That is normal, Eric, Claire said. It's gotten worse. Claire shook her head. You still think of her as your little girl. That's all it is. You know it's more than that, Claire. No, Eric, I don't. He closed his eyes again. What is it, Mr. Beale? Lauren asked. 2 weeks ago, I tried to access her computer. Why? Because I wanted to read her email. His wife glared at him, but he didn't see it. Or maybe he didn't care. Lauren pushed ahead. So what happened? She changed her password. I couldn't get on. Because she wanted privacy, Claire said. You think that's unusual? I had a diary when I was a kid. I kept it locked with a key and still hid it. So what? Eric went on. I called our internet provider. I'm the bill payer with the master account. So they gave me the new password. Then I went online to check her emails. And? He shrugged. They were gone. All of them. She deleted every one of them. She knew you'd snoop, Claire said. Her tone was a blend of anger and defensiveness. She was just guarding against it. Eric spun toward her. Do you really believe that, Claire? Do you really believe that she's having an affair with Myron? Eric did not reply. Claire spun back toward Lauren and Lance. Have you asked Myron about the calls? Not yet. So what are you waiting for? Claire started for her purse. Let's go now. He'll straighten this out. He's not in Livingston, Lauren said. In fact, he flew down to Miami not long after he played ball with your husband. Claire was about to ask something else, but she stopped. For the first time, Lauren could see the doubt crawl into her face. Lauren decided to use that. She rose. We'll be in touch, Lauren said. Chapter 15. Myron sat in the plane and thought about his old love, Jessica. Shouldn't he be happy for her? She'd always been fiery to the point of a pain in the ass. His mother and Esperanza hadn't liked her. His father, like a great TV anchor, played it neutral. Wynn yawned. In Wynn's eyes, women were either doable or they weren't. Jessica was most definitely doable, but after that, so what? The women thought that Myron was blinded by Jessica's beauty. She could write like a dream. She was 2 steps beyond passionate, but they were different. Myron wanted to live like his parents. Jessica sneered at that idyllic nonsense. It was a constant tension that both kept them apart and drew them to one another. Now Jessica was marrying some Wall Street dude named Stone. Big Stone, Myron thought. Rolling Stone. The Stoner. Smoking Stone. The Stone Man. Myron hated him. What had become of Jessica? 7 years, Myron. It changes a person. But that much? The plane landed. He checked his phone while the plane taxied toward the terminal. There was a text message from Wynn. Your plane just landed. Please fill in your own witticism about my working for the airlines. I'm waiting by the lower level curb. The plane slowed as it approached the gate. The pilot asked everybody to stay in their seats with their belts fastened. Almost everybody ignored that request. You could hear the belts clack open. Why? What did people gain from that extra second? Was it that we just like to defy rules? He debated calling Amy's cell phone again. That might be overkill. How many calls could he make after all? The promise had also been pretty clear. He would drive her anywhere. He would not ask questions. He would not tell her parents. It should hardly surprise him that after such a venture, Amy would not want to talk to him for a few days. He got off the plane and was starting toward the exit when he heard someone call out, Myron Bolitar? He turned. There were 2 of them, a man and a woman. The woman had been the one who called his name. She was small, not much over 5 feet. Myron was 6'4". He towered over her. She did not seem intimidated. The man with her sported a military cut. He also looked vaguely familiar. The man had a badge out. The woman did not. I'm Essex County Investigator Lauren Muse, she said. This is Livingston Police Detective Lance Banner. Banner, Myron said automatically. You Buster's brother? Lance Banner almost smiled. Yeah. Good guy, Buster. I played hoops with him. I remember. How's he doing? Good, thanks. Myron did not know what was going on, but he had experience with law enforcement. Out of habit more than anything else, he reached for his cell phone and pressed the button. It was his speed dial. It would reach Wynn. Wynn would hit the mute button and listen in. This is an old trick of theirs, one Myron had not employed in years, and yet there he was, with police officers, falling into the old routines. From his past run-ins with the law, Myron had learned a few basic truisms that could be summed up thusly. Just because you haven't done anything wrong doesn't mean that you're not in trouble. Best to play with that knowledge. We'd like you to come with us, Lauren Muse said. May I ask what this is about? We won't take much of your time. I got Knicks tickets. We'll try not to interfere with your plans. Courtside. He looked at Lance Banner. Celebrity Row. Are you refusing to come with us? Are you arresting me? No. Then before I agree to go with you, I'd like you to tell me what it's about. Laura Muse did not hesitate this time. It's about Amy Beale. Whack. He should have seen it coming, but he didn't. Myron staggered back a step. Is she all right? Why don't you come with us? I asked you. I heard you, Mr. Bolitar. She turned away from him now and started heading toward the exit. Why don't you come with us so we can discuss this further? Lance Banner drove. Laura Muse rode shotgun. Myron sat in the back seat. Is she okay? Myron asked. They would not reply. He was being played, Myron knew that, but he didn't much care. He wanted to know about Amy. The rest was irrelevant. Talk to me, for crying out loud. Nothing. I saw her Saturday night. You know that already, right? They did not respond. He knew why. The ride was mercifully short. That explained their silence. They wanted his admissions on record. It was probably taking all of their willpower not to say anything, but soon they would have him in an interrogation room and put it all on tape. They drove into the garage and led him to an elevator. They got off on the 8th floor. They were in Newark, the county courthouse. Myron had been here before. They brought him into an interrogation room. There was no mirror and thus no one-way glass. That meant a camera was doing the surveillance. Am I under arrest? He asked. Laura Muse tilted her head. What makes you say that? Don't play these games with me, Muse. Please have a seat. Have you done any checking on me yet? Call Jay Corder, the sheriff in Reston. He'll vouch for me. There are others. We'll get to that in a moment. What happened to Amy Beale? Do you mind if we film this? Laura Muse asked. No. Do you mind signing a waiver? It was a Fifth Amendment waiver. Myron knew better than to sign it. He was a lawyer, for Christ's sake, but he pushed past that. His heart hammered in his chest. Something had happened to Amy Beale. They must think he either knew something or was involved. The faster this moved along and they eliminated him, the better for Amy. Okay, Myron said. Now what happened to Amy? Laura Muse spread her hands. Who said anything happened to her? You did, Muse. When you braced me at the airport, you said, it's about Amy Beale. And because, while I don't like to brag, I have amazing powers of deductions, I deduced that 2 police officers didn't stop me and say it was about Amy Beale because she sometimes pops her gum in class. No, I deduced that something must have happened to her. Please don't shun me because I have this gift. You finished? He was. He got nervous. He started talking. Laura Muse took out a pen. There was already a notebook on her desk. Lance Banner stood and remained silent. When was the last time you saw Amy Beale? He knew better than to ask what happened again. Muse is going to play it her way. Saturday night. What time? I guess between 2 and 3 a.m. So this would have been Sunday morning rather than Saturday night. Myron bit back the sarcastic rejoinder. Yes. I see. Where did you last see her? In Ridgewood, New Jersey. She wrote that down on a legal pad. Address? I don't know. Her pen stopped. You don't know? That's right. It was late. She gave me directions. I just followed them. I see. She sat back and dropped the pen. Why don't you start at the beginning? The door behind them flew open. All heads spun to the door. Hester Crimstein stomped in as though the very room had whispered an insult, and she wanted to call it out. For a moment, no one moved or said anything. Hester waited a beat, spread her arms, put her right foot forward, and shouted, Ta-da! Laura Muse raised an eyebrow. Hester Crimstein? We know each other, sweetie? I recognize you from TV. I'll be happy to sign autographs later. Right now, I want the camera off, and I want you two, Hester pointed at Lance Banner and Laura Muse, out of here so I can chat with my client. Lauren stood. They were eye to eye, both about the same height. Hester had the frizzy hair. Lauren tried to stare her down. Myron almost laughed. Some would call famed criminal attorney Hester Crimstein as mean as a snake, but most would consider that slanderous to the snake. Wait, Hester said to Lauren. Wait for it. Excuse me? Any second now. I'm going to pee in my pants. From fear, I mean. Just wait. Myron said, Hester. Shh, you. Hester gave him a glare and made a tisk-tisk noise. Signing a waiver and talking without your lawyer. What kind of dope are you? You're not my lawyer. Shh, again, you. I'm representing myself. You know the expression, a man who represents himself has a fool for a client? Change fool to total brain-dead numbskull. Myron wondered how Hester had gotten here so quickly, but the answer was obvious. Wynne. As soon as Myron had hit his cell phone, as soon as Wynne heard the voice of the cops, he would have found Hester and gotten her here. Hester Crimstein was one of the country's top defense attorneys. She had her own cable show called Crimstein on Crime. They'd become friends when Hester had helped Esperanza with a murder rap a few years back. Hold up. Hester looked back at Lauren and Lance. Why are you two still here? Lance Banner took a big step forward. You just said you're not his lawyer. Your name again, handsome? Livingston Police Detective Lance Banner. Lance, she said. Like in what I used to get rid of a boil? Okay, Lance, here's some advice. The step forward was a nice move, very commanding, but you need to stick out your chest more. Make your voice a little deeper and add a scowl. Like this. Yo, Chicky, he just said you're not his lawyer. Try it. Myron knew that Hester wouldn't simply go away. He also knew that he probably didn't want her to. He wanted to cooperate, of course, get this over with, but he also wanted to know what the hell had happened to Amy. She's my lawyer, Myron said. Please give us a minute. Hester gave them a satisfied smirk that you know they both wanted to slap off her face. They turned for the doors. Hester gave them a 5-finger toodaloo wave. When they were both out the door, she closed it and looked up at the camera. Turn it off now. It probably is, Myron said. Yeah, sure, cops never play games with that. She took out her cell phone. Who are you calling, he asked. Do you know why they have you in here? It has something to do with a girl named Amy Beale, Myron said. That much I know already. But you don't know what happened to her? No. That's what I'm trying to find out. I got my local investigator working on it. She's the best, knows everybody in this office. Hester put the phone to her ear. Yeah, Hester here. What's up? Uh-huh. Uh-huh. Hester listened without taking notes. A minute later, she said, Thanks, Single. Keep digging to see what they got. Hester hung up. Myron shrugged a well at her. This girl, her last name is Beale? Amy Beale, Myron said. What about her? She's missing. Myron felt the thump again. It seems she never came home on Saturday night. She was supposed to sleep at a friend's house. She never arrived. Nobody knows what happened to her. Apparently there are phone records linking you to the girl. Other stuff, too. My investigator's trying to find out what exactly. Hester sat down. She looked across the table at him. So, okay, Bubby, tell Aunt Hester everything. No, Myron said. What? Look, you got two choices here. You can stay while I talk to them right now, or I can fire you. You should talk to me first. We can't waste the time. You have to let me tell them everything. Because you're innocent? Of course I'm innocent. And the police never, ever, ever arrest the wrong man. I'll risk it. If Amy's in trouble, I can't have them wasting time on me. I disagree. Then you're fired. Don't get all Trump on me. I'm advising you, that's all. You're the client. She rose, opened the door, called them back in. Laura Muse moved past her and sat back down. Lance took his post in the corner. Muse was red-faced, probably upset with herself for not questioning him in the car before Hester's arrival. Laura Muse was about to say something. Myron stopped her by raising his palm. Let's get to it, Myron said to them. Amy Beale is missing. I know that now. We probably pulled our phone logs, so you know she called me around 2 in the morning. I'm not sure what else you have so far, so let me help you out. She asked for a ride. I picked her up. Where? Lauren asked. Midtown Manhattan. 52nd and 5th, I think. I took the Henry Hudson to the GWB. Do you have the credit card charge for the gas station? Yes. Then you know we stopped there. We continued down Route 4 to Route 17 and then to Ridgewood. Myron saw a change in her posture. He had missed something, but he pressed on. I dropped her over to the house in the end of a cul-de-sac. Then I drove home. And you don't remember the address, is that correct? That's correct. Anything else? Like why did Amy Beale call you in the first place? I'm a friend of the family. You must be a close friend. I am. So why you? I mean, first she called your house in Livingston, then she went to your cell phone. Why did she call you and not her parents or an aunt or an uncle or even a school friend? Lauren lifted her palms to the sky. Why you? Myron's voice was soft. I made her promise. Promise? Yes. He explained about the basement, about hearing the girls talk about driving with a drunk kid, about making them promise. And as he did, he could see their faces change. Even Hester's. The words, the rationale, rang hollow in his own ears now, and yet he couldn't put his finger on why. His explanation went on a little too long. He could hear the defensiveness in his voice. When he was done, Lauren asked, Have you ever made this promise before? No. Never? Never. No other helpless or inebriated girls you volunteered to chauffeur around? Hey! Hester wouldn't let that pass. That's a total mischaracterization of what he said, and the question was already asked and answered. Move on. Lauren shifted in her seat. How about young boys? You ever make any boys promise to call you? No. So just girls? Just these 2 girls, Myron said. It wasn't like I planned it. I see. Lauren rubbed her chin. How about Katie Rochester? Hester said, Who's that? Myron ignored that. What about her? Did you ever make Katie Rochester promise to call you when she was drunk? Again, that's a total mischaracterization of what he said, Hester jumped in. He was trying to prevent them from drinking and driving. Right, sure, he's a hero, Lauren said. Ever do anything like that with Katie Rochester? I don't even know Katie Rochester, Myron said. But you've heard the name. Yes. In what context? On the news. So what's the deal, Muse? I'm a suspect in every missing persons case? Lauren smiled. Not every. Hester leaned toward Myron and whispered in his ear, I don't like this, Myron. Neither did he. Lauren continued, So you've never met Katie Rochester? He couldn't help his lawyer training. Not to my knowledge. Not to your knowledge. Then whose knowledge would it be? Objection. You know what I mean, Myron said. How about her father, Dominic Rochester? No. Or her mother, Joan? Ever meet her? No. No, Lauren repeated. Or not to your knowledge. I meet lots of people. I don't remember them all, but the names ring no bells. Lauren Muse looked down at the table. You said you dropped Amy off in Ridgewood. Yes, at her friend Stacy's. At her friend's. That got Lauren's attention. You didn't mention that before. I'm mentioning it now. What's Stacy's last name? Amy didn't say. I see. Did you meet the Stacy? No. Did you walk Amy to the front door? No, I stayed in the car. Lauren Muse faked a puzzled look. Your promise to protect her didn't extend from the car to the front door? Amy asked me to stay in the car. Who opened the door to the house then? Nobody. Amy just let herself in? She said that Stacy was probably asleep and that she always lets herself in the back door. I see, Lauren rose. Let's go then. Where are you taking him? Hester asked. To Ridgewood. Let's see if we can find this cul-de-sac. Myron stood with her. Can't you just find Stacy's address from Amy's parents? We already know Stacy's address, Lauren said. The problem is, Stacy doesn't live in Ridgewood. She lives in Livingston. Chapter 16. When Myron headed out of the interrogation room, he spotted Claire and Eric Beale in an office down the corridor. Even from the distance and through the reflection of the plate glass window, Myron could see the strain. He stopped. What's the problem? Lauren Muse asked. He gestured with his chin. I want to talk to them. And say what exactly? He hesitated. Do you want to waste time explaining yourself? Lauren Muse asked. Or do you want to help us find Amy? She had a point. What would he say right now anyway? I didn't harm your daughter? I just drove her to some house in Ridgewood because I didn't want her to drive with a drunk kid? What good would that do? Hester kissed him goodbye. Keep your trap shut. He looked at her. Fine, whatever. Just call me if they arrest you, okay? Okay. Myron took the elevator to the garage with Lance Banner and Lauren Muse. Banner took one car and started out. Myron looked a question at Lauren. She's going ahead to get a local to accompany us. Oh. Lauren Muse moved over to a squad car, complete with a perp gauge in the back. She opened the back door for Myron. He sighed and slid in. She took the driver's seat. There was a laptop attached to the console. She started typing into it. So what now? Myron asked. Can I have your mobile phone? Why? Just give it to me. He handed it to her. She scanned through the call log and then dropped it on the front passenger seat. When exactly did you call Hester Crimstein? She asked. I didn't. Then how? Long story. Wynne would not want his name mentioned. It doesn't look good, she said, calling a lawyer so quickly. I don't much care how it looks. No, I guess you don't. So what's next? We drive to Ridgewood. We try to figure out where you purportedly dropped off Amy Beale. They started moving. I know you from somewhere, Myron said. I grew up in Livingston. When I was a kid, I went to some of your high school basketball games. That's not it, he said. He sat up. Wait, did you handle that Hunter case? I was, she paused, involved. That's it, the Matt Hunter case. You know him? I went to school with his brother Bernie. I was at his funeral. He sat back. So what next? Are you getting a warrant for my house, my car, what? Both. She checked her watch. They're being served now. You'll probably find evidence that Amy was in both. I told you about the party, about being in my basement, and I told you I drove her the night before. All very neat and convenient, yes. Myron closed his eyes. Are you going to take my computer too? Of course. I have a lot of private correspondences on it. Client information. They'll be careful. No, they won't. Do me a favor, Muse. Inspect the computer yourself, okay? Do you trust me? I'm almost flattered. Okay, look, cards on the table, Myron said. I know I'm a good suspect. Really? Why? Because you're the last person who saw her? Because you're a single ex-jock who lives alone in his childhood home and picks up teenage girls at 2 in the morning? She shrugged. Why would you be a suspect? I didn't do it, Muse. She kept her eyes focused on the road. What is it? Myron asked. Tell me about the gas station. And then he saw it. Oh. Oh, what? What do you have, a surveillance video or the attendant's testimony? She said nothing. Amy got mad at me because she thought I'd tell her parents. Why would she think that? Because I kept asking questions. Where she'd been, who she'd been with, what happened. And he'd promised to take her wherever she wanted, no questions asked? Right. So why were you reneging? I wasn't reneging. But? She didn't look right. How's that? She wasn't in a part of the city where kids would go to drink at that hour. She didn't look drunk. I didn't smell booze on her. She looked more upset than anything else. So I thought I'd try to find out why. And she didn't like that. Right. So at the gas station, Amy jumped out of the car. She wouldn't get back in until I promised I wouldn't ask any more questions or tell her parents. She said, Myron frowned, hating to betray this sort of confidence. She said that there were problems at home. With Mom and Dad? Yes. What did you say? That was normal. Man, Lauren said, you are good. What other nuggets did you offer? Time heals all wounds? Give me a break, Muse, will you? You're still my prime suspect, Myron. No, I'm not. She lowered her eyebrows. Excuse me? You're not this stupid, neither am I. What's that supposed to mean? You've known about me since last night, so you made some calls. Who'd you talk to? You mentioned Jake Corder earlier. You know him? Lauren Muse nodded. And what did Sheriff Corder say about me? That in the tri-state area, you've caused more ass discomfort than hemorrhoids. But that I didn't do it, right? She said nothing. Come on, Muse. You know I couldn't be this stupid. Phone records, credit card charges, Easy Pass, an eyewitness at the gas station. It's overkill. Plus, you know my story will pan out. The phone records show that Amy called me first. That fits in with what I'm telling you. They drove in silence for a while. The car radio buzzed. Lauren picked it up. Lance Banner said, I got a local with me. We're good to go. I'm almost there, she said. Then to Myron. What exit did you take, Ridgewood Avenue or Linwood? Linwood. She repeated it into the microphone. She pointed at the green sign for the windshield. Linwood Avenue west or east? Whichever one says Ridgewood. That would be west. He sat back. She took the ramp. Do you remember how far away from here? I'm not sure. We drove straight for a while, then we started making a lot of turns. I don't remember. Lauren frowned. You don't hit me as the forgetful type, Myron. Then I got you fooled. Where were you before she called? At a wedding. Drink much? More than I should have. Were you drunk when she called? I probably would have passed a breathalyzer. But you were, shall we say, feeling it? Yes. Ironic, don't you think? Like in a Alanis Morissette song, he said. I have a question for you. I'm not really into answering your questions, Myron. You asked me if I knew Katie Rochester. Was that just routine? Two missing girls? Or do you have a reason to believe that their disappearances are related? You're kidding, right? I just need to know squat. You need to know squat. Now walk me through it again. Everything. What Amy said, what you said, the phone calls, the drop-off, everything. He did. On the corner of Linwood Avenue, Myron noticed a Ridgewood police car slide in behind them. Lance Banner sat in the passenger seat. They're coming along for jurisdiction, Myron asked. More like protocol. Do you remember where you drove from here? I think we turned right by that big pool. Okay. I have a map up on the computer. We'll try to find the cul-de-sacs and see what happens. Myron's hometown of Livingston was nouveau and Jewishy, former farmland converted into look-alike clusters of split levels with one big mall. Ridgewood was old Victorians and waspy, lusher landscapes, and a true town center with restaurants and shops. The houses in Ridgewood were built in a variety of eras. Trees lined both sides of the streets, age tilting them toward the center to form a protective canyon. There was less sameness here. Was this street familiar? Myron frowned. He couldn't say. Not much sameness during the day, but at night it all looked woodsy. Lauren headed down a cul-de-sac. Myron shook his head. Then another, and another. The roads twisted seemingly without reason or plan, like something in an abstract painting. More dead ends. You said before that Amy didn't seem drunk, Lauren said. That's right. How did she seem? Distraught. He sat up. I was thinking, maybe she'd broken up with her boyfriend. I think his name is Randy. Have you talked to him yet? No. Why not? I need to explain myself to you? It's not that, but a girl vanishes, you investigate. There wasn't an investigation. She's of age, no signs of violence, missing only a few hours. Enter me. Exactly. Claire and Eric called her friends, of course. Randy Wolf, the boyfriend, wasn't supposed to see her last night. He stayed home with his parents. Myron frowned. Lauren Muse spotted it in the rearview mirror. What? She asked. Saturday night at the end of the senior year, he said. And Randy stays home with his mommy and daddy? Do me a favor, Bolitar. Just look for the house, will you? As soon as she made the turn, Myron felt the pang of deja vu. On the right, at the end of the cul-de-sac. That's it? I'm not sure yet. Then, yeah, this is it. She pulled up to it and parked. The Ridgewood police car parked behind them. Myron looked out the window. Move up a few yards. Lauren did as he asked. Myron kept his eyes on the house. Well? He nodded. This is it. She opened that gate on the side of the house. He almost added, that was the last time I saw her, but he held back. Wait in the car. She got out. Myron watched. She headed over and talked to Banner and a cop with Ridgewood police logos on the uniform. They chatted and gestured toward the house. Then Lauren Muse started up the walk. She rang the doorbell. A woman answered it. Myron couldn't see her at first. Then she stepped outside. Nope, not familiar. She was slim. Her blonde hair peeked out from a baseball cap. She looked like she just finished a workout. The two women talked for a full 10 minutes. Lauren kept glancing back at Myron as if she feared he'd try to escape. Another minute or two passed. Lauren and the woman shook hands. The woman went back inside and closed the door. Lauren walked back to the car and opened the back door. Show me where Amy walked. What did she say? What do you think she said? Had she never heard of Amy Beale? Lauren Muse touched her index finger to her nose and then pointed at him. This is the place, Myron said. I'm sure of it. Myron traced her path. He stopped at the gate. He remembered how Amy had stood here. He remembered her wave. But there was something there. Something that bugged him. I should have... He stopped. No point. She went in here. She disappeared from sight. Then she came back and waved that I should leave. And you did? Yes. Lauren Muse looked in the backyard before she walked him back to another squad car. They'll drive you home. Can I have my cell phone? She tossed it to him. Myron got into the back of the car. Banner started it up. Myron took hold of the car handle. Muse? What? There's a reason she picked this house, Myron said. He closed the door. They drove off in silence. Myron watched that gate, watched it grow smaller until finally it, like Amy Beale, was gone. Chapter 17. Dominic Rochester, the father of Katie, sat at the head of the dining room table. His 3 boys were there too. His wife Joan was in the kitchen. That left 2 empty chairs, hers and Katie's. He chewed his meat and stared at the chair, as if willing Katie to appear. Joan came out of the kitchen. She had the platter of sliced roast beef. He gestured toward his near-empty plate, but she was already on it. Dominic Rochester's wife stayed home and took care of the house. None of that working woman crap. Dominic wouldn't have it. He grunted a thank you. Joan returned to her seat. The boys were all chowing down in silence. Joan smoothed his skirt and picked up her fork. Dominic watched her. She used to be so damn beautiful. Now she was glassy-eyed and meek. She hunched over in a permanent cower. She drank too much during the day, although she thought he didn't know. No matter. She was still the mother of his children and kept in line, so he let it slide. The phone rang. Joan Rochester leaped to her feet, but Dominic signaled her to sit with a wave of his hand. He wiped his face as though it were a windshield and rose from his seat. Dominic was a thick man. Not fat, thick. Thick neck, thick shoulders, thick chest, thick arms and thighs. The last name Rochester, he hated that. His father had changed it because he wanted to sound less ethnic, but his old man was a weakling and a loser. Dominic thought about changing it back, but that would look weak too, like maybe he worried too much about what other people would think. In Dominic's world, you never showed weakness. They had walked all over his father, made him shut down his barber shop, poked fun at him. His father thought he could rise above it. Dominic knew better. You bust heads or you get your head busted. You don't ask questions, you don't reason with them, at least not at first. At first you bust heads. You bust heads and take licks until they respect you. Then you reason with them. You show them you're willing to take a hit. You let them see you're not afraid of blood, not even your own. You want to win? You smile right through your blood. That gets their attention. The caller ID. The number was blocked, but most people who called here didn't like people to know their business. He was still chewing when he lifted the receiver. The voice on the other end said, I have something for you. It was his contact at the county prosecutor's office. He swallowed the meat. Go ahead. There's another missing girl. That got his attention. She's from Livingston, too. Same age, same class. Name? Amy Beale. The name didn't mean anything to him, but he really didn't know Katie's friends very well. He put his hand over the mouthpiece. Any of you know a girl named Amy Beale? No one said anything. Hey, I asked a question here. Should be Katie's ear. The boys shook their heads. Joan didn't move. His eyes met hers. She shook her head slowly. There's more, his contact said. Like what? They found a link to your daughter. What kind of link? I don't know. I've just been eavesdropping. But I think it has something to do with where they both went missing. Do you know a guy named Myron Bolitar? The old basketball star? Yeah. Rochester had seen him a few times. He also knew that Bolitar had had run-ins with some of Rochester's nastier colleagues. What about him? He's involved. How? He picked up the missing girl in Midtown Manhattan. That's the last time she was seen. She used the same ATM as your Katie. He felt a jolt. He what? Dominic's contact explained a bit more about how this Bolitar guy had driven Amy Beale back over to Jersey, how a gas station attendant saw them arguing, and how she just disappeared. The police talked to him? Yeah. What'd he say? I don't think very much. He lawyered up. Dominic felt a red swirl build in his head. Son of a bitch! Did they arrest him? No. Why not? Not enough yet. So, what, they just let him walk? Yeah. Dominic Rochester didn't say anything. He got very quiet. His family noticed. They all went very still, afraid to move. When he finally spoke again, his voice was so calm, his family held their breaths. Anything else? That's it for now. Keep digging. Dominic hung up the phone. He turned toward the table. His whole family was watching him. Joan said, Dom? It was nothing. He felt no need to explain. This didn't involve them. It was his job to handle stuff like this. The father was a soldier, the one who kept vigil so his family could sleep untroubled. He headed to the garage. Once inside, he closed his eyes and tried to smother the rage. It wouldn't happen. Katie. He eyed the metal baseball bat. He remembered reading about Bolitar's injured knee. If he thought that hurt, if he thought a mere knee injury was pain. He made some calls, did a little background. In the past, Bolitar got in trouble with the Ake brothers, who ran New York. Bolitar was supposedly a tough guy, good with his fists, who hung out with a psycho named Wins or something. Taking on Bolitar would not be easy, but it wouldn't be all that difficult either. Not if Dominic got the best. His cell phone was a throwaway, the kind you can buy in cash with a false name and toss away after you use up your minutes. No way to trace them back to him. He grabbed the fresh one off the shelf. For a moment he just held it and debated his next move. His breathing was labored. Dominic had busted his share of heads in his day, but if he dialed this number, if he did indeed call the twins, he was crossing a line he'd never gone near before. He thought about his daughter's smile. He thought about how she had to wear braces when she was 12, and how she wore her hair, and the way she used to look at him a long time ago, when she was a little girl and he was the most powerful man in the world. Dominic pressed the digits. After this call, he would have to get rid of the phone. That was one of the twins' rules, and when it came to those two, didn't matter who you were, didn't matter how tough or how hard you'd scrape to buy this fancy house in Livingston, you don't mess around with the twins. The phone was answered in the second ring. No hello, no greeting at all, just silence. Dominic said, I'm going to need both of you. When? Dominic picked up the metal bat. He liked the weight of it. He thought about this Bolitar guy, this guy who drove off with a missing girl and then lawyered up, who was free now and probably watching TV or enjoying a nice meal. No way you let that slide, even if you got to bring in the twins. Now, Dominic Rochester said, I need you both now. Chapter 18. When Myron arrived back at his house in Livingston, Wynn was already there. Wynn was sprawled out in the chaise lounge on the front lawn. His legs were crossed. He wore khakis sans socks, a blue shirt, a Lily Pulitzer tie of dizzying green. Some people could wear anything and make it work. Wynn was one of those people. He had his face tilted to the sun, eyes closed. He did not open them as Myron approached. Do you still want to go to the Knicks game? Wynn asked. I think I'll pass. You mind if I take someone else then? No. I met a girl at Scores last night. She's a stripper? Please, Wynn held up a finger. She's an erotic dancer. Career woman. Nice. Her name is Bambi, I think. Or maybe Tawny. Is that a real name? Nothing about her is real, Wynn said. By the way, the police were here. Searching a place? Yes. They take my computer? Yes. Damn. Fret not. I arrived before them and backed up your personal files. Then I erased the hard drive. You, Myron said. You're good. The best, Wynn said. Where did you back it up? USB hard drive on my keychain, he said, dangling it, his eyes still closed. Kindly move to the right a little. You're blocking my son. Has Hester's investigator learned anything new? There was an ATM charge on young Miss Beale's card, Wynn said. Amy took out cash? No, a library book. Yes, cash. Apparently Amy Beale picked up $1,000 in an ATM machine a few minutes before she called you. Anything else? Like? They're linking this to another disappearance, a girl named Katie Rochester. 2 girls disappearing from the same area? Of course they're going to link them. Myron frowned. I think there's something else. Wynn opened one eye. Trouble. What? Wynn said nothing, just kept staring. Myron turned and followed his gaze and felt the stomach drop. It was Eric and Claire. For a moment no one moved. Wynn said, You're blocking my son again. Myron saw Eric's face. There was rage there. Myron started toward them, but something made him stop. Claire put her hand on her husband's arm. She whispered something in his ear. Eric closed his eyes. She stepped toward Myron, her head high. Eric stayed back. Claire walked toward Myron's door. He slid toward her. Myron said, You know I didn't. Inside. Claire kept walking toward his front door. I want you to tell me everything when we're inside. Essex County Prosecutor Ed Steinberg, Lauren's boss, was waiting for her when she got back to the office. Well? She filled him in. Steinberg was a big man, soft in the middle, but he had that wanna-squeeze-him teddy bear thing going on. Of course, he was married. It had been so long since Lauren had met a desirable man who wasn't. When she finished, Steinberg said, I did a little more checking up on Bolitar. Did you know he and his friend Wynn used to do some work with the feds? There were rumors, she said. I spoke to Joan Thurston. Thurston was the U.S. Attorney for the state of New Jersey. A lot of it is hush-hush, I guess, but in some, everyone thinks Wynn is several fries short of a Happy Meal, but that Bolitar is pretty straight. That's the vibe I got too, Lauren said. You believe his story? Overall, yeah, I guess I do. It's just too crazy. Plus, as he sort of pointed out himself, would a guy with his experience be dumb enough to leave so many clues behind? You think he's being framed? Lauren made a face. That doesn't jive much either. Amy Beale called him herself. She'd have to be in on it, I guess. Steinberg folded his hands on his desk. His sleeves were rolled up. His forearms were big and covered with enough hair to count as fur. Then odds are, what, she's a runaway? Odds are, Lauren said. And the fact that she used the same ATM as Katie Rochester? She shrugged. I don't think it's a coincidence. Maybe they know each other. Not according to either set of parents. That doesn't mean anything, Steinberg said. Parents don't know bupkis about their kids. Trust me here, I have teenage daughters. The moms and dads who claim they know everything about their kids usually know the least. He shifted in his chair. Nothing found in the search of Bolitar's home or car? They're still going through it, Lauren said. But what can they find? We know she was in the house and in the car. The locals handled the search? She nodded. Then let's let the locals handle the rest of it. We really don't even have a case yet anyway. The girl is of age, right? Right. Good, then it's settled. Give it to the locals. I want you concentrating on these homicides in East Orange. Steinberg told her more about the case. She listened and tried to focus. This was a biggie, no doubt about it. A double murder. Maybe a major hitman back in the area. It was the kind of case she loved. It would take up all her time. She knew that. And she knew the odds. Amy Beale had withdrawn cash before she called Myron. That meant that she had probably not been abducted, that she was probably just fine, and that either way, Lauren Hughes really shouldn't be involved anymore. They say worrying and grief makes you age, but with Claire Beale, it was almost the opposite. Her skin was drawn tight around her cheekbones, so tight the blood seemed to stop flowing. There were no lines on her face. She was pale and almost skeletal. Myron flashed back to an ordinary memory, study hall, senior year. They would sit and talk and he would make her laugh. Claire was normally quiet, often subdued. She spoke with a soft voice. But when he got her going, when he worked in all her favorite routines from stupid movies, Claire would laugh so hard she'd start to cry. Myron wouldn't stop. He loved her laugh. He loved to see the pure joy when she let go like that. Claire stared at him. Every once in a while you try to trace your life back to a time like that, when everything was so good. You try to go back and figure out how it started and the path you've taken and how you ended up here. If there's a moment you can go back to and somehow alter, and poof, you wouldn't be here. You'd be someplace better. Tell me, Claire said. He did. He started with the party at his house, overhearing Amy and Aaron in the basement, the promise, the late-night phone call. He went through it all. He told her about the stop at the gas station. He even told her about Amy talking about how things weren't great with her parents. Claire's posture stayed rigid. She said nothing. There was a quake near her lips. Every once in a while she would close her eyes. There would be a slight wince, as if she spotted a coming blow but was unwilling to defend herself from it.
This is the end of disc number 3. Please insert disc number 4. This is disc number 4.
Claire's posture stayed rigid. She said nothing. There was a quake near her lips. Every once in a while she would close her eyes. There would be a slight wince, as if she spotted a coming blow but was unwilling to defend herself from it. Neither spoke when he finished. Claire did not ask any follow-up questions. She just stood there and looked very frail. Myron took a step toward her, but he could see right away it was the wrong move. You know I never heard her, he said. She did not reply. Claire? Do you remember that time we met up at Little Park by the Circle? Myron waited a beat. We met up there a lot, Claire. At the playground. Amy was 3 years old. The good humor truck came along. You bought her toasted almond fudge, which she hated. Claire smiled. You remember? I do. Do you remember what I was like that day? He thought about it. I don't know what you're trying to get at. Amy didn't know her limits. She would try everything. She wanted to go on that high slide. There was a big ladder. She was too young for it. Or at least that's what I thought. She was my first child. I was so afraid all the time, but I couldn't stop her. So I let her climb the ladder, but I would stay right behind her, remember? You made a crack about it. He nodded. Before she was born, I swore I'd never be one of those overprotective parents. Swore it. But Amy's climbing up this ladder, and I'm right behind her, my hands poised behind her butt, just in case she slipped, because wherever you are, even someplace as innocent as a playground, all a parent imagines is the worst. I kept picturing her tiny foot missing a step. I kept seeing her fingers slipping off those rails, and her little body tipping back, and then she'd land on her head wrong, and her neck would be at a bad angle. Her voice faded away. So I stayed behind her, and I was ready for anything. Claire stopped and stared at him. I'd never heard her, Myron said. I know, she said softly. He should have felt relief at that. He didn't. There was something in her tone, something that kept him on the hook. You wouldn't harm her. I know that. Her eyes flared up. But you're not blameless either. He had no idea what to say to that. Why aren't you married? She asked. What the hell does that have to do with anything? You're one of the nicest, sweetest men I know. You love kids. You're straight. So why aren't you married yet? Myron held back. Claire was in shock, he told himself. Her daughter was missing. She was just lashing out. I think it's because you bring destruction, Myron. Wherever you go, people get hurt. I think that's why you've never been married. You think what? That I'm cursed? No, nothing like that. But my little girl is gone. Her voice was slow now, one weighted word at a time. You were the last to see her. You promised that you would protect her. He just stood there. You could have told me, she said. I promised. Don't, she said, holding up her hand. That's no excuse. Amy wouldn't have ever known. You could have pulled me aside and said, look, I told Amy that she could call me if she had a problem. I'd have understood that. I'd have even liked it, because then I would have still been there for her, like with the ladder. I would have been able to protect her, because that's what a parent does. A parent, Myron, not a family friend. He wanted to defend himself, but the arguments wouldn't come. But you didn't do that, she went on, her words raining down on him. Instead, You promised that you wouldn't tell her parents. Then you drove her somewhere and dropped her off, but you didn't watch out for her like I would have. Do you understand that? You didn't take care of my baby, and now she's gone." He said nothing. "What are you going to do about that?" she asked. "What?" "I asked you what you're going to do about it." He opened his mouth, closed it, tried again. "I don't know." "Yeah, you do." Suddenly, Claire's eyes seemed focused and clear. "The police are going to do one of two things. I can see it already. They're backing away. Amy took money out of an ATM machine before she called you. So they're either going to dismiss her as a runaway, or they're going to think you were involved, or both. You helped her run, maybe. You're her boyfriend. Either way, she's 18. They're not going to look hard. They're not going to find her. They'll have other priorities." "What do you want me to do?" "Find her." "I don't save people. You yourself pointed that out." "Then you'd better start now. My daughter is gone because of you. I hold you accountable." Myron shook his head, but she was having none of it. "You made her promise. Right here in this house. You made her promise. Now you do the same, damn it. Promise me you'll find my baby. Promise me you'll bring her home." And a moment later, the truly final what if, Myron did. Chapter 19. Allie Wilder had finally stopped thinking long enough about Myron's impending visit to call her editor, a man she generously referred to as Caligula. "I just don't get this paragraph, Allie." She bit back a sigh. "What about it, Craig?" Craig was the name her editor used when he introduced himself, but Allie was sure his real name was Caligula. Before 9/11, Allie had a solid job with a major magazine in the city. After Kevin's death, there was no way she could keep it. Aaron and Jack needed her home. She took a sabbatical and then became a freelance journalist, mostly writing for magazines. At first, everyone offered her jobs. She refused them out of what she now saw as stupid pride. She hated getting the pity assignments. She felt above it. She now regretted that. Caligula cleared his throat, making a production about it, and read her paragraph out loud. "The closest town is Pahrump. Picture Pahrump rhymes with dump, as what's left on the road if a buzzard ate Las Vegas and spit out the bad parts. Tackiness as art form. A bordello is made to look like a White Castle restaurant, which seems like a bad pun. Signs with giant cowboys compete with signs for fireworks stores, casinos, trailer parks, and beef jerky. All the cheese is American singles." After a meaningful pause, Caligula said, "Let's start with the last line." "Uh-huh. You say that the only cheese in town is American singles?" "Yes," Allie said. "Are you sure?" "Pardon me?" "I mean, did you go to the supermarket?" "No." Allie started gnawing on a fingernail. "It's not a statement of fact. I'm trying to give you a feel for the town." "By writing untruths?" Allie knew where this was going. She waited. Caligula did not disappoint. "How do you know, Allie, that they don't have some other kind of cheese in this town? Did you check all the supermarket shelves? And even if you did you consider the fact that maybe someone shops in a neighboring town and brings other cheese into Pahrump? Or that maybe they order by mail service? Do you understand what I'm saying?" Allie closed her eyes. "We print that, about the American singles being the only cheese in town, and suddenly we get a call from the mayor, and he says, 'Hey, that's not true. We have tons of varieties here. We have Gouda, and Swiss, and Cheddar, and Provolone.'" "I get the point, Craig. "And Roquefort, and Blue, and Mozzarella." "Craig." "And heck, what about cream?" "Cream?" "Cream cheese, for crying out loud. That's the kind of cheese, right? Cream cheese. Even a Hickville place would have cream cheese, you see?" "Right, uh-huh." More gnawing on the nail. "I see. So that line has to go." She could hear his pen go through it. "Now let's talk about the line before that, the one about trailer parks and beef jerky." Caligula was short. Allie hated short editors. She used to joke about it with Kevin. Kevin had always been her first reader. His job was to tell her that whatever she had scribbled out was brilliant. Allie, like most writers, was insecure. She needed to hear that. Any criticism while she wrote paralyzed her. Kevin understood. So he would rave. And when she battled with her editors, especially those short of sight and stature like Caligula, Kevin always took her aside. She wondered if Myron would like her writing. He had asked to see some of her pieces, but she'd been putting it off. The man had dated Jessica Culver, one of the top novelists in the country. Jessica Culver had been reviewed on the front page of the New York Times Book Review. Her books had been shortlisted for every major literary award. And as if that wasn't enough, As if Jessica Culbert didn't have it all over Allie Wilder professionally, the woman was ridiculously gorgeous. How could Allie possibly stack up against that? The doorbell rang. She checked her watch. Too early for Myron. Craig, can I call you back? Caligula sighed. Fine, okay. In the meantime, I'll just tweak this a bit. She winced when he said that. There was an old joke about being left on a deserted island with an editor. You are starving. All you have left is a glass of orange juice. Days pass. You are near death. You are about to drink the juice when the editor grabs the glass from your hand and pees into it. You look at him stunned. There, the editor says, handing you the glass. It just needed a little tweaking. The bell rang again. Aaron galloped down the stairs and yelled, I'll get it. Allie hung up. Aaron opened the door. Allie saw her go rigid. She hurried her step. There were two men at the door. They both held police badges. May I help you, Allie said. Are you Allie and Aaron Wilder? Allie's legs went rubbery. No, this wasn't a flashback of how she learned about Kevin, but there was still some sort of deja vu here. She turned to her daughter. Aaron's face was white. I'm Livingston Police Detective Lance Spanner. This is Castleton Detective John Greenhall. What's this about? We'd like to ask you both a few questions, if we might. What about? Can we come in? I'd like to know why you're here first. Banner said, We'd like to ask a few questions about Myron Bolitar. Allie nodded, trying to figure this through. She turned to her daughter. Erin, head upstairs for a little while and let me talk to the officers, okay? Actually, ma'am? It was Banner. Yes? The questions we want to ask, he said, stepping through the door and motioning with his head toward Erin. They're for your daughter, not you. Myron stood in Amy's bedroom. The Beale house was walking distance from his. Claire and Eric had driven ahead of him. Myron talked to Wynn a few minutes, asked him if he could help track down whatever the police had on both Katie Rochester and Amy. Then he followed on foot. When Myron entered the house, Eric was already gone. He's driving around, Claire said, leading him down the corridor. Eric thinks if he goes to where she hangs out, he can find her. They stopped in front of Amy's door. Claire opened it. What are you looking for? She asked. Damned if I know, Myron said. Did Amy know a girl named Katie Rochester? That's the other missing girl, right? Yes. I don't think so. In fact, I asked her about it. You know, when she was on the news? Right. Amy said she'd seen her around, but she didn't know her. Katie went to middle school at Mount Pleasant. Amy went to Heritage. You remember how it is. He did. By the time they both got to high school, their cliques were solidified. Do you want me to call around and ask your friends? That might be helpful. Neither of them moved for a moment. Claire asked, Shall I leave you alone in here? For now, yeah. She did. She closed the door behind her. Myron looked around. He had told the truth. He didn't have a clue what he was looking for here. But he figured that it would be a good first step. This was a teenage girl. She had to keep secrets in her room, right? It also felt right being here. From the moment he made the promise to Claire, his entire perspective began to shift. His senses felt strangely attuned. It had been a while since he'd done this, investigate, but the memory muscle jumped in and took effect. Being in the girl's room brought it all back to him. In basketball, you need to get into the zone to do your best. Doing this kind of thing, there was a similar feel. Being here, in the victim's room, did that. Put him in the zone. There were two guitars in the room. Myron didn't know anything about instruments, but one was clearly electric, the other acoustic. There was a poster of Jimi Hendrix on the wall. Guitar picks were encased in lucite blocks. Myron read through them. There were collector's picks. One belonged to Keith Richards, others to Nils Lofgren, Eric Clapton, Buck Dharma. Myron almost smiled. The girl had good taste. The computer was already on, a screensaver of a fish tank rolling by. Myron wasn't a computer expert, but he knew enough to get started. Claire had given him Amy's password and told him about Eric going through the email. He checked it anyway. He brought up AOL and signed on. Yep, all the email had been deleted. He hit Windows Explorer and put her files in date order, so as to see what she had been working on most recently. Amy had been writing songs. He thought about that, about this creative young woman, about where she was now. He scanned through the most recent word processing documents. Nothing special. He tried checking her downloads. There were some recent photographs. He opened them. Amy with a bunch of school pals, he guessed. Nothing obviously special about them either, but maybe he'd have Claire take a look. Teens, he knew, were huge with instant messaging online. From the relative calm of their computers, they had conversations with dozens of people, sometimes at the same time. Myron knew plenty of parents who whined about this, but in his day, they'd spend hours tying up the phone gossiping with one another. Was IMing any worse? He brought up her buddy list. There were at least 50 screen names like Spazomaniac Jack 11, MSG Watkins, and Young Fang Blaine 742. Myron printed them out. He let Claire and Eric go through them with one of Amy's friends, see if there was a name that didn't belong, that none of them knew about. It was a long shot, but it would keep them busy. He let go of the computer mouse and started to search the old-fashioned way. The desk came first. He went through her drawers. Pens, papers, note cards, spare batteries, a smattering of computer software CDs. Nothing personal. There were several receipts from a place called Planet Music. Myron checked the guitars. They had Planet Music stickers on the back. Big wow. He moved to the next drawer. More nothing. In the third drawer, Myron saw something that made him stop. He reached down and gently lifted it into view. He smiled. Protected in a plastic sleeve, it was Myron's rookie basketball card. He stared at his younger self. Myron remembered the photo shoot. He'd done several dumb poses, taking a jump shot, pretending to pass, the old-fashioned triple threat position, but they settled for one of him bending down and dribbling. The background was an empty arena. In the picture, he wore his green Boston Celtics jersey, one of maybe 5 times he got to wear it in his entire life. The card company had printed up several thousand before his injury. They were collector's items now. It was nice to know Amy had one, though he wondered what the police might make of it. He put it back in the drawer. His fingerprints would be on it now, but then again they would be all over the room. Didn't matter. He pressed on. He wanted to find a diary. That was what you always saw in the movies. The girl writes a diary, and it talks about her secret boyfriend and double life and all that. That worked in fiction. It wasn't happening for him in reality. He hid an undergarments drawer. He felt yucky, but he persevered. If she was going to hide anything, this could be the place. But there was nothing. Her taste seemed on the wholesome side for a teenage girl. Tank tops were as bad as it got. Near the bottom, however, he found something particularly racy. He pulled it into view. There was a tag on it from a mall lingerie store called Bedroom Rendezvous. It was white, sheer, and looked like something out of a nurse fantasy. He frowned and wondered what to make of it. There was a smattering of bobblehead dolls. An iPod with white earbuds was lounged out on the bed. He checked the tunes. She had Amy Mann on there. He took that as a small victory. He'd given her Amy Mann's Lost in Space a few years back. Thinking the first name might pique her interest. Now he could see that she had 5 of Amy Mann's CDs. He liked that. There were photographs stuck onto a mirror. They were all group pictures, Amy with a slew of girlfriends. There were 2 of the volleyball team, one in classic team pose, another celebration shot taken after they'd won the counties. There were several pictures of her high school rock band, Amy playing lead guitar. He looked at her face while she played. Her smile was heartbreaking, but what girl that age doesn't have a heartbreaking smile? He found her yearbook. He started paging through it. Yearbooks had come a long way since he graduated. For one thing, they included a DVD. Myron would watch it, he guessed, if he had the time. He looked up Katie Rochester's entry. He'd seen that photograph before, on the news. He read about her. She'd miss hanging with Betsy and Craig and Saturday nights at the Ritz Diner. Nothing significant. He turned to Amy Beale's page. Amy mentioned a whole bunch of her friends. Her favorite teachers, Miss Cordy and Mr. D, her volleyball coach, Mr. Grady, and all the girls on the team. She ended with, "Randy, you've made the past 2 years so special. I know we'll be together always." Good old Randy. He checked out Randy's entry. He was a good-looking kid with wild, almost Rastafarian curls. He had a soul patch and a big white smile. He talked mostly about sports in his write-up. He mentioned Amy, too, how much she'd enriched his time in high school. Myron thought about that, looked again at the mirror, and for the first time wondered if perhaps he'd stumbled across a clue. Claire opened the door. "Anything?" Myron pointed to the mirror. "This. What about it?" "How often do you come in this room?" She frowned. "A teenager lives here." "Would that mean rarely?" "Pretty much never." "Does she do her own laundry?" "She's a teenager, Myron, and she does nothing." "So who does it?" "We have a live-in. Her name is Rosa." "Why?" "The photographs," he said. "What about them?" "She has a boyfriend named Randy, right?" "Randy Wolf. He's a sweet kid." "And they've been together a while?" "Since sophomore year. Why?" Again he gestured to the mirror. "There are no pictures of them. I looked all over the room. No photos of them anywhere. That's why I was asking about when you were last in the room." He looked back at her. "Did there used to be?" Yes. He pointed to several blank spots in the bottom of the mirror. This all looks out of sequence, but I bet you removed the pictures from here. But they just went to the prom together, 3 nights ago? Myron shrugged. Maybe they had a big fight there. You said Amy looked emotional when you picked her up, right? Right. Maybe they just broken up, Claire said. Could be, Myron said. Except she hasn't been home since then, and the photographs in the mirror are gone. That would imply they broke up at least a day or two before I picked her up. One more thing. Claire waited. Myron showed her the lingerie from Bedroom Rendezvous. Have you seen this before? No. You found it in here? Myron nodded. Bottom of the drawer. It looks unworn. The tag is still on it. Claire went quiet. What? Eric was telling the police how Amy's been acting strangely lately. I fought him on it, but the truth is she has. She's grown very secretive. Do you know what else struck me about this room? What? Forgetting this lingerie, which might be relevant, might be nothing. The opposite of what you just said. There's almost nothing secretive in here. I mean, she's a high school senior. There should be something, right? Claire considered that. Why do you think that is? It's like she's working hard to hide something. We need to check other places where she might have kept personal stuff. Someplace that you and Eric wouldn't think to snoop. Like her school locker, maybe. Should we do that now? It's Sunday. I doubt anyone's there. And I think it'd be better to talk to Randy first. She frowned. His father. What about him? His name is Jake. Big Jake, everyone calls him. He's bigger than you. And the wife is a flirt. Last year, Big Jake got into a fight at one of Randy's football games. Beat this poor guy senseless in front of his kids. He's a total putz. Total? Total. Phew. Myron pantomimed, wiping the sweat off his brow. A partial putz, I mind. A total putz? That's my bag. Chapter 20. Randy Wolf lived in the new Laurel Road section. The brand new estates of brushed brick had more square footage than Kennedy Airport. There was a faux wrought iron gate. The gate was open enough for Myron to walk through. The grounds were over-landscaped, the lawn so green it looked like someone had gone overboard with spray paint. There were 3 SUVs parked in the driveway. Next to them, gleaming from a fresh waxing and seemingly perfect sun placement, sat a little red Corvette. Myron started humming the matching Prince tune. He couldn't help it. The familiar whack of a tennis ball drifted in from the backyard. Myron headed toward the sound. There were 4 lithe ladies playing tennis. They all wore ponytails and tight tennis whites. Myron was a big fan of women in tennis whites. One of the lithe ladies was about to serve when she noticed him. She had great legs, Myron observed. He checked again. Yep, great. Ogling tan legs probably wasn't a clue, but why chance it? Myron waved and gave the woman serving his best smile. She returned it and signaled to the ladies to excuse her for a moment. She jogged toward him. Her dark ponytail bounced. She stopped very close to him. Her breathing was deep. Sweat made the tennis whites cling. It also made them a little see-through. Again, Myron was just being observant. But she didn't seem to care. Something I can do for you? She had one hand on her hip. Hi, my name is Myron Bolitar. Commandment 4 from the Bolitar Book on Smoothness. Wow the ladies with a dazzling first line. Your name, she said. It rings a bell. Her tongue moved around a lot when she talked. Are you Mrs. Wolf? Call me Lorraine. Lorraine Wolf had that way of speaking where everything sounded like a double entendre. I'm looking for your son Randy. Wrong reply, she said. Sorry? You were supposed to say that I looked too young to be Randy's mother. Too obvious, Myron said. An intelligent woman like you would have seen right through that. Nice recovery. Thanks. The other ladies gathered by the net. They had towels draped around their necks and drank something green. Why are you looking for Randy? She asked. I need to talk to him. Well, yes, I figured that out, but maybe you could tell me what this is about? The back door opened with an audible bang. A large man, Myron was 6'4", 215, and this guy had at least 2 inches and 30 pounds on him, stepped out the door. Big Jake Wolf, Myron deducted, was in the house. His black hair was slicked back. He had a mean squint going. Wait, isn't that Steven Seagal? Myron asked sotto voce. Lorraine Wolf smothered a giggle. Big Jake stomped over. He kept glaring at Myron. Myron waited a few seconds. Then he winked and gave Big Jake the Stan Laurel 5-finger wave. Big Jake did not look pleased. He marched to Lorraine's side, put his arm around her, tugged her tight against his hip. "Hi, honey," he said, his eyes still on Myron. "Well, hi back," Myron said. "I wasn't talking to you." "Then why are you looking at me?" Big Jake frowned and pulled his wife closer. Lorraine cringed a little, but she let him. Myron had seen this act before. Raging insecurity, he suspected. Jake released his glare long enough to kiss his wife's cheek before retightening his grip. Then he started glaring again, holding his wife firmly against his side. Myron wondered if Big Jake was going to pee on her to mark his territory. "Go back to your game, honey. I'll handle this." "We were just finishing anyway." "Then why don't you ladies go inside and have a drink, He let her go. She looked relieved. The ladies walked down the path. Myron again checked her legs, just in case. The women smiled at him. "Hey, what are you looking for?" Big Jake snapped. "Potential clues," Myron said. "What?" Myron turned back to him. "Never mind." "So what do you want here?" "My name is Myron Bolitar." "So?" "Good comeback." "What?" "Never mind." "You some kind of comedian?" "I prefer the term comic actor. Comedians are always typecast." "What the—" Big Jake stopped, got his bearings. "You always do this?" "Do what?" "Stop by uninvited." "It's the only way people will have me," Myron said. Big Jake squinted a little more. He wore tight jeans and a silk shirt that had one too many buttons open. There was a gold chain enmeshed in his chest hair. Staying Alive wasn't playing in the background, but it should have been. "Wild stab in the dark here," Myron said. "The red Corvette. It's yours, right?" He glared some more. "What do you want?" "I'd like to speak to your son, Randy." "Why?" "I'm here on behalf of the Beale family." That made him blink. "So?" "Are you aware that the daughter is missing?" "So?" "That's so line. It never gets old, Jake, really. Amy Beale is missing, and I'd like to ask your son about it." "He has nothing to do with that. He was home Saturday night." "Alone?" "No, I was with him." "How about Lorraine? Was she there too? Or was she out for the evening?" Big Jake didn't like Myron using his wife's first name. "None of your business." "Be that as it may, I'd like to talk to Randy." "No." "Why not?" "I don't want Randy mixed up in this." "In what?" "Hey," he pointed at Myron. "I don't like your attitude." "You don't?" Myron gave him the wide game show host smile and waited. Big Jake looked confused. "Is this better? Rosier, am I right?" "Get out." "I would say, who's going to make me, but really, that would be so expected." Big Jake smiled and stepped right up to Myron. "You want to know who's going to make you?" "Wait, hold on, let me check the script." Myron mimed, flipping pages. "Okay, here it is. I say, know who, and then you say, I am." "Got that straight." "Jake?" "What?" "Are any of your children home?" Myron asked. "Why? What's that got to do with anything?" "Lorraine." "Well, she already knows you're a little man," Myron said, not moving an inch. "But I'd hate to beat your ass in front of your kids." Jake's breathing turned to a snort. He didn't back up, but he was having trouble holding the eye contact. "Ah, you ain't worth it." Myron rolled his eyes, but he bit back the, "That's the next line in the script," rejoinder. Maturity. "Anyway, my son broke up with that slut." "By slut, you mean Amy. He dumped her." "When?" 3-4 months ago. He was done with her." "They went to the prom together last week." "That was for show." "For show?" He shrugged. "I'm not surprised any of this happened." "Why do you say that, Jake?" "Because Amy was no good. She was a slut." Myron felt his blood tick. "And why do you say that?" "I know her, okay? I know the whole family. My son has a bright future. He's going to Dartmouth in the fall, and I want nothing getting in the way of that. So listen to me, Mr. Basketball. Yeah, I know who you are. You think you're such hot stuff. Big, tough basketball stud who never made it to the pros. Big-time All-American who crapped out in the end. Who couldn't hack it once the going got tough." Big Jake grinned. "Wait, is this the part where I break down and cry?" Myron asked. Big Jake put his finger on Myron's chest. "You just stay the hell away from my son, you understand me? He has nothing to do with that slut's disappearance." Myron's hand shot forward. He grabbed Jake by the balls and squeezed. Jake's eyes flew open. Myron positioned his body so that nobody could see what he was doing. Then he leaned in so he could whisper in Jake's ear. "We're not going to call Amy that anymore, are we, Jake? Feel free to nod." Big Jake nodded. His face was turning purple. Myron closed his eyes, cursed himself, let go. Jake sucked in a deep breath, staggered back, dropped to one knee. Myron felt like a dope, losing control like that. "Hey, look, I'm just trying to—" "Get out," Jake hissed. Just leave me alone." And this time, Myron obeyed. From From the front seat of a Buick Skylark, the twins watched Myron walk down the Wolf's driveway. "There's our boy." "Yep." They weren't really twins. They weren't even brothers. They didn't look alike. They did share a birthday, September 24, but Jeb was 8 years older than Orville. That was part of how they got the name, having the same birthday. The other was how they met, at a Minnesota Twins baseball game. Some would claim that it was a sadistic turn of fate, or ridiculously bad star alignment that brought them together. Others would claim there was a bond there, two lost souls that recognized a kindred spirit, as if their streak of cruelty and psychosis were some kind of magnet that drew them to one another. Jeb and Orville met in the bleachers of the Dome in Minneapolis when Jeb, the older twin, got into a fight with 5 beer-marinated head cases. Orville stepped in, and together they put all 5 in the hospital. That was 8 years ago. 3 of the guys were still in comas. Jeb and Orville stayed together. These 2 men, both life loners, neither married, never in a long-term relationship, became inseparable. They moved around from city to city, town to town, always leaving havoc in their wake. For fun, they would enter bars and pick fights and see how close they can come to killing a man without actually killing him. When they destroyed a drug-dealing motorcycle gang in Montana, their rep was cemented. Jeb and Orville did not look dangerous. Jeb wore an ascot and smoking jacket. Orville had the Woodstock thing going on, a ponytail, scruffy facial hair, pink-tinted glasses, and a tie-dye t-shirt. They sat in the car and watched Myron. Jeb began singing, as he always did, mixing English songs with his own Spanish interpretation. Right now he was singing the Police's Message in a Bottle. I hope that someone gets my mensaje en una botella. I like that one, dude, Orville said. Thank you, mi amigo. Man, you were younger. You should do that American Idol. That Spanish thing. They love that. Even that Simon judge who hates everything. I love Simon. Me too. The dude is far out. They watched Myron get into his car. So, what do you think he was doing at this house? Orville asked. Singing. You asked me if our love would grow. Yo no sé, yo no sé. The Beatles, right? Bingo. And yo no sé. I don't know. Right again. Groovy. Orville checked the car's clock. Should we call Rochester and tell him what's shaking? Jeb shrugged. Might as well. Myron Bolitar started driving. They followed. Rochester picked up on the second ring. He left that house, Orville said. Rochester said, keep following him. Your dollars, Orville said with a shrug. But I think it's a waste, man. He may give you a clue where he stashed the girls. If we, snatch his ass now, he'll give us all the clues he knows. There was a moment of hesitation. Orville smiled and gave Jeb a thumbs-up sign. I'm at his house, Rochester said. That's where I want you to take him. Are you at or in? At or in what? His house. I'm outside, in my car. So you don't know if he's got a plasma TV? What? No, I don't know. Well, if we're going to be working him a while, it'd be righteous if he had one, in case he gets to be a drag. You know what I'm saying? The Yankees are playing against Boston. Jeb and me dig watching in HD. That's why I'm asking. There was another moment of hesitation. Maybe he has one, Rochester said. That would be groovy. That DLP technology is good, too. Anything with high def, I guess. By the way, do you, got a plan or anything? I'm going to wait until he comes back home, Dominic Rochester said. I'll tell him I want to talk to him. We go inside, you go inside. Radical. Where is he going now? Orville checked the navigator on the car. Hey, unless I'm mistaken, we're heading back to Bolitar's crib right now. Chapter 21. Myron was 2 blocks from his home when the cell phone rang. Wynn asked, Did I ever tell you about Single Shaker? No. She's a private eye. If she were any hotter, your teeth would melt. That's swell, really. I've had her, Wynn said. Oh, good for you. I went back for seconds. And we still talk. Yikes, Myron said. Wynn still talking to a woman he'd slept with more than once? In human terms, that was like a marriage celebrating its silver anniversary. Is there a reason you're sharing this warm moment with me right now? Then Myron remembered something. Wait, a private eye named Single. Hester Crimstein called her when I was being interrogated, right? Exactly. Single has gathered some new information on the disappearances. You set up a meet? She's waiting for you at Baumgart's. Baumgart's, long Myron's favorite restaurant serving both Chinese and American dishes, had recently opened a branch in Livingston. How will I recognize her? Hot enough to make your teeth melt, Wynn said. How many women at Baumgart's fit that description? Wynne hung up. 5 minutes later, Myron entered the restaurant. Single didn't disappoint. She was curvy to the max, built like a Marvel comic drawing come to life. Myron walked up to Peter Chin, the owner, to say hello. Peter frowned at him. What? She's not Jessica, Peter said. Myron and Jessica used to go to Baumgart's, albeit the original in Englewood, all the time. Peter had never gotten over the breakup. The unspoken rule was that Myron was not allowed to bring other women here. For 7 years he had kept that rule, more for himself than Peter. It's not a date. Peter looked at Single, looked at Myron, made a face that said, "Who are you kidding?" "It's not, then. You realize, of course, I haven't seen Jessica in years." Peter put a finger in the air. "Years fly by, but the heart stays in the same place." "Damn." "What?" "You've been reading fortune cookies again, haven't you?" "There's much wisdom there." "Tell you what, read today's New York Times instead, style section." "I already did." "And?" Again Peter raised his finger. "You can't ride 2 horses with one behind." "Hey, I told you that one. It's Yiddish." "I know." "And it doesn't apply." "Just sit down." Peter dismissed him with a wave. "And order for yourself. I'm not helping you." When Single stood to greet him, Next didn't so much turn in her direction as snap. They exchanged hellos and sat down. "So you're Wynne's friend," Single said. "I am." She studied him for a moment. "You don't look psychotic." "I like to think of myself as the counterbalance." There were no papers in front of her. "Do you have the police file?" he asked. "There is none. There isn't even an official investigation yet." "So what have you got?" "Katie Rochester started taking money out at ATMs. Then she ran away. There is no evidence, other than parental protestations, to suggest anything other than that." "The investigator grabbed me at the airport," Myron began. "Lauren Muse. She's good, by the way." "Right, Muse. She asked me a lot about Katie Rochester. I think they have something solid linking me to her." "Yes and no. They have something solid linking Katie to Amy. I'm not sure it links directly to you." "That being?" "Their last ATM charges." "What about them?" "Both girls used the exact same Citibank in Manhattan." Myron stopped, tried to absorb that one. The waiter came over. New guy. Myron didn't know him. Usually, Peter had the waiter bring over a few free appetizers. Not today. "I'm used to men staring at me," Single said, "but the owner keeps glaring at me like I urinated on the floor." "He misses my old girlfriend." "That's sweet." "Adorable." Single met Peter's eye, wiggled her fingers to show a wedding band, and yelled in Peter's direction, "He's safe. I'm already married." Peter turned away. Single shrugged, explained about the ATM charge, about Amy's face being clear in the security camera. Myron tried to figure it through. Nothing came to him. "There's one more thing you might want to know about." Myron waited. "There's a woman named Edna Schuyler. She's a doctor over at St. Barnabas. The cops are keeping this under heavy wraps because Rochester's father's a nut job. But apparently, Dr. Schuyler spotted Katie Rochester on the street in Chelsea." She told him the story about how Edna Schuyler had followed the girl into the subway, that she was with a man, what Katie said about not telling anyone. "Did the police look into it?" "Look into what?" "They try to figure out where Katie was, who the guy was, anything." "Why? Katie Rochester's 18 years old. She gathered money before she ran. She's got a connected father who was probably abusive in some fashion. The police have other things to worry about, real crimes. Muse is handling a double homicide in East Orange. Manpower is short. And what Edna Schuyler saw confirmed what they already knew. That Katie Rochester ran away." "Right." Myron sat back. "And the fact they both used the same ATM?" "Either a startling coincidence." Myron shook his head. "No way." "I agree. No way." "So either that or they both planned to run away. There was a reason they both chose that ATM. I don't know what, but maybe they planned this together. Katie and Amy went to the same high school, right?" "Right. But I haven't found any other connection between them." "Both 18, both graduating high school, both in the same town?" Single shrugged. "There has to be something." She was right. He'd need to speak to the Rochesters, see what they knew. He'd have to be careful. He didn't want to open that side of things up. He also wanted to talk to the doctor, Edna Schuyler, get a good description of the man Katie Rochester was with, see exactly where she was, what subway she was riding, what direction she was heading in. "Thing is," Single said, "if Katie and Amy are runaways, there might be a reason they ran." "I was just thinking the same thing," Myron said. "They might not want to be found." "True." "What are you going to do?" "Find them anyway." "And if they want to stay hidden?" Myron thought about Amy Beale. He thought about Eric and he thought about Claire. Good people, reliable, solid. He wondered what could possibly make Amy run away from them. What could have been so bad that she pulled something like this? Guess I'll cross that bridge when I get to it, he said. Wynne sat by himself in the corner of the dimly lit strip club. No one bothered him. They knew better. If he wanted someone near him, he'd let them know. The song in the jukebox was one of the most putrid songs from the 80s, Mr. Mister's Broken Wings. Myron claimed that it was the worst song of the decade. Wynne countered that We Built This City on Rock and Roll by Starship was worse. The argument lasted an hour without resolution, so, as they often do in situations like this, they went to Esperanza to end the tiebreaker, but she sided with Too Shy Shy by Kajagoogoo. Wynne liked to sit in this corner booth and look out and think. There's a Major League Baseball team in town. Several of the players would come to the Gentlemen's Club, a truly inspired euphemism for strip joint, to unwind. The working girls went crazy. Wynne watched a stripper of questionably legal age hit on one of the team's top pitchers. How old did you say you were? The stripper asked. 29, the pitcher said. Wow, she shook her head. You don't look that old. A wistful smile played with Wynne's lips. Youth. Windsor Horn Lockwood III was born to great wealth. He did not pretend otherwise. He did not like multi-billionaires who bragged about their business acumen when they started out with daddy's billions. Genius is almost irrelevant in the pursuit of enormous riches anyway. In fact, it can be a hindrance. If you are smart enough to see the risks, you might try to avoid them. That type of thinking, safe thinking, never led to great wealth. Wynne started life on the lush main line of Philadelphia. His family had been on the board of the stock exchange since its inception. He had a direct descendant who'd been this country's first Secretary of the Treasury. Wynne was born not only with a silver spoon in his mouth, but an entire silver plate setting at his feet. And he looked the part. That had been his problem. From his earliest years, with his tow-headed blonde hair and ruddy complexion and delicate features, with his face naturally set an expression that looked smug, people detested Wynne on sight. You looked at Windsor Horn Lockwood III, and you saw elitism, undeserved wealth, someone who always looked down his porcelain-sculpted nose at you. All your own failures rose up in a wave of resentment and envy, just by gazing upon the seemingly soft, coddled, privileged boy. It had led to ugly incidents. At the age of 10, Wynne had gotten separated from his mother at the Philadelphia Zoo. A group of students from an inner-city school had found him in his little blue blazer with the crest on the pocket and beaten the hell out of him. He had been hospitalized and nearly lost a kidney. The physical pain was bad. The shame of being a scared little boy was far worse. Wynne never wanted to experience that again. People, Wynne knew, made snap judgments based on appearances. No great insight there. And yes, there were the obvious prejudices against African Americans or Jews or what have you. But Wynne was more concerned with more garden variety prejudices. If, for example, you see an overweight woman eating a donut, you are repulsed. You make snap judgments. She's undisciplined, lazy, sloppy, probably stupid, definitely lacking in self-esteem. In a strange way, the same thing happened when people saw Wynne. He had a choice. Stay behind the hedges, safe in the cocoon of privilege, live a protected albeit fearful life, or do something about it. He chose the latter. Money makes everything easier. Oddly enough, Wynne always considered Myron to be a real-life Batman, but the Cape Crusader had started off as Wynne's childhood role model. Bruce Wayne's only superpower was tremendous wealth. He used it to train himself to be a crime fighter. Wynne did something similar with his money. He hired former squad leaders from both Delta Force and the Green Berets to train him as if he were one of their most elite. Wynne also found the world's top instructors on firearms, on knives, on hand-to-hand combat. He secured the services of martial artists from a wide variety of countries, and either flew them to the family estate in Bryn Mawr or traveled overseas. He spent a full year with a reclusive martial arts master in Korea, high in the hills in the southern part of the country. He learned about pain, how to inflict it without leaving marks. He learned about intimidation tactics. He learned about electronics, about locks, about the underworld, about security procedures. It all came together. Wynne was a sponge when it came to picking up new techniques. He worked hard, ridiculously hard, training at least 5 hours every day. He had naturally fast hands, the hunger, the desire, the work ethic, the coldness, all the ingredients. The fear went away. Once he was sufficiently trained, Wynne started hanging out in the most drug-infested, crime-ridden corners of the city. He would go there wearing blue blazers with crests, or pink polos, or loafers without socks. The bad people would see him and lick their lips. There would be hate in their eyes. They would attack, and Wynne would answer. There may be better fighters out there, Wynne assumed, especially now that he was growing older, but not many. His cell phone rang. He picked it up and said, "Articulate." "We got a wiretapping a guy named Dominic Rochester." The call's from an old colleague Wynne hadn't heard from in 3 years. No matter. This was how it worked in their world. The wiretap did not surprise him. Rochester was supposedly connected. "Go on." "Someone leaked to him your friend Bolitar's connection to his daughter." Wynne waited. "Rochester has a more secure phone. We're not sure, but we think he called the twins." There was silence. "Do you know them?" "Just by reputation," Wynne said. "Take what you've heard and put it on steroids. One of them is some kind of weird condition. He doesn't feel pain, but man, does he like to inflict it. The other one, his name is Jeb, and yeah, I know this is going to sound. He likes to bite." "Do tell," Wynne said. "We once found some guy the twins worked over with just Jeb's teeth. The body, it was a red puddle. He bit out the guy's eyes, Wynne. I still don't sleep when I think about it." "Maybe you should buy a nightlight." "Don't think I haven't thought of it. They scare me," the voice in the phone said. "Like you scare me." Wynne knew that in this man's world, that was about as big a compliment as he could pay the twins. "And you believe that Rochester called them right after he heard about Myron Bolitar?" "Within minutes, yeah." "Thank you for the information." "Wynne, listen to what I'm saying. They're absolutely nuts. We know about this one guy, a big old mafia don from Kansas City. He hired them. Anyway, it didn't work out. The mafia don pisses them off. I don't know how. So the don, no fool, he tries to buy them off. Make peace. Nothing doing. The twins get a hold of his 4-year-old grandson. 4 years old, Wynne. They send him back in chewed-up pieces. Then, get this, after they're done, then they accept the don's money. The same amount of money he already offered. They didn't ask for a penny more. Do you understand what I'm telling you?" Wynne hung up. There was no need to reply. He understood perfectly. Chapter 22. Myron had a cell phone in hand, preparing to call Allie for a much-needed hello, when he noticed a car parked in front of his house. Myron pocketed the cell and pulled into his driveway. A husky man sat on the curb in front of Myron's yard. He stood when Myron approached. "Myron Bolitar?" "Yes." "I'd like to talk to you." Myron nodded. "Why don't we go inside?" "You know who I am?" "I know who you are." It was Dominic Rochester. Myron recognized him from the news reports on TV. He had a ferocious face, with pores big enough to get your foot caught in. The smell of cheap musk came off him in squiggly line waves. Myron held his breath. He wondered how Rochester had learned about Myron's connection to the case, but no matter. This would work well, Myron figured. He had wanted to talk to Rochester anyway. Myron was not sure when the feeling came upon him. It could have been when the other car made the turn. It could have been something in Dominic Rochester's walk. Myron could see right away that Rochester was the real deal. A bad guy you did not want to mess with, as opposed to that poser Big Jake Wolf. But again, it was a bit like basketball. There were moments when Myron was so in the game, where he would be rising on his jump shot, his fingers finding the exact grooves in the ball, his hand cocked in front of his forehead, his eyes locked on the rim, only the rim, when time would slow down, as if he could stop in midair and readjust and see the rest of the court. Something was wrong here. Myron stopped at the door, keys in hand. He turned and looked back at Rochester. Rochester had those black eyes, the kind that view everything with an equal lack of emotion. A human being, a dog, a file cabinet, a mountain range. They never changed no matter what they saw, no matter what horror or delight played out in front of them. "Why don't we talk out here?" Myron said. Rochester shrugged. "If you want." The car, a Buick Skylark, slowed. Myron felt his cell phone vibrate. He looked down at it. Wynne's "Sweet Cheeks" was displayed. He put the phone to his ear. Wynne said, "There are two very bad hombres." That was when Myron was jarred by the blow. Rochester had thrown a punch. The fist skimmed across the top of Myron's head. The instincts were rusty, but Myron still had his peripheral vision. He'd seen Rochester launch the fist at the last second. He ducked in time to take away the brunt. The blow ended up glancing across the top of Myron's skull. There was pain, but Rochester's knuckles probably felt worse. The phone fell to the ground. Myron was down on one knee. He grabbed Rochester's extended arm by the wrist. He curled the fingers of his free hand. Most people hit with fists. That was necessary at times, but in reality, you should avoid doing it. If you hit something hard with a fist, you'll break your hand. The palm strike, especially the vulnerable areas, was usually more effective. With a punch, you need to flick or jab. You can't power straight through because the small bones in the hand can't handle the stress. But if the palm strike is delivered correctly, fingers curled and protected, the wrist tilted back, the blow landing on the meaty bottom of the palm, you put the pressure on the radius, the ulna, the humerus. In short, the larger arm bones. That was what Myron did. The obvious place to aim right now was the groin, but Myron figured that Rochester had been in plenty of scrapes before. He'd be looking for that. And he was. Rochester raised a knee for protection. Myron went for the diaphragm instead. When the shot landed just below the sternum, the air burst out of the big man. Myron pulled on Rochester's arm and threw him in what looked like an awkward judo throw. Truth was, in real fights, all throws look pretty awkward. The zone. He was in it now. Everything slowed down. Rochester was still in the air when Myron saw the car stop. Two men came out. Rochester landed like a sack of rocks. Myron stood. The two men were moving toward him now. They were both smiling. Rochester rolled through the throw. He'd be up in no time. Then there would be three of them. The two men in the car did not approach slowly. They did not look wary or worried. They charged toward Myron with the abandon of children playing a game. Two very bad hombres. Another second passed. The man who'd been on the passenger side wore his hair in a ponytail and looked like that hip middle school art teacher who always smelled like a bong. Myron ran through his options. He did this in tenths of a second. That was how it worked. When you're in danger, time either slows down or the mind races. Hard to say which. Myron thought about Rochester lying on the ground, about the two men charging, about Wynn's warning, about what Rochester might be after here, about why he might attack unprovoked, about what Single had said about Rochester being a nutjob. The answer was obvious. Dominic Rochester thought that Myron had something to do with his daughter's disappearance. Rochester probably knew that Myron had been questioned by the police and that nothing had come of it. A guy like Rochester wouldn't accept that. So he'd do his best, his damn best, to see if he could shake something loose. The two men were maybe 3 steps away now. Another point. They were willing to attack him right here, on the street, where anyone could see. That suggested a certain level of desperation and recklessness and, yes, confidence. A level Myron wanted no part of. So Myron made his choice. He ran. The two men had the advantage. They were already accelerating. Myron was starting from a standing position. This was where pure athleticism would help. Myron's knee injury had not really affected his speed much. It was more a question of lateral movement. So Myron faked a step to the right just to get them to lean. They did. Then he broke left toward the driveway. One of the men, the other one, not the hippie art teacher, lost his footing, but only for a split second. He was back up. So was Dominic Rochester. But it was the hippie art teacher who was causing the most trouble. The man was fast. He was almost close enough to make a diving tackle. Myron debated taking him on. But no, Wynn had called in a warning. If it had reached that level, this was probably indeed a very bad hombre. He wouldn't go down with one blow. And even if he would, the delay would give the other two the chance to catch up. There was no way to eliminate the art teacher and keep moving. Myron tried to accelerate. He wanted to gain enough distance to get Wynn on the cell phone and tell him... The cell phone! Damn, he didn't have it. He dropped it when Rochester hit him. They kept chasing him. Here they were, on a quiet suburban street. 4 adults running all out. Was anybody watching? What would they think? Myron had another advantage. He knew the neighborhood. He didn't look over his shoulder, but he could hear the art teacher panting behind him. You don't become a professional athlete, and brief as his career was, he did play professional ball, without having a million things go right internally and externally. Myron had grown up in Livingston. His high school class had 600 people in it. There had been zillions of great athletes go through the doors. None had made the pros. 2 or 3 had played minor league baseball. 1, maybe 2 had been drafted for one sport or another. That was it. Every kid dreams about it, but the truth is none make it. None. You think your kid is different. He's not. He won't make it to the NBA or NFL or MLB. Won't happen. The odds are that long. The point here, as Myron began to increase his lead, was that yes, he had worked hard, shot baskets by himself for 4 or 5 hours a day, had been frighteningly competitive, had the right mind frame, had and did all those things, but none of that would have helped him reach the level he'd gotten to if he hadn't been blessed with extraordinary physical gifts. One of those gifts was speed. The panting was falling behind him. Someone, maybe Rochester, shouted, "Shoot him in the leg!" Myron kept accelerating. He had a destination in mind. His knowledge of the neighborhood would help now. He hit the hill up Coddington Terrace. As he reached the top, he prepared. He knew that if he got there enough ahead of them, there'd be a blind spot on the curve back down. When he reached that down curve, he didn't look back. There was a somewhat hidden path between 2 houses on the left. Myron had used it to go to Burnett Hill Elementary School. All the kids did. It was the strangest thing, a paved walking path between 2 houses. But he knew it was still there. The very bad hombres would not. The paved walk was public enough, but Myron had another idea. The Horwitzes used to live in the house on the left. Myron had built a fort in the woods there with one of them a lifetime ago. Mrs. Horwitz had been furious about it. He veered into that area now. There used to be a crawling path under a bush, one that led from the Horwitzes' backyard on Coddington Terrace to the Sidens on Ridge Road. Myron pushed the first bush to the side. It was still there. He got down his hands and knees and scrambled through the opening. Brown branches whipped his face. It didn't hurt so much as bring him back to a more innocent time. As he emerged on the other side, in the old Sidens' backyard, he wondered if the Sidon family still lived here. The answer came to him fast. Mrs. Sidon was in the backyard. She wore a kerchief and gardening gloves. "Myron?" There was no hesitation or even much surprise in her voice. "Myron Bolitar, is that you?" He had gone to school with his son, Doug, although he had not crawled through this path or even been in this backyard since he was maybe 10 years old. But that didn't matter in towns like this. If you were friends in elementary school, there was always some kind of link. Mrs. Sidon blew the strands of hair out of her face. She started toward him. Damn. He hadn't wanted to involve anyone else. She opened her mouth to say something, but Myron silenced her with a finger to his lips. She saw the look on his face and stopped. He gestured for her to get in the house. She gave a slight nod and moved toward it. She opened the back door. Someone shouted, "Where the hell did he go?" Myron waited for Mrs. Sidon to disappear from view. But she didn't go inside. Their eyes met. Now it was Mrs. Sidon's turn to gesture. She motioned for him to come inside too. He shook his head. Too dangerous. Mrs. Sidon stood there, her back rigid. She would not move. The sound came from the brush. Myron snapped his head toward it. It stopped. Could have been a squirrel. No way they could have found them already. But Wynn had called them very bad, meaning, of course, very good at what they did. Wynn was never one for overstatement. If he said these guys were very bad... Myron listened. No sound now. That scared him more than noise. He did not want to put Mrs. Sidon in further danger. He shook his head one more time. She just stood there, holding the door open. There was no sense in arguing. There are few creatures more stubborn than Livingston mothers. Keeping low, he sprinted across the yard and through the open door, dragging her in with him. She closed the door. "Stay down." "The phone," Mrs. Sidon said, "is over there." It was a kitchen wall unit. He dialed Wynn. "I'm 8 miles from your house," Wynn said. "I'm not there," Myron said. "I'm on Ridge Road." He looked back at Mrs. Sidon for more information. 78, she said, "and it's Ridge Drive, not Road." Myron repeated what she said. He told Wynn there were 3 of them, including Dominic Rochester. "Are you armed?" Wynn asked. "No." Wynn didn't lecture him, but Myron knew that he wanted to. "The other 2 are good and sadistic," Wynn said. "Stay hidden until I get there." "We're not moving," Myron said. And that was when the back door burst open. Myron turned in time to see hippie art teacher fly through it. "Run!" Myron shouted at Mrs. Sidon. But he didn't wait to see if she obeyed. Art teacher was still off balance. Myron leapt toward him. But art teacher was fast. He sidestepped Myron's lunge. Myron saw that he was going to miss. He stuck out his left arm, clothesline style, hoping to get under Art's chin. The blow touched down in the back of Art's head, cushioned by the ponytail. Art staggered. He turned and hit Myron a short shot to the ribcage. The man was very fast. Everything slowed down again. In the distance, Myron could hear footsteps. Mrs. Seiden making a run for it. Our teacher smiled at Myron, breathing hard. The speed of that punch told Myron that he probably shouldn't stand and trade blows. Myron had the size advantage, and that meant taking him to the floor. Our teacher revved up to throw another punch. Myron crowded in. It was tougher to hit someone hard, especially someone bigger, when you crowded in. Myron grabbed our teacher's shirt by the shoulders. He twisted to take him down, raising a forearm at the same time. Myron hoped to put the forearm against the man's nose. Myron weighed 215 pounds. That kind of size, you land full force with your forearm resting on someone's nose, the nose is going to snap like a dried-out bird's nest. But again, our teacher was good. He saw what Myron intended to do. He tucked down just a little. The forearm was now resting on the rose-tinted glasses. Our teacher closed his eyes and pulled them both down harder. He also raised the knee up to Myron's midsection. Myron had to curve in his belly to protect himself. That took a good part of the power away from his forearm blow. When they landed, the wire-framed glasses bent, but there was no serious power behind the shot. Our teacher had the momentum now. He shifted his weight. His knee hadn't landed with much force either because of the way Myron had rounded his back. But the knee was still there, and the momentum. He threw Myron over his head. Myron took it with a roll. In less than a second, they were both on their feet. The two men faced one another. Here was what they don't tell you about fighting. You always feel crippling, paralyzing fear. The first few times, when Myron felt that stress-induced tingle in his legs, the ones that got so bad, you wondered if you'd be able to stay on your feet. He felt like the worst sort of coward. Men who only get into a scrape or two, who get that leg tingle when they argue with a drunk lout at a bar, feel awash with shame. They shouldn't. It is not cowardice. It is a natural biological reaction. Everyone feels that way. The question is, what do you do with that? What you learn with experience is that it can be controlled, harnessed even. You need to breathe. You need to relax. If you get hit when you're tensed up, it'll cause more damage. The man threw up his bent glasses. He met Myron's eye. This was part of the game, the staring down. The guy was good. Wynn had said so. But so was Myron. Mrs. Seiden screamed. To both men's credit, neither of them turned away at the sound. But Myron knew that he had to get to her. He faked a charge, just enough so that Art would back up, and then he darted toward the front of the house, where the scream had originated. The front door was open. Mrs. Seiden was standing there, and next to her, with his fingers digging into her upper arm, was the other man who chased him from the car. This guy was a few years older than our teacher and wore an ascot. An ascot, for crying out loud. He looked like Roger Healy from the old I Dream of Jeannie show. No time. Our teacher was behind him. Myron slid to the side and threw a roundhouse right. Our teacher ducked it, but Myron was ready. He stopped mid-punch and looped his arm around the man's neck. Myron had him in a headlock. But now, with a grotesque rebel yell, Ascot leapt toward Myron. Tightening his grip on the neck, Myron aimed a mule kick. Ascot let it land on his chest. He made his body soft and roll with the blow, holding on to Myron's leg. Myron lost his balance. Our teacher managed to free himself then. He threw a knife hand, aiming for Myron's throat. Myron tucked so that the blow hit his chin. It rattled his teeth. Ascot held on to Myron's leg. Myron tried to kick him off. Our teacher was laughing now. The front door burst open again. Myron prayed it was Wynn. It wasn't. Dominic Rochester arrived. He was out of breath. Myron wanted to call it a warning to Mrs. Seiden, but that was when a pain, unlike any other he had felt, ripped through him. Myron let loose a blood-curdling howl. He looked down at his leg. Ascot had his head lowered. He was biting Myron's leg. Myron screamed again, the sound mixing in with the laughter and cheers coming from our teacher. Go, Jeb! Woo! Myron kept kicking, but Ascot dug in deeper, holding on, growling like a terrier. The pain was excruciating, all-encompassing. Panic filled Myron. He stamped down with his free leg. Ascot held on with his teeth. Myron kicked harder, finally landing a kick on top of the man's head. He pushed hard. His flesh ripped off as he finally pried himself free. The Ascot sat up and spit something out of his mouth. Myron realized with horror that it was a meaty chunk of leg. Then they were on him, all three, piled on. Myron ducked his head and started swinging. He connected with somebody's chin. There was a grunt and a curse, but someone else hit him in the stomach. He felt the teeth on his leg again, the same spot, opening up the wound. Win. Where the hell was Win? He bucked up in pain, wondering what to do next, when he heard a sing-song voice say, "Oh, Mr. Bolitar!" Myron looked. It was our teacher. He had a gun in one hand. In the other, he had Mrs. Seiden by the hair.
This is the end of disc number 4. Please insert disc number 5. This is disc number 5.
He bucked up in pain, wondering what to do next, when he heard a sing-song voice say, "Oh, Mr. Bolitar!" Myron looked. It was our teacher. He had a gun in one hand. In the other, he had Mrs. Seiden by the hair. Chapter 23. They moved Myron to a large cedar closet on the second floor. Myron was flat on the floor. His hands were duct-taped behind his back. His feet bound together, too. Dominic Rochester stood over him, a gun in his hand. "Did you call your friend Win?" Myron said. "Who?" Rochester frowned. "You think we're stupid?" "If you know about Win," Myron said, meeting his eye, "about what he can do, then the answer is yes. I think you're very stupid." Rochester sneered. "We'll see about that," he said. Myron quickly assessed the situation. No windows, one entrance. That was why they brought him up here. No windows. So Win couldn't attack from the outside or at a distance. They had realized that, considered it, been smart enough to bind him and bring him up here. This was not good. Dominic Rochester was armed. So was our teacher. It would indeed be nearly impossible to get in here. But he knew Win. Myron just needed to give him time. On the right, Ascot Bite was still smiling. There was blood, Myron's blood, on his teeth. Our teacher was on the left. Rochester bent down so his face was close to Myron's. The cologne smell was still on him, worse than ever. "I'm going to tell you what I want," he said. "Then I'm going to leave you alone with Orville and Jeb. See, I know you had something to do with that girl disappearing. And if you had something to do with her, you had something to do with my Katie. Makes sense, doesn't it? Where's Mrs. Seiden?" "No one is interested in hurting her." "I didn't have anything to do with your daughter," Myron said. "I just gave Amy a ride, that's all. The police will tell you." "You lawyered up." "I didn't lawyer up. My lawyer arrived. I answered every question. I told them that Amy called me for a ride. I showed them where I dropped her off." "And what about my daughter?" "I don't know her. I've never met her in my life." Rochester looked back at Orville and Jeb. Myron didn't know which was which. His leg was throbbing from the bite. Our teacher was redoing his ponytail, making it tight and wrapping it with the band. "I believe him." "But," Ascot Bite added, "we got to be certain. Tengo que ser seguro." Our teacher frowned. "Who was that?" "Kylie Minogue." "Whoa, pretty obscure, dude." Rochester stood upright. "You guys do your thing. I'll keep watch downstairs." "Wait," Myron said. "I don't know anything." Rochester looked at him for a moment. "It's my daughter. I can't take that chance. So what's going to happen here is, the twins are going to work you over. You still telling the same story after that? I know you had nothing to do with it. But if you did, maybe I saved my kid. You understand what I'm saying?" Rochester moved to the door. The twins crept closer. Our teacher pushed Myron back. Then he sat on Myron's legs. Ascot straddled Myron's chest. He looked down and bared his teeth. Myron swallowed. He tried to buck him off, but with his hands taped behind him, it was impossible. His stomach did flips of fear. "Wait," Myron said again. "No," Rochester said. "You'll stall, you'll sing, you'll dance, you'll make up stories. No, that's not—" "Let me finish, okay? It's my daughter. You have to understand that. You need to crack before I'll believe you. The twins, they're good at making a man crack." "Just hear me out, okay? I'm trying to find Amy Beale." "No. And if I find her, there's an excellent chance I'll find your daughter, too. I'm telling you. Look, you checked me out, right? That's how you know about Wynne? Rochester stopped, waited. You must have heard this is what I do. I help people when they're in trouble. I dropped that girl off and now she's gone. I owe it to her parents to find her. Rochester looked at the twins. In the distance, Myron heard a car radio, the song fading in and then fading out. The song was, "We Built This City on Rock and Roll" by Starship. The second worst song in the world, Myron thought. Ascot Bite started singing along. "We built Esta Ciudad. We built Esta Ciudad. We built Esta Ciudad." Hippie art teacher, still holding Myron's legs, started bobbing his head, clearly digging his colleague's vocals. "I'm telling the truth," Myron said. "Either way," Rochester said. "If you're telling the truth or not, the twins here, they'll find out. See? You can't lie to them. Once they hurt you some, you'll tell us everything we need to know." "But by then it's too late," Myron said. "They won't take long." Rochester looked at art teacher. Art teacher said, "Half an hour, hour max." "That's not what I meant. I'll be too hurt. I won't be able to function." "He has a point," art teacher said. "We leave marks," Ascot added, flashing his teeth. Rochester thought about it. "Orville, where did you say he was before he came home?" Art teacher, Orville, gave him Randy Wolf's address and told him about the diner. They'd been tailing him, and Myron hadn't picked up on it. Either they were very good or Myron was awfully rusty. Or both. Rochester asked Myron why he visited both places. "The house is where her boyfriend lives," Myron said, "but he wasn't home." "You think he has something to do with it?" Myron knew better to answer in the positive. "Just talking to Amy's friends, see what was up with her. Who better than her boyfriend?" "And the diner?" "I met a source. I wanted to see what they had on your daughter and Amy. I'm trying to find a connection between them." "So what have you learned so far?" "I'm just starting." Rochester thought some more. Then he shook his head slowly. "Way I heard it, you picked up the Beale girl at 2 a.m. "That's right." "At 2 a.m., he repeated. "She called me." "Why?" His face reddened. "Is it because you like picking up high school girls?" "That's not it." "Oh, I suppose you're going to tell me it was innocent." It was. Myron could see the anger mounting. He was losing him. "You watched that trial with that perv Michael Jackson?" The question confused Myron. "A little, I guess." "He sleeps with little boys, right? He admits it. But then he says, 'Oh, but it's innocent.'" Now Myron saw where this was going. "And here you are, just like that, telling me you pick up pretty high school girls, late at night, at 2 a.m., and then you say, 'Oh, but it's innocent.' Listen to me." "Nah, I think I listened enough." Rochester nodded for the twins to go ahead. Enough time had passed. Wynne was, Myron hoped, in place. He was probably waiting for one last distraction. Myron couldn't move, so he tried something else. Without warning, Myron let loose a scream. He screamed as long and as loud as he could, even after Orville, the art teacher, snapped the fist into his teeth. But the scream had the desired effect. For a second, everyone looked at him. Just for a second. No more. But that was enough. An arm snaked around Rochester's neck as a gun appeared at his forehead. Wynne's face materialized next to Rochester's. "Next time," Wynne said, crinkling his nose, "please refrain from buying your cologne at your local Exxon station." The twins were greased lightning. They were off Myron in under a second. Our teacher took to the far corner. Ascot Bite flipped behind Myron and pulled him up, using Myron as a shield. He had a gun out now, too. He put it against the back of Myron's neck. Stalemate. Wynne kept his arm around Rochester's neck. He squeezed the windpipe. Rochester's face darkened red as the oxygen drained away. His eyes rolled back. A few seconds later, Wynne did something a little surprising. He released his grip on the throat. Rochester retched and sucked in a deep breath. Using him as a shield, Wynne's gun stayed near the back of the man's head, but now angled toward our teacher. "Cutting off his air supply, what with that awful cologne?" Wynne said by way of an explanation. It was too merciful. The twins studied Wynne as though there was something little and cute they'd stumbled across in the forest. They did not appear to be afraid of him. As soon as Wynne had come upon the scene, they coordinated their movements, as if they'd done this before. Sneaking up like that, hippie art teacher said, smiling at Wynn. Dude, that was one radical move. Far out, Wynn said. Like, dig it. He frowned. Are you mocking me, man? Tripping. Groovy. Flower power. Our teacher looked at Ascot Bite as if to say, do you believe this guy? Man, oh man, dude, you don't know who you're messing with. Put your weapons down, Wynn said, or I'll kill you both. The twins smiled some more, enjoying this. Dude, you ever do like math? Wynn gave our teacher the flat eyes. Like, yeah. See, we got 2 guns. You got 1. Ascot Bite rested his head on Myron's shoulder. You, he said to Wynn, excited, licking his lips. You shouldn't threaten us. You're right, Wynn said. All eyes were on the gun pressed near Rochester's temple. That was the mistake. It was like a classic magician's trick. The twins had not wondered why Wynn had released his grip on Rochester's throat. But the reason was simple. It was so that Wynn, using Rochester's body to block their view, could ready his second gun. Myron tilted his head a little to the left. The bullet from the second gun, the one that had been hidden behind Rochester's left hip, struck Ascot Bite square in the forehead. He was dead instantly. Myron felt something wet splash in his cheek. At the same time, Wynn fired the first gun, the one that had been at Rochester's head. That bullet slammed into our teacher's throat. He went down, his hands clawing at what had been his voice box. He may have been dead or at least bleeding to death. Wynn didn't chance it. The second bullet hit the man square between the eyes. Wynn turned back to Rochester. Breathe funny, and you'll end up like them. Rochester made himself stay impossibly still. Wynn bent down next to Myron and started ripping off the duct tape. He looked down at Ascot Bite's dead body. Chew on that, Wynn said to the corpse. He turned back to Myron. Get it? The biting? Chew on that? Hilarious. Where's Mrs. Seiden? She's safe, out of the house, but you'll need to make up a cover story for her. Myron thought about that. Did you call the police? Myron asked. Not yet. In case you wanted to ask some questions. Myron looked at Rochester. Talk to him downstairs, Wynn said, handing Myron a gun. I'll pull the car into the garage and start the cleanup. Chapter 24. The Cleanup. Myron had some idea of what Wynn meant, though they wouldn't discuss it directly. Wynn had holdings all over the place, including a tract of land in a secluded section of Sussex County, New Jersey. The property was 8 acres. Most of it was undeveloped woods. If you ever tried to trace down ownership, you'd find a holding company from the Cayman Islands. You'd find no names. There was a time when Myron would have been upset over what Wynn had done. There was a time when he would have mustered up all his moral outrage. He would give his old friend long, complicated musings about the sanctity of life and the dangers of vigilantism and all that. Wynn would look at him and utter 3 words. Us or them. Wynn probably could have given this stalemate another minute or 2. He and the twins might have come to an understanding. You go, we go, no one gets hurt, that sort of thing. But that wasn't meant to be. The twins were as good as dead the moment Wynn entered the scene. The worst part was that Myron no longer felt bad about it. He would shrug it off. And when he started doing that, when he knew that killing them was the prudent thing to do, and that their eyes would not haunt his sleep, that was when he knew it was time to stop doing this. Rescuing people. Playing along that flimsy line between good and bad. It robbed a little sliver of your soul. Except maybe it didn't. Maybe playing along that line, seeing the other side of it, just grounded you in awful reality. The fact is this. A million Orville the art teachers or Jeb the Ascots aren't worth the life of even one innocent. Of one Brenda Slaughter, or one Amy Beale, or one Katie Rochester, or, as in the case overseas, the life of his soldier son, Jeremy Downing. It might seem amoral to feel this way, but there it was. He applied his thinking to the war, too. In his most honest moments, but when he dare not speak out loud, Myron didn't care that much about the civilians trying to scrape by in some dump-hole desert. He didn't care if they got democracy or not, if they experienced freedom, if their lives were made better. What he did care about were the boys like Jeremy. Kill 100, 1,000 on the other side if need be. But don't let anyone hurt my boy. Myron sat across from Rochester. I wasn't lying before. I'm trying to find Amy Beale. Rochester just stared. You know that both girls use the same ATM? Rochester nodded. There has to be a reason why. It's not a coincidence. Amy's parents don't know your daughter. They don't think Amy knew her either. Rochester finally spoke. I asked my wife and kids, he said, his voice soft. None of them think Katie knew Amy. But the two girls went to the same school, Myron said. It's a big school. There's a connection. There has to be. We're just missing it. So what I need you and your family to do is start searching for that connection. Ask Katie's friends. Look through her stuff. Something links her daughter and Amy. We find it, we'll be that much closer. Rochester said, You're not going to kill me? No. His eyes traveled upstairs. Your guy made the right move. Killing the twins, I mean. You let them go, they'd have tortured your mother until she cursed the day you were born. Myron chose not to comment. I was stupid to hire them, Rochester said. But I was desperate. If you're looking for forgiveness, go to hell. I'm just trying to make you understand. I don't want to understand, Myron said. I want to find Amy Beale. Myron had to go to the emergency room. The doctor looked at the bite on his leg and shook his head. Jesus, you get attacked by a shark? A dog, Myron lied. You should put it down. Wynn took that one. Already done. The doctor used sutures and then bandaged it up. It hurt like hell. He gave Myron some topical cream and pills for the pain. When they left, Wynn made sure Myron still had the gun. He did. You want me to stay around? Wynn said. I'm fine. The car accelerated down Livingston Avenue. Are those two guys taken care of? Gone forever. Myron nodded. Wynn watched his face. They're called the twins, Wynn said. The older one, with the ascot. He would have bitten off your nipples first. That's how they warm up. One nipple, then the other. I understand. No lecture on overreacting? Myron's fingers touched down on his chest. I really like my nipples. It was late by the time Wynn dropped them off. Near his front door, Myron found the cell phone on the ground where he dropped it. He checked the caller ID. There are a bunch of missed calls, mostly business-related. With Esperanza and Antigua on her honeymoon, he should have stayed in touch. Too late to worry about that now. Allie had also called him. A lifetime ago, he had told her that he'd come by tonight. They had joked about him stopping by for a late-night nooner. Man, was that really today? He debated waiting until morning, but Allie might be worried. Plus, it would be nice, really nice, to hear the warmth in her voice. He needed that in this crazy, exhausting, hurting day. He was sore. His leg throbbed. Allie answered in the first ring. Myron? Hey, hope I didn't wake you. The police were here. There was no warmth in her voice. When? A few hours ago. They wanted to talk to Erin about some promise the girls made in your basement. Myron closed his eyes. Damn, I never meant to involve her. She backed your story, by the way. I'm sorry. I called Claire. She told me about Amy, but I don't understand. Why would you make the girls promise something like that? To call me, you mean? Yes. I overheard them talking about driving with someone who was drunk. I just didn't want that to happen to them. But why you? He opened his mouth, but nothing came out. I mean, you just met Erin that day. That was the first time you ever talked to her. I didn't plan it, Allie. There was a silence. Myron didn't like it. We okay? He asked. I need a little time with this, she said. He felt his stomach clench. Myron? So, he said, stretching out the word. I guess there's no rain check on that nooner. This isn't the time for jokes. I know. Amy's missing. The police came around and questioned my daughter. This might be routine for you, but this isn't my world. I'm not blaming you, but... I just need time. Need time, Myron repeated. That sounds a whole lot like need space. You're making a joke again. No, Allie, I'm not. Chapter 25. There was a reason Amy Beale wanted to be dropped off in that cul-de-sac. Myron showered and threw on a pair of sweats. His pants had blood on them. His own. He remembered that old Seinfeld routine about laundry detergent commercials that talk about getting out bloodstains. How if you have bloodstains on your clothes, maybe laundry wasn't your biggest worry. The house was silent, except for those customary house noises. When he was a kid, alone at night, Those noises would scare him. Now they were just there, neither soothing nor alarming. He could hear the slight echo as he walked across the kitchen floor. The echo only happened when you were alone. He thought about that. He thought about what Claire had said, about him bringing violence and destruction, about him still not being married. He sat alone at the kitchen table of his empty house. This was not the life he planned. Man plans, God laughs. He shook his head. Truer words. Enough wallowing, Myron thought. The plans part got his mind back on track. To wit, what had Amy Beale been planning? There was a reason she chose that ATM, and there was a reason she chose that cul-de-sac. It was almost midnight when Myron got back in his car and started north to Ridgewood. He knew the way now. He parked at the end of the cul-de-sac. He turned off the car. The house was dark, just like 2 nights ago. Okay, now what? Myron went through the possibilities. 1, Amy actually went into that house at the end of the cul-de-sac. The woman who had answered the door before, the slim blonde with the baseball cap, had lied to Lauren Muse. Or maybe the woman didn't know. Maybe Amy was having a fling with her son, or was a friend of her daughter's, and this woman didn't know about it. Doubtful. Lauren Muse was no idiot. She'd have been at that door a fair amount of time. She would have checked into those angles. If they existed, she would have followed up. So Myron ruled that out. That meant that this house had been a diversion. Myron opened the car door and stepped out. The road was silent. There was a hockey goal at the end of the cul-de-sac. This was probably a neighborhood with kids. There were only 8 houses and almost no traffic. The kids probably still played in the street. Myron spotted one of those roll-out basketball hoops in one of the driveways. They probably did that too. The cul-de-sac was a little neighborhood playground. A car turned down the block, just like when he dropped Amy off. Myron squinted toward the headlights. It was midnight now. Only 8 houses on the street, all with lights out, all tucked in for the evening. The car pulled up behind his and came to a stop. Myron recognized the silver Benz even before Eric Beale, Amy's father, got out. The light was dim, but Myron could still see the rage on his face. It made him look like an annoying little boy. "What the hell are you doing here?" Eric shouted. "Same thing as you, I guess." Eric came closer. "Claire may buy your story about why you drove Amy here, but what, Eric?" He didn't reply right away. He was still in a tailored shirt and trousers, but the look wasn't as crisp. "I just want to find her," he said. Myron said nothing, letting him talk his way down. "Claire thinks we can help. She says you're good at stuff like this." "I am." "You're like Claire's knight in shining armor," he said with more than a trace of bitterness. "I don't know why you two didn't end up together." "I do," Myron said. "Because we don't love each other that way. In fact, in all the time I've known Claire, you're the only man she ever really loved." Eric shifted his feet, pretending the words didn't matter, not quite pulling it off. "When I made the turn, you were getting out of your car. What were you going to do?" "I was going to retrace Amy's footsteps, see if I can figure out where she really went." "What do you mean, really went?" "There was a reason she picked this spot. She used this house as diversion. It wasn't her real destination." "You think she ran away, don't you?" "I don't think it was a random abduction or anything like that," Myron said. "She led me to this specific spot. The question is, why?" Eric nodded. His eyes were wet. "You mind if I tag along?" He did, but Myron shrugged and started toward the house. The occupants might wake up and call the police. Myron was willing to risk that. He opened the gate. This was where Amy had gone in. He made the same turn she made, went behind the house. There was a sliding glass door. Eric stayed silent behind him. Myron tried the glass door. Locked. He ducked down and ran his fingers along the bottom. Some kind of crud had accumulated. Same with the door frame going up. The door had not been opened in a while. Eric whispered, "What?" Myron signaled him to keep quiet. The curtains were pulled closed. Myron stayed low and cupped his hands around his eyes. He looked into the room. He couldn't see much, but it looked like a standard family den. It was not a teen's bedroom. He moved toward the back door. That led to a kitchen. Again, no teen bedroom. Of course, Amy might have misspoken. She might have meant that she went through a back door to get to Stacy's room, not that the bedroom was right there. But heck, Stacy didn't even live here. So either way, Amy had clearly lied. This other stuff, the fact the door hadn't been opened and didn't lead to a bedroom, that was just the icing. So where had she gone? He got on all fours and took out his penlight. He shined it on the ground. Nothing. He hoped for footprints, but there hadn't been much rain lately. He put his cheek flat on the grass, tried to look not so much for prints as any sort of ground indentation. More nothing. Eric started looking too. He didn't have a penlight. There's almost no other illumination back here. But he looked anyway, and Myron didn't stop him. A few seconds later, Myron stood. He kept the penlight low. The backyard was half an acre, maybe more. There was a pool with a whole other fence surrounding it. This gate was kept locked and 6 feet high. It would be hard, though not impossible, to scale, but Myron doubted Amy had come here for a swim. The backyard disappeared into woods. Myron followed the property line into the trees. The nice wooden picket fence ran around the side property lot, but once you got into the wooded area, the barrier became wire mesh. It was cheaper and less aesthetic, but back here, mixed in with branches and thicket, what did it matter? Myron was pretty sure what he would find now. It was not unlike the Horowitz siding border near his own home. He put his hand on top of the fence and kept moving through the brush. Eric followed. Myron wore Nikes. Eric had on tasseled loafers without socks. Myron's hand dipped down near an overgrown pine bush. Bingo, this was the spot. The fence had caved in here. He shined the penlight. From the rusted-out look of it, the post had buckled years ago. Myron pulled down the mesh a little and stepped over. Eric did likewise. The cut-through was easier to find. It ran no more than 5-6 yards. It had probably been a longer path years ago, but with the value of land, only the thinnest clump of brush was now used for privacy. If your land could be made usable, you made sure that it was. He and Eric ended up between 2 backyards on another cul-de-sac. You think Amy went this way? Myron nodded. I do. So what now? We find out who lives in the street. We try to see if there's a connection to Amy. I'll call the police, Eric said. You can try that. They might care, they might not. If someone she knows lives here, it might just further back up the theory that she's a runaway. I'll try anyway. Myron nodded. If you were in Eric's shoes, he would do that too. They moved through the yard and stood in the cul-de-sac. Myron studied the homes as if they might give him answers. Myron? He looked at Eric. I think Amy ran away, he said. And I think it's my fault. There were tears on his cheek. She's changed. Claire and I, we've both seen that. Something happened with Randy. I really liked that boy. He was so good with her. I tried to talk to her about it, but she wouldn't tell me. This is going to sound so stupid. I thought maybe Randy tried to pressure her. You know, sexually. Myron nodded. But what decade do I think we're living in? They'd been together 2 years already. So you don't think that was it? No. Then what? I don't know. He went silent. You said it was your fault. Eric nodded. When I drove Amy here, Myron said, she begged me not to say anything to you and Claire. She said that things weren't good with you two. I started spying on her, Eric said. That wasn't the direct answer to the question, but Myron let it go. Eric was working up to something. Myron would need to give him room. But Amy, she's a teenage girl. Remember those years? You learn how to hide things. So she was careful. I guess that she was more practiced than I was. It's not that I didn't trust her, but it's part of a parent's job to keep tabs on their children. It doesn't do much good because they know it. They stood in the dark, staring at the houses. But what you don't realize is that even while you're spying on them, maybe every once in a while, they turn the tables on you. Maybe they suspect something's wrong and they want to help. And maybe the child ends up keeping tabs on the parent. Amy spied on you? He nodded. What did she find, Eric? That I'm having an affair. Eric almost collapsed with relief when he said it. Myron felt blank for a second, totally empty. Then he thought about Claire, about how she was in high school, about the way she'd nervously pluck her bottom lip in the back of Mr. Lamp's English class. A surge of anger coursed through him. Does Claire know? I don't know. If she does, she's never said anything. This affair, is it serious? Yes. How did Amy find out? I don't know. I don't even know for sure that she did. Amy never said anything to you? No, but, like I said, there were changes. I would go to kiss her cheek and she'd pull back, almost involuntarily, like I repulsed her. That might be normal teenage stuff. Eric hung his head, shook it. So when you were spying on her, trying to check her emails, besides wanting to know what she was up to, I wanted to see if she knew, yes. Again, Myron flashed to Claire, this time to her face on her wedding day, starting a new life with this guy. Smiling like Esperanza had on Saturday. No doubts about Eric, even though Myron had never warmed to him. As if reading his mind, Eric said, "You've never been married. You don't know." Myron wanted to punch him in the nose. "You say so." "It doesn't just happen all at once," he said. "Uh-huh." "It just starts to slip away. All of it. It happens to everyone. You grow apart. You care, but in a different way. You're about your job, your family, your house. You're about everything but the two of you. And then one day, you wake up and you want that feeling back. Forget the sex. That's not really it. You want the passion. And you know you're never going to get it from the woman you love." "Eric?" "What?" "I really don't want to hear this." He nodded. "You're the only one I've told." "Yeah, well, I must live under a lucky star then." I just needed. Myron held up a hand. "You and Claire are none of my business. I'm here to find Amy, not play marriage counselor. But let me just make something clear because I want you to know exactly where I stand. If you hurt Claire, He stopped. Stupid to go that far. "You'll what?" "Nothing." Eric almost smiled. "Still her knight in shining armor, eh, Myron?" Man, Myron really wanted to punch him in the nose. He turned away instead, turned toward a yellow house with 2 cars in the driveway, and that was when he saw it. Myron froze. "What?" Eric said. He quickly averted his gaze. "I need your help." Eric was all over that. "Name it." Myron started walking back toward the path, cursing himself. He was still rusty. He should have never let that show. The last thing he needed was Eric going off half-cocked. He needed to hash it out without Eric. "Are you good with the computer?" Eric frowned. "I guess so." "I need you to go online. I need you to put all the addresses on the street into a search engine. We need a list of who lives here. I need you to go home right away and do that for me." "But shouldn't we do something now?" Eric asked. "Like what?" "Knock on doors." "And say what? Do what?" "Maybe someone's holding her hostage right here, right on this very block." Very, very doubtful. And even so, knocking doors will probably get them to panic. And once we knock on one door at this hour, that person will call the police. The neighbors will be warned. Listen to me, Eric. We need to figure out what's what first. This could all be a dead end. Amy might not have taken that path." "You said you thought she did." "Thought? That doesn't mean much. Plus, maybe she walked 5 blocks after that. We can't just stumble around. If you want to help, go home. Look those addresses up. Get me some names." They were through the path now. They moved past the gate and walked back to their cars. "What are you going to do?" Eric asked. "I have a few other leads I want to follow up on." Eric wanted to ask more, but Myron's tone and body language cut him off. "I'll call you as soon as I finish the search," Eric said. They both got in their cars. Myron watched Eric drive off. Then he picked up the cell phone and hit Wynn's speed dial. "Articulate." "I need you to break into a house." "Goody. Please explain." "I found a path where I dropped Amy off. It leads to another cul-de-sac." "Ah, do we have a thought then about where she ended up?" 16 Fern Lake Court. "You sound fairly certain." "There's a car in the driveway. On the back windshield is a sticker. It's for teacher parking at Livingston High School." "On my way." Chapter 26. Myron and Wynn met up 3 blocks away near an elementary school. A parked car here would be less conspicuous. Wynn was dressed in black, including a black skull cap that hid his blonde locks. "I didn't see an alarm system," Myron said. Wynn nodded. "Alarms were minor nuisances anyway, not deal-breakers." "I'll be back in 30 minutes. He was. On the dot. The girl isn't inside the house. 2 teachers live there. His name is Harry Davis. He teaches English at Livingston High School. His wife is Lois. She teaches at a middle school in Glen Rock. They have 2 daughters, college age judging by the pictures and the fact that they weren't home. This can't be a coincidence. I put a GPS tracker on both cars. Davis also has a well-worn briefcase stuffed with term papers and lesson plans. I put one in that too. You go home, get some sleep. I'll let you know when he wakes up and starts to move. I'll follow, and then we'll be on him. Myron crawled into bed. He figured sleep would never come to him, but it did. He slept deep until he heard a metallic click coming from downstairs. His father had been a light sleeper. In his youth, Myron would wake up at night and try to walk past his parents' room without stirring Dad. He had never made it. His father did not wake up slowly either. He woke with a start, like someone had poured ice water down his drawstring bottoms. So that was how it was when he heard the click. He shot up in the bed. The gun was on the night table. He grabbed it. His cell phone was there too. He hit Wynn's speed dial, the line that rang for Wynn to mute and eavesdrop. Myron sat very still and listened. The front door opened. Wherever it was, they were trying to keep quiet. Myron crept to the wall next to his bedroom door. He waited, listened some more. The intruder had gone through the front door. That was odd. The lock was old. It could be picked, but to be that silent about it, just one quick click. It meant whoever it was, or whoever they were good. He waited. Footsteps. They were light. Myron pressed his back against the wall. The gun tightened in his hand. His leg ached from the bite. His head pounded. He tried to swim through it, tried to focus. He calculated the best place to stand, pressed against the wall next to the door, where he was now. That was good for listening, but it wouldn't be ideal, despite what you see in the movies, if someone entered his room. In the first place, if the guy was good, he'd be looking for that. In the second place, if there were more than one of them, jumping someone from behind the door would be the worst place to be. You're forced to attack right away and thus expose your location. You might nail the first guy, but the second one would lay you to waste. Myron padded toward the bathroom door. He stood behind it, kept low, the door almost closed. He had a perfect angle. He could see the intruder enter, he could shoot or call out, and if he did shoot, he'd still be in a good position if someone else either charged in or retreated. The footsteps stopped outside his bedroom door. He waited. His breath rang in his ears. Wynn was good at this, the patience part. That had never been Myron's forte. But he calmed himself. He kept his breathing deep. His eyes stayed in the open doorway. He saw a shadow. Myron aimed his gun at the middle of it. Wynn might go for the head, but Myron zeroed in on the center of the chest, the most forgiving target. When the intruder stepped through the doorway and into a bit of light, Myron nearly gasped out loud. He stepped out from behind the door, still holding the gun. "Well, well," the intruder said. "After 7 years, is that a gun in your hand, or are you just happy to see me?" Myron did not move. 7 years. After 7 years. And within seconds, it was like those 7 years had never happened. Jessica Culver, his former soulmate, was back. Chapter 27. They were downstairs in the kitchen. Jessica opened up the refrigerator. "No Yoo-hoo?" Myron shook his head. Chocolate Yoo-hoo had been his favorite beverage. When they lived together, he'd always had plenty on hand. "You don't drink it anymore?" "Not much." "I guess one of us should note that everything changes." "How did you get in?" he asked. "You still keep the key in the gutter, just like your father did. We used it once. Do you remember?" He did. They'd sneaked down to the basement giggling. They'd made love. Jessica smiled at him. The years showed, he guessed. There were more lines around the eyes. Her hair was shorter and more stylized, but the effect was still the same. She was knock you to your knees beautiful. Jessica said, "You're staring." He said nothing. "Good to know I still have it." "Yeah, that Stone Norman is a lucky man." "Right," she said. "I figured you'd see that." Myron said nothing. "You'd like him," she said. "Oh, I bet." "Everyone does. He has lots of friends." "Do they call him Stoner?" "Only his old frat buddies." I should have guessed. Jessica studied him for a moment. Her gaze made his face warm. "You look like hell, by the way." "I took something of a beating today." "Some things don't change then." "How's Wynn?" "Speaking of things that don't change." "Sorry to hear that." "You're going to keep this up," Myron said, "or are you going to tell me why you're here?" "Can we keep this up for a few more minutes?" Myron shrugged to suit yourself at her. "How are your parents?" she asked. "Fine." "They never liked me." "No, I don't suppose they did." "And Esperanza. Does she still refer to me as Queen Bitch?" She hasn't so much as mentioned your name in 7 years. That made her smile. Like I'm Voldemort in the Harry Potter books. Yep, you're she who must not be named. Myron shifted in his chair. He turned away for a few seconds. She was just so damn beautiful. It was like looking into an eclipse. He needed to look away every once in a while. You know why I'm here? She said. One last fling before you marry Stoner? Would you be willing? No. Liar. He wondered if she was right, so he took the mature route. Are you aware that Stoner rhymes with boner? Making fun of someone's name, Jessica said, when yours is Myron. Throwing stones, glass houses, yeah, I know. Her eyes were red. Are you drunk? Tipsy, maybe. I had enough to get my courage up. To break into my house? Yes. So what is it, Jessica? You and I, she said. We're not really through. He said nothing. I pretend we're done. You pretend we're done. But we both know better. Jessica turned to the side and swallowed. He watched her neck. He saw hurt in her eyes. What was the first thing that went through your mind when you read I was getting married? I wished you and Stoner nothing but the best. She waited. I don't know what I thought, he said. It hurt? What do you want me to say, Jess? We were together a long time. Of course it was a pang. It's like, she paused, thought about it. It's like despite the fact that I haven't talked to you in 7 years, it was always just a question of time before we got back together. But this is all part of the process. Do you know what I mean? He said nothing, but he felt something deep inside him start to fray. And then today, I saw my announcement in print. The announcement I wrote. And suddenly it was like, wait, this is for real. Myron and I don't end up together. She shook her head. I'm not saying this right. Nothing to say, Jessica. Just like that? You being here, he said. It's just pre-wedding jitters. Don't patronize me. What do you want me to say? I don't know. They sat there for a while. Myron held out his hand. She took it. He felt something course through him. I know why you're here, Myron said. I don't even think I'm surprised. There's still something between us, isn't there? I don't know. I hear a but. You go through what we went through. The love, the breakups, my injuries, all that pain, all that time together. The fact that I wanted to marry you. Let me address that part, okay? In a second, I'm on a roll here. Jessica smiled. Sorry. You go through all that. Your lives become so entwined with one another. And then one day, you just end it. You just sever it off like with a machete. But you're so entwined, stuff is still there. Our lives are enmeshed, she said. Enmeshed, he repeated. That sounds so precious. But it's somewhat accurate. He nodded. So what do we do? Nothing. That's just part of life. Do you know why I didn't marry you? It's irrelevant, Jess. I don't think it is. I think we need to play through this. Myron let go of her hand and signaled, fine, go ahead. Most people hate their parents' lives. They rebel. But you want to be just like them. You wanted the house, the kids. And you didn't, he interrupted. We know all this. That's not it. I might have wanted that life too. Just not with me. You know that's not it. I just wasn't sure. She tilted her head. You wanted that life. But I didn't know if you wanted that life more than me. That, Myron said, is the biggest load of crap I've ever heard. Maybe, but that's how I felt. Great, I didn't love you enough. She looked at him, shook her head. No man has ever loved me like you did. Silence. Myron held back the what about Stoner remark. When you blew out your knee, not that again, please. Jessica pushed ahead. When you blew out your knee, you changed. You worked so hard to move past it. You'd have preferred the self-pity route, Myron said. That might have worked better, because what you did instead, what you ended up doing was running scared. You grabbed so tight to everything you had that it was suffocating. All of a sudden you were mortal. You didn't want to lose anything else, and suddenly... This is all great, Jess. Hey, I forgot. At Duke, who taught your intro to psychology class? Because he'd be proud as punch right about now. Jessica just shook her head at him. What? He said. You're still not married, are you, Myron? Neither, he said. Are you? Touché. But have you had a lot of serious relationships over the past 7 years? He shrugged. I'm involved right now. Really? What, that's such a surprise? No, but think about it. You, Mr. Commitment, Mr. Long-Term Relationship. Why is it taking you so long to find anybody else? Don't tell me, he held up a hand. You spoiled me for all other women? Well, that would be understandable. Jessica arched an eyebrow. But no, I don't think so. Well, I'm all ears. Why? Why aren't I happily married by now? Jessica shrugged. I'm still working on it. Don't work on it. It doesn't involve you anymore. She shrugged again. They both sat there. It was funny how comfortable he was with all this. You remember my friend Claire, Myron said? She married that uptight guy, right? We went to their wedding. Eric. He didn't want to go into it all, so he started with something else. He told me tonight that he and Claire are having troubles. He says it's inevitable, that eventually it all dims and fades and that it becomes something else. He says he misses the passion. Is he messing around? Jessica asked. Why do you ask that? Because it sounds like he's trying to justify his actions. So you don't think there's anything to that dimming passion stuff? Of course there's something to it. Passion can't stay at that fevered pitch. Myron thought about that. It did for us. Yes, she said. There was no fade. None. But we were young, and maybe that's why in the end we blew up. He considered that. She took his hand again. It was a charge. Then Jessica gave him a look. The look, to be more specific. Myron froze. Uh-oh. You and this new woman, Jessica said. Are you exclusive? You and Stoner Boner, he countered. Are you exclusive? Low blow. But it's not about Stone. It's not about your new missus. It's about us. And you think what? A quick boink will help clarify things? Still a wordsmith with the ladies, I see. Here's another word from the wordsmith. No. Jessica toyed with the top button of her blouse. Myron felt his mouth go a little dry, but she stopped. You're right, she said. He wondered if he was disappointed that she hadn't pushed it further. He wondered what he would have done if she had. They started talking then, just catching up on the years. Myron told her about Jeremy, about his serving overseas. Jessica told him about her books, her family, her time working out on the West Coast. She didn't talk about Stoner. He didn't talk about Allie. Morning came. They were still in the kitchen. They'd been talking for hours, but it didn't feel like it. It just felt good. At 7 a.m. the phone rang. Myron picked it up. Wynne said, Our favorite school teacher is heading to work. Chapter 28. Myron and Jessica hugged goodbye. The hug lasted a long time. Myron could smell Jessica's hair. He didn't remember the name of her shampoo, but it had lilacs and wildflowers and was the same one she'd used when they'd been together. Myron called Claire. I have a quick question, he said to her. Eric said he saw you last night. Yeah. He's been on the computer all night. Good. Look, do you know a teacher named Harry Davis? Sure. Amy had him for English last year. He's also a guidance counselor now, I think. Did she like him? Very much. Then, why? Does he have something to do with this? I know you want to help, Claire, and I know Eric wants to help, but you have to trust me in this, okay? I do trust you. Eric told you about the cut-through he found? Yes. Harry Davis lives on the other side of it. Oh, my God. Amy is not in his house or anything. We already checked. What do you mean you checked? How did you check? Please, Claire, just listen to me. I'm working on this, but I need to do it without interference. You have to keep Eric off my back, okay? Tell him I said to search all the surrounding streets online. Tell him to drive around that area, but not in that cul-de-sac. Or better yet, have him call Dominic Rochester. That's Katie's father. He called us. Dominic Rochester? Yes. When? Last night. He said he met with you. Met, Myron thought. Nice euphemism. We're getting together this morning. The Rochesters and us. We're going to see if we can find a connection between Katie and Amy. Good, that'll help. Listen, I have to go. You'll call? As soon as I know something. Myron heard her sob. Claire? It's been 2 days, Myron. I know. I'm on it. You might want to pressure the police more, too, now that we crossed the 48-hour mark. Okay. He wanted to say something like, be strong, but it sounded so stupid in his head that he let it go. He said goodbye and hung up. Then he called Wynne. Articulate, Wynne said. I still can't believe you answered the phone that way. Articulate. Silence. Is Harry Davis still heading to the high school? He is. On my way. Livingston High School, his alma mater. Myron started up the car. The total ride would be maybe 2 miles. But whoever was tailing him either wasn't very good at it or didn't care. Or maybe, after the debacle with the twins, Myron's being more wary. Either way, a gray Chevy, maybe a Caprice, had been on him since he made the first turn. He called Wynne and got the customary articulate. I'm being followed, Myron said. Rochester again? Could be. Making license plate? Myron gave it to him. Wynne said, We're still on Route 280, so stall a little. Take them down past Mount Pleasant Avenue. I'll get in behind them. Meet you back at the circle. Myron did as Wynne suggested. He turned into Harrison's school for the U-turn. The Chevy following him kept going straight. Myron started back down the other way on Livingston Avenue. By the time he hit the next traffic light, the gray Chevy was back on his tail. Myron hit the big circle in front of the high school, parked, and got out of his car. There were no stores here, but this was the nerve center of Livingston. A plethora of identical brick. There was the police station, the courthouse, the town library, and there, the large crown jewel, Livingston High School. The early morning joggers and walkers run the circle. Most from the elderly side move slowly, but not all. A group of 4 hotties, all hard-bodied and maybe 20-ish, were jogging in his direction. Myron smiled at them and arched an eyebrow. Hello, ladies, he said as they passed. 2 of them snickered. The other 2 looked at him as though he just announced that he had a poopy in his pants. Wynne sidled up next to him. Did you give them the full wattage smile? I'd say a good 80, 90 watts. Wynne studied the young women before making a declaration. Lesbians, he said. Must be. A lot of that going around, isn't there? Myron did the math in his head. He probably had 15 to 20 years on them. When it comes to young girls, you just never want to feel it. The car following you, Wynne said, keeping his eyes on the young joggers, is an unmarked police vehicle with 2 uniforms inside. They're parked in the library lot, watching us through a telephoto lens. You mean they're taking our pictures right now? Probably, Wynne said. How's my hair? Wynne made an gesture with his hand. Myron thought about what it meant. They'd probably still see me as a suspect. I would, Wynne said. Cab would look like a Palm Pilot in his hand. He was tracking the car's GPS. Our favorite teacher should be arriving now. The teacher's lot was on the west side of the school. Myron and Wynne walked over. They figured it would be better to confront him here, outside, before class started. As they headed over, Myron said, Guess who stopped by my house at 3 a.m.? Wink Martindale? No. I love that guy. Who doesn't? Jessica. I know. How? Then he remembered. He'd called Wynne's cell when he heard the click of the door. He'd hung up as they headed down to the kitchen. Wynne said, Did you do her? Yes, many times, but not in the last 7 years. Good one. Pray tell, did you stop by to shag for old time's sake? Shag? My Anglo ancestry. Well? A gentleman never kisses and tells. But yes. And you refused. I remained chaste. Your chivalry, Wynne said. Some would call it admirable. But not you. No, I'd call it, and I'm breaking out the big words here, so pay attention, really, really moronic. I'm involved with someone else. I see. So you and Miss 6.8 have promised to shag only one another. It's not like that. It's not like one day you turn to the other and say, hey, let's not sleep with anybody else. So you didn't specifically promise? No. Wynne held up both hands, totally lost. I don't understand then. Did Jessica have B.O. or something? Wynne. Just forget it. Done. Sleeping with her would only complicate things, okay? Wynne just stared. What? You're a very big girl, Wynne said. They walked a little more. Wynne said, Do you still need me? I don't think so. I'll be in the office then. If there's trouble, hit the cell. Myron nodded as Wynne headed off. Harry Davis got out of his car. There were clusters of cliques in the lot. Myron shook his head. Nothing changed. The goths wore only black with silver studs. The brains had heavy backpacks and dressed in short-sleeved button-down shirts of 100% polyester, like a bunch of assistant managers at a chain drugstore convention. The jocks took up the most space, sitting on car hoods and wearing leather-sleeved varsity jackets, even though it was too hot for them. Harry Davis had the easy walk and carefree smile of the well-liked. His looks landed him smack in the average category, and he dressed like a high school teacher, which was to say poorly. All the cliques greeted him, which said something. First the brain shook his hand and called out, "Hey, Mr. D!" Mr. D? Myron stopped. He thought back to Amy's yearbook, her favorite teachers, Miss Cordy and Mr. D. Davis kept moving. The goths were next. They gave him small waves, much too cool to do more than that. When he approached the jocks, several offered up high fives and, "Yo, Mr. D's!" Harry Davis stopped and started talking to one of the jocks. The two moved a few feet away from the cluster. The conversation appeared more animated. The jock had a varsity jacket with a football on the back of it, and the letters QB for quarterback on the sleeve. Some of the guys were calling to him. They yelled out, "Hey, Farm!" But the quarterback was focused on the teacher. Myron moved closer for a better look. "Well, hello," Myron said to himself. The boy talking with Harry Davis, Myron could see him clearly now. The soul patch on his chin, the Rastafarian hair, was none other than Randy Wolf. Chapter 29. Myron considered his next move. Let them keep talking or confront them now. He checked his watch. The bell was about to sound. Both Harry Davis and Randy Wolf would probably head inside then, lost to him for the day. Showtime. When Myron was about 10 feet away from them, Randy spotted him. The boy's eyes widened with something akin to recognition. Randy stepped away from Harry Davis. Davis turned to see what was going on. Myron waved. "Hi, guys." Both froze as though caught in headlights. "My father said I shouldn't talk to you," Randy said. "But your father never got to know the real me. I'm actually quite a sweetheart." Myron waved to the confused teacher. "Hi, Mr. D." He was almost on them when he heard a voice behind him. "That's far enough." Myron turned around. Two cops in full uniform stood in front of them. One was tall and lanky. The other was short with long, dark, curly hair and a bushy mustache. The shorter one looked like he just stepped out of a VH1 special in the 80s. The tall one said, "Where do you think you're going?" "This is public property. I'm walking on it." "Are you smarting off to me?" "You think that's smarting off?" "I'll ask you again, wise guy. Where do you think you're going?" "To class," Myron said. "There's a bitch of an algebra final coming up." The tall one looked at the short one. Randy Wolf and Harry Davis stared without saying a word. Some of the students began to point and gather. The bell rang. The taller officer said, "Okay, nothing to see here. Break it up. Get to class now." Myron pointed at Wolf and Davis. "I need to talk to them." The taller officer ignored him. "Get to class." Then looking at Randy, he added, "All of you." The crowd thinned and then vanished. Randy Wolf and Harry Davis were gone too. Myron was alone with the two officers. The tall one came up close to Myron. They're about the same height, but Myron had at least 20 or 30 pounds on him. "You stay away from the school," he said slowly. "You don't talk to them. You don't ask questions." Myron thought about that. Don't ask questions? That was not the kind of thing you say to a suspect. Don't ask who questions? Don't ask anybody anything. That's pretty vague. You think I should be more specific? That would help, yes. Are you being a smart guy again? Just looking for clarification. Hey, asswipe. He was a shorter cop with the VH-180s look. He took out his nightstick and held it up. This clarification enough for you? Both cops smiled at Myron. What's the matter? The shorter cop with the bushy mustache was slapping the nightstick against his palm. Cat got your tongue? Myron looked first at the tall cop, then back at the short one with the mustache. Then he said, Darrell Hall called. He wants to know if the reunion tour is still on. That made the smiles vanish. The taller officer said, Put your hands behind your back. What? Are you going to tell me he doesn't look like John Oates? Hands behind your back now. Hall & Oates, Sarah Smile, she's gone. No. It's not an insult. Many chicks dug John Oates, I'm sure. Turn around now. Why? I'm cuffing you. We're taking you in. On what charge? Assault and battery. On whom? Jake Wolf. He told us you trespassed on his residence and attacked him. Bingo. His cop needling had worked. Now he knew why these guys were on him. It wasn't about him being a suspect in Amy's disappearance. It was the pressure brought upon by one big Jake Wolf. Of course, the plan hadn't gone perfectly. They were arresting him now. The John Oates cop snapped on the cuffs, making the obvious move of having them pinch his skin. Myron checked out the taller one. He looked a little nervous now, his eyes darting about. Myron figured that was a good thing. The shorter one dragged him by the cuffs back to the same gray Chevy that had been tailing him since he left his house. He pushed Myron into the back seat, trying to hit his head in the door frame, but Myron was ready and ducked it. In the front seat, Myron spotted a camera with a telephoto lens, just as Wynn had said. 2 cops taking pictures, following from his house, stopping him from talking to Randy, cuffing him. Big Jake had some juice. The taller one stayed outside and paced. This was all going a little too fast for him. Myron decided that he could play that. The short one with the bushy mustache and dark curly hair slid into the seat next to Myron and grinned. I really liked Rich Girl, Myron said to him. But Private Eyes, I mean, what was up with that song? Private eyes, they're watching you. I mean, don't all eyes watch you? Public, private, whatever. The short guy's fuse blew faster than anticipated. He took a swing at Myron's gut. Myron was still ready. One of the lessons Myron had learned over the years was how to take a punch. It was crucial if you're going to get into any physical confrontation. In a real fight, you almost always get hit, no matter how good you are. How you reacted psychologically often decided the outcome. If you don't know what to expect, you shrivel up and cower. You get too defensive. You let the fear conquer you. If the blow is a headshot, you need to play the angles. Don't let the punch land square, especially in the nose. Even slight head tilts can help. Instead of 4 knuckles landing, maybe it will only be 2 or 1. That makes a huge difference. You also have to relax your body, let it go. You should turn away from the strike, literally roll with the punch. When a blow is aimed at your abdomen, especially when your hands are cuffed behind your back, you need to clench the stomach muscles, shift, and bend at the waist so it doesn't wallop the breadbasket. That was what Myron did. The blow didn't hurt much, but Myron, noting the taller guy's nervousness, put on a performance that would have made De Niro take notes. Ah! Damn, Joe, the tall one said. What the hell are you doing? He was making fun of me. Myron stayed bent over and faked loss of breath. He wheezed. He retched. He started coughing uncontrollably. You hurt him, Joe. I just knocked the wind out of him. He'll be fine. Myron coughed more. He faked like he couldn't breathe. Then he added convulsions. He rolled back his eyes and started bucking like a fish in a dock. Calm down, damn it. Myron stuck his tongue out, gagged some more. Somewhere, a casting agent was speed-dialing Scorsese. He's choking. Medicine, Myron managed. What? Can't breathe. Damn it, get the cuffs off him. Can't breathe. Myron gasped and made his body rack. Heart medicine! In my car! The taller one opened the door. He grabbed the keys from his partner and unlocked the cuffs. Myron kept up with the convulsions and eye rolls. Air! The tall one was wide-eyed. Myron could see what he was thinking. Out of hand. This was getting too out of hand. Air! The tall one stepped aside. Myron rolled out of the car. He got up and pointed to his car. Medicine! Go, the taller one said. Myron ran to his car. The 2 officers, dumbfounded, just watched. Myron had expected that. They were just here to scare him off. They had not expected any backtalk. They were town cops. The citizens of this happy suburb obeyed them without question. But this guy hadn't bowed to them. They'd lost their cool and assaulted a man. This could mean huge trouble. They both just wanted it to end. So did Myron. He had learned what he needed to. Big Jake Wolf was scared and trying to hide something. So when Myron reached his car, he slid into the driver's seat, put the key in the ignition, started it up, and simply drove off. He glanced in his rearview mirror. He figured that the odds were on his side, that the 2 cops would not chase him. They didn't. They just stood there. In fact, they looked relieved to just let him go. He had to smile. Yep, there was no question about it now. Myron Bolitar was back. Chapter 30. Myron was trying to figure out what to do next when his cell phone rang. The caller ID read Out of area. He picked it up. Esperanza said, "Where the hell are you?" "Hey, how's the honeymoon going?" "Like crap. Do you want to know why?" "Is Tom not putting out?" "Yeah, you men are so tough to seduce." "No, my problem is that my business partner is not answering calls from our clients. My business partner is also not in the office to cover my absence." "I'm sorry." "Oh, well, that covers it. I'll have Big Cindy transfer all my calls directly to my cell. I'll be in as soon as I can." "What's wrong?" Esperanza asked. Myron didn't want to disrupt their honeymoon any more than he already had, so he said, "Nothing." "You so lie." "I'm telling you, it's nothing." "Fine, I'll ask Wynne." "Wait, okay." He briefly filled her in. "So," Esperanza said, "you feel obligated because you did a good deed?" "I was the last to see her. I dropped her off and let her go." "Let her go? What kind of crap is that? She's 18, Myron. That makes her an adult. She asked you for a ride. You gallantly, and stupidly I might add, gave her one. That's it." "That's not it. Look, if you gave, say, Wynne a ride home, would you make sure he got all the way into the house safely?" "Good analogy." Esperanza snickered. "Yeah, well, I'm coming home." "No, you're not." "You're right, I'm not. But you can't handle both on your own, so I'll tell Big Cindy to transfer the calls down here. I'll take them. You go play superhero." "But you're on your honeymoon. What about Tom?" "He's a man, Myron." "Meaning?" "As long as a man gets some, he's happy." "That's such a cruel stereotype." "Yeah, I know, I'm awful. I could be talking on the phone at the same time, or hell, breastfeeding Hector. Tom wouldn't blink. Plus, this will give him more time to play golf. Golf and sex, Myron. It'll be pretty much Tom's dream honeymoon." "I'll make it up to you." There was a moment of silence. "Esperanza? I know it's been a while since you've done something like this," she said. "And I know I made you promise you wouldn't again, but maybe it's a good thing." "How do you figure?" "Damned if I know. Christ, I got more important things to worry about. Like stretch marks when I wear a bikini. I can't believe I have stretch marks now. The kid's fault, you know?" They hung up a minute later. Myron drove around, feeling conspicuous in his car. If the police decided to keep an eye on him, or if Rochester decided another tail might be in order, this car would be inconvenient. He thought about it and called Claire. She answered in the first ring. "Did you learn something?" "Not really, but do you mind if I switch cars with you?" "Of course not. I was about to call you anyway. The Rochesters just left." "And?" "We talked for a while, trying to find a connection between Amy and Katie. But something else came up. Something I need to run by you." "I'm 2 minutes from your house. I'll meet you in the front yard."
This is the end of disc number 5. Please insert disc number 6. This is disc number 6.
We talked for a while, trying to find a connection between Amy and Katie. But something else came up. Something I need to run by you. "I'm 2 minutes from your house. I'll meet you in the front yard." As soon as Myron stepped out of the car, Claire tossed him her car keys. "I think Katie Rochester ran away." "What makes you say that?" "Have you met that father?" "Yes." "Says it all, doesn't it?" "Maybe. But more than that, have you met the mother?" "No." "Her name is Joan. She has this permanent cower, like she's waiting for him to smack her." "Did you find a connection between the girls?" "They both like to hang out at the mall." "That's it?" Claire shrugged. She looked like hell. The skin was pulled even tighter now. She looked like she'd lost 10 pounds in the last day. Her body teetered as she talked, as though a strong gust would knock her all the way to the ground. "They ate lunch at the same time. They had one class together in the past 4 years. PE with Mr. Valentine. That's it." Myron shook his head. "You said something else came up." "The mother. Joan Rochester." "What about her?" "You might miss it because, like I said, she cowers and looks scared all the time." "Miss what?" "She's scared of him. Her husband." "So? I met him. I'm scared of him." "Right, okay, but here's the thing. She's scared of him, sure, but she's not scared about her daughter. I have no proof, but that's the vibe I'm getting. Look, you remember when my mom got cancer?" "Sophomore year of high school." "The poor woman died 6 months later." "Of course." "I've met with other girls going through the same thing. A support group for cancer families. We had this picnic once. We could bring other friends too. But it was weird. You knew exactly who was really going through the torment and who was just a friend. You'd meet a fellow sufferer, and you just know. There was a vibe. And Joan Rochester didn't have a vibe. She had a vibe, but not the "my daughter is missing" vibe. I tried to get her alone. I asked her to help me make some coffee, but I didn't get anywhere. I'm telling you, she knows something. The woman is scared, but not like I am. Myron thought about that. There were a million explanations, especially the most obvious. People react differently to stress. But he wanted to trust Claire's intuition on this. The question was, what did it mean? And what could he do about it? Let me think this through, he said at last. Did you talk to Mr. Davis? Not yet. How about Randy? I'm on it. That's why I need your car. The police ran me off the high school campus this morning. Why? He didn't want to get into Randy's father, so he said, I'm not sure yet. Look, let me get going, okay? Claire nodded, closed her eyes. She'll be okay, Myron said, stepping toward her. Please. Claire held up a hand to stop him. Don't waste time handing me platitudes, okay? He nodded, slipped into her SUV. He wondered about his next destination. Maybe he'd head back to school, talk to the principal. Maybe the principal could call Randy or Harry Davis into his office. But then what? The cell phone sounded. Again, the caller ID gave him no information. Caller ID technology was fairly useless. The people you wanted to avoid just blocked the service anyway. Hello? Hey, handsome, I just got your message. It was Gail Baruti, his contact from the phone company. He had forgotten all about the crank calls referring to him as a bastard. It seemed unimportant now, just some sort of childish prank, except that maybe, just maybe, there was a connection. Claire noted that Myron brought destruction. Maybe someone from his past was out to get him. Maybe somehow Amy had gotten tangled up in that. It was the longest of long shots. I haven't heard from you in forever, Baruti said. Yeah, I've been busy. Or not busy, I guess. How are you? I'm pretty good. Were you able to trace the number? It's not a trace, Myron. You said that in your phone message. Trace the number. It's not a trace. I just had to look it up. Yeah, whatever. Not whatever. You know better. It's like on TV. You ever watch a phone trace on TV? They always say to keep the guy on the line so they can trace the call. That's nonsense, you know. You trace it right away. It's immediate. It doesn't take time. Why do they do that? It's more suspenseful, Myron said. It's dumb. They do everything ass backward on TV. I'm watching some cop show the other night, and it takes 5 minutes to do a DNA test. My husband works in a crime lab at John Jay. They're lucky if they get a DNA confirmation in a month. Meanwhile, the phone stuff, all which can be done in minutes with the touch of a computer, that takes them forever. And the bad guy always hangs up just before they get the location. Have you ever seen the trace work? Never. Pisses me off, you know? Myron tried to get Baruti back on track. So you looked up the number. I got it here. Curious, though, why do you need it? Since when do you care? Good point. Okay, let's get to it then. First off, whoever it was wanted to be anonymous. The call was from a payphone. Where? The location is near 110 Livingston Avenue in Livingston, New Jersey. The center of town, Myron thought. Near his local Starbucks and his dry cleaner. Myron thought about that. A dead end? Maybe, but he had a thought. I need you to do me 2 more favors, Gail, Myron said. Favor implies non-payment. Semantics, Myron said. You know I'll take care of you. Yeah, I know. So what do you need? Harry Davis taught a lesson on A Separate Piece by John Knowles. He tried to concentrate, but the words were coming out as if he were reading off a prompter in a language he didn't quite understand. The students took notes. He wondered if they noticed that he wasn't really there, that he was going through the motions. The sad part was, he suspected that they didn't. Why did Myron Bolitar want to talk to him? He did not know Myron Bolitar personally, but you don't walk around the corridors of this school for more than 2 decades without knowing who he was. The guy was a legend here. He held every basketball record the school ever had. So why had he wanted to talk to him? Randy Wolf had known who he was. His father had warned him not to talk to Myron. Why? Mr. D? Yo, Mr. D? The voice fought through the fog in his head. Yes, Sam. Can I, go to the bathroom? Go. Harry Davis stopped then. He put down the chalk and looked over the faces in front of him. No, they weren't beaming. Most of them were eyes down in their notebooks. Vladimir Kamenko, a new exchange student, had his head down at his desk, probably asleep. Others looked out the window. Some sat so low in their chairs, with spines seemingly created from jello, Davis was surprised that they didn't slip to the floor. But he cared about them. Some more than others, but he cared about all of them. They were his life. And for the first time, after all these years, Harry Davis was starting to feel it all slip away. Chapter 31. Myron had a headache and quickly realized why. He hadn't had coffee yet that day. So he headed over to Starbucks with two thoughts in mind: caffeine and payphone. The caffeine was taken care of by a grunge barista with a soul patch and long frontal hair that looked like a giant eyelash. The payphone problem would take a little more work. Myron sat at an outdoor table and eyed the offending payphone. It was awfully public. He walked over to it. There were stickers on the phone advertising 800 numbers to call for discount calls. The most prominent one was offering free night calls and had a picture of a quarter moon in case you didn't know what night was. Myron frowned. He wanted to ask the payphone who had dialed his number and called him a bastard and said he paid for what he'd done. But the phone wouldn't talk to him. It had been that kind of day. He sat back down and tried to figure out what he needed to do. He still wanted to talk to Randy Wolf and Harry Davis. They probably wouldn't tell him much. They probably wouldn't talk to him at all. But he would figure a way to get a run at them. He also needed to interview that doctor who worked at St. Barnabas, Edna Schuyler. She had purportedly seen Katie Rochester in New York. He wanted some details on that. He called St. Barnabas' switchboard, and after two brief explanations, Edna Schuyler got on the phone. Myron explained what he wanted. Edna Schuyler sounded annoyed. I asked the investigators to keep my name out of this. They have. So how do you know about it? I have good contacts. She thought about that. What's your standing in this, Mr. Bolitar? Another girl has gone missing. No response. I think there may be a connection between this girl and Katie Rochester. How? Could we meet? I can explain everything then. I really don't know anything. Please. There was a pause. Dr. Schuyler? When I saw the Rochester girl, she indicated that she didn't want to be found. I understand that. I just need a few minutes. I have patients for the next hour. I can see you at noon. Thank you, he said, but Edna Schuyler had already hung up. Lithium Larry Kidwell and the medicated five shuffled into Starbucks. Larry headed right for his table. 1,488 planets on Creation Day, Myron. 1,488! And I haven't seen a penny. You know what I'm saying? Larry looked as awful as always. Geographically, they were so close to their old high school. But what had his favorite restaurateur, Peter Chin, said about years flying by, but the heart staying the same? Well, only the heart then. Good to know, Myron said. He looked back at the payphone, and a thought struck him hard and fast. Wait, huh? Last time I saw you, there were 1,487 planets, right? Larry looked confused. Are you sure? I am. Myron's mind started racing. And if I'm not mistaken, you said the next planet was mine. You said it was out to get me and something about stroking the moon. Larry's eyes lit up. Stroking the moon sliver! He hates you bad! Where is the moon sliver? In the Aurelia solar system. By Guantanamuz. Are you sure, Larry? Are you sure it's not? Myron rose and walked into the payphone. Larry cringed. Myron pointed to the sticker, to the image of the quarter moon on the ad for free night calls. Larry gasped. Is this the moon sliver? Oh, please! Oh, my God! Oh, please! Calm down, Larry. Who else wants that planet? Who hates me enough to stroke the moon sliver? 20 minutes later, Myron headed into Chang's dry cleaning. Maxine Chang was there, of course. There were 3 people in line. Myron didn't get behind them. He stood to the side and crossed his arms. Maxine kept sneaking glances at him. Myron waited until the customers were gone. Then he approached. Where's Roger? He asked. He has school. Myron met her eye. Do you know he's been calling me? Why would he call you? You tell me. I don't know what you're talking about. I have a friend at the phone company. Roger called me from that booth over there. I have reliable witnesses who can place him there at the right time. That was more than an exaggeration, but Myron went with it. He threatened me. He called me a bastard. Roger wouldn't do that. I don't want to get him in trouble, Maxine. What's going on? Another customer came in. Maxine shouted something out in Chinese. An elderly woman came out of the back and took over. Maxine gestured with her head for Myron to follow her. He did. They walked past the tracks of moving hangars. When he was a kid, the metallic whir of the tracks had always amazed him, like something out of a cool sci-fi movie. Maxine kept walking until they were out in the back alley. "Roger's a good boy," she said. "He works so hard." "What's going on, Maxine? When I was here the other day, you were acting funny." "You don't understand how hard it is to live in a town like this." He did. He had lived here his whole life, but he held his tongue. "Roger worked so hard. He got good grades. Number 4 in his class. These other kids, they're spoiled. All have private tutors. They don't work a real job. Roger, he works here every day after school. He studies in the back room. He doesn't go to parties. He doesn't have a girlfriend." "What does any of this have to do with me?" "Other parents hire people to write their children's essays. They pay for classes to improve their boards. They donate money to the big schools. They do other things I don't even know. It's so important where you go to college. It can decide your whole life. Everyone is so scared. They do anything to get their kid in the right school. This town, you see it all the time. Nice people maybe, but you can justify any evil as long as you can say, 'It's for my child.' You understand?" "I do, but I don't see what that has to do with me. I need you to understand. That's what we have to compete with all that money and power, with people who cheat and steal and will do anything. If you're telling me that college acceptance is competitive in this town, I know that. It was competitive when I graduated." "But you had basketball." "Yes. Roger is such a good student. He works so hard. And his dream is to go to Duke. He told you that. You probably don't remember." "I remember him saying something about applying there. I don't remember him saying it was his dream or anything. He just listed a bunch of schools." "It was his first choice," Maxine Chang said firmly. "And if Roger makes it, there's a scholarship waiting for him. He'd have his tuition paid for. That was so important to us. But he didn't get in, even though he was number 4 in his class, even though he had very good boards. Better boards and better grades than Amy Beale." Maxine Chang looked at Myron with heavy eyes. "Wait a second. Are you blaming me because Roger didn't get into Duke?" "I don't know much, Myron. I'm just a dry cleaner. But a school like Duke almost never takes more than one student from a high school in New Jersey. Amy Beale made it. Roger had better grades. He had better board scores. He had great teacher recommendations. Neither of them are athletes. Roger plays the violin. Amy plays guitar." Maxine Chang shrugged. "So you tell me, why did she get in and not Roger?" He wanted to protest, but the truth stopped him. He had written a letter. He had even called his friend in admissions. People do stuff like that all the time. It doesn't mean that Roger Chang was denied admission, but simple math. When one person gets a spot, someone else doesn't. Maxine's voice was a plea. "Roger was just so angry." "That's no excuse." "No, it's not. I will talk to him. He will apologize to you, I promise." But another thought came to Myron. Was Roger just mad at me? I don't understand. Was he mad at Amy too? Maxine Chang frowned. "Why would you ask that?" "Because the next call on that payphone was to Amy Beale's cell phone. Was Roger angry with her? Resentful, maybe?" "Not Roger, no. He's not like that." "Right. He'd only call me and make threats." "He didn't mean anything. He was just lashing out." "I need to talk to Roger." "What? No, I forbid it." "Fine, I'll go to the police. I'll tell them about the threatening calls." Her eyes widened. "You wouldn't." "He would. Maybe he should. But not yet. I want to talk to him." "He'll be here after school." "Then I'll be back at 3. If he's not here, I'm going to the police." Chapter 32. Dr. Edna Schuyler met Myron in the lobby of St. Barnabas Medical Center. She had all the props: a white coat, a name tag with a hospital logo, a stethoscope dangling across her neck, a clipboard in her hand. She had that impressive doctor bearing, too, complete with the enviable posture, the small smile, the firm but not too firm handshake. Myron introduced himself. She looked him straight in the eye and said, "Tell me about the missing girl." Her voice left no room for arguments. Myron needed her to trust him, so he launched into the story, keeping Amy's last name out of it. They both stood in the middle of the lobby. Patients and visitors walked on either side of them, some coming very close. Myron said, "Maybe we can go somewhere private." Edna Schuyler smiled, but there was no joy in it. These people are preoccupied with things much more important to them than us. Myron nodded. He saw an old man in a wheelchair with an oxygen mask. He saw a pale woman in an ill-fitted wig, checking in with a look both resigned and bewildered, as if she was wondering if she'd ever check out, and even if it mattered anymore. Edna Schuyler watched him. "A lot of death in here," she said. "How do you do it?" Myron asked. "You want this standard cliché about being able to detach the personal from the professional?" "Not really. The truth is, I don't know. My work is interesting. It never gets old. I see death a lot. That never gets old either. It hasn't helped me to accept my own mortality or any of that. Just the opposite. Death is a constant outrage. Life is more valuable than you can ever imagine. I've seen that. The real value of life, not the usual platitudes we hear about it. Death is the enemy. I don't accept it. I fight it." "And that never gets tiring?" "Sure it does. But what else am I going to do? Bake cookies? Work on Wall Street?" She looked around. "Come on, you're right. It's distracting out here. Walk with me, but I'm on a tight schedule, so keep talking." Myron told her the rest of the story of Amy's disappearance. He kept it as short as possible, kept his own name out of it, but he made sure to hit upon the fact that both girls used the same ATM. She asked a few questions, mostly small clarifications. They reached her office and sat down. "Sounds like she ran away," Edna Schuyler said. "I'm aware of that." "Someone leaked you my name, is that correct?" "More or less." "So you have some idea what I saw?" "Just the basics. What you said convinced the investigators that Katie was a runaway. I'm just wondering if you saw something that makes you think differently." "No. And I've gone over it 100 times in my head." "You're aware," Myron said, "that kidnapped victims often identify with their abductors." "I know all that, the Stockholm Syndrome and all its bizarre offshoots. But it just didn't seem that way. Katie didn't look particularly exhausted. The body language was right. There wasn't panic in her eyes or any kind of cult-like zealousness. Her eyes were clear, in fact. I didn't see signs of drugs there, though granted I only got a brief look." "Where exactly did you first see her?" "On 8th Avenue near 21st Street. "And she was heading into the subway?" "Yes." "A bunch of trains go to that station." "She was taking the A train." "The A train basically ran north-south through Manhattan. That wouldn't help." "Tell me about the man she was with." 30 to 35, average height, nice looking, long dark hair, 2-day beard." "Scars, tattoos, anything like that?" Edna Schuyler shook her head and told him the story. How she'd been walking on the street with her husband, how Katie looked different, older, more sophisticated, different hair, how she wasn't even positive it was Katie until Katie uttered those final words, "You can't tell anybody you saw me." "And you said she seemed scared?" "Yes." "But not of the man she was with?" "That's right. May I ask you something?" "Sure." "I know something about you," she said. "No, I'm not a basketball fan, but Google works wonders. I use it all the time. With patients, too. If I'm seeing someone new, I check them out online." "Okay. So my question is, why are you trying to find the girl?" "I'm a family friend." "But why you?" "It's hard to explain." Edna Schuyler gave that a second, seemingly unsure if she should accept his vague response. "How are her parents holding up?" "Not well." "Their daughter is most likely safe. Like Katie." "Could be. You should tell them that. Offer them some comfort. Let them know she'll be okay." "I don't think it'll do any good." She looked off. Something crossed her face. "Dr. Schuyler?" "One of my children ran away," Edna Schuyler said. "He was 17. You know the nature versus nurture question? Well, I was a crappy mother. I know that. But my son was trouble from day one. He got into fights. He shoplifted. He got arrested when he was 16 for stealing a car. He was heavily into drugs, though I don't think I knew it at the time. This was in the days before we talked about autism or put kids on Ritalin or any of that. If that was a serious option, I probably would have done it. I reacted instead by withdrawing and hoping he'd outgrow it. I didn't get involved in his life. I didn't give him direction." She said it all matter-of-factly. Anyway, when he ran away, I didn't do anything. I almost expected it. A week passed, 2 weeks, he didn't call. I didn't know where he was. Children are a blessing, but they also rip your heart out in ways you can never imagine. Edna Schuyler stopped. What happened to him? Myron asked. Nothing overly dramatic. He eventually called. He was out on the West Coast trying to become a big star. He needed money. He stayed out there for 2 years, failed at everything he did. Then he came back. He's still a mess. I try to love him, to care about him, but, she shrugged, doctoring comes natural to me. Mothering does not. Edna Schuyler looked at Myron. He could see that she wasn't finished, so he waited. I wish, her throat caught. It's a horrible cliché, but more than anything, I wish I could start over again. I love my son, I really do, but I don't know what to do for him. He may be beyond hope. I know how cold that sounds, but when you make professional diagnoses all day, you tend to make them in your personal life too. My point is, I've learned that I can't control those I love, so I control those I don't. I'm not following, Myron said. My patients, she explained. They are strangers, but I care a great deal about them. It's not because I'm a generous or wonderful person, but because in my mind, they are still innocent. And I judge them. I know that's wrong. I know that I should treat every patient the same, and in terms of treatment, I think I do. But the fact is, if I Google a person and see that they spent time in jail or seem like a lowlife, I try to get them to go to another doctor. You prefer the innocents, Myron said. Precisely. Those whom, I know how this will sound, those whom I deem pure, or at least purer. Myron thought about his own recent reasoning, how the life of the twins held no value to him, about how many civilians he'd sacrificed to save his own son. Was this reasoning that much different? So what I'm trying to say is, I think about this girl's parents, the ones you said aren't doing well, and I worry about them. I want to help. Before Myron could respond, there was a light rap on the door. It opened and a head of gray hair popped through. Myron rose. The gray-haired man stepped all the way in and said, Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't know you were with someone. It's okay, honey, Edna Schuyler said. But maybe you can come back later? Of course. The gray-haired man wore the white coat, too. He spotted Myron and smiled. Myron recognized the smile. Edna Schuyler wasn't a basketball fan, but this guy was. Myron stuck out his hand. Myron Bolitar. Oh, I know who you are. I'm Stanley Rickenback, better known as Mr. Dr. Edna Schuyler. They shook hands. I saw you play at Duke, Stanley Rickenback said. You were something else. Thank you. I didn't mean to interrupt. I just wanted to see if my blushing bride wanted to join me for the lunchtime culinary delight that is our hospital cafeteria. I was just leaving, Myron said. Then, you were with your wife when she saw Kitty Rochester, weren't you? Is that why you're here? Yes. Are you a police officer? No. Edna Schuyler was already up. She bussed her husband's cheek. Let's hurry, I have patients in 20 minutes. Yes, I was there, Stanley Rickenback said to Myron. Why, what's your interest? I'm looking into the disappearance of another girl. Wait, another girl ran away? Could be. I'd like to hear your impressions, Dr. Rickenback. Of what? Did Kitty Rochester seem like a runaway to you, too? Yes. You seem pretty sure, Myron said. She was with a man. She made no move to escape. She asked Edna not to tell anybody, and... Rickenback turned to his wife. Did you tell him? Edna made a face. Let's just go. Tell me what? My darling Stanley is getting old and senile, Edna said. He imagines things. Ha ha, very funny. You have your expertise, I have mine. Your expertise, Myron said. It's nothing, Edna said. It's not nothing, Stanley insisted. Fine, Edna said. Tell him what you think you saw. Stanley turned to Myron. My wife told you about how she studies faces. That was how she recognized the girl. She looks at people and tries to make a diagnosis, just for fun. I don't do that. I leave my work at the office. What is your specialty, Dr. Rickenback? He smiled. That's the thing. What is? I'm an OBGYN. I didn't really think about it then, but when we got home, I looked at pictures of Katie Rochester on the web. You know, the ones released to the media? I wanted to see if it was the same girl we saw on the subway, and that was why I'm fairly certain of what I saw. Which is? Stanley suddenly seemed unsure of himself. See? Edna shook her head. This is such total nonsense. It might be, Stanley Rickenback agreed. Myron said, But either Katie Rochester put on some weight, Stanley Rickenback said, or maybe, just maybe, she's pregnant. Chapter 33. Harry Davis gave his class a phony baloney read this chapter now assignment and headed out. His students were surprised. Other teachers played that card all the time, the do busy silent work so I can catch a smoke card. But Mr. D, Teacher of the Year 4 years running, never did that. The corridors at Livingston High were ridiculously long. When he was alone in one, like right now, looking down to the end made him dizzy. But that was Harry Davis. He didn't like it quiet. He liked it lively, when this artery was loaded with noise and kids and backpacks and adolescent angst. He found the classroom, gave the door a quick knock, and stuck his head in. Drew Van Dyne taught mostly malfeasance. The room reflected that. Half the kids had iPods in their ears. Some sat on top of their desks. Others leaned against the window. A beefy guy was making out with a girl in the back corner, their mouths open and wide. You could see the saliva. Drew Van Dyne had his feet on the desk, his hands folded on his lap. He turned toward Harry Davis. Mr. Van Dyne, may I speak with you a moment? Drew Van Dyne gave him the cocky grin. Van Dyne was probably 35, 10 years younger than Davis. He'd come in as a music teacher 8 years ago. He looked the part, the former rock and roller who woulda, shoulda made it to the top, except the stupid record companies could never understand his true genius. So now he gave guitar lessons and worked in a music store where he scoffed at your pedestrian taste in CDs. Recent cutbacks in the music department had forced Van Dyne into whatever class was closest to babysitting. Why, of course, Mr. D. The two teachers stepped into the hallway. The doors were thick. When it closed, the corridor was silent again. Van Dyne still had the cocky grin. I'm just about to start my lesson, Mr. D. What can I do for you? Davis whispered because every sound echoed out here. Did you hear about Amy Beale? Who? Amy Beale, a student here. I don't think she's one of mine. She's missing, Drew. Van Dyne said nothing. Did you hear me? I just said I don't know her. Drew. And, Van Dyne interrupted, I think we'd be notified if a student had gone missing, don't you? The police think she's a runaway. And you don't? Van Dyne held on to the grin, maybe even spread it a bit. The police will want to know why you feel that way, Mr. D. Maybe you should go to them. Tell them all you know. I might just do that. Good. Van Dyne leaned closer and whispered. I think the police would definitely want to know when you last saw Amy, don't you? Van Dyne leaned back and waited for Davis's reaction. You see, Mr. D, Van Dyne went on, they'll need to know everything. They'll need to know where she went, who she talked to, what they talked about. They'll probably look into all that, don't you think? Maybe open up a full investigation into the wonderful works of our Teacher of the Year. How do you... Davis felt the quake start in his legs. You have more to lose than I do. Really? Drew Van Dyne was so close now that Davis could feel the spittle in his face. Tell me, Mr. D, what exactly do I have to lose? My lovely house in scenic Ridgewood? My sterling reputation as a beloved teacher? My perky wife who shares my passion for educating the young? Or maybe my lovely daughters who look up to me so? They stood there for a moment, still in each other's face. Davis couldn't speak. Somewhere in the distance, another world maybe, he heard a bell ring. Doors flew open. Students poured out. The arteries filled with their laughter and angst. It all grabbed hold of Harry Davis. He closed his eyes and let it sweep him away to someplace far away from Drew Van Dyne, someplace he'd much rather be. The Livingston Mall was aging and trying hard not to show it, but the improvements came across more like a bad facelift than true youth. Bedroom Rendezvous was located on the lower level. To some, the lingerie store was like Victoria's Secret's trailer park cousin, but the truth was, the cousins were really a lot alike. It was all about presentation. The sexy models in the big posters were closer to porno stars, with wagging tongues and suggestive hand placement. The Bedroom Rendezvous slogan, which was centered across the buxom model's cleavage, read, What kind of woman do you want to take to bed? A hot one, Myron said out loud. It was again not that different from Victoria's Secret commercials. The one where Tyra and Frederique are all oiled up and ask, "What is sexy?" Answer, "Really hot women." The clothing seems beside the point. The saleswoman wore a tight tiger print. She had big hair and chewed gum, but there was a confidence there that somehow made it work. Her tag read, Sally Ann. "Looking to make a purchase?" Sally Ann asked. "I doubt you have anything in my size," Myron said. "Hey, you'd be surprised. So what's the deal?" She motioned toward the poster. "You just like staring at the cleavage?" "Well, yes, but that's not why I'm here." Myron pulled out a photograph of Amy. "Do you recognize this girl?" "Are you a cop?" "I might be." "Nah." "What makes you say that?" Sally Ann shrugged. "So what are you after?" "This girl is missing. I'm trying to find her." "Let me take a look." Myron handed her the photograph. Sally Ann studied it. "She looks familiar." "A customer, maybe?" "Nah, I remember customers." Myron reached into a plastic bag and pulled out the white outfit he'd found in Amy's drawer. "This look familiar?" "Sure. It's from our Naughty Pout line." "Did you sell this one?" "It could be. I've sold a few." "The tag is still on it. Do you think you can trace down who purchased it?" Sally Ann frowned and pointed at the picture of Amy. "You think your missing girl bought it?" "I found it in her drawer." "Yeah, but still." "Still what?" "It's too slutty and uncomfortable." "And what, she looks classy?" "No, not that. Women rarely buy this one. Men do. The material is itchy. It rides up the crotch. This is a man's fantasy, not a woman's. It's a bit like porno videos." Sally Ann cocked her head and worked a gum. "Have you ever watched a porno flick?" Myron kept his face blank. "Never, ever, never," he said. Sally Ann laughed. "Right. Anyway, when a woman picks out the film, it's totally different. It usually has a story or maybe a title with the word sensuous or loving in it. It might be raunchy or whatever, but it usually isn't called something like Dirty Whore 5. You know what I mean?" But let's assume I do. And this outfit? It's the equivalent. Of Dirty Whore whatever? Right. No woman would pick it out. So how do I find out who bought it for her? We don't keep records or anything like that. I could ask some of the other girls, but... Sally Ann shrugged. Myron thanked her and headed out. As a young boy, Myron had come here with his dad. They had frequented Herman's Sporting Goods back then. The store was out of business. But as he exited a bedroom rendezvous, he still looked down the corridor to where Herman's used to be. And 2 doors down, he spotted a store with a familiar name. Planet Music. Myron flashed back to Amy's room. Planet Music. The guitars had been from Planet Music. There had been receipts in Amy's drawer from there. And here it was, her favorite music shop, located 2 stores down from Bedroom Rendezvous. Another coincidence? In Myron's youth, the store in this spot had sold pianos and organs. Myron had always wondered about that. Piano organ stores at malls. You go to the mall to buy clothes, a CD, a toy, maybe a stereo. Who goes to the mall to buy a piano? Clearly, not many people. The pianos and organs were gone. Planet Music sold CDs and smaller instruments. They had signs for rentals. Trumpets, clarinets, violins. Probably did a big business with the schools. The kid behind the counter was maybe 23, wore a hemp poncho, and looked like a seedier version of the average Starbucks barista. He had a dusty knit hat atop a shaved head. He sported the now seemingly prerequisite soul patch. Myron gave him the stern eye and slapped the picture down on the counter. "You know her?" The kid hesitated a second too long. Myron jumped in. "You answer my questions, you don't get busted." "Busted for what?" "Do you know her?" He nodded. "That's Amy." "She shops here?" "Sure, all the time," he said, his eyes darting everywhere but on Myron. "And she understands music, too. Most people come in here, they ask for boy bands." He said boy bands, the way most people would say bestiality. "But Amy, she rocks." "How well do you know her?" "Not very. I mean, she doesn't come here for me." The poncho kid stopped then. "Who does she come here for?" "Why do you want to know?" "Because I don't want to make you empty your pockets." He raised his hands. "Hey, I'm totally clean." "Then I'll plant something on you." "What the? You serious?" Cancer serious. Myron worked the stern eye again. He wasn't great at the stern eye. The strain was giving him a headache. "Who does she come here to see?" My assistant manager. You have a name? Drew. Drew Van Dyne. Is he here? No, he comes in this afternoon. You got an address for him? A phone number? Hey, the kid said suddenly wise. Let me see your badge. Bye now. Myron headed out of the store. He found Sally Ann again. She clacked the gum. Back so soon? Couldn't stay away, Myron said. Do you know a guy who works at Planet Music named Drew Van Dyne? Oh, she said, nodding as though it all made sense now. Oh, yes. Chapter 34. Claire jumped at the sound of the phone. She had not slept since Amy had gone missing. In the past 2 days, Claire had imbibed enough coffee, and thus the caffeine, to be wired for sound. She kept going back to the Rochester's visit, the father's anger, the mother's meekness. The mother, Joan Rochester. Something was definitely up with that woman. Claire spent the morning going through Amy's room while wondering about how to get Joan Rochester to talk. A mother-to-mother approach, maybe. Amy's room held no new surprises. Claire started going through old boxes, stuff she'd saved from what seemed like 2 weeks ago. The pencil holder Amy made Eric in preschool. Her first grade report card. All A's, plus Mrs. Rohrback's comment that Amy was a gifted student, fun to have in class, and had a bright future. She stared at the words bright future, letting them mock her. The phone jangled a nerve. She dove for it, hoping once again that it was Amy, that this was all some silly misunderstanding, that there was a perfectly reasonable explanation for where she was. Hello? She's fine. The voice was robotic, neither male nor female, like an edgier version of the one who tells you that your call is valued and to hold for the next available representative. Who is this? She's fine. Just let it be. You have my word. Who is this? Let me speak to Amy. But the only response was a dial tone. Joan Rochester said, Dominic isn't home right now. I know, Myron said. I want to talk to you. Me? As if the very idea of someone wanting to talk to her was a shock on par with a Mars landing. But why? Please, Mrs. Rochester, it's very important. I think we should wait for Dominic. Myron pushed past her. I don't. The house was neat and orderly. It was all straight lines and right angles. No curves, no surprising splashes of color. Everything standing upright, as if the very room didn't want to draw attention to itself. Can I fix you some coffee? Where's your daughter, Mrs. Rochester? She blinked maybe a dozen times in rapid succession. Myron knew men who blinked like that. They were always the guys who were bullied in school as kids and never got over it. She managed to stammer out the word, What? Where is Katie? I don't know. That's a lie. More blinking. Myron did not let himself feel sorry for her. Why, I'm not lying. You know where Katie is. I assume you have a reason for keeping quiet about it. I assume it involves your husband. That isn't my concern. Joan Rochester tried to straighten her back. I'd like you to leave this house. No. Then I'm going to call my husband. I have phone records, Myron said. More blinking. She put up her hand like she was warding off a blow. For your mobile, your husband wouldn't check that. And even if he did, an incoming call from a payphone in New York City probably wouldn't mean much. But I know about a woman named Edna Schuyler. Confusion replaced the fear. Who? She's a doctor at St. Barnabas. She spotted your daughter in Manhattan, more specifically near 23rd Street. You've received several phone calls at 7 p.m. from a phone booth 4 blocks away, which is close enough. Those calls weren't from my daughter. No? They were from a friend. Uh-huh. My friend shops in the city. She likes to call when she finds something interesting, to get my opinion. On a payphone? Yes. Her name? I'm not going to tell you that, and I insist you leave this very instant. Myron shrugged, threw up his hands. I guess this is a dead end for me, then. Joan Rochester was blinking again. She was about to start blinking some more. But maybe your husband will have more luck. All color drained from her face. I might as well tell him what I know. You can explain about your friend who likes to shop. He'll believe you, don't you think? Terror widened her eyes. You have no idea what he's like. I think I do. He had 2 goons try to torture me. That's because he thought you knew what happened to Katie. And you let him, Mrs. Rochester. You'd have let him torture and maybe kill me, and you knew that I had nothing to do with it. She stopped blinking. You can't tell my husband. Please! I have no interest in harming your daughter. I'm only interested in finding Amy Beale. I don't know anything about that girl. But your daughter might. Joan Rochester shook her head. You don't understand. Don't understand what? Joan Rochester walked away, just leaving him there. She crossed the room. When she turned back to him, her eyes were filled with tears. If he finds out, if he finds her. He won't. She shook her head again. I promise, he said. His words, yet another seemingly empty promise, echoed in the still room. Where is she, Mrs. Rochester? I just need to talk to her. Her eyes started moving around the room, as if she suspected her break front might overhear them. She stepped toward the back door and opened it. She signaled for him to go outside. Where is Katie? Myron asked. I don't know. That's the truth. Mrs. Rochester, I really don't have time. The calls. What about them? You said they came from New York? Yes. She looked off. What? Maybe that's where she is. You really don't know? Katie wouldn't tell me. I didn't ask either. Why not? Joan Rochester's eyes were perfect circles. If I don't know, she said, finally meeting his eye, then he can't make me tell. Next door, a lawnmower started up, shattering the silence. Myron waited a moment. But you've heard from Katie. Yes. And you know she's safe. Not from him. But in general, I mean. She wasn't kidnapped or anything like that. She nodded slowly. Edna Schuyler spotted her with a dark-haired man. Who is he? You're underestimating Dominic. Please don't do that. Just let us be. You're trying to find another girl. Katie has nothing to do with her. They both used the same ATM machine. That's a coincidence. Myron did not bother arguing. When is Katie calling again? I don't know. Then you're not much use to me. What's that supposed to mean? I need to talk to your daughter. If you can't help me, I'll have to take the chance that your husband can. She just shook her head. I know she's pregnant, Myron said. Joan Rochester groaned. You don't understand, she said again. Then tell me. The dark-haired man. His name is Rufus. If Dom finds out, he'll kill him. It is that simple. And I don't know what he'll do to Katie. So what's their plan? Hide forever? I doubt they have a plan. And Dominic doesn't know about any of this? He's not stupid. He thinks Katie probably ran away. Myron thought about it. Then I don't get something. If he suspects Katie ran away, why did he go to the press? Joan Rochester smiled then, but it was the saddest smile Myron had ever seen. Don't you see? No. He likes to win, no matter what the cost. I still don't. He did it to put pressure on them. He wants to find Katie. He doesn't care about anything else. That's his strength. He doesn't mind taking hits, big hits. Dom doesn't embarrass. He never feels shame. He's willing to lose or suffer to make you hurt and suffer more. That's the kind of man he is. Myron wanted to ask why she stayed married to him, but that wasn't his business. There were so many cases of abused women in this country. He'd like to help, but Joan Rochester wouldn't accept it, and he had more pressing matters on his mind. He thought back to the twins, about not being bothered by their deaths, about Edna Schuyler and the way she handled what she thought of as her purer patients. Joan Rochester had made her choice, or maybe she was just a little less innocent than the others. You should tell the police, Myron said. Tell them what? That your daughter's a runaway. She snorted. You don't get it, do you? Dom would find out. He has sources in the department. How do you think he found out about you so fast? But, Myron realized, he hadn't learned about Edna Schuyler yet. So his sources weren't infallible. Myron wondered if he could use that, but he didn't see how. He moved closer now. He took Joan Rochester's hands in his and made her look him in the eye. Your daughter will be safe. I guarantee it. But I need to talk to her. That's all. Just talk. Do you understand? She swallowed. I don't have much choice, do I? Myron said nothing. If I don't cooperate, she'll go to Dom. Yes, Myron said. Katie's supposed to call me tonight at 7, she said. I'll let you talk to her then. Chapter 35. Wynne called Myron on the cell phone. Drew Van Dyne, your assistant Planet Music manager, is also a teacher at Livingston High. Well, well, Myron said. Indeed. Myron was on his way to pick up Claire. She had told him about the "she's fine" phone call. Myron had immediately reached out for Baruti, who was, as the voicemail informed him, away from her desk. He told her what he needed in the message. Now Myron and Claire were going to Livingston High to check out Amy's locker. Myron also hoped to catch up with her ex, Randy Wolfe, and Harry, Mr. D. Davis, and now, most of all, Drew, music teacher and lingerie buyer, Van Dyne. You have anything else on him? Van Dyne is married, no kids. He's had 2 DUIs in the past 4 years and 1 drug arrest. He has a juvie record, but it's sealed. That's all I have so far. So what is he doing buying lingerie for a student like Amy Beale? Pretty obvious, I would say. I just talked to Mrs. Rochester. Katie got pregnant and ran away with her boyfriend. A not uncommon story. No, but what? Do we think Amy did the same? Ran away with her boyfriend? Not likely. No one's reported Van Dyne missing. He doesn't have to go missing. Katie's boyfriend is probably afraid of Dominic Rochester. That's why he's with her. But if no one knew about Amy and Van Dyne, Mr. Van Dyne would have little to fear. Exactly. So pray tell, why would Amy run away? Because she's pregnant? Bah, Wynne said. Bah what? What precisely would Amy Beale be afraid of? Wynne asked. Eric is hardly a Dominic Rochester type. Wynne had a point. Maybe Amy didn't run away. Maybe she got pregnant and wanted to have it. Maybe she told her boyfriend, Drew Van Dyne, who, Wynne picked up the thread, as a school teacher, would be ruined if word got out. Yes, it made awful sense. There's still one big hole, Myron said. That being, both girls use the same ATM machine. Look, the rest doesn't even rise to the level of coincidence. 2 girls getting pregnant in a school with almost 1,000 girls? It is statistically insignificant. Even if you add 2 girls running away because of it, okay, the odds that there's a connection rise, but it's still more than plausible that they aren't related, wouldn't you say? I would, Wynne agreed. But then you add in both using the same ATM machine. How do we explain that? Wynne said, your little statistical diagnosis goes through the roof. So we're missing something. We're missing everything. At this stage, this whole matter is too flimsy to label supposition. Another point for Wynne. They might be theorizing too early, but they were getting close. There were other factors, too, like Roger Chang's threatening bastard phone calls. That might be connected, might not be. He also didn't know how Harry Davis fit in. Maybe he was a liaison between Van Dyne and Amy, but that seemed a stretch. And what should Myron make of Claire's "she's fine" phone call? Myron wondered about the timing and the motive. To comfort or terrorize, and either way, why? But so far, nothing had come to him. Okay, Myron said to Wynne. Are we all set for tonight? We are indeed. I'll talk to you later then. Wynne hung up as Myron pulled into Claire and Eric's driveway. Claire was at the front door before Myron came to a complete stop. You okay? He asked. Claire didn't bother answering the obvious. Did you hear from your phone contact? Not yet. Do you know a teacher at Livingston High named Drew Van Dyne? No. The name doesn't ring a bell? I don't think so. Why? You remember the lingerie I found in her room? I think he might have bought it for her. Her face reddened. A teacher? He worked at that music store at the mall. Planet Music? Yes. Claire shook her head. I don't understand any of this. Myron put a hand on her arm. You have to stay with me, Claire, okay? I need you to be calm and focus. Don't patronize me, Myron. I don't mean to, but look, if you go off half-cocked when you get to the school, we'll lose him. I know that. What else is going on? You were dead on about Joan Rochester. Myron filled her in. Claire sat there and stared out the window. She nodded every once in a while, but the nod didn't seem to be connected to anything he said. So you think Amy might be pregnant? Her voice was indeed calm now, too matter-of-fact. She was trying to disengage. That might be a good thing. Yes. Claire put her hand to her lip and started plucking, like in high school. This was all so weird, driving this route that got 1,000 times in her youth. Claire, plucking her lip like the algebra final was coming up. Okay, let's try to look at this rationally for a moment, she said. Right. Amy broke up with her high school boyfriend. She didn't tell us. She was very secretive. She was erasing emails. She wasn't herself. She had lingerie in her drawer that was probably bought by a teacher who worked in a music store she used to frequent. The words hung heavy in the air. I have another thought, Claire said. Go on. If Amy was pregnant, God, I can't believe I'm talking like this. She would have gone to a clinic of some sort. Could be. Maybe she'd just buy a home pregnancy test, though. No. Claire's voice was firm. Not in the end. We talked about stuff like this. One of her friends got a false positive on one of those once. Amy would get it checked. She'd probably find a doctor, too. Okay. And around here, the only clinic is at St. Barnabas. I mean, that's the one everyone uses. So she might have gone there. We should call and see if someone could check the records. I'm the mother. That should count for something, right? I don't know what the laws on that stuff are now. They keep changing. Wait. Myron picked up his mobile phone. He dialed the hospital switchboard. He asked for Dr. Stanley Rickenbach. Myron gave his name to the secretary. He pulled onto the circle in front of the high school and parked. Rickenbach picked up the phone, sounding somewhat excited by the call. Myron explained what he wanted. The excitement vanished. I can't do that, Rickenbach said. I have her mother right here. You just told me she's 18 years old. It's against the rules. Listen, you were right about Katie Rochester. She was pregnant. We're trying to find out if Amy was too. I understand that, but I can't help you. Her medical records are confidential. With all the new HIP rules, the computer system keeps track of everything, even who opens a patient's file and when. Even if I didn't think it was unethical, it would be too big a personal risk. I'm sorry. He hung up. Myron stared out the window. Then he called the switchboard back. Dr. Edna Schuyler, please. 2 minutes later, Edna said, Myron? You can access patient files from your computer, can't you? Yes. All the patients in the hospital? What are you asking? Remember our talk about innocence? Yes. I want you to help an innocent, Dr. Schuyler. Then thinking about it, he said, in this case, maybe two innocents. Two? An 18-year-old girl named Amy Beale, Myron said. And if we're correct, the baby she's carrying. My God! Are you telling me Stanley was right? Please, Dr. Schuyler. It's unethical. He just let the silence wear on her. He had made his argument. Adding more would be superfluous. Better to let her think it through on her own. It didn't take long. 2 minutes later, he heard the computer keys clacking. Myron? Edna Schuyler said. Yes. Amy Beale is 3 months pregnant. Chapter 36. Livingston High School principal Amory Reed was dressed in Hager slacks, an off-white short-sleeved dress shirt made of material flimsy enough to highlight the wife-beater T beneath it, and thick-soled black shoes that might have been vinyl. Even when his tie was loosened, it looked as though it was strangling him. The school is, of course, very concerned. Reed's hands were folded on his desk. On one hand, he wore a college ring with a football insignia on it. He had uttered the line as though he had been rehearsing in front of the mirror. Myron sat on the right, Claire on the left. She was still dazed from the confirmation that her daughter, the one she knew and loved and trusted, had been pregnant for the past 3 months. At the same time, there was a feeling akin to relief. It made sense. It explained recent behavior. It might provide an explanation for what had been so far inexplicable. You can, of course, check her locker, the principal informed them. I have a master key to all the locks. We also want to talk to 2 of your teachers, Claire said, and a student. His eyes narrowed. He looked toward Myron and back to Claire. Which teachers? Harry Davis and Drew Van Dyne, Myron said. Mr. Van Dyne is already gone for the day. He leaves on Mondays at 2 p.m. And Mr. Davis? Reed checked the schedule. He's in room B202. Myron knew exactly where that was. After all these years, the halls were still lettered from A to E. Rooms beginning with 1 were on the first floor, 2 on the second floor. He remembered one exasperated teacher telling a tardy student that he wouldn't know his E hall from, get this, his A hall. I can see if I can pull Mr. D out of class. May I ask why you want to talk to these teachers? Claire and Myron exchanged a glance. Claire said, "We'd rather not say it this time." He accepted that. His job was political. If he knew something, he'd have to report on it. Ignorance, for a little while, might just be bliss. Myron had nothing big on either teacher yet, just innuendo. Until he had more, there was no reason to inform the school principal. "We'd also like to talk to Randy Wolf," Claire said. "I'm afraid I can't let you do that." "Why not?" "Off school grounds, you can do whatever you want, but here, I would need to get parental permission." "Why?" "That's the rules. If a kid is caught cutting class, you can talk to them." "I can, yes, but you can't. And this isn't a case of cutting class." Reed shifted his gaze. "Furthermore, I'm a little confused why you, Mr. Bolitar, are here." "He's my representative," Claire said. "I understand that, but that doesn't give him much standing in terms of talking to a student. Or, for that matter, a teacher. I can't make Mr. Davis talk to you either, but I can at least bring him into this office. He's an adult. I can't do that with Randy Wolf." They started down the corridor to Amy's locker. "There is one more thing," Amory Reed said. "What's that?" "I'm not sure it relates, but Amy got into a bit of trouble recently." They stopped. Claire said, "How?" "She was caught in the guidance office, using a computer." "I don't understand." "Neither did we. One of the guidance counselors found her in there. She was printing out a transcript. Turns out it was just her own." Myron thought about that. "Aren't those computers password protected?" "They are." "So how did she get in?" Reed spoke a little too carefully. "We're not sure, but the theory is someone in the administration made an error." "An error how?" "Someone may have forgotten to sign out." "In other words, they were still logged on so she could gain access?" "It's a theory, yes." Pretty dumb one, Myron thought. "Why wasn't I informed?" Claire asked. "It wasn't really that big a deal." "Breaking into school transcripts isn't a big deal?" "She was printing out her own. Amy, as you know, was an excellent student. She's never got in trouble before. We decided to let her go with a stern warning." "And save yourself some embarrassment," Myron thought. It wouldn't pay to let it out that a student had managed to break into the school computer system. More sweeping under the rug. They arrived at the locker. Amory Reed used his master key to unlock it. When he opened the door, they all stood back for a moment. Myron was the first to step forward. Amy's locker was frighteningly personal. Photographs similar to the ones he'd seen in the room adorned the metallic surface. Again, no Randy. There were images of her favorite guitar players. On one hanger was a black Green Day American Idiot tour t-shirt. On the other, a New York Liberty sweatshirt. Amy's textbooks were piled in the bottom, covered in protective sleeves. There were hair ties on the top shelf, a brush, a mirror. Claire touched them tenderly. But there was nothing in here that seemed to help. No smoking gun, no giant sign reading, "This way to finding Amy." Myron felt lost and empty, and staring into the locker at something so Amy, it just made her absence that much more obscene. The mood was broken when Reed's mobile phone buzzed. He picked it up, listened for a moment, and then he hung up. "I found someone to cover Mr. Davis's class. He's waiting for you in the office." Chapter 37. Drew Van Dyne was thinking about Amy and trying to figure out his next step when he arrived at Planet Music. Whenever he did that, whenever he got too confused by life and the poor choices he'd often made, Van Dyne either self-medicated or, as he was doing now, he turned to music. The iPod earbuds were jammed deep into the canals. He was listening to Alejandro Escoveda's Gravity, enjoying the sound, trying to put together how Escoveda had written the song. That was what Van Dyne liked to do. He'd tear a song down in the best way possible. He'd come up with a theory about the origin, how the idea had come, the first bit of inspiration. Was that first seed a guitar riff, the chorus, a specific stanza or lyric? Had the writer been heartbroken or sad or filled with joy? And why specifically had he been feeling that way? And where, after that first step, did he go with the song? Van Dyne could see the songwriter at the piano or strumming the guitar, taking notes, altering it, tweaking it, whatever. Bliss, man. Pure, simple bliss. Figuring out a song, even if there was always a small voice, deep in the background saying, "It should have been you, Drew." You forget about the wife who looks at you like your dog turd and now wants a divorce. You forget about your father who abandoned you when you were still a kid. You forget about your mother who tries now to make up for the fact that she didn't give a rat's ass for too many years. You forget the mind-numbing, regular Joe teaching job you hate. You forget that the job is no longer something you're doing while waiting for your big break. You forget that your big break, when you're honest with yourself, will never come. You forget that you're 36 years old, and that no matter how hard you try to kill it, your damn dream will not die. No, that would be too easy. Instead, the dream stays and taunts and lets you know that it will never, ever come true. You escape into the music. What the hell should he do now? That was what Drew Van Dyne was thinking as he walked past the bedroom rendezvous. He saw one of the salesgirls whisper to another. Maybe they were talking about him, but he didn't much care. He entered Planet Music, a place he both loved and loathed. He loved being surrounded by music. He loathed being reminded that none of it was his. Geordie Deck, a younger, less talented version of himself, was behind the counter. Van Dyne could see from the young kid's face that something was wrong. "What?" "A big dude," the kid said. "He came in here looking for you." "What was his name?" The kid shrugged. "What did he want?" "He was asking about Amy." A lump of fear hardened in his chest. "What did you tell him?" "That she comes in here a lot, but I think he already knew that. No big deal." Drew Van Dyne stepped closer. "Describe this guy." He did. Van Dyne thought about the warning call he'd received earlier today. It sounded like Myron Bolitar. "Oh, one other thing," the kid said. "What?" "When he left, I think he went to bedroom rendezvous." Claire and Myron decided to let Myron talk to Mr. Davis alone. "Amy Beale was one of my most gifted students," Harry Davis said. Davis was pale and shaking and didn't have the same confident stride Myron had seen just this morning. "Was?" Myron said. "Pardon me?" "You said was." "Was one of my most gifted students." His eyes went wide. "She isn't in my class anymore." "I see. That's all I meant." "Right," Myron said, trying to keep him on the defensive. "When exactly was she your student?" "Last year." "Great. Enough of the prelims. Straight for the knockout punch. So if Amy wasn't your student anymore, what was she doing at your house Saturday night?" Beads of sweat popped up on his forehead, like plastic gophers in one of those arcade games. "What makes you think she was?" "I dropped her off there." "That's not possible." Myron sighed and crossed his legs. "There are two ways to play this, Mr. D. I can get the principal in here, or you can tell me what you know." Silence. "Why are we talking to Randy Wolf this morning?" "He's also a student of mine." "Is or was?" "Is. I teach sophomores, juniors, and seniors." "I understand the students have voted you Teacher of the Year the past 4 years." He said nothing. Myron said, "I went here." "Yes, I know." There was a small smile on his lips. "It would be hard to miss the lingering presence of the legendary Myron Bolitar." "My point is, I know what an accomplishment winning Teacher of the Year is. To be that popular with your students." Davis liked the compliment. "Did you have a favorite teacher?" he asked. "Mrs. Friedman. Modern European history." "She was here when I started," he smiled. "I really liked her." "That's sweet, Mr. D, really, but there's a girl missing." "I don't know anything about it." "Yeah, you do." Harry Davis looked down. "Mr. D?" He didn't look up. "I don't know what's going on, but it's all coming apart now. All of it. You know that, I think. Your life was one thing before we had this chat. It's another thing now. I don't want to sound melodramatic, but I won't let go until I find out everything, no matter how bad it is, no matter how many people are hurt." "I don't know anything," he said. "Amy has never been to my house." If asked right then, Myron would have said that he wasn't all that mad. In hindsight, that was the problem, a lack of warning. He had been talking in a measured voice. The threat had been there, sure, but it wasn't even worth checking. If he had felt it coming, he would have been able to prepare himself. But the fury just flooded in, snapping him to action. Myron moved fast. He grabbed Davis from behind the neck, squeezed the pressure points near the base of the shoulders, and pulled him toward the window. Davis let out a little cry as Myron pushed his face hard against the one-way glass. "Look out there, Mr. D." In the waiting area, Claire sat upright. Her eyes were closed. She thought that no one was watching. Tears ran down her cheeks. Myron pushed harder. "Ow! You see that, Mr. D? Let go of me!" Damn. The fury spread, diffused. Reason bled back in. As with Jake Wolf, Myron scolded his loss of temper and released his grip. Davis stood back and rubbed the back of his neck. His face was scarlet now. "You come anywhere near me," Davis said, "and I'll sue you. Do you understand?" Myron shook his head. "What?" "You're done, Mr. D. You just don't know it yet."
This is the end of disc number 6. Please insert disc number 7. This is disc number 7.
"You come anywhere near me," Davis said, "and I'll sue you. Do you understand?" Myron shook his head. "What?" "You're done, Mr. D. You just don't know it yet." Chapter 38. Drew Van Dyne headed back to Livingston High School. How the hell had Myron Bolitar connected him to this mess? He was in full panic mode now. He had assumed that Harry Davis, Mr. Friggin' dedicated teacher, wouldn't say anything. That would have been better. Would have left Van Dyne to handle whatever arose. But now, somehow, Bolitar had ended up at Planet Music. He'd been asking about Amy. Someone had talked. As he pulled up to the school, he saw Harry Davis burst out the door. Drew Van Dyne was no student of body language, but man, Davis did not look like himself. His fists were clenched, his shoulders slumped, his feet in a fast shuffle mode. Usually he walked with a smile and a wave, sometimes even whistling. Not today. Van Dyne drove through the lot, pulling the car into Davis's path. Davis saw him and veered to the right. "Mr. D!" "Leave me alone." "You and me. We need to have a little chat." Van Dyne was out of the car. Davis kept moving. "You know what will happen if you talk to Bolitar, don't you?" "I haven't talked," Davis said, teeth clenched. "Will you?" "Get in your car, Drew. Leave me the hell alone." Drew Van Dyne shook his head. "Remember, Mr. D, you got a lot to lose here." "As you keep pointing out." "More than any of us." "No." Davis had reached his car. He slid into the front seat, and before he closed his door, he said, "Amy has the most to lose. Wouldn't you say?" That made Van Dyne pause. He tilted his head. "What do you mean by that?" "Think about it," Davis said. He closed the door and drove off. Drew Van Dyne took a deep breath and moved back to his car. Amy had the most to lose. It got him thinking. He started up the engine and began to pull out when he noticed the school's side door open again. Amy's mother came out the very same door that beloved educator Harry Davis had stormed out just minutes ago. And behind her was Myron Bolitar. The voice on the phone, the one that had warned him earlier, "Don't do anything stupid. It's under control." It didn't feel under control. It didn't feel that way at all. Drew Van Dyne reached for the car radio as though he were underwater and it held oxygen. The CD feature was on, the latest from Coldplay. He drove away, letting Chris Martin's gentle voice work on him. The panic would not leave. This, he knew, was where he usually made the wrong decision. This is where he usually messed up big time. He knew that. He knew that he should just back up, think it through. But that was how he lived his life. It was like a car wreck in slow motion. You see what you're heading for. You know there's going to be an ugly collision. You can't stop or get out of the way. You're powerless. In the end, Drew Van Dyne made the phone call. "Hello?" "We may have a problem," Van Dyne said. On the other end of the phone, Drew Van Dyne heard Big Jake Wolf sigh. "Tell me." Big Jake said. Myron dropped Claire off before heading to the Livingston Mall. He hoped to find Drew Van Dyne at Planet Music. No luck. The Poncho Kid wouldn't talk this time, but Sally Ann said that she'd seen Drew Van Dyne arrive, talk briefly to the Poncho Kid, and then sprint out. Myron had Van Dyne's home number. He tried it, but there was no answer. He called Wynn. We need to find this guy. We're spread a little thin right now. Who can we get to watch Van Dyne's house? Wynn said. How about Zora? Zora was a former Mossad spy, an assassin for the Israelis, and a transvestite who wore stiletto heels. Literally. Many transvestites are lovely. Zora was not one of them. I'm not sure she'll blend into the suburbs, are you? Zora knows how to blend. Fine, whatever you think. Where are you headed? Chang's dry cleaning. I need to talk to Roger. I'll call Zora. Business was brisk at Chang's. Maxine saw Myron entered and gestured with her head for him to come forward. Myron moved ahead of the line and followed her into the back. The smell of chemicals and lint was cloying. It felt like dust particles were clinging to his lungs. He was relieved when she opened the back door. Roger sat in a crate in the alley. His head was down. Maxine folded her arms and said, Roger, do you have something to say to Mr. Bolitar? Roger was a skinny kid. His arms were wreaths with absolutely no definition. He did not look up as she spoke. I'm sorry I made those phone calls, he said. It was like he was a kid who'd broken a neighbor's window with an errant baseball, and his mother had dragged him across the street to apologize. Myron did not need this. He turned to Maxine. I want to talk to him alone. I can't let you do that. Then I go to the police. First Joan Rochester, now Maxine Chang. Myron was getting damn good at threatening terrified mothers. Maybe he'd start slapping them around, too. Really feel like a big man. But Myron did not blink. Maxine Chang did. I'll be right inside. Thank you. The alley reeked, as all alleys do, of past garbage and dried urine. Myron waited for Roger to look up at him. Roger didn't. You didn't just call me, Myron said. You called Amy Beale, right? He nodded, still not looking up. Why? I was calling her back. Myron made a skeptical face. Since the kid's head was still down, the effort was a bit of a waste. Look at me, Roger. He slowly raised his eyes. Are you telling me that Amy Beale called you first? I saw her in school. She said we needed to talk. About what? He shrugged. She just said we needed to talk. So why didn't you? Why didn't we what? Talk, right then and there. We were in the hall. There were people all around. She wanted to talk privately. I see. So you called her? Yes. And what did she say? It was weird. She wanted to know about my grades and extracurricular activities. It was more like she wanted to confirm them. I mean, we know each other a little, and everyone talks. So she already knew most of that stuff. That's it? We only talked for like 2 minutes. She said she had to go. But she also said she was sorry. About? About my not making Duke. He put his head down again. You got a lot of anger stored up, Roger. You don't understand. Tell me then. Forget it. I wish I could, but see, you called me. Roger Chang studied the alley as though he'd never really seen it before. His nose twitched and his face twisted in disgust. Finally, he found Myron's face. I'm always the Asian geek, you know. I was born in this country. I'm not an immigrant. When I talk, half the time people expect me to sound like an old Charlie Chan movie. And in this town, if you don't have money, or you're not good at sports, I see my mother's sacrifice. I see how hard she works. And I think to myself, if I can just stick it out, if I can just work hard in high school, not worry about all that stuff I'm missing, just work hard, make the sacrifice, it will all be okay. I'll be able to move out of here. I don't know why I focused on Duke, but I did. It was like my one goal. Once I made it, I could relax a little. I'd be away from the store. His voice drifted off. I wish you'd have said something to me, Myron said. I'm not good at asking for help. Myron wanted to tell him he should do more than that. Maybe get some therapy to deal with the anger. But he hadn't walked a mile in the kid's shoes. He didn't have the time either. Are you going to report me? Roger asked. No. Then. You can still get in on wait list. They've already cleared it. Oh, Myron said. Look, I know it seems like life and death now, but what school you make isn't that important. I'll bet you love Rutgers. Yeah, sure. He didn't sound convinced. Part of Myron was angry, but another part, a growing part, remembered Maxine's accusation. There was a chance, a decent chance, that by helping Amy, Myron had destroyed this young man's dream. He couldn't just walk away from that, could he? If you want to transfer after a year, Myron said, I'll write a letter. He waited for Roger to react. He didn't. So Myron left him alone in the stench of the alley behind his mother's dry cleaning store. Chapter 39. Myron was on his way to meet up with Joe in Rochester. She was afraid to be home when her daughter called in case her husband was around. When his mobile phone rang, he checked the caller ID and his heart skipped a beat when he saw the name Allie Wilder pop up. Hey, he said. Hey. Silence. I'm sorry about before, Allie said. Don't apologize. No, I sounded hysterical. I know what you were trying to do with the girls. I didn't want to get Aaron involved. It's all right. Maybe I should be concerned or whatever, but I just really want to see you. Me too. Come over? I can't right now. Oh. And I'll probably be working on this until late. Myron? Yes? I don't care how late. He smiled. Whatever the time, come by, Allie said. I'll be waiting. And if I fall asleep, throw pebbles at my window and wake me up. Okay? Okay. Be careful. Allie? Yes? I love you. There was a little intake of air. Then, with a little song in the voice, I love you too, Myron. And suddenly, it was as if Jessica was a wisp of smoke. Dominic Rochester's office was a depot for school buses. Outside his window was a plethora of yellow. This place was his cover. School buses could do wonders. If you transport kids in the seats, you could pretty much transport anything else in the undercarriage. Cops might stop and search a truck. They never do that with a school bus. The phone rang. Rochester picked it up and said, Hello? You wanted me to watch your house? He did. Joan was drinking more than ever. It could have been from Katie's disappearance, but Dominic was no longer so sure. So he had one of his guys keep an eye, just in case. Yeah, so? Earlier today, some guy stopped by to talk to your wife. Earlier today? Right. How much earlier? A couple hours, maybe. Why didn't you call then? Didn't think much about it, I guess. I mean, I wrote it down. But I thought you only wanted me to call you if it was important. What does he look like? His name is Myron Bolitar. I recognized him. He used to play ball. Dominic pulled the receiver closer, pushing it against his ear as though he could travel through it. How long did he stay? 15 minutes. Just the two of them? Yeah. Oh, don't worry, Mr. Rochester. I watched them. They stayed downstairs, if that's what you're wondering. There was no... He stopped, not sure how to put it. Dominic almost laughed. This dopey guy thought he was having his wife watched in case she was sleeping around. Man, that was rich. But now he wondered, why had Bolitar come by and stayed so long? And what had Joan told him? Anything else? Well, that's the thing, Mr. Rochester. What's the thing? There is something else. See, I wrote down about Bolitar's visit, but since I could see where he was, I didn't worry much, you know? And now? Well, I'm following Mrs. Rochester. She just drove to some park in town here. Riker Hill, you know it? My kids went to elementary school there. Good, okay. She's sitting on a bench. But she's not alone. See, your wife is sitting there with that same guy. With Myron Bolitar. Silence. Mr. Rochester? Get a man on Bolitar, too. I want him followed. I want them both followed. During the Cold War, the Riker Hill Art Park, located right smack in the bosom of suburbia, had been a military control base for air defense missiles. The Army called it Nike Battery Missile Site NY-80. For real. From 1954 until the end of the Nike Air Defense System in 1974, the site was operational for both Hercules and Ajax missiles. Many of the U.S. Army's original buildings and barracks now serve as studios where painting, sculpture, and crafts flourish in a communal setting. Years ago, Myron found this all somewhat poignant and oddly comforting. the war relic now housing artists. But the world was different now. In the 80s and 90s, it had all been cute and quaint. Now this progress felt like phony symbolism. Near the old military radar tower, Myron sat on a bench with Joe and Rochester. They hadn't done more than nod at each other. They were waiting. Joe and Rochester cradled her mobile phone as if it were an injured animal. Myron checked his watch. Any minute now, Katie Rochester was supposed to call her mother. Joe and Rochester looked off. "You're wondering why I stay with him." In truth, he wasn't. First off, awful as this situation was, he was still feeling a little giddy from his phone call with Allie. He knew that was selfish, but this was the first time in 7 years he had told a woman that he loved her. He was trying to push all that from his mind, trying to focus on the task at hand, but he couldn't help feeling a little high from her response. Second, and maybe more relevant, Myron had long ago stopped trying to figure out relationships. He had read about battered women syndrome, and perhaps that was a play here, and this was a cry for help. But for some reason, in this particular case, he didn't care enough to reach out and answer that call. "I've been with Dom a long time. A very long time." Joe and Rochester went quiet. After a few more seconds, she opened her mouth to say more, but the phone in her hand vibrated. She looked down at it as though it had suddenly materialized in her hand. It vibrated again, and then it rang. "Answer it," Myron said. Joe and Rochester nodded and hit the green button. She brought the phone to her ear and said, "Hello?" Myron leaned close to her. He could hear a voice in the other end of the line. Sounded young, sounded female, but he couldn't make out any of the words. "Oh, honey," Joe and Rochester said, her face easing from the sound of her daughter's voice. "I'm glad you're safe." Yes, right. "Listen to me a second, okay? This is very important." More talking from the other end. "I have someone here with me." Animated talk from the other end. "Please, Katie, just listen. His name is Myron Bolitar. He's from Livingston. He means you no harm." "How did he find?" "It's complicated. No, of course I didn't say anything. He got phone records or something. I'm not really sure. But he said he would tell Daddy." Very animated talk now. No, he hasn't done that yet. He just needs to talk to you for a minute. I think you should listen. He says it's about the other missing girl, Amy Beale. He's looking for her." I know, I told him that. Just hold on, okay? Here he is." Joe and Rochester began to hand him the phone. Myron reached out and snatched it from her, afraid of losing this tenuous connection. He strapped on his calmest voice and said, "Hello, Katie? My name is Myron." He sounded like a night host on NPR. Katie, however, was a tad more hysterical. "What do you want with me?" "I just have a few questions." "I don't know anything about Amy Beale." "If you could just tell me." "You're tracing this, aren't you?" Her voice was cracking with hysteria. "For my dad. You're keeping me on the line so you can trace the call." Myron was about to launch into a Baruti-type explanation of how traces didn't really work that way, but Katie never gave him the chance. "Just leave us alone!" And then she hung up. Like another dopey TV cliché, Myron said, "Hello? Hello?" when he knew that Katie Rochester had hung up and was gone. They sat in silence for a minute or two. Then Myron slowly handed her back the phone. "I'm sorry," Joe and Rochester said. Myron nodded. "I tried." "I know." She stood. "Are you going to tell Dom?" "No," Myron said. "Thank you." He nodded again. She walked away. Myron stood and headed in the opposite direction. He took out his cell phone and hit the speed dial #1 slot. Wayne answered it. "Articulate." Was it Katie Rochester? He had expected something like this. Katie not cooperating. So Myron had prepared. Wynne was on the scene of Manhattan, ready to follow. It was, in fact, better. She would head back to wherever she was hiding. Wynne would tag along and learn all. "Looked like her," Wynne said. "She was with a dark-haired paramour." And now? After hanging up, she and said paramour began heading downtown by foot. By the way, the paramour is carrying a firearm in his shoulder holster. That wasn't good. "You're on them?" "I'll pretend you didn't ask me that." "I'm on my way." Chapter 40. Joan Rochester took a pull from the flask she kept under the car seat. She was in her driveway now. She could have waited until she got inside, but she didn't. She was in a daze, had been in a daze for so long that she no longer remembered a time when she really felt truly clear-headed. Didn't matter. You get used to it. You get so used to it that it becomes normal, this daze. And it would be the clear head that would throw her out of whack. She stayed in her car and stared at her house. She looked at it as though for the first time. This was where she lived. It sounded so simple, but there it was. This is where she was spending her life. It was unremarkable. It felt impersonal. She lived here. She had helped choose it. And now, as she looked at it, she wondered why. Joan closed her eyes and tried to imagine something different. How had she gotten here? You don't just slip, she realized. Change was never dramatic. It was small shifts, so gradual that it becomes imperceptible to the human eye. That was how it happened to Joan Del Nudo Rochester, the prettiest girl at Bloomfield High. You fall in love with a man because he is everything your father isn't. He is strong and tough, and you like that. He sweeps you off your feet. You don't even realize how much he takes over your life, how you start to become merely an extension of him, rather than a separate entity, or, as you dream, one grander entity, two becoming one, in love, like out of a romance novel. You acquiesce on small things, then large things, then everything. Your laugh starts to quiet before disappearing altogether. Your smile dims until it's only a facsimile of joy, something you apply like mascara. But when had it turned the dark corner? She couldn't find a spot in the timeline. She thought back, but she couldn't locate a moment when she could have changed things. It was inevitable, she supposed, from the day they met. There wasn't a time when she could have stood up to him. There wasn't a battle she could have waged and one that would have altered anything. If she could go back in time, would she walk away the first time he asked her out? Would she have said no then? Taken up with another boyfriend, like that nice Mike Braun who lived in Parsippany now? The answer would probably be no. Her children wouldn't have been born. Children, of course, change everything. You can't wish it all never happened, because that would be the ultimate betrayal. How could you live with yourself if you wished your children never existed? She took another swig. The truth was, Joan Rochester wished her husband dead. She dreamed about it, because it was her only escape. Forget that nonsense about abused women standing up to their man. It would be suicide. She could never leave him. He would find her and beat her and lock her up. He would do Lord knows what to their children. He would make her pay. Joan sometimes fantasized about packing up the children and finding one of those battered women's shelters in the city. But then what? She dreamed about turning state's evidence against Dom. She certainly had the knowledge, but even witness protection wouldn't do the trick. He'd find them. Somehow. He was that kind of man. She slipped out of her car. There was a wobble in her step, but again that had become almost the norm. Joan Rochester headed to her front door. She slipped the key and stepped inside. She turned around to close it behind her. When she turned back around, Dominic stood in front of her. Joan Rochester put her hand to her heart. "You startled me." He stepped toward her. For a moment, she thought that he wanted to embrace her, but that wasn't it. He bent low at the knees. His right hand turned into a fist. He swiveled into the roundhouse blow, using his hips for power. The knuckles slammed into her kidney. Joan's mouth opened in a silent scream. Her knees gave way. She fell to the floor. Dominic grabbed her by the hair. He lifted her back up and readied the fist. He smashed it into her back again, harder this time. She slid to the ground like a slip bag of sand. "You're going to tell me where Katie is," Dominic said. And then he hit her again. Myron was in his car, talking on the phone to Wheat Manson, his former Duke teammate who now worked in the admissions office as assistant dean, when he realized, yet again, that he was being followed. Wheat Manson had been a speedy point guard from the nasty streets of Atlanta. He had loved his years in Durham, North Carolina, and had never gone back. The two old friends started off exchanging quick pleasantries before Myron got to the point. "I need to ask you something a little weird," Myron said. "Go ahead." "Don't get offended." "Then don't ask me anything offensive," Wheat said. "Did Amy Beale get in because of me?" Wheat groaned. "Oh, no, you did not just ask me that." "I need to know." "Oh, no, you did not just ask me that." Look, forget that for a second. I need you to fax me 2 transcripts. One for Amy Deal and one for Roger Chang. Who? He's another student from Livingston High. Let me guess. Roger didn't get accepted. He had a better ranking, better SAT scores. Myron. What? We are not going there. Do you understand me? It's confidential. I will not send you transcripts. I will not discuss candidates. I will remind you that acceptance is not a matter of scores or tests, that there are intangibles. As 2 guys who got in based much more on our ability to put a sphere through a metallic ring than rankings and test scores, we should understand that better than anyone. And now, only slightly offended, I will say goodbye. Wait, hold up a second. I'm not faxing you transcripts. You don't have to. I'm going to tell you something about both candidates. I just want you to look it up on the computer and make sure what I'm saying is true. What the hell are you talking about? Just trust me here, Wheat. I'm not asking for information. I'm asking you to confirm something. Wheat sighed. I'm not in the office right now. Do it when you can. Tell me what you want me to confirm. Myron told him, and as he did, he realized that the same car had been with him since he left Riker Hill. Will you do it? You're a pain in the ass, you know that? Always was, Myron said. Yeah, but you used to have a sweet jumper from the top of the key. Now what do you got? Raw animal magnetism and supernatural charisma? I'm going to hang up now. He did. Myron pulled the hands free from his ear. The car was still behind him, maybe 200 feet back. What was up with all the car tales today? In the old days, a suitor would send flowers or candy. Myron pined for a brief moment, and that was hardly the time. The car had been on him since he left Riker Hill. That meant it was probably one of Dominic Rochester's goons again. He thought about that. If Rochester had sent a man to follow Myron, he'd probably, at the very least, known or seen that Myron was with his wife. Myron debated calling Joan Rochester, letting her know, but decided against it. As Joan had pointed out, she'd been with him a long time. She'd know how to handle it. He was on Northfield Avenue heading to New York City. He didn't have time for this, but he needed to get rid of his tail as quickly as possible. In the movies, this would call for a car chase or a swift U-turn of some sort. That didn't really play in real life, especially when you need to get to a place in a hurry and don't want to attract the cops. Still, there were ways. The music store teacher, Drew Van Dyne, lived in West Orange, not far from here. Zora should be in place now. Myron picked up his cell phone and called. Zora picked up on the first ring. Hello, Dreamboat, Zora said. I assume there's been no activity at the Van Dyne house? You assume correctly, Dreamboat. Zora just sits and sits. So boring, this for Zora. Zora always referred to herself in the third person. She had a deep voice, a thick accent, and lots of mouth phlegm. It was not a pleasant sound. I have a car following me, Myron said. And Zora can help? Oh, yes, Myron said. Zora can definitely help. Myron explained his plan, his frighteningly simple plan. Zora laughed and started coughing. So Zora like? Myron asked, falling, as he often did when speaking to her, into Zora talk. Zora like very much. Since it would take a few minutes to set up, Myron took some unnecessary turns. 2 minutes later, Myron took the right on Pleasant Valley Way. Up ahead he saw Zora standing by the pizzeria. She wore her 30s blonde wig and smoked a cigarette in a holder and looked just like Veronica Lake after a real bad bender, if Veronica Lake was 6 feet tall and had a Homer Simpson 5 o'clock shadow and was really, really ugly. Zora winked as Myron passed and raised her foot just a little bit. Myron knew what was in that heel. The first time they met, she had sliced his chest with a hidden stiletto blade. In the end, Wynn had spared Zora's life, something that surprised the heck out of Myron. Now they were all buddies. Esperanza compared it to her days in the ring, when a famed bad guy wrestler would all of a sudden turn good. Myron used the left turn signal and pulled to the side of the road, 2 blocks ahead of Zora. He rolled down his window so he could hear. Zora stood near an open parking spot. It was natural. The car following Myron's pulled into the spot to see where Myron was headed. Of course he could have stopped anywhere in the street. Zora had been ready for that. The rest was, as already noted, frighteningly simple. Zora strolled over to the back of the car. She had been wearing high heels for the past 15 years, but she still walked like a newborn colt on bad acid. Myron watched the scene in his rearview mirror. Zora unsheathed the dagger in her stiletto heel. She raised her leg and stomped in the tire. Myron heard the whoosh of air. She quickly circled to the other back tire and did the same thing. Then Zora did something that was not part of the plan. She waited to see if the driver would get out and accost her. No, Myron whispered to himself. Just go. He had been clear. Stomp the tires and run. Don't get into a fight. Zora was deadly. If the guy got out of his car, probably some macho goon who was used to breaking heads, Zora would slice him into pizza topping. Forget the morals for a moment. They didn't need that kind of police attention. The goon driving the car yelled, "Hey, what the?" and started getting out of the car. Myron turned around and stuck his head out the window. Zora had to smile. She bent her knees a little. Myron called out. Zora looked up and met Myron's eye. Myron could see the anticipation, the itch to strike. He shook his head as firmly as he knew how. Another second passed. The goon slammed his door shut. "You dumb bitch!" Myron kept shaking his head, more urgently now. The goon took a step. Myron held Zora's gaze. Zora reluctantly nodded. And then she ran away. "Hey!" The goon gave chase. "Stop!" Myron started up his car. The goon looked back now, unsure what to do. And then he made a decision that probably saved his life. He ran back to his car. But with slashed back tires, he wouldn't go anywhere. Myron pulled back onto the road, on his way to his encounter with the missing Katie Rochester. Chapter 41. Drew Van Dyne sat in Big Jake Wolf's family room and tried to plan his next move. Jake had given him a Corona Light. Drew frowned. A real Corona, okay? But light Mexican beer? Why not just pass out piss water? Drew sipped it anyway. The room reeked of Big Jake. There was a deer head hanging above the fireplace. Golf and tennis trophies lined the mantel. The rug was some sort of bearskin. The TV was huge, at least 70 inches. There were tiny, expensive speakers everywhere. Something classical drifted out from the digital player. A carnival popcorn machine with flashing lights sat in the corner. There were ugly gold statues and ferns. Everything had been selected not based on fashion or function, but by what would appear most ostentatious and overpriced. On the side table was a picture of Jake Wolf's hot wife. Drew picked it up and shook his head. In the photograph, Lorraine Wolf wore a bikini. Another of Jake's trophies, he guessed. A picture of your own wife in a bikini on a side table in the family room. Who the hell does that? I spoke to Harry Davis, Wolf said. He had a Corona Light, too. There's a wedge of lime jammed into the top. Van Dyne rule of alcohol consumption. If a beer needs a fruit topping, choose another beer. He's not going to talk. Drew said nothing. You don't believe it? Drew shrugged, drank his beer. He has the most to lose here. You think? You don't? I reminded Harry of that. You know what he said? Jake shrugged. He told me that maybe Amy Beale had the most to lose. Drew put down his beer, intentionally missing the coaster. What do you think? Big Jake pointed his beefy finger at Drew. Who the hell's fault would that be? Silence. Jake walked over to the window. He gestured with his chin at the house next door. You see that place over there? What about it? It's a friggin' castle. You're not doing too badly here, Jake. A small smile played on his lip. Not like that. Drew would point out that it's all relative, that he, Drew Van Dyne, lived alone in the crap hole that was smaller than Wolf's garage, but why bother? Drew could also point out that he didn't have a tennis court, or 3 cars, or gold statues, or a theater room, or even really a wife since the separation, much less one with a hot enough body to model in bikinis. He's a big-time lawyer, Jake droned on. Went to Yale and never lets anyone forget it. He has a Yale decal in his car window. He wears Yale t-shirts when he takes his daily jog. He hosts Yale parties. He interviews Yale applicants in his big castle. His son is a dope, but guess what school still accepted him? Drew Van Dyne shifted in the chair. The world is not a level playing field, Drew. You need an in. Or you have to make one. You, for example, wanted to be a big rock star. The guys who make it, who sell a zillion CDs and fill up outdoor arenas. Do you think they're more talented than you? No. The big difference, maybe the only difference, is that they were willing to take advantage of some situation. They exploited something, and you didn't. Do you know what the world's greatest truism is? Drew could see that there was no stopping him, but that was okay. The man was talking. He was revealing things in his own way. Drew was getting the picture now. He had a pretty good idea of where this was heading. No, what? Behind every great fortune is a great crime. Jake stopped and let that sink in. Drew felt his breathing go a little funny. You see someone with beaucoup bucks? Jake Wolf went on. A Rockefeller or Carnegie or someone? Do you want to know the difference between them or us? One of their great-grandpas cheated or stole or killed. He had balls, sure. But he understood that the playing field is never level. You want a break? You make it yourself. Then you peddle that hard work, nose to the grindstone fiction to the masses. Drew Van Dyne remembered the warning call. Don't do anything stupid. It's under control. This Bolitar guy, Drew said. You already had your cop friends lay into him. He didn't budge. Don't worry about him. That's not much of a comfort, Jake. Well, Jake said, let's just remember whose fault this is. Your son's. Hey! Again, Jake pointed with a beefy finger. Keep Randy out of it. Drew Van Dyne shrugged. You're the one who wanted the place plain. He's going to Dartmouth. That's a done deal. No one, especially not some dumb slut, is going to ruin that. Drew took a long, deep breath. Still, the question is, if Bolitar keeps digging, what is he going to find? Jake Wolf looked at him. Nothing, he said. Drew Van Dyne felt a twinge start in the base of his spine. How can you be so sure? Wolf said nothing. Jake, don't worry about it. Like I said, my son is on his way to college. He's done with all this. You also said that behind every great fortune is a great crime. So? She means nothing to you, does she, Jake? It's not about her. It's about Randy. It's about his future. Jake Wolf turned back to the window, to his Ivy League neighbor's castle. Drew gathered his thoughts, reined in his emotions. He looked at this man. He thought about what he had said, what it all meant. He thought again about the warning call. Jake? What? Did you know that Amy Beale was pregnant? The room went quiet. The background music was between songs now. When it started up again, the beat had picked up a step, an old ditty from Supertramp. Jake Wolf slowly turned his head and looked back over his shoulder. Drew Van Dyne could see that the news was a surprise. That doesn't change anything, Jake said. I think maybe it does. How? Drew Van Dyne reached into his shoulder holster. He removed the gun and aimed it at Jake Wolf. Take a wild guess. Chapter 42. The storefront was a nail salon called Nail R Us in a not yet redeveloped section of Queens. The building had that decrepit thing going on, as if leaning against it would cause a wall to collapse. The rust in the fire escape was so thick that tetanus seemed a far greater threat than smoke inhalation. Every window was blocked by either a heavy shade or plank of wood. The structure was 4 levels and ran almost the entire length of the block. Myron said to Wynne, The R in the sign is crossed out. That's intentional. Why? Wynne looked at him, waited. Myron did it in his head. Nail R Us had become Nail Us. Oh, Myron said. Cute. They have 2 armed guards stationed at windows, Wynne said. They must do a mean manicure. Wynne frowned. Moreover, the 2 guards didn't take up position until your Miss Rochester and her beau returned. They're worried about her father, Myron said. That would be a logical deduction. You know anything about the place? The clientele is below my level of expertise. Wynne nodded behind Myron. But not hers. Myron turned. The setting sun was blocked now as though by an eclipse. Big Cindy was ambling toward them. She was dressed entirely in white spandex. Very tight white spandex. No undergarments. Tragically, you could tell. On a 17-year-old runway model, The spandex jumpsuit would be a fashion risk. On a woman of 40 who weighed more than 300 pounds, well, it took guts. Lots of them. All of which were on full display, thank you very much. Everything jiggled as she trundled toward them. Various body parts seemed to have lives of their own, moving on their own accord, as if dozens of animals were trapped in a white balloon and trying to squirm their way out. Big Cindy kissed Wynne on the cheek. Then she turned and said, "Hello, Mr. Bolitar." She hugged him, wrapping her arms around him, a feeling not unlike being wrapped in wet attic insulation. "Hey, Big Cindy," Myron said when she put him down. "Thanks for getting down here so quick. When you call, Mr. Bolitar, I run." Her face remained placid. Myron never knew if Big Cindy was putting him on or not. "Do you know this place?" he asked. "Oh, yes." She sighed. Elk within a 40-mile radius began to mate. Big Cindy wore white lipstick like something out of an Elvis documentary. Her makeup had sparkles. Her fingernails were in a color she'd once told them was called Pinot Noir. Back in the day, Big Cindy had been the bad guy professional wrestler. She fit the bill. For those who have never watched professional wrestling, it is merely a morality play with good pitted against evil. For years, Big Cindy had been the evil warlordess named Human Volcano. Then one night, after a particularly grueling match where Big Cindy had injured the lovely and live Esperanza Little Pocahontas Diaz with a chair, injured her so badly that the fake ambulance came in and strapped on the neck brace and all that, an angry mob of fans waited outside the venue. When Big Cindy left for the night, the mob attacked. They might have killed her. The crowd was drunk and fired up and not really into the reality versus fiction equation at work here. Big Cindy tried to run, but there was no escape. She fought hard and well, but there were dozens wanting her blood. Someone hit her with a camera, a cane, a boot. They moved in. Big Cindy went down. People started stomping her. Seeing the mayhem, Esperanza tried to intervene. The crowd would have none of it. Even their favorite wrestler could not halt their bloodlust. And then Esperanza did something truly inspired. She jumped on a car and revealed that Big Cindy had only been pretending to be a bad guy to gather information. The crowd almost paused. Furthermore, Esperanza announced, Big Cindy was really Little Pocahontas' long-lost sister, Big Chief Mama. A rather lame moniker, but hey, she was making this stuff up on the fly. Little Pocahontas and her sister were now reuniting and would become tag team partners. The crowd cheered. Then they helped Big Cindy to her feet. Big Chief Mama and Little Pocahontas quickly became wrestling's most popular team. The same scenario played out weekly. Esperanza would start every match winning on skill. Their opponents would do something illegal like throw sand in her eye or use the dreaded foreign object. The two baddies would team up on poor, helpless Pocahontas while someone distracted Big Chief Mama. They'd beat the sensuous beauty until the strap on Pocahontas' suede bikini ripped. And then Big Chief Mama would give out a war cry and ride into the rescue. Massively entertaining. When she left the ring, Big Cindy became a bouncer and sometimes stage performer for several low-life sex clubs. She knew the seedier side of the streets, and that was what they were counting on now. "So what is this place?" Myron asked. Big Cindy put on her totem pole frown. "They do a lot of things, Mr. Bolitar. Some drugs, some internet scamming, but mostly these are sex clubs." "Clubs," Myron repeated. "As in the plural?" Big Cindy nodded. 6 or 7 different ones, probably. Remember a few years ago when 42nd Street was loaded with sleaze?" "Yes." "Well, when they forced them all out, where do you think the sleaze went?" Myron looked at the nail salon. "Here?" "Here, there, everywhere. You don't kill sleaze, Mr. Bolitar. It just moves to a new host." "And this is the new host?" "One of them. Here in this very building, they offer specialty clubs catering to an international variety of tastes." "When you say specialty clubs, let's see. If you care for flaxen-haired women, you go to On Golden Blonde. That's on the 2nd floor, far right. If you're into African-American men, you head up to the 3rd floor and visit a place called, you might like this, Mr. Bolitar, Malcolm's Sex." Myron looked at Wynne. Wynne shrugged. Big Cindy continued in her tour guide voice. "Those with an Asian fetish will enjoy the Joy Suck Club." "Yeah," Myron said. I think I get the picture." So how do I get in and find Katie Rochester? Big Cindy thought about that for a moment. I can pose as a job applicant. Excuse me? Big Cindy put her enormous fists on her hips. This meant that they were about 2 yards apart. Not all men, Mr. Bolitar, have petite fetishes. Myron closed his eyes and rubbed the bridge of his nose. Right, okay, maybe. Any other thoughts? Wynne waited patiently. Myron had always thought that Wynne would be intolerant of Big Cindy, but years ago, Wynne surprised him by pointing out what should have been obvious. One of our worst and most accepted prejudices is against large women. We never ever see past it. And it was true. Myron had been deeply ashamed when Wynne pointed that out, so he started treating Big Cindy as he should, like everyone else. That pissed Big Cindy off. Once, when Myron smiled at her, she hit him hard in the shoulder, so hard he couldn't lift his arm for 2 days, and shouted, "Cut that out!" Perhaps you should try a more direct route, Wynne said. I will stay out here. Keep your cell phone on. You and Big Cindy try and talk your way in. Big Cindy nodded. We can pretend we're a couple looking to try a threesome. Myron was about to say something when Big Cindy said, Kidding! I knew that. She arched a shiny eyebrow and leaned toward him, the mountain coming to Muhammad. But now that I planted that most erotic seed, Mr. Bolitar, you may find performing with a petite difficult. I'll muddle through. Come on. Myron stepped to the door first. A black man at the door sporting designer sunglasses told him to halt. He wore an earplug like someone in the Secret Service. He patted Myron down. Man, Myron said, all this for a manicure? The man took away Myron's cell phone. We don't allow pictures, he said. It's not a camera phone. The black man grinned. You'll get it back on the way out. He held the grin until Big Cindy filled the doorway. Then the grin fled, replaced with something akin to terror. Big Cindy ducked inside like a giant entering a kid's clubhouse. She stood upright, stretched her arms over her head, and spread her legs apart. The white spandex cried out in agony. Big Cindy winked at the black man. Frisk me, big boy, she said. I'm packing. The outfit was tight enough to double his skin. If Big Cindy was indeed packing, the man didn't want to know where. Well, you're okay, miss. Step through. Myron thought again about what Wynne had said, about accepted prejudice. There was something personal in the words, but when Myron had tried to follow up, Wynne closed down on the subject. Still, about 4 years ago, Esperanza had wanted Big Cindy to take on some clients. Outside of Myron and Esperanza, she had been with MB reps the longest. It sort of made sense. But Myron knew it would be a disaster. And it was. No one felt comfortable with Big Cindy repping them. They blamed her outlandish clothes, her makeup, her manner of speech. She liked to growl. But even if she got rid of all that, would it have changed anything? The black man cupped his ear. Someone was talking to him through the earpiece. He suddenly put an arm on Myron's shoulder. What can I do for you, sir? Myron decided to stick with the direct route. I'm looking for a woman named Katie Rochester. There's no one here by that name. No, she's here, Myron said. She walked in the very door 20 minutes ago. The black man took a step closer to Myron. Are you calling me a liar? Myron was tempted to snap his knee into the man's groin, but that wouldn't help. Look, we can go through all the macho posturing, but really, what's the point? I know she came in. I know why she's hiding. I mean her no harm. We can play this one of two ways. One, she can talk to me quickly and that's the end of it. I said nothing about her whereabouts. Two, well, I have several men positioned outside. You throw me at the door and I call her father. He brings several more. It all gets ugly. None of us need that. I just want to talk. The black man kept still. Another thing, Myron said. If she's afraid I work for her father, ask her this. If her father knew she was here, would he be this subtle? More hesitation. Myron spread his arms. I'm in your place. I'm unarmed. What damage could I do? The man waited another second. Then he said, You finished? We might also be interested in a threesome, Big Cindy said. Myron hushed her with a look. She shrugged and kept quiet. Wait here. The man headed to a steel door. It buzzed. The man opened it and went inside. It took about 5 minutes. A bald guy with spectacles entered the room. He was nervous. Big Cindy started giving him the eye. She licked her lips. She cupped what might have been her breasts. Myron shook his head, afraid she dropped to her knees and pantomimed Lord knew what, when the door mercifully opened. The man with the sunglasses poked his head out. "Come with me," he said, pointing at Myron. He turned toward Big Cindy. "Alone." Big Cindy didn't like it. Myron calmed her with a look and stepped into the other room. The steel door closed behind him. Myron looked around and said, "Uh-oh." There were 4 of them, various sizes, lots of tattoos. Some grinned, some grimaced. All wore jeans and black T-shirts. None were clean-shaven. Myron tried to figure out who the leader was. In a group fight, most people mistakenly believe you look for the weakest link. Always the wrong move. Besides, if the guys were any good, it didn't matter what you did. 4 against 1 in a tight space, you were done. Myron found a man who stood a little in front of the others. He had dark hair and more or less fit the description of Katie Rochester's bow given to him by both Wynne and Edna Schuyler. Myron met his eye and held it. Then Myron said, "Are you stupid?" The dark-haired man frowned, surprised and insulted. "You're talking to me?" "If I say, 'Yeah, I'm talking to you,' will that be the end of it? Or will you come back with, 'You talking to me?' again, or 'You better not be talking to me'? Because really, neither one of us has the time." The dark-haired man smiled. "You left one option off when you talked to my friend here." "What's that?" "Option 3. He held up 3 fingers in case Myron didn't know what the word 3 meant. "We make sure you can't tell her father." He grinned. The other men grinned. Myron spread his arms and said, "How?" That made the man frown again. "Huh? How are you going to make sure of that?" Myron looked around. "You guys are going to jump me, that's the plan? So then what? The only way to shut me up would be to kill me. You willing to go that far? And what about my lovely associate out in the front room? Are you going to kill her too? And what about my other associates, might as well exaggerate with the plural, who are outside? Are you going to kill them too? Or is your plan what? To beat me up and teach me a lesson? If so, 1, I'm not a good learner. Not that way, at least. And 2, I'm looking at all of you and memorizing your faces. And if you do attack me, you better make sure I'm dead, because if not, I'll come after you at night when you're sleeping, and I'll tie you down and pour kerosene on your crotch and set it on fire." Myron Bolitar, master of melodrama. But he kept his eyes steady and looked at their faces carefully, one at a time. "So," Myron said, "is this your option 3 plan?" One of the men shuffled his feet, a good sign. Another sneaked a glance at the third. The dark-haired man had something close to a smile on his face. Someone knocked on the door on the far side of the room. The dark-haired man opened it a crack, talked to someone, closed it, turned back to Myron. "You're good," he said to Myron. Myron kept his mouth shut. "Come this way." He opened the door and swept his hand for Myron to go ahead. Myron stepped through it into a room with red walls. The walls were covered with pornographic pictures and XXX rated movie posters. There was a black leather couch and 2 folding chairs and a lamp. And sitting on the couch, looking terrified but unharmed, was none other than Katie Rochester. Chapter 43. Edna Schuyler had been right, Myron thought. Katie Rochester looked older, more mature somehow. She twirled the cigarette in her hand, but it remained unlit. The dark-haired man stuck out his hand. "I'm Rufus." "Myron." They shook hands. Rufus sat down on the couch next to Katie. He took the cigarette from her hand. "Can't smoke in your condition, honey," Rufus said. Then he put the cigarette between his lips, lit it up, threw his feet up on the coffee table, and let loose a long plume of smoke. Myron stayed standing. "How did you find me?" Katie Rochester asked. "It's not important." "That woman who spotted me in the subway. She said something, right?" Myron did not reply. "Damn." Katie shook her head and put a hand on Rufus's thigh. "We're going to have to find a new place now." "What?" Myron said, pointing to a poster of a naked woman with her legs spread. "And leave all this behind?" "That's not funny," Rufus said. "This is your fault, man." "I need to know where Amy Beale is." "I told you on the phone," she said. "I don't know." "Are you aware that she disappeared too?" "I didn't disappear. I ran away. My choice." "You're pregnant." "That's right." "So is Amy Beale." "So?" "So you're both pregnant, both from the same school, both ran away or disappeared. 1 million pregnant girls run away every year." Do they all use the same ATM machine? Katie Rochester sat up. What? Before you ran, you went to an ATM machine. I went to a bunch of ATM machines, she said. I needed money to run away. What, Rufus here couldn't spot you? Rufus said, Go to hell, man. It was my money, Katie said. How far along are you, anyhow? That's none of your business. None of this is your business. The last ATM machine you visited was at a Citibank on 52nd Street. So? Katie Rochester sounded younger and more petulant with every response. So the last ATM machine Amy Beale visited before she disappeared was at the same Citibank on 52nd Street. Now Katie looked genuinely puzzled. It wasn't faked. She hadn't known. She slowly swiveled her head toward Rufus. Her eyes narrowed. Hey, Rufus said. Don't look at me. Rufus, did you? Did I what? Rufus threw the cigarette to the ground and jumped to his feet. He raised his hand as if about to slap her backhand. Myron slid between them. Rufus stopped, smiled, raised his palms in mock surrender. It's okay, baby. What was she talking about? Myron asked. Nothing, it's over. Rufus looked at her. I'm sorry, baby. You know I'd never hit you, right? Katie said nothing. Myron tried to read her face. She wasn't cowering, but there was something there, something he'd seen in her mother. Myron lowered himself to her level. Do you want me to get you out of here? He asked. What? Katie's head shut up. No, of course not. We love each other. Myron looked at her, again trying to read distress. He didn't see any. We're having a baby, she said. Why did you look at Rufus like that? When I mentioned the ATM. It was stupid. Forget it. Tell me anyway. I thought, but I was wrong. You thought what? Rufus put his feet back on the coffee table, crossing them. It's okay, baby. Tell him. Katie Rochester kept her eyes down. It was just like a reaction, you know? Reaction to what? Rufus was with me. That's all. It was his idea to use that last ATM. He thought it being Midtown and all, it would be hard to trace to any spot, especially down here. Rufus arched an eyebrow, proud of his ingenuity. But see, Rufus has lots of girls working for him. And if they have money, I figure he takes them to an ATM and gets them to clear out the cash. He has one of the clubs in here, a place called Barely Legal. It's for men who want girls that are, I think I can put together what they want. Go on. Legal, Rufus said, raising a finger. The name is Barely Legal. The key word is legal. All the girls are over 18. I'm sure your mother must be the envy of her book group, Rufus. Myron turned back to Katie. So you thought? I didn't think. Like I said, I just reacted. Rufus put his feet down and sat forward. She thought maybe this Amy was one of my girls. She's not. Look, that's the lie I sell. People think these girls run away from their farms or their homes in the burbs and come to the big city to become, I don't know, actresses or dancers or whatever. And when they fail, they end up turning tricks. I sell that fantasy. I want the guys to think they're getting some farmer's daughter if that gets his rocks off. But the fact is, these are just street junkies. The luckier ones work the flicks, he pointed to a movie poster, and the uglier ones work the rooms. That's simple. So you don't recruit at high schools. Rufus laughed. I wish. You want to know where I recruit? Myron waited. At AA meetings or rehab centers. Those places are like casting couches, you know what I'm saying? I sit in the back and drink that badass coffee and listen. Then I talk them up during the breaks and give them a card and wait until they fall off the wagon. They always do. And there I am, ready to scoop them up. Myron looked at Katie. Wow, he's terrific. You don't know the real him, she said. Yeah, I'm sure he's deep. Myron felt the itch in his fingers again, but he swallowed it down. So how did you two meet? Rufus shook his head. It ain't like that. We're in love, Katie said. He knows my dad through business. He came to the house, and once we saw each other... She smiled and looked pretty and young and happy and dumb. Love at first sight, Rufus said. Myron just looked at him. What? He said. You don't think it's possible? No, Rufus. You seem like quite the catch. Rufus shook his head. This is just a job for me. That's all. Katie and that baby. They're my life. You understand? Myron still said nothing. He reached into his pocket and pulled out the picture of Amy Beale. Take a look at this, Rufus. He did. Is she here? Dude, I swear on my unborn child, I've never seen this chick before, and I don't know where she is. If you're lying, enough with the threats, okay? What you got there is a missing girl, right? The police want her. Her parents want her. You think I want that trouble? You have a missing girl right here, Myron said. Her father will move heaven and earth to find her, and the police are interested too. But that's different, Rufus said, and his tone turned into a plea. I love her. I'd walk through fire for Katie, don't you see? But this girl, she'd never be worth it. If I had her here, I'd give her back. I don't need that kind of hassle. It made sad, pathetic sense. Amy Beale used the same ATM, Myron said again. Do you have any explanation for that? They both shook their head. Did you tell anyone? Katie said. About the ATM machine? Yes. I don't think so. Myron kneeled down again. Listen to me, Katie. I don't believe in coincidences. There has to be a reason why Amy Beale went to that ATM. There has to be a connection between you two. I barely knew Amy. I mean, yeah, we went to the same school, but we never hung out or anything. I'd see her at the mall sometimes, but we wouldn't even say hello. At school, she was always with her boyfriend. Randy Wolf? Yeah. Do you know him? Sure. The school's golden boy. Rich daddy who always got him out of trouble. Do you know Randy's nickname? Myron remembered something from the school parking lot. Farm boy, something like that? Farm. Not farm boy. It's with a PH, not F. You know how he got it? No. It's short for pharmacist. Randy's the biggest dealer at Livingston High. Katie smiled then. Wait, you want to know my connection to Amy Beale? Here's the only one I can come up with. Her boyfriend sold me nickel bags. Hold up. Myron felt the room begin to spin ever so slowly. You said something about his father? Big Jake Wolf. Town hotshot. Myron nodded, almost afraid to move now. You said something about him getting Randy out of trouble. His own voice suddenly sounded very far away. Just a rumor. Tell me. What do you think? A teacher caught Randy dealing on campus. Reported him to the cops. His dad paid them off, the teacher too, I think. They all chuckled about not wanting to ruin the star quarterback's bright future. Myron kept nodding. Who was the teacher? Don't know. Heard any rumors? No. But Myron thought that maybe he had an idea who it was. He asked a few more questions, but there was nothing else here. Randy and Big Jake Wolf. It came back to them again. It came back to the teacher/guidance counselor, Harry Davis, and the musician-teacher-lingerie buyer, Drew Van Dyne. It came back to that town, Livingston, and how the young rebelled, and how much pressure there was on all those kids to succeed. At the end, Myron looked at Rufus. Leave us alone for a minute. No way. But Katie had some of her poise back. It's okay, Rufus. He stood. I'll be right behind the door, Rufus said to Myron. With my associates. You got me? Myron bit back the rejoinder and waited until they were alone. He thought about Dominic Rochester, how he was trying to find his daughter, how maybe he knew that Katie was in a place like this, with a man like Rufus, and how maybe his overreaction, his desire to find his daughter, was suddenly understandable. Myron bent close to her ear and whispered, I can get you out of here. She leaned away and made a face. What are you talking about? I know you want to escape your father, but this guy isn't the answer. How do you know what the answer is for me? He runs a brothel, for crying out loud. He almost hit you. Rufus loves me. I can get you out of here. I wouldn't go, she said. I'd rather die than live without Rufus. Is that clear enough for you? Katie. Get out. Myron rose. You know something? She said. Maybe Amy is more like me than you think. How's that? Maybe she doesn't need rescuing either. Or, Myron thought, maybe you both do. Chapter 44. Big Cindy stayed behind and flashed Amy's photograph around the neighborhood, just in case. Those employed in these illicit fields wouldn't talk to cops or Myron, but they talked to Big Cindy. She had her gifts. Myron and Wynne headed back to their cars. "Are you coming back to the apartment?" Wynne asked. Myron shook his head. "I got more to do." "I'll relieve Zora." "Thanks." Then looking back at the warehouse, Myron added, "I don't like leaving her here." "Katie Rochester is an adult." "She's 18. "Exactly." "So what are you saying? You turn 18, you're on your own? We only rescue adults?" "No," Wynne said. "We rescue those we can. We rescue those in trouble. We rescue those who ask and need our help. We do not, repeat not, rescue those who make choices we don't agree with. Bad choices are a part of life." They kept walking. Myron said, "You know how I like to read the paper at Starbucks, right?" Wynne nodded. "Every teenager who hangs out there smokes. All of them. I sit there and watch them, and when they light up, not even thinking about it, just as casual as you please, I think to myself, Myron, you should say something. I think I should go up to them and excuse myself for interrupting, and then beg them to stop smoking now because it'll only get harder. I want to shake them and make them understand how stupid they're being. I want to tell them about all the people I know, people who are living wonderful, happy lives, like, say, Peter Jennings, a great guy from all I've heard, and how he was living this amazing life, and how he lost it because he started smoking young. I want to shout at them the full litany of health problems they will inevitably face because of what they're so casually doing right now." Wynne said nothing. He looked ahead and kept pace. "But then I think I should mind my own business. They don't want to hear it. And who am I anyway? Just some guy. I'm not important enough to make them stop. They'd probably tell me to take a hike. So of course I keep quiet. I look the other way, go back to my paper and coffee. And meanwhile, these kids are sitting near me, slowly killing themselves, and I let them." "We pick and choose our battles," Wynne said. "That one would be a loser." "I know, but here's the thing. If I said something to every kid, every time I saw them, maybe I'd perfect my anti-smoking pitch. And maybe I'd reach one. Maybe one would stop smoking. Maybe my prying would save just one life. And then I wonder if staying quiet is the right thing or the easy thing." "And then what?" Wynne asked. "What do you mean?" "Are you going to hang out at McDonald's and scold the people eating Big Macs? When you see a mother encouraging her overweight son to snarf down his second supersized order of fries, are you going to warn her about what the boy's horrible future will be like?" "No." Wynne shrugged. "But okay, forget all that," Myron said. "In this specific case, right now, a few yards away from us, there's a pregnant girl sitting in that whorehouse who has made up her own adult mind," Wynne finished for him. They kept walking. "It's like what that Dr. Schuyler told me." "Who?" Wynne asked. "The woman who spotted Katie near the subway, Edna Schuyler. She talked about preferring the innocent patients. I mean, she took the Hippocratic Oath and all, and she follows it. But when push comes to shove, she'd rather work with someone more deserving." "Human nature," Wynne said. "I assume you weren't comfortable with that." "I'm not comfortable with any of it." "But it's not just Dr. Schuyler. You do it too, Myron. Put aside Claire's guilt trip on you for a moment. Right now, you're choosing to help Amy because you perceive her as an innocent. If she were a teenage boy who had a history of drug problems, would you be so apt to find her? Of course not. We all pick and choose, like it or not." "It goes beyond that." "How so? How important is what college you make?" "What does that have to do with anything?" "We were lucky," Myron said. "We went to Duke." "And your point is?" "I got Amy in. I wrote a letter. I made a phone call. I doubt she would have been accepted if it wasn't for me." "So? So where do I get off?" As Maxine Chang pointed out to me, when one kid makes it, another is denied. Wynne made a face. "Way of the world." "Doesn't make it right." "Someone makes the choice based on a fairly subjective set of criteria." Wynne shrugged. "Why shouldn't it be you?" Myron shook his head. "I can't help but think it's connected to Amy's disappearance." "Her college acceptance?" Myron nodded. How? I don't know yet. They separated. Myron got into his car and checked his cell phone. One new message. He listened to it.
This is the end of disc number 7. Please insert disc number 8. This is disc number 8.
Her college acceptance? Myron nodded. How? I don't know yet. They separated. Myron got into his car and checked his cell phone. One new message. He listened to it. Myron, Gail Baruti here. The call you asked about. The one that came to the residence of Eric Beale? There was a noise behind her. What? Damn, hold on a second. Myron did. This was the call Claire received from the robotic voice telling her that Amy is fine. A few seconds later, Baruti was back. Sorry about that, where was I? Right, okay, here it is. The call was placed from a payphone in New York City. More specifically, from a bank of payphones in the 23rd Street subways. Hope that helps. Click. Myron thought about that. Right where Katie Rochester had been spotted. It made sense, he guessed. Or maybe, with what he just learned, it made no sense at all. His cell phone buzzed again. It was Wheat Manson calling back from Duke. He did not sound happy. What the hell is going on? Wheat asked. What? The ranking you gave me for that Chang kid. It matched. 4th in the class and he didn't get in? Are we going there, Myron? No, Wheat, we're not. What about Amy's ranking? There's the problem. Myron asked a few follow-up questions before hanging up. It was starting to fit. Half an hour later, Myron arrived at the home of Allie Wilder, the first woman in 7 years he told that he loved. He parked and sat in the car for a moment. He looked out at the house. Too many thoughts ricocheted through his head. He wondered about her late husband, Kevin. This was the house they'd bought. Myron saw that day. Kevin and Allie coming here with a realtor. Both young, both choosing this vessel as the one where they would live their lives and raise their kids. Did they hold hands as they toured their future abode? What appealed to Kevin? Or was it maybe his beloved's enthusiasm that won him over? And why the hell was Myron thinking about such things? He had told Allie that he loved her. Would he have done so? Said, I love you like that? If Jessica hadn't visited him last night? Yes. Are you sure about that, Myron? His cell phone rang. Hello? Do you plan on sitting out in the car all night? He felt his heart soar at the sound of Allie's voice. Sorry, just thinking. About me? Yes. About what you'd like to do to me? Well, not exactly, he said, but I can start now if you want. Don't bother. I got it all planned out already. You'll only interfere with what I've come up with. Do tell. I'd rather show. Come to the door. Don't knock. Don't talk. Jack is asleep, and Erin's upstairs in her computer. Myron hung up. He caught his reflection, the goofy smile, in the car's rearview mirror. He tried not to sprint to the door, but he couldn't help but do one of those run walks. The front door opened as he approached. Allie had her hair down. Her blouse was clingy and red and shiny. It stretched at the top, just asking to be unbuttoned. Allie put a finger to her lips. Shh. She kissed him. She kissed him hard and deep. He felt it in his fingertips. His body sang. She whispered in his ear, the kids are upstairs. So you said. I'm usually not much of a risk taker, she said. Then Allie licked his ear. Myron's entire body jerked in pleasure. But I really, really want you. Myron held back the quip. They kissed again. She took his hand, quickly leading him down the hall. She closed the kitchen door. They went through the family room. She closed another door. How's the couch work for you? She said. I don't care if we do it on a bed of nails at half court at Madison Square Garden. They dropped to the couch. 2 closed doors, Allie said, her breathing heavy. They kissed again. Their hands began to wander. No one can sneak up on us. My, haven't we been planning? Myron said. Pretty much all day. Worth it, he said. She wiggled her eyebrows. Oh, just you wait and see. They kept their clothes on. That was the most amazing thing. Sure, buttons were undone and zippers were lowered, but they'd kept their clothes on. And now, as they panted in each other's arms, fully spent, Myron said the same thing that he said every time they finished. Wow. You've got quite the vocabulary. Never use a big word when a small one will suffice. I could make a crack here, but I won't. Thank you, he said. Then, can I ask you something? Allie snuggled closer. Anything. Are we exclusive? She looked at him. For real? I guess. It sounds like you're asking me to go steady. What would you say if I did? Ask me to go steady? Sure, why not? I'd exclaim, oh yes! Then I'd ask if I can doodle your name on my notebook and wear your varsity jacket. He smiled. Allie said, does your asking have anything to do with our earlier exchange of I love yous? I don't think so. Silence. We're adults, Myron. You can sleep with whomever you wish. I don't want to sleep with anyone else. So why are you asking me this right now? Because, well, before, I think very clearly when I'm in a state of, you know. He sort of gestured. Allie rolled her eyes. Men. No, I mean, why tonight? Why did you ask about exclusivity tonight? He debated what to say. He was all for honesty, but did he really want to get into Jessica's visit? Just clarifying where we stand. Footsteps suddenly began to pound down the stairs. Mom? It was Aaron. A door, that first of two doors, banged open. Myron and Allie moved with a speed that would intimidate NASCAR. Their clothes were on, but like a couple of teenagers, they made sure everything was fastened and tucked in by the time the second doorknob began to turn. Myron jumped to their side of the couch as Aaron threw open the door. They both tried to wipe the look of guilt off their faces, with mixed results. Aaron burst into the room. She looked at Myron. I'm glad you're here. Allie finished adjusting his shirt. What's wrong, honey? You better come quick, Aaron said. Why, what's up? I was in the computer, instant messaging with my friends, and just now, I mean like 30 seconds ago, Amy Beale signed on and said hello to me. Chapter 45. They all hurried up to Aaron's room. Myron took the stairs 3 at a time. The house shook. He didn't much care. The first thing that struck him when he entered the bedroom was how much it reminded him of Amy's. The guitars, the photographs in the mirror, the computer on the desk. The colors were different. There were more pillows and stuffed animals, but you would have no doubt that both rooms belonged to high school girls with much in common. Myron headed to the computer. Aaron came in behind him, Allie after her. Aaron sat at the computer and pointed to a word. Guitar Lover CHC. CHC stands for Crazy Hat Care, Aaron said. The name of the band we were forming. Myron said, ask Amy where she is. Aaron typed, where are you? Then she hit the return button. 10 seconds passed. Myron noticed the icon on Amy's profile. The band Green Day. Her wallpaper was for the New York Rangers. When she typed back, a sliver of her Buddy sound, a song from Usher, came through the speakers. I can't say, but I'm fine. Don't worry. Myron said, tell her that her parents are upset, that she should call them. Aaron typed, your parents are freaking out. You need to call them. I know, but I'll be home soon. I'll explain everything then. Myron thought how to approach this. Tell her I'm here. Aaron typed, Myron is here. Long pause. The cursor blinked. I thought you were alone. Sorry, he's here, next to me. I know I got Myron in trouble. Tell him I'm sorry, but I'm fine. Myron thought about it. Aaron, ask her something only she would know. Like what? You guys have private talks, right? Share secrets? Sure. I'm not convinced it's Amy. Ask her something only you and she would know. Aaron thought a moment. Then she typed, what is the name of the boy I have a crush on? The cursor blinked. She wasn't going to answer. Myron was pretty sure about that. Then Guitar Lover CHC typed, did he finally ask you out? Myron said, insist on her name. Already on it, Erin said. She typed, "What's his name?" "I have to go." Erin did not need prompting. "You're not Amy. Amy would know the name." Long pause, the longest yet. Myron looked back at Allie. Her eyes were on the screen. Myron could hear his own breathing in his ears, as if he'd stuck seashells on them. Then finally an answer came. Mark Cooper. The screen name vanished. Guitar Lover CHC was gone. For a moment no one moved. Myron and Allie had their eyes on Erin. She stiffened. "Erin?" Something happened to her face. A quiet quake in the corner of her lip. It spread. "Oh, God," Erin said. "What is it?" "Who the hell is Mark Cooper?" "Was it Amy or not?" Erin nodded. "It was Amy. But—" Her tone made the room drop 10 degrees. "But what?" Myron said. "Mark Cooper is not the boy I have a crush on." Myron and Allie both looked confused. Allie said, "Then who is he?" Erin swallowed. She looked back, first at Myron, then her mother. "Mark Cooper was this creepy guy who went to my summer camp. I told Amy about him. He used to follow some of us around with this awful leer, you know? Whenever he'd walk by, we would laugh and whisper to one another." Her voice dropped off, came back, but lower now. "We'd whisper, 'Trouble.'" They all watched the monitor now, all hoping that screen name would pop up again, but nothing happened. Amy did not reappear. She had delivered her message, and now, once again, she was gone. Chapter 46. Claire was on the phone in seconds. She dialed Myron's cell. When he answered, she said, "Amy was just online. 2 of her friends called." Eric Beale sat at the table and listened. His hands were folded. He had spent the past day or so online, searching per Myron's instructions for people who lived in the area of that cul-de-sac. Now, of course, he knew that he'd been wasting his time. Myron had spotted a car with a Livingston High School decal right away. He had traced it back to one of Amy's teachers, a man named Harry Davis, that very night. He had simply wanted to keep Eric out of the way, so he gave him busy work. Claire listened and then let out a little cry. "Oh, no! Oh, my God!" "What?" Eric said. She shushed him with her hand. Eric felt the rage once more. Not at Myron, not even at Claire. At himself. He stared down at the monogram on his French cuff. His clothes were tailor-made, a custom fit. Big deal. Who did he think he was impressing? He looked up at his wife. He had lied to Myron about the passion. He still longed for her. More than anything, he wanted Claire to look at him the way she used to. Maybe Myron had been right. Maybe Claire had indeed loved him. But she had never respected him. She didn't need him. She didn't believe in him. When their family was in crisis, Claire had run to Myron. She had shut Eric out, and of course, he had taken it. Eric Beale had done that his whole life, taken it. His mistress, a mousy thing from his office, was pitiful and needy and treated him like royalty. That made him feel like a man. Claire didn't. It was that simple and that pitiful. "What?" Eric asked again. She ignored him. He waited. Finally, Claire asked Myron to hold on a second. "Myron says he saw her online, too. He had Erin ask her a question. She answered in a way. It was her, but she's in trouble." "What did she say?" "I don't have time to go into details right now." Claire put the phone back to her ear and said to Myron, "We need to do something." Do something. The truth was, Eric Beale was not much of a man. He knew that early on. When he was 14, he backed out of a fight. The entire school was there. The bully was ready to pounce. Eric had walked away. His mother called him prudent. In the media, walking away is the brave thing to do. What a load of crap. No beating, no hospital stay, no concussion or broken bones could have hurt Eric Beale more than not standing up had. He had never forgotten it, never gotten over it. He had chickened out of a fight. The pattern continued. He abandoned his buddies when they got jumped at a fraternity party. At a Jets game, he let someone spill beer on his girlfriend. If a man looked at him wrong, Eric Beale always averted his gaze first. You can couch it in all the psychological vernacular of modern civilization. All that garbage about strength coming from within and that violence never solved anything. But it was all a bunch of self-rationalization. You can live with fooling yourself like that, for a while anyway, and then a crisis hits, a crisis like this, and you realize what you really are, that nice suits and fancy cars and press pants make you nothing. You are not a man. But still, even with wimps like Eric, there was one line you don't cross. You cross it, you never come back. It had to do with your children. A man protects his family at all cost, no matter what the sacrifice. You will take any hit. You will go to the ends of the earth and risk everything to keep them from harm. You don't back away. Never. Not until your dying breath. Someone had taken away his little girl. You don't sit that fight out. Eric Beale took out the gun. It had been his father's, a Ruger 22. It was an old gun. Probably hadn't been fired in 3 decades. Eric had brought it to a gun shop this morning. He purchased ammunition and other sundries he might need. The man behind the counter had cleaned the Ruger for him, tested it out, smirking in disgust at the little man in front of him, so pitiful that he didn't even know how to load and use his own damn gun. But the gun was loaded now. Eric Beale was listening to his wife talk to Myron. They were trying to figure out what to do next. Drew Van Dyne, he heard them say, wasn't home. They wondered about Harry Davis. Eric smiled. He was ahead of them on that count. He had used call block and dialed the teacher's number. He pretended to be a mortgage broker. Davis had answered and said he wasn't interested. That was half an hour ago. Eric started toward his car. The gun was tucked into his pants. Eric, where are you going? He didn't answer. Myron Bolitar had confronted Harry Davis at the school. The teacher hadn't talked to Myron, but one way or the other, he sure as hell was going to talk to Eric Beale. Myron heard Claire say, Eric, where are you going? His phone clicked. Claire, I have someone on the other line. I'll call you back. Myron clicked over to the other line. Is this Myron Bolitar? The voice was familiar. Yes? This is Detective Lance Banner from the Livingston Police Department. We met yesterday. Was it only yesterday? Sure, Detective. What can I do for you? How far are you from St. Barnabas Hospital? 15, 20 minutes. Why? Joe in Rochester has just been rushed into surgery. Chapter 47. Myron sped and made it to the hospital in 10 minutes. Lance Banner was waiting for him. Joe in Rochester is still in surgery. What happened? You want his story or hers? Both. Dominic Rochester said she fell down the stairs. They've been here before. She falls down the stairs a lot if you get my drift. I do. But you said there were his and her stories? Right. She's always backed up his before. And this time? She said he beat her up, Banner said, and that she wants to press charges. That must have surprised him. How bad is it? Pretty bad, Banner said. Several broken ribs, a broken arm. He must have pounded the hell out of her kidneys, because the doctor is speculating about removing one. Jesus. And of course, not a mark on her face. The guy's good. Comes with practice, Myron said. Is he here? The husband? Yeah, but we got him in custody. For how long? Lance Banner shrugged. You know the answer to that. In short, not very. Why did you call me? Myron asked. Joan Rochester was awake when she came in. She wanted to warn you. She said to be careful. What else? That was it. It's a miracle she got that out. Rage and guilt consumed him in equal measure. Joan Rochester could handle her husband, Myron had thought. She lived with him. She made her choices. What would be his next justification for not helping her? She'd been asking for it? Do you want to tell me how you're involved in the lives of the Rochesters? Banner asked. Amy Beale isn't a runaway. She's in trouble. He filled him in as quickly as possible. When he finished, Lance Banner said, We'll get an APB out on Drew Van Dyne. What about Jake Wolf? I'm not sure how he fits in. Do you know his son? You mean Randy? Lance Banner shrugged a little too casually. He's the high school quarterback. Has Randy ever gotten into any trouble? Why are you asking? Because I heard his father bribed you guys to get him off a drug charge, Myron said. Care to comment? Banner's eyes turned black. Who the hell do you think you are? Save the indignation, Lance. 2 of your fellow finest braced me on Jake Wolf's orders. They stopped me from talking to Randy. One punched me in the gut when I was cuffed. That's a load of crap. Myron just looked at him. Which officers? Banner demanded. I want names, damn it. One was about my height, skinny. The other had a thick mustache and looked like John Oates from Hall & Oates. The shadow hit Lance's face. He tried to cover it. You know who I'm talking about. Banner tried to hold it back. He spoke through gritted teeth. Tell me exactly what happened. We don't have the time. Just tell me what the deal with the Wolf kid is. No one got bribed. Myron waited. A woman in a wheelchair headed toward them. Banner stepped aside and let her pass. He rubbed his face with his hand. 6 months ago, a teacher claimed that he caught Randy Wolf selling pot. He searched the kid and found 2 nickel bags on him. I mean, penny ante stuff. This teacher, Myron said. Who was he? He asked us to keep his name out of it. Was it Harry Davis? Lance Banner didn't nod, but he might as well have. So what happened? The teacher called us. I had 2 guys go in, Hildebrand and Peterson. They, fit your description. Randy Wolf claimed that he was framed. Myron frowned. And your guys bought that? No, but the case was weak. The constitutionality of the search was questionable. The amounts were small. And Randy Wolf, he was a good kid. No past record or anything. You didn't want to get him in trouble, Myron said. None of us did. Tell me, Lance, if he'd been a black kid from Newark, caught selling at Livingston High, would you have felt the same way? Don't start that hypothetical crap with me. We had a weak case to begin with, and then, the next day, Harry Davis tells my officers he won't testify. Just like that. He backs out. So now it's over. My officers had no choice. My, how convenient, Myron said. Tell me, did the football team have a good season? It was a nothing of a case. The kid had a bright future. He's going to Dartmouth. I keep hearing that, Myron said, but I'm beginning to wonder if it'll happen. Then a voice shouted, Bolitar! Myron turned. Dominic Rochester stood at the end of the corridor. His hands were cuffed. His face was red. 2 officers were on either side of him. Myron started toward him. Lance Banner jogged behind, calling out a soft warning. Myron. I won't do anything, Lance. I just want to talk to him. Myron stopped 2 feet in front of him. Dominic Rochester's black eyes burned. Where's my daughter? Proud of yourself, Dominic? You, Rochester said. You know something about Katie. Did your wife tell you that? No. He grinned. It was one of the most frightening sights Myron had ever seen. Just the opposite, in fact. What are you talking about? Dominic leaned in closer and whispered. No matter what I did to her, no matter how much she suffered, my dearest wife wouldn't talk. See, that's why I'm sure you know something. Not because she talked, but because no matter how much hell I put her through, she wouldn't. Myron was back in the car when Aaron Wilder called him. I know where Randy Wolf is. Where? There's a senior party at Sam Harlow's house. They're having a party? Aren't any of Amy's friends concerned? Everyone thinks she ran away, Aaron said. Some of them saw her online tonight, so they're even more sure. Wait, if they're at a party, how did they see her online? They have Blackberries. They can IM from their phone. Technology, he thought. Keeping people together by allowing them to be apart. Aaron gave him the address. Myron knew the area. He hung up and started on his way. The ride did not take long. There were a bunch of cars parked out on the Harlow street. Someone had set up a big tent in the backyard. This was a real party, an invite party, as opposed to a few kids hanging out and sneaking beers. Myron threw the car into park and entered the yard. There were parents here, chaperones, he guessed. That would make this more difficult, but he didn't have time to worry about it. The police might be mobilizing, but they weren't anxious to look at the big picture. Myron was getting it now. It was coming into focus. Randy Wolf, he knew, was one of the keys. The festivities were nicely partitioned. The parents hung out in the house's screened-in porch. Myron could see the adults in the dim light. They were laughing and had a keg. The men wore long shorts and loafers and smoked cigars. The women sported bright Lily Pulitzer skirts and flip-flops. The seniors gathered in the far end of the tent, as far away from adult supervision as possible. The dance floor was empty. The DJ played a song by the Killers, something about having a girlfriend who looked like a boyfriend that somebody had in February. Myron headed straight for Randy and put his hand on the boy's shoulder. Randy shrugged Myron's hand away. "Get off me." "We need to talk." "My father said—" "I know all about what your father said. We're talking anyway." Randy Wolf was surrounded by about 6 guys. Some were huge. The quarterback and his offensive line, Myron figured. "This butt-face bothering you, Farm?" The one who said that was huge. He grinned at Myron. The guy had spiky blonde hair, but what you first noticed, what you couldn't help but notice, was that he wasn't wearing a shirt. Here they were at a party. There were girls and punch and music and dancing and even parents, and this guy wasn't wearing a shirt. Randy didn't say anything. Shirtless, had barbed wire tattoos around his bloated biceps. Myron frowned. The tattoos couldn't have been more wannabe without the word wannabe actually being stenciled in. The guy was slabs and slabs of beef. His chest was so smooth, it looked like someone had taken a sander to it. He rippled. His forehead was sloped. His eyes were red, indicating at least some of the beer had found its way to the underaged. He wore calf-length pants that might have been capris, but Myron didn't know if guys wore those or not. "What are you looking at, buttface?" Myron said, "Absolutely, and I mean this sincerely, absolutely nothing." There were several gasps from the crowd. One of them said, "Oh man, is this old dude going to get a beating or what?" Another said, "Bring it on, Crush." Shirtless, a.k.a. Crush, made his best tough guy face. "Farm ain't talking to you, you got me, buttface?" That got a laugh from his friends. "Buttface," Myron repeated. "It's even funnier the third time you say it." He took a step toward the kid. Crush didn't budge. "This isn't your business." "I'm making it my business." Myron waited. Then he said, "Don't you mean I'm making it my business, buttface?" There was another gasp. One of the other guys said, "Oh, Mister, run and hide. Nobody wises off to Crush like that." Myron looked at Randy. "We need to talk now, before this gets out of hand." Crush smiled, flexed his pecs, stepped forward. "It's already out of hand." Myron didn't want to take out a kid, not with the parents around. It would cause too many problems. "I don't want trouble," Myron said. "You already got it, buttface." Some of the guys oohed at that one. Crush folded his massive arms across his chest. A stupid move. Myron needed to get this out of the way fast, before the parents started noticing. But Crush's friends were watching. Crush was the resident tough guy. He couldn't afford to back down. Arms folded across the chest. How macho. How dumb. Myron made the move. When you need to take out somebody with a minimum of fuss or mess, this technique was one of the most effective. Myron's hand started at his side, the natural resting spot. That was the key. You don't cock the wrist, you don't pull the arm back, you don't wind up or make a fist. The smallest distance between 2 points is a straight line. That's what you remember. Using his natural hand speed and the element of surprise, Myron shot the hand in that straight line, from the resting point near his hip to Crush's throat. He didn't hit him hard. Myron used the knife edge below the pinky and found the next sweet spot. Few points in the human body are more vulnerable. If you hit someone in the throat, it hurts. It makes them gasp and cough and freeze. But you have to know what you're doing. You hit it too hard, you can do some serious damage. Myron's hand darted in and struck cobra-like. Crush's eyes bulged. A choking sound got locked in his throat. With almost casual ease, Myron swept out Crush's legs with his instep. Crush went down. Myron did not wait. He grabbed Randy by the scruff of the neck and started dragging him away. If any kid so much as moved, Myron froze them with a stare down, all the while hustling Randy into the neighbor's backyard. Randy said, "Ow, let me go!" Screw that. Randy was 18, an adult, right? No reason to go soft at him because he was a kid. He took him behind the garage 2 houses down. When Myron released him, Randy rubbed the back of his neck. "What the hell is your problem, man?" "Amy is in trouble, Randy." "She ran away. Everyone said so. People talked to her online tonight." "Why did you two break up?" "What? I said, I heard you. Randy thought about it, then shrugged. We outgrew each other, that's all. We're both going to college. It was time to move on. Last week you went to the prom together. Yeah, so? We've been planning for it all year. The tux, the dress. We went to the stretch Hummer with a bunch of friends. The whole group of us. We didn't want to ruin everyone's time, so we went together. Why did you two break up, Randy? I just told you. Did Amy find out you were dealing drugs? Randy smiled then. He was a handsome kid, and he had a damn good smile. You make it sound like I'm hanging in Harlem, hooking kids on heroin. I'd get into a moral debate with you, Randy, but I'm a little pressed for time. Of course Amy knew about it. She even partook on more than one occasion. No big deal. I was only providing for a few friends. One of those friends Katie Rochester? He shrugged. She asked a few times. I helped her out. So again, Randy, why did you and Amy break up? He shrugged again and his tone quieted just enough. You'd have to ask Amy. She broke up with you? Amy changed. Changed how? Why don't you ask her old man? That made Myron pull up. Eric? He frowned. What does he have to do with it? He didn't reply. Randy? Amy found out her father was screwing around. He shrugged. It made her change. Change how? I don't know. It's like she wanted to do anything to piss him off. Her dad liked me, so all of a sudden, another shrug, she didn't. Myron thought about it. He remembered what Eric had said last night, on the end of that cul-de-sac. It added up. I cared about her, man, Randy went on. You have no idea how much. I tried to win her back, but it just backfired in my face. I'm over her now. Maybe he's not a part of my life anymore. Myron could hear the crowd gather. He reached to grab Randy again by the neck, drag him farther away, but Randy pulled back. I'm fine, Randy yelled out to his approaching friends. We're just talking here. Randy turned back to Myron. His eyes were suddenly clear. Go ahead. What else do you want to know? Your father called Amy a slut. Right. Why? Why do you think? Amy started seeing somebody else? Randy nodded. Was it true Van Dyne? Doesn't matter anymore. Yeah, it does. Nah, not really. With all due respect, none of this does. Look, high school's over. I'm going to Dartmouth. Amy's going to Duke. My mom, she told me something. She said that high school isn't important. The people who are happiest in high school end up being the most miserable adults. I'm lucky. I know that. And I know it won't last unless I take the next step. We talked about it. I thought Amy understood that too, how important the next step was. And in the end, we both got what we wanted. We got accepted to our first choices. She's in danger, Randy. I can't help you. And she's pregnant. He closed his eyes. Randy? I don't know where she is. You said you did something to try to win her back, but it backfired. What did you do, Randy? He shook his head. He wouldn't say. But Myron thought that maybe he had an idea. Myron gave him his card. If you think of anything. Yeah. Randy turned away then. He headed back to the party. The music still played. The parents kept laughing. And Amy was still in trouble. Chapter 48. When Myron got back to his car, Claire was there. It's Eric, she said. What about him? He ran out of the house with his father's old gun. Did you call his cell? No answer, Claire said. Any idea where he went? A few years ago, I represented a company called Nowhere, Claire said. You heard of it? No. They're like OnStar or LoJack. They put a GPS in your car for emergencies, that kind of thing. Anyway, we got one installed in both cars. I just called the owner at home and begged him to get me the location. And? Eric is parked in front of Harry Davis's house. Jesus. Myron jumped into his car. Claire slipped into the passenger seat. He wanted to argue, but there was no time. Call Harry Davis's home, he said. I tried, Claire said. There was no answer. Eric's car was indeed parked directly in front of the Davis residence. If he'd wanted to hide his approach, he hadn't done a very good job. Myron stopped the car. He took out his own gun. Claire said, What the hell is that for? Just stay here. I asked you. Not now, Claire. Stay here. I'll call if I need you. His voice left no room for argument, and, for once, Claire just obeyed. He started up the path, keeping a low crouch. The front door was slightly ajar. Myron didn't like that. He ducked low and listened. There were noises, but he couldn't make out what they were. Using the barrel of the gun, he pushed the door open. There was no one in the foyer. The sounds were coming from the left. Myron crawled in. He turned the corner, and there, lying on the floor, was a woman he assumed was Mrs. Davis. She was gagged. Her hands were tied behind her back. Her eyes were wide with fear. Myron put a finger to his lips. She looked to her right, then back at Myron, then back to her right again. He heard more noises. There were other people in the room, on her right. Myron debated his next move. He considered backing out and calling the police. They could surround the house, he guessed. Start talking Eric down. But that might be too late. He heard a slap. Someone cried out. Mrs. Davis squeezed her eyes shut. There was no choice, not really. Myron had the gun at the ready. He was about to leap, preparing to turn and aim in the direction where Mrs. Davis had been looking. He bent his legs, and then he stopped. Jumping in with a gun. Would that be the prudent move here? Eric was armed. He might, of course, react by surrendering. He might also react by firing in a panic. 50-50. Myron tried something else. Eric? Silence. Myron said, Eric, it's me, Myron. Come on in, Myron. The voice was calm. There was almost a lilt in it. Myron moved into the center of the room. Eric stood with a gun in his hand. He had on a dress shirt with no tie. There were splatters of blood across the chest. Eric smiled when he saw Myron. Mr. Davis is ready to talk now. Put the gun down, Eric. I don't think so. I said, What? Are you going to shoot me? Nobody is shooting anybody. Just put the gun down. Eric shook his head. The smile remained. Come all the way in, please. Myron stepped into the room, his gun still up. Now he could see Harry Davis in a chair. His back was to Myron. Nylon cuffs were around his wrists. Davis's head lolled on the neck, chin down. Myron came around the front and took a look. Oh, man. Davis had been beaten. There was blood on his face. A tooth was out and on the floor. Myron turned to Eric. Eric's posture was different. He wasn't as ramrod as usual. He didn't look nervous or agitated. In fact, Myron had never seen him look more relaxed in his life. He needs a doctor, Myron said. He's fine. Myron looked at Eric's eyes. They were placid pools. This isn't the way, Eric. Sure it is. Listen to me. I don't think so. You're good at this stuff, Myron, no question. But you have to follow rules, a certain code. When your child is in danger, those niceties go out the window. Myron thought about Dominic Rochester, how he had said something so very similar in the Sidens house. You couldn't start off with two guys more different than Eric Beale and Dominic Rochester. Desperation and fear had rendered them near identical. Harry Davis raised his bloodied face. I don't know where Amy is, I swear. Before Myron could do much of anything, Eric aimed his gun at the ground and fired. The sound was loud in the small room. Harry Davis screamed. A groan came from Mrs. Davis's gag. Myron's own eyes widened as he looked down at Davis's shoe. There was a hole in it. It was near the edge of the big toe. Blood began to run. Myron raised his gun and pointed it at Eric's head. Put it down now. No. He said it simply. Eric looked at Harry Davis. The man was in pain, but his head was up now, his eyes more focused. Did you sleep with my daughter? Never. He's telling the truth, Eric. Eric turned to Myron. How do you know? It was another teacher, a guy named Drew Van Dyne. He works at the music store where she hung out. Eric looked confused. But when he dropped Amy off, she came here, right? Yes. Why? They both looked at Harry Davis. There was blood on his shoe now. It oozed out slowly. Myron wondered if the neighbors had heard the gunfire, if they'd called the police. Myron doubted it. People out here assume the sound is a car backfiring, or fireworks, something explainable and safe. It's not what you think, Harry Davis said. What's not? And then Harry Davis's eyes darted toward his wife. Myron understood. He pulled Eric to the side. You cracked him, Myron said. He's ready to talk. So? So he's not going to talk in front of his wife. And if he did something to Amy, he's not going to talk in front of you. Eric still had the small smile on his face. You want to take over. It's not about taking over, Myron said. It's about getting the information. Eric surprised Myron then. He nodded. You're right. Myron just looked at him as if waiting for the punchline. You think this is about me, Eric said, but it's not. It's about my daughter. It's about what I'd do to save her. I'd kill that man in a second. I'd kill his wife. Hell, Myron, I'd kill you too. But none of that will do any good. You're right. I cracked him. But if we want him to talk freely, his wife and I should leave the room. Eric walked over to Mrs. Davis. She cowered. Harry Davis shouted, Leave her alone! Eric ignored him. He reached down and helped Mrs. Davis to her feet. Then Eric looked back at Harry. Your wife and I will wait in the other room. They moved into the kitchen and closed the door behind them. Myron wanted to untie Davis, but those nylon cuffs were tough to do by hand. He grabbed the blanket and stemmed the blood flow from the foot. It doesn't hurt much, Davis said. His voice was far away. Strangely enough, he too looked more relaxed. Myron had seen that before. Confession is indeed good for the soul. The man was carrying a heavy load of secrets. It was going to feel good, at least temporarily, to unburden himself. I've been teaching high school for 22 years, Davis began without being prompted. I love it. I know the pay isn't great. I know it's not prestigious, but I adore the students. I love to teach. I love to help them on their way. I love when they come back and visit me. Davis stopped. Why did Amy come here the other night? Myron asked. He didn't seem to hear. Think about it, Mr. Bolitar. 20+ years with high schoolers. I don't say high school kids, because many of them aren't kids. They're 16, 17, and even 18, old enough to serve in the military and vote. And unless you're blind, you know that those are women, not girls. You ever check out the Sports Illustrated swimsuit issue? You ever look on the runway at top fashion shows? Those models are the same age as the beautiful, fresh-faced ones that I'm with 5 days a week, 10 months a year. Women, Mr. Bolitar, not girls. This isn't about some sick attraction or pedophilia. Myron said, I hope you're not trying to justify sexual affairs with students. Davis shook his head. I just want to put what I'm about to say in context. I don't need context, Harry. He almost laughed at that. You understand what I'm saying more than you want to admit, I think. The thing is, I'm a normal man. By that I mean a normal, heterosexual male with normal urges and desires. I'm surrounded year after year with mind-bogglingly beautiful women wearing tight clothes and low-cut jeans and plunging necklines and bare midriffs. Every day, Mr. Bolitar, they smile at me. They flirt with me. And we teachers are supposed to be strong and resist it every day. Let me guess, Myron said. You stopped resisting. I'm not trying to make you sympathize. What I'm telling you is the position we're in is unnatural. If you see a sexy 17-year-old walking down the street, you look. You desire. You might even fantasize. But, Myron said, you don't act. But why don't you? Because it's wrong? Or because you really don't have a chance? Now imagine seeing hundreds of girls like that every day, for years on end. From the earliest times, man had striven to be powerful and wealthy. Why? Most anthropologists will tell you that we do it to attract more and better females. That's nature. Not looking, not desiring, not being attracted. That would make you a freak, wouldn't you say? I don't have time for this, Harry. You know it's wrong. I do, he said. And for 20 years, I fought back those impulses. I stuck with the looking, the imagining, the fantasizing. And then, 2 years ago, I had a wonderful, gifted, beautiful student. No, it wasn't Amy. I won't tell you her name. There's no reason for you to know. She sat in the front of the class, this amazing bounty. She stared at me like I was a deity. She kept the top 2 buttons of her blouse undone. Davis closed his eyes. You gave in to your natural urgings, Myron said. I don't know many men who could have resisted. And this has what to do with Amy Beale? Nothing. I mean, not directly. This young woman and I started an affair. I won't go into details. Thank you. But eventually, we got found out. It was, as you might imagine, a disaster. Her parents went crazy. They told my wife. She still hasn't forgiven me, not really. But Donna has family money. We paid them off. They wanted to keep it quiet, too. They were worried about their daughter's reputation. So we all agreed to not say anything. She went on to college, and I went back to teaching. I learned my lesson. So I put it behind me. I know you want to make me out a monster, but I'm not. I've had a lot of time to think about it. I know you think I'm just trying to rationalize, but there's more to it. I'm a good teacher. You pointed out how impressive winning Teacher of the Year was, and that I won it more than any other teacher in that school's history. That's because I cared about the kids. It's not a contradiction, having these urges and caring about my students. And you know how perceptive teens are. They can spot a phony a mile away. They vote for me. They come to me when they have a problem, because they know I truly care. Myron wanted to vomit, and the arguments he knew were not without some perverse merit. So you went back to teaching, he said, trying to get him back on track. You put it behind you, and then I made a second mistake, he said. He smiled again. There was blood on his teeth. No, it's not what you think. I didn't have another affair. What then? I caught a student selling pot, and I turned him in to both the principal and the police. Randy Wolf, Myron said. Davis nodded. What happened? His father. Do you know the man? We've met. He did some digging. There are a few scant rumors about my liaison with the student. He hired a private eye. He also got another teacher, a man named Drew Van Dyne, to help him. Van Dyne, you see, was Randy's drug supplier. So if Randy was prosecuted, Myron said, Van Dyne had a lot to lose too. Yes. So let me guess. Jake Wolf found out about your affair. Davis nodded. And he blackmailed you into keeping quiet. Oh, he did more than that. Myron looked down at the man's foot. The blood had let up. Myron could get him to a hospital. He knew that. But he didn't want to lose this momentum either. The odd thing was, Davis did not seem in pain. He wanted to talk. He had probably been thinking about these crazy justifications for years, rattling alone in his brain, and now finally, he was being given the chance to express them. Jake Wolf had me now, Davis went on. Once you start down the blackmail road, you never really get off it. Yes, he offered to pay me, and yes, I took the money. Myron thought about what Wheat Manson had told him on the phone. You were not just a teacher. You were a guidance counselor. Yes. You had access to student transcripts. I've seen how far parents in this town will go to get their kids into the right college. You have no idea, Davis said. Yeah, I do. It wasn't different when I was a kid. So Jake Wolf had you change his son's grades. Something like that. I just switched the academic part of his transcript. Randy wanted to go to Dartmouth. Dartmouth wanted Randy because of his football, but they needed him to be in the top 10%. There are 400 kids in his class. Randy was ranked 53rd. Not bad, but not top 10%. There's another student, a bright kid named Ray Clark. He ranked 5th in his class. Clark got into Georgetown early decision, so I knew he wouldn't be applying anywhere else. So you switched Randy's transcript with this Clark kid's. Yes. Now Myron remembered something else. Something Randy had said about trying to win Amy back, about that backfiring, about having the same goal. And he did the same thing for Amy Beale, to make sure she got into Duke. Randy asked you to do that, didn't he? Yes. And when Randy told Amy what he'd done, he figured that she'd be grateful, except she wasn't. She started investigating. She tried to break into the school computer and see what happened. She called Roger Chang, the number 4 kid in the class, to see what his grades and extracurricular activities were. She was trying to put together what you guys had done. That I don't know, Davis said. He was losing the adrenaline flow. He was wincing in pain now. I never talked to Amy about it. I don't know what Randy said to her. That's what I was asking him about when he saw us in the school parking lot yesterday. He said he hadn't used my name, that he just told her he was going to help her get into Duke. But Amy put it together, or at least she was trying to. That could be. He winced again. Myron didn't care. So now we're up to the big night, Harry. Why did Amy have me drop her off here? The kitchen door swung open. Eric stuck his head into the room. How are we doing? We're doing okay, Myron said. Myron expected an argument, but Eric just disappeared back into the kitchen. He's crazy, Davis said. You have daughters, don't you? Yes. Then he nodded as if he suddenly understood. You're stalling, Harry. Your foot is bleeding. You need medical attention. I don't care about that. You've come this far. Let's get it done. Where is Amy? I don't know. Why did she stop by? He closed his eyes. Harry. His voice was soft. God forgive me, but I don't know. You want to explain? She knocked on the door. It was ridiculously late. 2, 3 in the morning. I don't know. Donna and I were asleep. She scared the hell out of us. We went to the window. We both saw her. I turned to my wife. You should have seen the look on her face. There was so much hurt. All the distrust. All that I've been fighting to mend. It all ripped apart. She started to cry. So what did you do? I sent Amy away. Silence. I opened the window. I said it was late. I told her we could talk Monday. What did Amy do? She just looked up at me. She didn't say a word. She was disappointed, I could tell that. Davis squeezed his eyes shut. But I was also afraid that maybe she was angry. She just walked away? Yes. And now she's missing, Myron said. Before she could reveal what she knew. Before she could destroy you. And if a cheating scandal came out, well, it was like I said when we first talked. It's over for you. It would all come out. I know. I thought of that. He stopped. Tears started running down his cheeks. What? Myron said. My third big mistake, he said, his voice soft. Myron felt a chill run down his spine. What did you do? I wouldn't hurt her. Not ever. I cared about her. What did you do, Harry? I was confused. I didn't know what the situation was, so I got scared when she showed up. I knew what it could mean, like you said. Everything could come out. All of it. And I panicked. What did you do? Myron asked again. I called someone. As soon as she left, I called someone I thought could help figure out what to do next. Who did you call, Harry? Jake Wolf, he said. I called Jake Wolf and told him that Amy Beale was right outside my door. Chapter 49. Claire met them as they ran out. What the hell happened in there? Eric did not break stride. Go home, Claire, in case she calls. Claire glanced at Myron as though looking for help. Myron did not offer any. Eric was already in the driver's seat, figuratively and literally. Myron quickly slid to the passenger side before Eric zoomed off. You know the way to the Wolf's house? Myron asked. I dropped my daughter off there plenty of times, he said. He hit the gas. Myron studied his face. Normally, Eric's expression landed somewhere in the vicinity of disdainful. There'd be furrowed brows and deep lines of disapproval. None of that was there now. His face was smooth, untroubled. Myron half expected him to snap on the radio and start whistling along. You're going to get arrested, Myron said. Doubtful. You think they'll keep quiet? Probably. The hospital will have to report the bullet wound. Eric shrugged. Even if they do talk, what would they say? I'm entitled to a jury of my peers. That would mean some parents with teenagers. I take the stand. I talk about how my daughter was missing. Now the victim is a teacher who seduced a student and took bribes to change academic records. He'd let his voice trail off, as if the verdict was too obvious to mention. Myron was not sure what to say, so he sat back. Myron? What? I'm to blame, aren't I? My affair was the catalyst. I don't think it's that simple, Myron said. Amy is pretty strong-willed. It may have contributed, but in a weird way, it sort of adds up. Van Dyne is a music teacher and works in her favorite music store. There'd be some appeal there. She'd probably outgrown Randy. Amy's always been a good kid, right? The best, he said softly. So maybe she just needed to rebel. That would be normal, right? And there was Van Dyne at the ready. I mean, I don't know if that's how it worked. But I wouldn't put all of it on you. He nodded, but he didn't seem to be buying it. Then again, Myron wasn't selling that hard either. Myron considered calling the police, but what exactly would he tell them? And what would they do? The local police could be in Jake Wolf's pocket. They might warn him. Either way, they'd have to respect his rights. He and Eric need not worry about that. So how do you figure this all played out? Eric asked. We have 2 suspects left, Myron said. Drew Van Dyne and Jake Wolf. Eric shook his head. It's Wolf. What makes you so sure? He cocked his head. You still don't get the parental bond, do you, Myron? I have a son, Eric. He's over in Iraq, right? Myron said nothing. And what would you give to save him? You know the answer. I do. The same as me. And the same as Jake Wolf. He's already shown how far he'll go. There's a big difference between paying off a teacher to switch transcripts and... Murder? Eric finished for him. It probably doesn't start that way. You start by talking to her, trying to make her see things your way. You explain how she can get in trouble too, what with her acceptance to Duke and all. But she won't back down. And suddenly you understand. It's a classic us or them scenario. She holds your son's future in her hands. It's either her future or your son's. Which are you going to choose? You're speculating, Myron said. Perhaps. You have to keep your hopes up. Why? Myron turned toward him. She's dead, Myron. We both know that. No, we don't. Last night, when we were in that cul-de-sac, do you remember what you said? I said a lot of things. You said you didn't think she'd been randomly abducted by a psycho. I still don't, so? So think about it. If it was someone she knew, Wolf, Davis, Van Dyne, take your pick, why would they abduct her? Myron said nothing. They all had reasons to keep her quiet, but think it through. You said it could be either Van Dyne or Wolf. My money is on Wolf. But either way, they were all afraid of what Amy could reveal, right? Right. You don't simply abduct someone if that's what you're after. You kill them. He said it all so calmly, his hands at 10 and 2 o'clock on the steering wheel. Myron was not sure what to say. Eric had spelled it out in pretty convincing fashion. You don't kidnap if the goal is to silence. That doesn't work. That fear had been gnawing around in Myron too. He had tried to smother it, not let it free. But now here it was, excavated by the one man who'd want to paint the rosiest picture of what could have happened. And right now, Eric went on, I'm fine. You see? I'm fighting. I'm battling to find out what happened. When we find her, if she's dead, it's over. Me, I mean. I'm done. I'll put on a facade. I'll move on for the sake of my other children. That's the only reason I won't just shrivel up and die. Because of my other kids. But trust me on this. My life will be over. You might as well bury me with Amy. That's what this is about. I'm dead, Myron. But I'm not going out a coward. Hang on, Myron said. We don't know anything yet. Then Myron remembered something else. Amy had been online tonight. He was going to remind Eric of this. Give him some hope. But he wanted to play it through in his head first. It wasn't adding up. Eric had raised an interesting point. From what they had learned, there'd been no reason to abduct Amy, only reason to kill her. Had it really been Amy online? Had she sent Aaron a warning? Something wasn't adding up. They veered off Route 280 at a speed that put the car on 2 tires. Eric braked as they hit the Wolf Street. The car crawled up the hill, stopping 2 houses away from the Wolf's. "What's our next move?" Eric asked. "We knock on the door. We see if he's home." They both got out of the car and started up the drive. Myron took the lead. Eric led him. He rang Wolf's doorbell. The sound was trilling and pretentious and droned on too long. Eric stood a few steps back, in the dark. Myron knew that Eric had the gun. He wondered how to play that. Eric had already shot one man tonight. He didn't seem disinclined to doing it again. Lorraine Wolf's voice came over a speaker. "Who is it?" "It's Myron Bolitar, Mrs. Wolf." "It's very late. What do you want?" Myron remembered the short white tennis dress and the double entendre tone. There was no double entendre now. The voice was drum tight. "I need to talk to your husband." "He's not here." "Mrs. Wolf, could you please open the door?" "I'd like you to leave." Myron wondered how to play this. "I spoke to Randy tonight." Silence. "He was at a party. We talked about Amy. Then I talked to Harry Davis. I know everything, Mrs. Wolf." "I don't know what you're talking about." "You either open this door or I go to the police." More silence. Myron turned and looked at Eric. He was still at ease. Myron didn't like that. "Mrs. Wolf?" "My husband will be back in an hour. Come back then." Eric Beale took that one. "I don't think so." He took out the gun, put it against the lock, and fired. The door flew open. Eric rushed in, gun drawn. So did Myron. Lorraine Wolf screamed. Eric and Myron veered toward the sound. When they arrived in the family room, they both pulled up. Lorraine Wolf was alone. For a moment, no one moved. Myron just studied the situation. Lorraine Wolf stood in the center of the room. She wore rubber gloves. That was the first thing he noticed. Bright, yellow rubber gloves. Then he looked at those hands more closely. In one of them, her right hand, she held a sponge. In the other, the left obviously, she carried a yellow bucket that matched the gloves. There was a wet spot in the carpet where she had just been cleaning. Eric and Myron both took a step forward. Now they could see that there was water in the bucket. The water had an awful pink tinge. Eric said, "Oh no." Myron tried to grab him, but he was too late. Something behind Eric's eyes exploded. He let out a howl and leapt toward the woman. Lorraine Wolf screamed. The bucket dropped to the carpet. The pink liquid poured out. Eric tackled her. They both went over the back of the couch. Myron was right behind, not sure how to play it. If he made too aggressive a move, Eric might just pull the trigger. But if he did nothing... Eric had Lorraine Wolf now. He pressed the gun against her temple. She cried out, gripping his hand with her own. Eric did not move. "What did you do to my daughter?" "Nothing." Myron said, "Eric, don't." But Eric wasn't listening. Myron raised his own gun. He pointed at Eric. Eric saw it, but it was obvious he didn't care. "If you kill her," Myron began. "What?" Eric shouted. "What do we lose, Myron? Look at this place. Amy is already dead." Lorraine Wolf shouted, "No!" "Where is she then, Lorraine?" Myron asked. She pressed her lips shut. "Lorraine, where is Amy?" "I don't know." Eric raised the gun. He was going to hit her with the butt end. "Eric, don't." He hesitated. Lorraine looked up, meeting Eric's eye. She was scared, but Myron could see that she was bracing herself, ready to take the blow. "Don't," Myron said again. He took a step closer. "She knows something. And we'll find out what, okay?" Eric looked at him. "What would you do? If it was somebody you love?" Myron inched closer. "I do love Amy. Not like a father. No, not like that. But I've been there. I've pushed too hard. It doesn't work." "It worked with Harry Davis." "I know, but..." "She's a woman. That's the only difference. I shot him in the foot and you asked him questions and let him bleed. Now we're face to face with someone who's cleaning up blood, and all of a sudden you're squeamish?" Even in this haze, even in this craziness, Myron could actually see his point. It was the guy-gal thing again. If Amy was a boy, if Harry Davis had been a pretty, flirty woman. Eric put the gun back against her temple. "Where is my daughter?" "I don't know," she said. "Whose blood are you cleaning up?" Eric aimed the gun at her foot, but the control was gone. Myron could see that. Tears started streaming down Eric's face. His hand shook. "If you shoot her," Myron said, "it contaminates the evidence. The blood will be mixed up. They'll never put together what happened here. The only one who will go to jail is you." The argument didn't make full sense, but it was enough to slow Eric down. His entire face collapsed now. He was crying, but he held onto the gun. He kept it pointed at her foot. "Just take a breath," Myron said. Eric shook his head. "No!" The air was still. Everything had stopped. Eric looked down at Lorraine Wolfe. She looked up without a flinch. Myron could see Eric's finger on the trigger. No choice now. Myron had to make a move. And then Myron's cell phone chirped. It made everyone stop. Eric took his finger off the trigger and wiped his face with his sleeve. "Check it," he said. Myron took a quick glance at the caller ID. It was Wynn. He hit the answer button and put it to his ear. "What?" "Drew Van Dyne's car just pulled into his driveway," Wynn said. Chapter 50. County Homicide Inspector Lauren Muse was working on her new case, the one involving the 2 murders in East Orange, when her line rang. It was late, but Muse wasn't surprised. She often worked late. Her colleagues knew that. "Muse?" The voice was muffled but sounded female. "I have some information for you." "Who is this?" "It's about that missing girl." "Which missing girl?" "Amy Beale." Eric was still holding the gun on Lorraine Wolfe. "What is it?" he asked Myron. "Drew Van Dyne. He's home." "What does that mean?" "It means we should talk to him." Eric gestured at Lorraine Wolfe with his gun. "We can't just leave her here." Agreed. The smartest move, Myron realized, would be to get Eric to stay here and keep an eye on Lorraine Wolfe, not let her warn anybody or clean up or whatever. But he didn't want to leave her alone with Eric, not like this, not in the state he was in. "We should bring her with us," Myron said. Eric pressed the gun against her head. "Get up," he said to her. She obeyed. They led her outside. Myron called Detective Lance Banner as they headed for the car. "Banner, get your best crime lab guys over to Jake Wolfe's house," Myron said. "I don't have time to explain." He hung up. In other circumstances, he might have asked for backup. But Wynn was at Drew Van Dyne's home. There would be no need. Myron drove. Eric sat in the back with Lorraine Wolfe. He kept the gun pointed at her. Myron glanced into the rearview mirror and met her eye. "Where's your husband?" Myron asked, making a right turn. "Out." "Where?" She did not reply. "2 nights ago you got a call," Myron said, "at 3 a.m. Her eyes found his in the mirror again. She didn't nod, but he thought that he could see agreement. "The call came from Harry Davis. Did you answer it, or did your husband?" Her voice was soft. "Jake did." "Davis told him that Amy had been there, that he was worried, and then Jake ran to his car." "No." Myron paused to consider the answer. "What did he do then?" Lorraine shifted in her seat again, looking straight at Eric. "We liked Amy very much. For God's sake, Eric, she dated Randy for the past 2 years. "But then she dumped him," Myron said. "Yes." "How did Randy react to that?" "It broke his heart. He cared about her. But you can't think—" Her voice died off. "I'll ask you again, Mrs. Wolfe. After Harry Davis called your house, what did your husband do?" She shrugged her shoulders. "What could he do?" Myron paused. "What? You think Jake drove up there and grabbed her? Come on. Even with no traffic, it's half an hour from Livingston to Ridgewood. Do you think Amy would just wait on the street for Jake to come along?" Myron opened his mouth, closed it. He tried to picture it now. Harry Davis had just rejected her. Would she just stand there, on that dark street, for half an hour or more? Did that make sense? "So what happened?" Myron asked. She said nothing. "You get this call from Harry Davis. He's in a panic about Amy. What did you and Jake do?" Myron made a left. They were on Northfield Avenue now, one of Livingston's bigger roads. He hit the accelerator harder. "What would you have done?" she asked. No one replied. Lorraine locked eyes on Myron's via the rear view. "It's your son," she went on. "His entire future is on the line. He had this girlfriend, this wonderful, sweet girlfriend. Something happened to her. She changed. I don't know why." Eric squirmed, but he kept the gun on her. "All of a sudden, she wants no part of him. She has an affair with a teacher. She goes knocking on doors at 3 in the morning. She's erratic, and if she talks, she could bring your whole world down. So what would you have done, Mr. Bolitar? She turned to look at Eric. If the situation was reversed, if Randy had dumped Amy and started acting like this, threatening to destroy her future, what would you have done, Eric?
This is the end of disc number 8. Please insert disc number 9. This is disc number 9.
So what would you have done, Mr. Bolitar? She turned to look at Eric. If the situation was reversed, if Randy had dumped Amy and started acting like this, threatening to destroy her future, what would you have done, Eric? I wouldn't have killed him, Eric said. We didn't kill her. All we did, we worried. Jake and I sat up and talked. We wondered how to handle it. We tried to plan it out. First, we'd have Harry Davis change the computer records, put them back the way they were if he could, make it look like there'd been a computer glitch or something. People might suspect the truth, but if they couldn't prove it, maybe we'd be safe. We tried to think up other scenarios. I know you want to call Randy a drug dealer, but he was just a contact. Every school has a few. I won't defend it. I remember when I went to Middlebury, I won't mention his name, but a man who was a leading politician now, he was the supplier. You graduate, it's over and done with. But now we needed to make sure that it didn't come out. And mostly, we wanted to figure a way to reach Amy. We were going to call you, Eric. We thought maybe you could reason with her, because it wasn't just Randy's future, it was hers too. They were getting close to Drew Van Dyne's house now. That's a nice story, Mrs. Wolfe, Myron said, but you left out one part. She closed her eyes. Whose blood is on your carpet? No answer. You heard me call the police. They're on their way there now. Their tests, DNA and whatever. They'll find out. Lorraine Wolfe still said nothing. They were on Drew Van Dyne's street now. The homes were smaller and older. The lawns weren't quite as green. The shrubbery dipped and teetered. Wynn had told Myron exactly where he'd be standing. Otherwise, Myron would have never spotted him. He pulled to a stop and looked back at Eric. Stay here a second. Myron put the car in park and moved behind the tree. Wynn was there. Myron said, I don't see Van Dyne's car. It's in the garage. How long has he been here? How long ago did I call? 10 minutes ago. Wynn nodded. There you go then. Myron looked at the house. It was dark. No lights on. I noticed that too. He backed into his garage 10 minutes ago, and he hasn't gone into the house yet? Wynn shrugged. There was a grinding noise. The garage door opened. Headlights shone in their faces. The car zoomed out. Wynn took out his gun, preparing to shoot. Myron put his hand on his friend's arm. Amy could be in there. Wynn nodded. The car flew down the drive and squealed right. It drove past the parked car, the one with Eric Beale and Lorraine Wolfe in the back. Van Dyne's Toyota Corolla hesitated and then accelerated. Myron and Wynn sprinted back to the car. Myron got on the driver's side, Wynn the passenger. In the back seat, Eric Beale still had the gun pointed at Lorraine Wolfe. Wynn turned and smiled at Eric. Hi, he said. Wynn reached back as though to shake Eric's hand. Instead, he quickly grabbed Eric's gun and pulled it away from him. Just like that. 1 second Eric Beale was holding a gun, the next he wasn't. Myron threw the car into drive as Van Dyne's vehicle disappeared around the corner. Wynn looked at the gun, frowned, emptied it out. The chase was on, but it wouldn't last long. Chapter 51. It was not Drew Van Dyne driving the car. It was Jake Wolfe. Jake drove fast. He made a few quick turns, but he only drove about a mile. He had a big enough lead. He hit the old Roosevelt School Mall, sped around back, shifted into park. He walked across the dark soccer fields in the general direction of Livingston High School. He figured that Myron Bolitar was following him, but he also figured that he had enough of a head start. He heard the party noises. After a few more steps, he could start to see the glow of lights. The night air felt good in his lungs. Jake tried to look at the trees, the houses, the cars in the driveways. He loved this town. He loved his life here. As he came closer, he could hear the laughter. He thought about what he was doing here. He swallowed and moved behind a row of pine trees on the neighboring property. He found a spot between two of them and looked out at the tent. Jake Wolf spotted his son right away. It had always been like that with Randy. You never missed him. He stood out no matter what the circumstance. Jake remembered going to Randy's first soccer program when the boy was in first grade. There must have been 300-400 kids, all there, all running and bouncing around like molecules in heat. Jake had arrived late, but it took mere seconds to find his radiant boy in the waves of look-alike children. Like there was a spotlight coming down from above, illuminating his every step. Jake Wolf just watched. His son was talking to a bunch of his pals. They were all laughing at something Randy said. Jake stared and felt his eyes well up. There was plenty of blame to go around, he guessed. He tried to think where it all started. With Dr. Crowley, maybe. Damn history teacher calls himself doctor. What kind of pretentious crap was that anyhow? Crowley was a small, meaningless man with a bad comb-over and slumped shoulders. He hated athletes. You could smell the envy a mile away. Crowley looked at someone like Randy, someone so good-looking and athletic and special, and he saw all his own adolescent failures. That was how it all began. Randy had written a wonderful essay on the Tet Offensive for Crowley's history class. Crowley had given him a C-, a goddamn C-. A friend of Randy's, a guy named Joel Fisher, had gotten an A. Jake read both essays. Randy's was better. It wasn't just Jake Wolf who thought so. He tried them both out on various people. He didn't let them know which essay was his son's and which was Joel's. Which is better, he'd asked, and almost all agreed. Randy's paper, the C- paper, was superior. It might have seemed like a small thing, but it wasn't. That paper was 3/4 of the grade. Dr. Crowley gave Randy a C. It kept Randy off the honor roll for that semester, but more than that, more than anything else, it knocked him out of the class's top 10%. Dartmouth had been clear. With Randy's SATs, he needed to be in the top 10%. That C had been a B. Randy would have been accepted. That was the difference. Jake and Lorraine had gone in to talk to Dr. Crowley. They had explained the situation. Crowley wouldn't budge. He had been dismissive, enjoying his power play, and it took all Jake's willpower not to put the man through a plate glass window. But Jake was not about to give up that easy. He'd hired a private eye to dig into the man's past, but Crowley's life had been so pathetic, so nothing, so obviously unremarkable, especially next to the bright beacon that was Jake's son. There was nothing he could use against the man. So if Jake Wolf played by the rules, that would have been it. That would have kept his son out of an Ivy League education, the whim of a nothing like Crowley. No way. And so it began. Jake swallowed and stared. His son stood in the middle of the party, the sun with dozens of orbiting planets. He had a cup in his hand. Randy had such natural ease, such poise in everything he did. Jake Wolf stood there, in the shadows, and wondered if there was any way to save it all. He didn't think so. It was like holding water in your hand. He had tried to sound confident for Lorraine. He thought that maybe he could dump the body in Drew Van Dyne's house. Lorraine would clean up the stain. It could have still worked. But Myron Bolitar had showed up. Jake had spotted him from the garage. He was trapped. Jake hoped to speed away, lose him, dump the body somewhere else. But when he made that first turn and saw that Lorraine was in the back seat, he knew that it was over. He'd hire a good attorney, the best. He knew a guy in town, Lenny Marcus, great defense lawyer. He'd call him, see what they could work out. But in his heart, Jake Wolf knew that it was over. For him, at least. That was why he was here now, in the shadows, watching his beautiful, perfect son. Randy was the only thing he had ever gotten right. His boy. His precious boy. But that was enough. From the first time he had laid eyes on the baby in the hospital, Jake Wolf was mesmerized. He went to every practice he could. He went to every game. It wasn't just to show support. Often, during practices, Jake would stand behind a tree, almost hide, as he was doing now. He just liked to watch his son, that was all. He liked getting lost in this very simple bliss. And sometimes, when he did, he couldn't believe how lucky he was, how someone like Jake Wolf, also a nothing when he thought about it, could have been part of creating something so miraculous. The world was cruel and awful, and you had to do all you could to get that edge. But then, every once in a while, he'd look at Randy and realize that there was something other than the dog-eat-dog horror, that there had to be something better out there, some higher being, because here, in front of him, there was indeed perfection and beauty. "Hey, Jake!" He turned at the sound of the voice. "Hi, Jock." It was Jock Harlow, the father of one of Randy's closest friends and the party host. Jock came up next to him. They both looked out at the party, at their sons, soaking it in for almost a full minute without speaking. "Can you believe how fast it went by?" Harlow said. Jake just shook his head, afraid to speak. His eyes never left his son. "Hey, how about coming in for a drink?" "I can't. I just had to drop something off for Randy. Thanks, though." Harlow slapped his back. "Sure." He headed back toward the porch. It took another 5 minutes. Jake enjoyed every second. Then he heard the footsteps. He turned and saw Myron Bolitar. Myron had a gun in his hand. Jake Wolf smiled and turned back to his son. "What are you doing here, Jake?" "What's it look like?" Jake Wolf did not want to move, but he knew that it was time. He soaked up one last look at his son. That was what this felt like. The last time he would see him like this. He wanted to say something to his son, offer some words of wisdom, but Jake wasn't good with words. So instead, he turned and raised his hands. "In the trunk," Jake Wolf said. "The body is in the trunk." Chapter 52. Wynn stood a few feet behind Myron, just in case, but he could see right away that Jake Wolf was not about to make a move. He was surrendering, for now. There might be something else, something later. Wynn had dealt with men like Jake Wolf. They never really believe that it's over. They look for an out, an escape hatch, a loophole, a legal maneuver, something. A few minutes earlier, they spotted Van Dyne's car in the Roosevelt Mall lot. Myron and Wynn had run ahead, leaving Lorraine Wolf and Eric Beale in the car. Eric still had a few nylon cuffs he bought at the same store he'd picked up the ammunition, so they cuffed Lorraine's hands behind her back and hoped like hell that Eric wouldn't do something stupid. Not long after Myron and Wynn disappeared into the dark, Eric got out of the back seat. He moved toward Van Dyne's car. He opened the front door. He didn't know what he was doing exactly. He just knew he had to do something. He slid into the driver's seat. There were guitar picks on the floor. He remembered his own daughter's collection, how much she loved them, how her eyes would close when she strummed the strings. He remembered Amy's first guitar, a crappy thing he bought at a toy store for $10. She'd been only 4 years old. She banged on it and did a wonderful rendition of Santa Claus is Coming to Town, more like Bruce Springsteen than something you'd see from a preschooler. He and Claire had clapped like mad when she finished. "Amy rocks," Claire had declared. They had all been smiling. They had all been so happy. Eric looked out the windshield, back toward the car, back toward Lorraine Wolf. Their eyes met. He had known Lorraine for 2 years now, since Amy had first started dating her son. He liked her. Truth be told, he had even semi-fantasized about her. Not that he would have ever done anything about it. Not like that. Just a harmless fantasy for an attractive woman. Normal stuff. He looked in the back seat now. There was sheet music, handwritten. He froze. His hand moved slowly. He saw the handwriting and realized that it was Amy's. He picked it up, brought it closer, holding it as if it were strands of porcelain. Amy had written this. Something caught in his throat. His fingertips touched down the words, the notes. His daughter had held this paper. She had scrunched up her face the way she always did and delved into her life experiences and produced this. It was a simple thought, really, but suddenly it meant the world to him. His anger was gone. It would be back, he knew that, but at that moment, his heart just felt heavy. There was no anger, just pain. That was when Eric decided to pop the trunk. He looked back over at Lorraine Wolf. Something crossed her face. He didn't know what. He opened the car door and stepped back into the night. He moved toward the trunk, took hold of the hatch with one hand, began to lift it. He heard rustling from the field. He turned and saw Myron come flying into view. "Eric, wait!" Eric opened the trunk then. The black tarp. That was what he saw first. Something wrapped in black tarp. His knees buckled, but he held on. Myron started toward him, but Eric held up a hand as if telling him to stay back. He tried to rip the tarp. It wouldn't give. He pulled and tugged. The tarp held in place. Eric started to panic now. His chest heaved. His breath caught. He took out his keychain and dug the end of a key into the plastic. It made a hole. There was blood. He slit the tarp and reached his hands in. They grew wet and sticky. Eric desperately pulled at the tarp, ripping at it as if he were trapped inside, running out of air. He saw the dead face and fell back. Myron was next to him now. "Oh, my God," Eric said. He collapsed. "Oh, thank you." It wasn't his daughter in the trunk. It was Drew Van Dyne. Chapter 53. Lorraine Wolfe said, "I shot him in self-defense." In the distance, Myron could hear the police sirens. Myron stood next to the trunk with Eric Beale and Lorraine Wolfe. He had called the police. They'd be here soon. He looked across the field. He could see distant silhouettes of Wynn and Jake Wolfe. Myron had run ahead. Wynn had taken care of securing their suspect. "Drew Van Dyne was in the house," she went on. "He pulled the gun on Jake. I saw it. He was yelling all kinds of crazy stuff about Amy." "What stuff?" "He said that Jake didn't care about her, that she was just some dumb slut to him, that she was pregnant. He was ranting." "So what did you do?" "We keep guns in the house. Jake likes to hunt, so I got a rifle. I pointed it at Drew Van Dyne. I told him to put the gun down. He wouldn't. I could see that. So—" "No!" It was Wolfe who said that. They were close enough to hear. "I shot Van Dyne." Everyone stared at him. The police siren sounded. "I shot him in self-defense," Jake Wolfe insisted. "He pulled a gun on me." "So why did you stick the body in the trunk?" Myron asked. "I was afraid no one would believe that. I was going to bring him home, dump him in his own house. Then I realized that would be stupid." "When did you realize that?" Myron said. "When you saw us?" "I want a lawyer," Jake Wolfe said. "Lorraine, don't say anything else." Eric Beale stepped forward. "I don't care about any of this. My daughter. Where the hell is my daughter?" No one moved. No one spoke. The night stayed silent except for the scream of sirens. Lance Banner was the first cop out of his car, but dozens of squad cars descended on the Roosevelt Mall parking lot. They kept the flashing lights on. Everyone's face went from blue to red. The effect was dizzying. "Amy," Eric said softly. "Where is she?" Myron tried to keep calm, tried to concentrate. He stepped to the side with Wynn. Wynn's face, as ever, remained unruffled. "So," Wynn said, "where are we?" "It's not Davis," Myron said. "We checked him out. It doesn't look like it was Van Dyne. He pulled the gun on Jake Wolfe because he thought that he'd done it. And the Wolves claim, somewhat convincingly, that it wasn't them." "Any other suspects?" "Not that I can think of," Wynn said. "Then we need to look at them again." "Eric thinks she's dead." Wynn nodded. "That's what I mean," he said, "when I say we need to look at them again." "You think one of them killed her and got rid of the body?" Wynn did not bother replying. "My God," Myron said. He looked back over at Eric. "Have we been looking at this wrong from the beginning?" "I can't see how." Myron's cell phone chirped. He looked down at the caller ID and saw the number was blocked. "Hello?" "It's Investigator Laura Muse. Do you remember me?" "Of course." "I just got an anonymous call," she said. "Someone claimed they spotted Amy Beale yesterday." "Where?" "On Livingston Avenue. Amy was in the passenger seat of a Toyota Corolla. The driver pretty much fits the description of Drew Van Dyne." Myron frowned. "Are you sure?" "That's what she said." "He's dead, Muse." "Who?" "Drew Van Dyne." Eric came over and stood next to Myron. And that was when it happened. Eric's cell phone rang. He brought the phone up. When he saw the number on the caller ID, Eric nearly screamed, "Oh, my God!" Eric snapped the phone to his ear. His eyes were wet. His hand shook so badly he hit the wrong button to answer. He tried again and brought the phone back up. His voice was a panicked scream. "Hello?" Myron leaned in close enough to hear. There was a moment of static, and then a voice, a teary voice, a familiar voice said, "Daddy?" Myron's heart stopped. Eric's face collapsed, but his voice was all father. Where are you, honey? Are you all right? I'm fine, I think. Daddy? It's okay, honey. I'm here. Just tell me where you are. And she did. Chapter 54. Myron drove. Eric stayed in the passenger seat. The ride was not a long one. Amy said that she was behind Little Park near the high school, that same park that Claire had taken her to when she was only 3. Eric would not let her off the line. It's okay, he kept saying. Daddy's on his way. Myron cut time by taking the circle in the wrong direction. He didn't care. Neither did Eric. Speed was the thing here. The lot was empty. The headlights danced through the night, and then, as they made the final turn, the lights landed on a solitary figure. Myron hit the brake. Eric said, Oh my God! Oh my sweet dear God! He was out of the car. Myron was out fast too. They both started sprinting, but somewhere along the way, Myron let up. Eric took the lead. That was how it should be. Eric swept his daughter into his arms. He took careful hold of her face, as though fearing it was only a dream, a puff of smoke, and that she might vanish again. Myron stopped and watched. Then he picked up his own cell phone and called Claire. Myron? What the hell is going on? She's okay, he said. What? She's safe. We're bringing her home to you now. In the car, Amy was groggy. What happened? Myron asked. I think, Amy began. Her eyes went wide. Her pupils were dilated. I think they drugged me. Who? I don't know. You don't know who kidnapped you? She shook her head. Eric sat in the back with Amy. He held her. He stroked her hair. He told her over and over again that it was okay now. Everything was okay. Myron said, maybe we should take her to a doctor. No, Eric said. She needs to go home first. Amy, what happened? She's been through hell, Myron, Eric said. Give her a chance to catch her breath. It's okay, Daddy. Why were you in New York? I was supposed to meet someone. Who? About... Her voice faded. Then she said, This is tough to talk about. We know about Drew Van Dyne, Myron said. We know you're pregnant. She closed her eyes. Amy, what happened? I was going to get rid of it. The baby? She nodded. I went to the corner of 52nd Street and 6th. That's what they told me to do. They were going to help me out. They pulled up in a black car. They told me to get money from the ATM. Who? I never saw them, Amy said. The windows were tinted. They were always in disguise. Disguise? Yes. They. There was more than one? I don't know. I know I heard a woman's voice. That much I'm sure. Why didn't you just go to St. Barnabas? Amy hesitated. I'm so tired. Amy? I don't know, she said. Someone from St. Barnabas called. A woman. If I went there, my parents would find out. Something about shield laws. I'd made so many mistakes. I just wanted to... But then I wasn't so sure. I got the money. I was going to get in the car. But then I panicked. That's when I called you, Myron. I wanted to talk to someone. It was going to be you, but I don't know. I know you were trying, but I thought maybe it would be better to talk to someone else. Harry Davis? Amy nodded. I know this other girl, she said. Her boyfriend got her pregnant. She said Mr. D was really helpful. That's enough, Eric said. They were almost at Amy's house. Myron did not want to let this go, not yet. So what happened then? The rest is fuzzy, Amy said. Fuzzy? I know I got into a car. Whose? The same one that was waiting for me in New York, I think. I felt so deflated after Mr. D sent me away. So I thought I might as well go with him. Get it over with. But what? It's all fuzzy. Myron frowned. I don't understand. I don't know, she said. I was drugged almost the whole time. I only remember waking up for a few minutes at a time. Whoever it was, they held me in some kind of log cabin. That's all I remember. It had this fireplace with white and brown stone. And then suddenly, I was in a field behind the playground. I called you, Daddy. I don't even know. How long was I gone? She started crying then. Eric put his arms around her. It's okay, Eric said. Whatever happened, it's over now. You're safe. Claire was in the yard. She sprinted up to the car. Amy managed to get out, but she could barely stand. Claire let out a primordial cry and grabbed for her daughter. They hugged, they cried, they kissed, the three of them. Myron felt like an intruder. They started toward the door then. Myron waited. Claire looked back. She caught Myron's eyes. She ran back to him. Claire kissed him. Thank you. The police are still going to need to talk to her. You kept your promise. He said nothing. You brought her home. Then she ran back to the house. Myron stood there and watched them disappear inside. He wanted to celebrate. Amy was home. She was healthy. But he didn't feel in the mood. He drove again to the cemetery that overlooked the schoolyard. The gate was open. He found Brenda's grave and sat next to it. The night closed in. He could hear the swishing of highway traffic. He thought about what had just happened. He thought about what Amy had just said. He thought about her being home, safe and with her family, while Brenda lay in the ground. Myron sat there until another car pulled up. He almost smiled as Wynne stepped into view. Wynne kept his distance for a moment. Then he approached the headstone. He looked down at it. Nice to have one in the Wynne column, no? Wynne said. I'm not so sure. Why not? I still don't know what happened. She's alive. She's home. I'm not sure that's enough. Wynne gestured toward the stone. If you can go back in time, would you need to know everything that happened? Or would it be enough if she were alive and home? Myron closed his eyes, tried to imagine that bliss. It would be enough if she were alive and home. Wynne smiled. There you go then. What else is there? He stood. He didn't know the answer. He only knew that he had spent enough time with ghosts, with the dead. Chapter 55. The police took Myron's statement. They asked questions. They told him nothing. Myron slept in the house in Livingston that night. Wynne stayed with him. Wynne rarely did that. They both woke up early. They watched Sports Desk on TV and ate cold cereal. It felt normal and right and rather wonderful. Wynne said, I've been thinking about your relationship with Ms. Wilder. Don't. No, I think I owe you an apology, Wynne continued. I may have misjudged her. Her looks do grow on you. I'm thinking that perhaps her derriere is of finer quality than I originally thought. Wynne? What? I don't much care what you think. Yes, my friend, you do. At 8 a.m, Myron walked over to the Beale house. He figured that they were awake by now. He knocked gently on the door. Claire answered it. She wore a bathrobe. Her hair was disheveled. She stepped outside and closed the door behind her. Amy is still sleeping, Claire said. Whatever drugs the kidnappers gave her, they really knocked her out. Maybe you should take her to the hospital. Our friend David Gold, do you know him? He's a doctor. He came by last night and checked her out. He said she'd be fine once the drugs wear off. What drugs did they give her? Claire shrugged. Who knows? They both stood there a moment. Claire took a deep breath and looked up and down the street. Then she said, Myron? Yes? I want you to let the police handle it from here. He did not reply. I don't want you to ask Amy about what happened. There was just enough steel in her voice. Myron waited to see if she'd say more. She did. Eric and I, we just want it to end. We hired an attorney last night. Why? We're her parents. We know how to protect our daughter. The implication being, Myron didn't. She hadn't needed to mention again that first night, how Myron had dropped Amy off and hadn't looked out for her. But that was what she was saying here. I know how you are, Myron. How am I? You want answers. You don't? I want my daughter to be happy and healthy. That's more important than answers. You don't want whoever did this to pay? It was probably Drew Van Dyne, and he's dead. So what's the point? We just want Amy to be able to put this behind her. She's going to college in a few months. Everyone keeps talking about college like it's a great big do-over card, Myron said. Like the first 18 years of your life don't count. In a way, they don't. That's crap, Claire. What about her baby? Claire moved back to the door. With all due deference. And no matter what you want to think about our decisions, that's not your concern. Myron nodded to himself. She had him on that one. Your part in this is over, she said, and again he heard the steel. Thank you for what you've done. I have to get back to my daughter now. And then Claire closed the door on him. Chapter 56. A week later, Myron sat at Baumgart's restaurant with Livingston Police Detective Lance Banner and Essex County Investigator Lauren Muse. Myron had ordered the Kung Pao chicken. Banner had ordered a Chinese fish special. Muse was having a grilled cheese sandwich. Grilled cheese at a Chinese restaurant? Myron said. Lauren Muse shrugged mid-bite. Banner used chopsticks. Jake Wolf is pleading self-defense, he said. He claims that Drew Van Dyne pulled a gun on him, said that he made wild threats. What kind of threats? Van Dyne was ranting that Wolf hurt Amy Beale, something like that. They're both a little vague in the specifics. Both? Jake Wolf's star witness, his wife Lorraine. That night, Myron said. Lorraine told us she pulled the trigger. My guess is she did. We did a powder residue check on Jake Wolf's hand. He was clean. Did you check his wife? She refused, Banner said. Jake Wolf forbade it. So he's taking the hit for his wife. Banner looked at Lauren Muse. He nodded slowly. What? Myron asked. We'll get to that. Get to what? Look, Myron, I think you're right, Banner said. Jake Wolf is trying to take the hit for the whole family. On the one hand, he's claiming self-defense. There is some evidence to back it up. Van Dyne had a bit of a history. He also had a gun on him. It's registered in his name. On the other hand, Jake Wolf is willing to do some time in exchange for giving his wife and kid a pass. His kid? He wants a guarantee that his son still goes to Dartmouth, and that Randy will be cleared of all subsequent allegations, including anything related to the shooting, the cheating scandal, and his possible relationship with Van Dyne and drugs. Well, Myron said, but it added up. Jake Wolf was an ass, but Myron had seen the way he looked at his son at that graduation party. He's still trying to salvage Randy's future. Yup. Will he be able to? I don't know, Banner said. The prosecutor has no jurisdiction over Dartmouth. If they want to rescind their acceptance, they can and probably will. What Jake is doing, Myron said. It's almost admirable. If not twisted, Banner added. Myron looked at Lauren Muse. You're awfully quiet. Because I think Banner has it wrong. Banner frowned. I don't have it wrong. Lauren put down the sandwich and brushed the crumbs off her hands. For starters, you're going to put the wrong person in jail. The powder residue test proves that Jake Wolf didn't shoot Drew Van Dyne. He said he wore gloves. Now Lauren Muse frowned. Myron said, she has a point. Gee, Myron, thanks. Hey, I'm on your side here. Lorraine Wolf told me she shot Drew Van Dyne. Shouldn't she be the one on trial? Lauren Muse turned to him. I never said I thought it was Lorraine Wolf. Excuse me? Sometimes the most obvious answer is the right one. Myron shook his head. I'm not following you. Go back a second, Lauren Muse said. How far back? All the way to Edna Schuyler on that street of New York City. Right? Maybe we had it right all along, from the moment she called us. I'm still not following. Edna Schuyler confirmed what we already knew, that Katie Rochester was a runaway. And at first, that's what we all thought about Amy Beale, too, right? So? Lauren Muse said nothing. Wait a minute. Are you saying you think Amy Beale ran away? There are a lot of unanswered questions, Lauren said. So ask them. Ask who? What do you mean, who? Ask Amy Beale. We tried. Lauren Muse smiled. Amy's lawyer won't let us talk to her. Myron sat back. Don't you find that odd? Her parents wanted to put it behind her. Why? Because it was a traumatic experience for her, Myron said. Lauren Muse just looked at him. So did Lance Banner. That story she told you, Lauren said, about being drugged and held in some log cabin. What about it? There are holes. A cold pinprick started at the base of Myron's neck and slid south down his spine. What holes? First off, we have the anonymous source who called me. The one who saw her tooling around with Drew Van Dyne. If Amy were kidnapped, how could that be exactly? Your witness was wrong. Right. She happened to pick out the make of the car and describe Drew Van Dyne to a T. But hey, she's probably wrong. You can't trust anonymous sources, Myron tried. Fine, then let's move on to hole 2, this late-night abortion story. We checked at St. Barnabas. Nobody told her anything about parental notification. More than that, it's not true. The laws might change in that subject, but either way, in her case... She's 18, Myron interrupted. 18. An adult. That age again. Exactly. And there's more. Myron waited. Hole 3. We found Amy's fingerprints at Drew Van Dyne's house. They had an affair. Of course her prints were there. They could be weeks old. We found prints on a soda can. The can was still on the kitchen counter. Myron said nothing, but he felt something deep inside of him start to give way. All your suspects, Harry Davis, Jake Wolf, Drew Van Dyne, we checked them all out thoroughly. None of them could have pulled off a purported kidnapping. Lauren Muse spread her hands. So it's like that old axiom in reverse. When you've eliminated all the other possibilities, you have to go back to your first, most obvious solution. You think Amy ran away. Lauren Muse shrugged, shifting in her chair. Here she is, a confused young woman, pregnant with a teacher's child. Her dad is having an affair. She's caught up in this cheating scandal. She must have felt trapped, don't you think? Myron found himself almost nodding. There is no physical evidence, none at all, that Amy was abducted. And think about it. Why would someone kidnap her anyway? What would be the motive in a case like this? The normal motives are what? Sexual assault for one. We know that didn't happen. Her doctor told us that much. There was no physical or sexual trauma. Why else were people kidnapped? For ransom. Well, we know that didn't happen either. Myron kept very still. It was almost exactly what Eric had said. If you wanted to keep Amy quiet, you didn't kidnap her. You killed her. But now she was alive. Ergo... Lauren Muse kept pounding at him. Do you have a motive for kidnapping, Myron? No, he said. But what about the ATM machine? How do you figure that in? You mean both girls using the same one? Yes. I don't know, she said. Maybe it was a coincidence after all. Come on, Muse. Okay, fine. Let's turn it around. She pointed at him. How does that ATM transaction fit into a kidnapping scenario? Would Wolf know about it? Davis? Van Dyne? Myron saw her point. But there are other things too, he countered. Like that phone call from a payphone in the subway, or the fact that she was online. All of which fit into her being a runaway, Lauren said. If someone did abduct her like she claims, why would they risk a call from a payphone? Why would you put her on the internet? Myron shook his head. He knew that she was making sense. He just refused to accept it. So that's how this ends? It's not Davis? It's not Wolf or Van Dyne or anyone? Amy Beale just ran away? Lauren Muse and Lance Banner exchanged another glance. Then Lance Banner said, Yes, that's the working theory. And remember, there's no law against what she did. In the end, a lot of people got hurt or even killed, but running away is not against the law. Lauren Muse kept quiet again. Myron didn't like it. What? He snapped at her. Nothing. What Banner said, the evidence all points that way. It might even explain why Amy's parents don't want us talking to her. They don't want all that coming out. Her affair, her pregnancy, heck, like it or not, she was helped in that cheating scandal too. So keeping it all quiet, making her look like a victim instead of a runaway, it's the right move. But... She looked at Banner. He sighed and shook his head. Lauren Muse started fiddling with her fork. But both Jake and Lorraine Wolf wanted to take the blame for shooting Drew Van Dyne. So? You don't find that odd? No. We just explained why. Lorraine killed him. Jake wants to take the fall to protect her. And the fact they are both cleaning up the evidence and moving the body? Myron shrugged. That would be the natural reaction. Even if you killed in self-defense? In their case, yes. They were trying to protect it all. If Van Dyne is found dead in their house, even if they shot him in self-defense, all the stuff about Randy would come out. The drugs, the cheating, all of it. She nodded. That's the theory. That's what Lance here believes. And that's probably what happened. Myron tried not to sound too impatient. But maybe that's not how it happened. Maybe Jake and Lorraine came home and found the body there. Myron stopped breathing. There's something inside of you. It can bend, it can stretch, but then, every once in a while, you can feel it pulling too far. If you let it go there, you will break inside. You will snap in two. You know that. Myron had known Amy his whole life, and right now, if he was right about where Lauren Muse was going, he was close to breaking. What the hell are you talking about? Maybe the Wolves came home and saw a body, and maybe they assumed that Randy had done it. She leaned closer. Van Dyne was Randy's drug supplier. He'd also stolen Randy's girlfriend. So maybe Mom and Dad saw the body and figured that Randy shot him. Maybe they panicked and loaded the body in his car. What, you think Randy killed Drew Van Dyne? No. I said that's what they thought. Randy has an alibi. So what's your point? If Amy Beale hadn't been kidnapped, Muse said, if she ran away and stayed with Drew Van Dyne, maybe she was with him in the house. And maybe, just maybe, Amy, our scared little girl, really did want to put it all behind her. Maybe she was ready for college, ready to move on and cut off all ties, except this guy, this Drew Van Dyne, wouldn't let go. Myron closed his eyes. That little thing inside of him, it was being pulled hard. He stopped it, shook his head. You're wrong. She shrugged. Probably. I've known this girl all my life. I know Myron. She's a young, sweet girl, right? Young, sweet girls can't be killers, can they? He thought about Amy Beale, the way she laughed at him in his basement, the way she climbed up the jungle gym when she was 3. He remembered her blowing out candles at a birthday party. He remembered watching her in a school play when she was in 8th grade. He remembered it all, and he felt the anger starting to mount. You're wrong, Myron said again. He waited on the sidewalk across the street from their house. Eric came out first. His face was tight, grim. Amy and Claire followed. Myron stood there and watched. Amy spotted him first. She smiled at him and waved. Myron studied that smile. It looked the same to him. The same smile he'd seen on the playground when she was 3. The same one he'd seen in the basement a few weeks ago. There was nothing different. Except now, the smile gave him a chill. He looked at Eric and then at Claire. Their eyes were hard, protective, but there was something else there. Something beyond exhaustion and surrender. Something primitive and instinctive. Eric and Claire walked with their daughter, but they did not touch her. That was what Myron noticed. They were not touching their own daughter. Hi, Myron, Amy shouted. Hi. Amy ran across the street. Her parents did not move. Neither did Myron. Amy threw her arms around him, almost knocking him over. Myron tried to hug her back, but he couldn't quite do it. Amy gripped him harder. Thank you, she whispered. He didn't say anything. Her embrace, it felt the same. It felt warm and strong, no different than before. And yet he wanted it to end. Myron felt his heart drop and shatter. God help him, he just wanted her to let go, to get her away from him. He wanted this girl he'd loved for so long to be gone. He took hold of her shoulders and gently pushed her off. Claire was behind her now. She said to Myron, We're in a rush. We'll get together soon. He nodded. The 2 women walked away. Eric waited by the car. Myron watched them. Claire was next to her daughter, but she still wouldn't touch her. Amy got in the car. Eric and Claire glanced at each other. They did not speak. Amy was in the back. They both sat in the front. Natural enough, Myron supposed, but it still seemed to him as if they were trying to keep their distance from Amy, as if they wondered, or perhaps knew, about this stranger who now lived with them. Claire looked back at him. They know, Myron thought. Myron watched the car pull away. As it disappeared down the street, he realized something. He hadn't kept his promise. He hadn't brought home their baby. Their baby was gone. Chapter 57. 4 days later. Jessica Culver did indeed marry Stone Norman at Tavern on the Green. Myron was in his office when he read about it in the paper. Esperanza and Wynne were both there, too. Wynne was standing near a full-length mirror, checking out his golf swing. Wynne did that a lot. Esperanza watched Myron carefully. "You okay?" she asked him. "I am." "You realize that our getting hitched is the greatest thing that's ever happened to you?" "I do." Myron put the paper down. "I came to a realization that I wanted to share with both of you." Wynne stopped his air swing midway. "My arm isn't straight enough." Esperanza waved him quiet. "What?" "I've always tried to run away from what I now see are my natural instincts," Myron said. "You know, playing the hero. You both warned me against it, and I've listened. But I figured something out. I'm supposed to do it. I'll have my defeats, sure, but I'll have more victories. I'm not going to run away from it anymore. I don't want to end up being cynical. I want to help people, and that's what I'm going to do." Wynne turned toward him. "Are you done?" "I am." Wynne looked at Esperanza. "Should we applaud?" "I think we should." Esperanza stood and applauded wildly. Wynne put down his air club and offered up a polite golf clap. Myron bowed and said, "Thank you so very much. You're a beautiful audience. Don't forget your waitress on the way out. Hey, try the veal." Big Cindy popped her head through the doorway. She'd gone heavy on the rouge this morning and looked like a traffic light. "Line 2, Mr. Bolitar." Big Cindy batted her eyes. Picture 2 scorpions trapped on their backs. Then she added, "It's your new sweetie pie." Myron picked up the phone. "Hey." Allie Wilder said, "What time are you coming over?" "I should be there about 7. "How about pizza and a DVD with the kids?" Myron smiled. "Sounds great." He hung up. He was smiling. Esperanza and Wynne exchanged a glance. "What?" Myron said. "You're so doofy when you're in love," Esperanza said. Myron looked at his watch. "It's time." "Good luck," Esperanza said. Myron turned to Wynne. "You want to come along?" "No, my friend. This one is all yours." Myron stood. He kissed Esperanza on the cheek. He hugged Wynne. Wynne was surprised by the gesture, but he took it. Myron drove back to New Jersey. It was a glorious day. The sun shone like it had just been created. Myron fiddled with the radio dial. He kept hitting all his favorite songs. It was that kind of day. He did not bother stopping at Brenda's grave. He thought that she'd understand. Action speaks louder and all that. Myron parked at St. Barnabas Medical Center. He headed up to Joan Rochester's room. She was sitting up when he got there, ready to leave. "How are you feeling?" he asked. "Fine," Joan Rochester said. "I'm sorry about what happened to you." "Don't be." "Are you going home?" "Yes." "And you're not going to press charges?" "That's right." Myron figured as much. "Your daughter can't run forever." "I know that." "What are you going to do?" "Katie came home last night." So much for the happy ending, Myron thought. He closed his eyes. This was not what he'd wanted to hear. "She and Rufus had a fight, so Katie came home. Dominic forgave her. It's all going to be okay." They looked at each other. It wouldn't be okay. He knew that. She knew that. "I want to help you," Myron said. "You can't." And maybe she was right. You help those you can. That was what Wynne had said. And you always keep a promise. That was why he had come today, to keep his promise. He met up with Dr. Edna Schuyler in the corridor outside the cancer ward. He had hoped to see her in her office, but this would be okay. Edna Schuyler smiled when she saw him. She wore very little makeup. The white coat was wrinkled. No stethoscope hung around her neck this time. "Hello, Myron," she said. "Hi, Dr. Schuyler. Call me Edna." "Okay." "I was just on my way out." She pointed with her thumb toward the elevator. "What brings you here?" "You, actually." Edna Schuyler had a pen tucked in her ear. She took it out, made a note on a chart, put it back. "Really?" "You taught me something when I was here last time," Myron said. "What's that?" "We talked about the virtuous patient, remember? We talked about the pure versus the sullied. You were so honest with me, about how you'd rather work with people who seemed more deserving." "A lot of talk, yes," she said. But at the end of the day, I took an oath. I treat those I don't like, too. Oh, I know. But you see, you got me thinking. Because I agreed with you. I wanted to help Amy Beale because I thought she was, I don't know, innocent? Schuyler said. I guess. But you learned that she's not. More than that, Myron said. What I learned was, you were wrong. About? We can't prejudge people like that. We become cynical. We assume the worst. And when we do that, we start to see only the shadows. You know that Amy Beale is back home? I heard that, yes. Everyone thinks she ran away. I heard that too. So nobody listened to her story. I mean, really listened. Once that assumption came about, Amy Beale was no longer an innocent. You see? Even her parents. They had her best interests at heart. They wanted so much to protect her that even they couldn't see the truth. Which is? Innocent until proven guilty. It's not just for the courtroom. Edna Schuyler made a production of checking her watch. I'm not sure I see what you're getting at. I believed in that girl her whole life. Was I wrong? Was it a lie? But at the end of the day, it's like her parents said, it's their job to protect her, not mine. So I was able to be more dispassionate. I was willing to risk learning the truth, so I waited. When I finally got Amy alone, I asked her to tell me the whole story, because there were too many holes in the other one. The one where she ran away and maybe killed her lover. That ATM machine for one. That call from the payphone for another. Stuff like that. I didn't want to just shove it all aside and help her get on with her life. So I talked to her. I remembered how much I loved and cared for her. And I did something truly strange. What? I assumed that Amy was telling the truth. If she was, then I knew two things. The kidnapper was a woman, and the kidnapper knew that Katie Rochester used the ATM machine on 52nd Street. The only people who fit that bill? Katie Rochester? Well, she didn't do it. Lauren Muse? No way. And you? Me? Edna Schuyler began to blink. Are you serious? Do you remember when I called and asked you to look up Amy's medical file? Myron asked. To see if she was pregnant? Again, Edna Schuyler checked her watch. I really don't have time for this. I said it wasn't just about one innocent. It was about two. So? Before I called you, I asked your husband to do the same thing. He worked in that department. I thought he'd have an easier time, but he refused. Stanley is a stickler for the rules, Edna Schuyler said. I know, but you see, he told me something interesting. He told me that with all the new HIP laws nowadays, the computer date stamps a patient's file every time you look into it. You can see the name of the doctor who viewed the file, and you get the time he or she viewed it. Right. So I checked Amy's file. Guess what it shows? Her smile began to falter. You, Dr. Schuyler, looked at that file 2 weeks before I asked you to. Why would you do that? She folded her arms across her chest. I didn't. The computer is wrong? Sometimes Stanley forgets his code. He probably used mine. I see. He forgets his own code but remembers yours. Myron tilted his head and edged closer. You think he'll say that under oath? Edna Schuyler did not reply. Do you know where you were really clever? He went on. Telling me about your son. The one who was trouble from day one and ran away to make it big. You said he was still a mess. Do you remember? A small, pain-filled sound escaped her lips. Her eyes filled with tears. But you never mentioned your son's name. No reason you should, of course. And there's no reason why anybody would know, even now. It wasn't part of the investigation. I don't know the name of Jake Wolf's mother, or Harry Davis's. But once I saw that you'd been in Amy's medical file, I did a little checking. Your first husband, Dr. Schuyler, was named Andrew Van Dyne. Am I right? Your son's name was Drew Van Dyne. She closed her eyes and took several deep breaths. When she opened them again, she shrugged, aiming for nonchalance but not even coming close. So? Odd, don't you think? When I asked you about Amy Beale, you never mentioned that your son knew her. I told you that I was estranged from my son. I didn't know anything about him and Amy Beale. Myron grinned. You have all the answers, don't you, Edna? I'm just telling the truth. No, you're not. It was yet another coincidence. So many damn coincidences, don't you think? That's what I couldn't shake from the beginning. 2 pregnant girls at the same high school? Okay, that one was no big deal. But all the rest, both girls running away, both using the same ATM, all that. Again, let's assume Amy was telling the truth. Let's assume that someone, a woman, did indeed tell Amy to wait on that corner. Let's say that this mystery woman did tell Amy to take money out of that ATM. Why? Why would someone do that? I don't know. Sure you do, Edna, because they weren't coincidences. None of them. You arranged them all. The 2 girls using the same ATM? Only one reason for that. The kidnapper, you, Edna, wanted to hook Amy's disappearance with Katie Rochester's. And why would I want to do that? Because the police were sure that Katie Rochester had run away, in part because of what you saw in the city. But Amy Beale was different. She didn't have a mob-connected abusive daddy, for example. Her disappearance would cause commotion. The best way, the only way, to keep that heat from coming down was to make Amy look like a runaway, too. For a moment, they both just stood there. Then Edna Schuyler shifted to the right as if preparing to pass him. Myron shifted with her, blocking the path. She looked up at him. Are you wearing a wire, Myron? He raised his arms. Frisk me. No need. This is all nonsense anyway. Let's go back to that day in the street. You and Stanley are walking in downtown Manhattan. Fate lends a hand here. You see Katie Rochester, just like you told the police. You realize that she's not missing or in serious trouble. She's a runaway. Katie begs you not to tell, and you listen. For 3 weeks you say nothing. You go back to your regular life. Myron studied her face. You with me so far? I'm with you. So why the change? Why, after 3 weeks, do you suddenly call your old buddy Ed Steinberg? She folded her arms. Why don't you tell me? Because your situation changed, not Katie's. How? You talked about your son being trouble from day one, that you'd given up on him. That's right. Maybe you did, I don't know. But you were in touch with Drew, at least somewhat. You knew that Drew fell in love with Amy Beale. He told you about it. He probably told you that she was pregnant. She crossed her arms. You can prove that? No, that part's speculation. The rest isn't. You looked up Amy's medical files in the computer. That we know. You saw that, yes, she was indeed pregnant. But more than that, you saw that she was going to terminate it. Drew didn't know about that. He thought that they were in love and going to get married. But Amy just wanted out. Drew Van Dyne had been nothing but a foolish, albeit not uncommon, high school mistake. Amy was on her way to college now. Sounds like motive for Drew to kidnap her, Edna Schuyler said. It does, doesn't it? If that had been all. But again, I kept wondering about all the coincidences. The ATM machine again. Who knew about it? You called your old buddy Ed Steinberg and pumped him for info on the case. He talked. Why not? Nothing was confidential. There wasn't really even a case. When he mentioned the Citibank ATM, you realized that would be the clincher. Everyone would assume Amy was a runaway too. And that's exactly what happened. Then you called Amy. You said you were from the hospital, which was true enough. You told her what she had to do to terminate the pregnancy in secret. You set up that meet in New York. She's waiting at the corner. You drive by. You tell her to pick up some cash at the machine. You're a clincher. Amy does as she's told, and then she panics. She wants to think it through now. There you are, waiting to grab her, a syringe in your hand, and all of a sudden she runs off. She calls me. I get there. I drive her to Ridgewood. You follow. It was your car I saw that night follow us into the cul-de-sac. When she gets rejected by Harry Davis, you're waiting. Amy doesn't remember much after that. She claims she was drugged. That fits. Her memory would be fuzzy. Propofol would cause a lot of the symptoms. You're familiar with that drug, aren't you, Edna? Of course I am. I'm a doctor. It's an anesthetic. You've used it in your practice? She hesitated. I have. And that will be your downfall. Really? How's that? I have other evidence, but it's mostly circumstantial. Those medical records, for one. They show you not only viewed Amy's medical records earlier than you indicated, but you didn't even bring them up again when I called. Why would you? You already knew she was pregnant. I'll also have phone records. Your son called you. You called your son. So? Right, so. And I could even show how you called the school and spoke to your son right after I left you the first time. Harry Davis wondered how Drew knew something was up before he confronted him. That's how. You called and warned him. And you remember the call you made to Claire, the one from that payphone near 23rd Street? First off, that was overkill. It was nice of you, trying to comfort the parents a little. But see, why would Amy call from there? Right where Katie Rochester had been spotted. She wouldn't know about that. Only you would. And we already checked your EasyPass records. You went into Manhattan, took the Lincoln Tunnel 20 minutes before the call was made. Hardly rock solid, Edna said. No, probably not. But here's where you're going down. The propofol. You can write prescriptions, sure, but you also had to order it. The police, at my behest, already checked with your office. You did purchase plenty of propofol, but no one can explain where it went. Amy was given a blood test. The stuff was still in her bloodstream. You see? Edna Schuyler took a deep breath, held it, let it loose. Do you have a motive for this purported kidnapping, Myron? Are we really going to play this game? She shrugged. We've played it this far. Fine. Okay. The motive. That was the problem for everyone. Why would anyone kidnap Amy? We all thought that someone wanted to keep her quiet. Your son could lose his job. Jake Wolf's son could lose everything. Harry Davis, well, he had a ton to lose too. But abducting her wouldn't help. There was also no ransom demand, no sexual assault, nothing like that. So I kept asking myself, why would someone kidnap a young woman? And you talked about the innocent. Right. There's resignation in her smile now. Edna Schuyler knew it was coming next, Myron thought. But she won't move out of the way. Who was more innocent, Myron said, than your unborn grandchild? She may have nodded. It was hard to tell. Go on. You said it yourself when we talked about choosing patients. It's about prioritizing. It's about saving the innocents. Your motives were almost pure, Edna. You were trying to save your own grandchild. Edna Schuyler turned and looked down the corridor. When she faced Myron again, the sad smile was gone. Her face was oddly blank. Amy was already almost 3 months pregnant, she began. Her tone had changed. There was something gentle in it, something distant, too. If I could have held that girl for another month or two, it would have been too late to terminate. If I could just put off Amy's decision for a little while longer, I would save my grandchild. Is that so wrong? Myron said nothing. And you're right. I wanted Amy's disappearance to parallel Katie Rochester's. Part of it was already there for me, of course. They both went to the same school, and both were pregnant. So I added the ATM. I did all I could to make it look like Amy was a runaway, but not for the reasons you said. Not because she was a nice girl with a nice family. Pretty much the opposite, in fact. Myron nodded, seeing it now. If the police started investigating, he said, they may have found out about her affair with your son. Yes. None of the suspects owned the log cabin. But you do, Edna. It even has the brown and white fireplace, like Amy said. You've been a busy boy. Yes, I have. I had it pretty well planned out. I would treat her well. I would monitor the baby. I made that call to the parents hoping to offer some comfort. I would keep doing stuff like that, leaving hints that Amy was a runaway and was okay. Like going online? Yes. How did you get her password and screen name? She gave it to me in a drug stupor. You wore a disguise when you were with her. I kept my face covered, yes. And the name of Erin's boyfriend, Mark Cooper. How did you get that? Edna shrugged. She gave me that too. It was the wrong answer. Mark Cooper was a boy nicknamed Trouble. That was another thing that bothered me. Clever of her, Edna Schuyler said. Still, I would have held her for a few months. I would have kept leaving hints that she ran away. Then I would let her go. She would have told the same story about being abducted. And no one would have believed her. She would have had the baby, Myron. That was all I was concerned with. The plan would have worked. Once that ATM charge came in, the police were certain that she was a runaway. So they were out of it. Her parents, well, they're parents. Their concerns were dismissed just like the Rochesters. She met his eye. Only one thing messed me up. Myron spread his hands. Modesty prevents me from saying it. Then I will. You, Myron, you messed me up. You're not going to call me a meddlesome kid, are you? Like I'm Scooby-Doo? You think this is funny? No, Edna. I don't think it's funny at all. I never wanted to hurt anyone. Yes, it would inconvenience Amy. It might even be somewhat traumatic for her, though I'm pretty good at administering drugs. I could have kept her comfortable and the baby safe, and her parents, of course, they'd go through hell. I thought if I could convince them that she was a runaway, that she was all right, it might make it easier on them. But add up the pros and cons. Even if they ought to suffer a little, don't you see? I was saving a life. It was like I told you. I messed up with Drew. I didn't look out for him. I didn't protect him. And you weren't going to make those same mistakes with your grandchild, Myron said. That's right. There were patients and visitors, doctors and nurses, all sorts of people moving to and fro. There were dinging noises from above. Someone walked by with a huge bouquet of flowers. Myron and Edna saw none of that. You said it to me on the phone, Edna went on, when you asked me to look up Amy's records. Protect the innocent. That's all I was trying to do. But when she vanished, you blamed yourself. You felt obligated to find her. You started digging. And when I got too close, you had to cut your losses. Yes. So you let her go. I had no choice. Everything went to hell. Once you got involved, people started dying. You're not blaming me for that, are you? No. And I'm not blaming me either, she said, head high. I never killed anyone. I never asked Harry Davis to switch transcripts. I never asked Jake Wolf to pay anybody off. I never asked Randy Wolf to sell drugs. I never told my son to sleep with a student. And I didn't tell Amy Beale to get pregnant with his baby. Myron said nothing. You want to take another step? Her voice edged up a notch. I didn't tell Drew to pull a gun on Jake Wolf. Just the opposite. I try to keep my son calm, but I couldn't tell him the truth. Maybe I should have. But Drew had always been such a screw-up. So I just told him to relax, that Amy would be okay. But he didn't listen. He thought Jake Wolf must have done something to her. So he went after him. My guess is the wife was telling the truth. She shot him in self-defense. That's how my son ended up dead. But I didn't do any of that. Myron waited. Her lips were trembling, but Edna fought through it. She would not collapse. She would not show weakness. Not even now, when it was all unraveling. When her actions not only failed to produce the desired results, but it ended the life of her own son. All I wanted to do was save my grandchild's life, she said. How else could I have done it? Myron still didn't reply. Well, I don't know. Please. Edna Schuyler clutched his arm as if it were a life preserver. What is she going to do about the baby? I don't know that either. You'll never be able to prove any of this. That's up to the police. I just wanted to keep my promise. What promise? Myron looked down the corridor and called out, It's okay now. When Amy Beale stepped into view, Edna Schuyler gasped and put her hand to her mouth. Eric was there too, on one side of Amy. Claire stood in the other. They both had their arms around their daughter. Myron walked away then, smiling. His step felt light. Outside, the sun would still be shining. He knew that. The radio would play his favorite songs. He had the whole conversation on tape. Yes, he'd lie to her about that. And he'd give it to Muse and Banner. They might make a case, they might not. You do what you can. Eric nodded at Myron as he passed. Claire reached out to him. There were tears of gratitude in her eyes. Myron touched her hand, but he kept moving. Their eyes met. He saw her as a teen again, in high school, in the study hall. But none of that mattered anymore. He had made a promise to Claire. He had promised to bring back her baby. And now, at long last, he had.